In defense of lost causes. Slavoj Žižek. Alain Badiou was once seated amongst the public in a room where I was delivering a talk, when his cell phone, which, to add insult to injury, was mine, I had lent it to him, all of a sudden started to ring. Instead of turning it off, he gently interrupted me and asked me if I could talk more softly, so that he could hear his interlocutor more clearly. If this was not an act of true friendship, I do not know what friendship is. So, this book is dedicated to Alain Badiou. Introduction, Causa locuta, Roma finita. Roma locuta, causa finita, the decisive words of authority that should end a dispute, in all its versions, from the Church Synod has decided to the Central Committee has passed a resolution and, why not, the people has made clear its choice at the ballot box. However, is not the wager of psychoanalysis the opposite one, let the cause itself speak, or, as Lacan put it, I, the truth, speak, and the empire, of Rome, that is, contemporary global capitalism, will fall apart? Ablata causa talentur effectus, when the cause is absent, the effects thrive, les effets nese portent bien chu en absence de la cause. What about turning this proverb around? When the cause intervenes, the effects are dispelled. Point 1. However, which cause should speak? Things look bad for great causes today, in a postmodern era when, although the ideological scene is fragmented into a panoply of positions which struggle for hegemony, there is an underlying consensus: the era of big explanations is over, we need weak thought, opposed to all foundationalism, a thought attentive to the rhizomatic texture of reality. In politics too, we should no longer aim at all explaining systems and global emancipatory projects, the violent imposition of grand solutions. Should leave room for forms of specific resistance and intervention. If the reader feels a minimum of sympathy with these lines, she should stop reading and cast aside this volume. Even those who otherwise tend to dismiss French postmodern theory with its jargon as an exemplary case of bullshit tend to share its aversion towards strong thought and its large-scale explanations. There is indeed a lot of bullshitting going on these days. Unsurprisingly, even those who popularized the notion of bullshit, such as Harry Frankfurt, are not free from it. In the endless complexity of the contemporary world, where things, more often than not, appear as their opposites, intolerance as tolerance, religion as rational common sense, and so on and so forth, the temptation is great to cut it short with a violent gesture of no bullshit. A gesture which seldom amounts to more than an impotent passage à l'acte. Such a desire to draw a clear line of demarcation between sane truthful talk and bullshit cannot but reproduce as truthful talk the predominant ideology itself. No wonder that, for Frankfurt himself, examples of no bullshit politicians are Harry Truman, Dwight Eisenhower, and, today, John McCain too, as if the pose of outspoken personal sincerity is a guarantee of truthfulness. The common sense of our era tells us that, with regard to the old distinction between daza, accidental/empirical opinion, wisdom and truth, or, even more radically, empirical positive knowledge and absolute faith, one should draw a line between what one can think and do today. At the level of common sense, the furthest one can go is enlightened conservative liberalism. Obviously, there are no viable alternatives to capitalism. At the same time, left to itself, the capitalist dynamic threatens to undermine its own foundations. This concerns not only the economic dynamic, the need for a strong state apparatus to maintain the market competition itself, and so on, but, even more, the ideologico-political dynamics. Intelligent conservative Democrats, from Daniel Bell to Francis Fukuyama, are aware that contemporary global capitalism tends to undermine its own ideological conditions, what, long ago, Bell called the cultural contradictions of capitalism. Capitalism can only thrive in the conditions of basic social stability, of intact symbolic trust, of individuals not only accepting their own responsibility for their fate, but also relying on the basic fairness of the system. This ideological background has to be sustained through a strong educational, cultural apparatus. Within this horizon, The answer is thus neither radical liberalism à la Hayek, nor crude conservatism, still less clinging to old welfare state ideals, but a blend of economic liberalism with a minimally authoritarian spirit of community, the emphasis on social stability, values, and so forth, that counteracts the system's excesses. In other words, what third-way social democrats such as Blair have been developing. This, then, is the limit of common sense. What lies beyond involves a leap of faith, faith in lost causes, causes that, from within the space of skeptical wisdom, cannot but appear as crazy. And the present book speaks from within this leap of faith. But why? The problem, of course, is that, in a time of crisis and ruptures, skeptical empirical wisdom itself, constrained to the horizon of the dominant form of common sense, cannot provide the answers, so one must risk a leap of faith. This shift is the shift from I speak the truth to the truth itself speaks, in/through me, as in Lacan's Matheme of the Analyst's Discourse, where the agent speaks from the position of truth, to the point at which I can say, like Meister Eckhart, it is true, and the truth says it itself. 3. At the level of positive knowledge, it is, of course, never possible to be sure that we have attain the truth. One can only endlessly approach it, because language is ultimately always self-referential. There is no way to draw a definitive line of separation between sophism, sophistic exercises, and truth itself. This is Plato's problem. Lacan's wager is here the Pascalian one, the wager of truth. But how? Not by running after objective truth, but by holding on to the truth about the position from which one speaks. Point 4. There are still only two theories which imply and practice such an engaged notion of truth, Marxism and psychoanalysis. They are both struggling theories, not only theories about struggle, but theories which are themselves engaged in a struggle. Their histories do not consist in an accumulation of neutral knowledge, for they are marked by schisms, heresies, expulsions. This is why, in both of them, the relationship between theory and practice is properly dialectical, in other words, that of an irreducible tension. Theory is not just the conceptual grounding of practice, it simultaneously accounts for why practice is ultimately doomed to failure, or, as Freud put it concisely, psychoanalysis would only be fully possible in a society that would no longer need it. At its most radical, theory is the theory of a failed practice. This is why things went wrong. One usually forgets that Freud's 5 great clinical reports are basically reports on a partial success and ultimate failure. In the same way, the greatest Marxist historical accounts of revolutionary events are the accounts of great failures, of the German Peasants' War, of the Jacobins in the French Revolution, of the Paris Commune, of the October Revolution, of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Such an examination of failures confronts us with the problem of fidelity, how to redeem the emancipatory potential of these failures through avoiding the twin trap of nostalgic attachment to the past and of all too slick accommodation to new circumstances. The time of these two theories seems over. As Todd Dufresne recently put it, no figure in the history of human thought was more wrong about all the fundamentals of his theory than Freud, 5 with the exception of Marx, some would add. And, indeed, in liberal consciousness, the two now emerge as the main partners in crime of the 20th century. Predictably, in 2005, the infamous The Black Book of Communism, listing all the communist crimes 6 was followed by the Black Book of Psychoanalysis, listing all the theoretical mistakes and clinical frauds of psychoanalysis. 7. In this negative way, at least, the profound solidarity of Marxism and psychoanalysis is now displayed for all to see. There are nonetheless signs which disturb this postmodern complacency. Commenting on the growing resonance of Alain Badiou's thought, Alain Finkielkraut recently characterized it as the most violent philosophy, symptomatic of the return of radically and of the collapse of anti-totalitarianism. 8. An honest and surprised admission of the failure of the long and arduous work of all kinds of anti-totalitarians, defenders of human rights, combatants against old leftist paradigms, from the French Nouveau philosophes to the advocates of a second modernity. What should have been dead, disposed of, thoroughly discredited, is returning with a vengeance. One can understand their despair, How can it be that, after having explained for decades not only in scholarly treatises, but also in the mass media, to anyone who wanted to listen, and to many who did not, the dangers of totalitarian master thinkers, this kind of philosophy is returning in its most violent form? Have people not caught on that the time of such dangerous utopias is over? Or are we dealing with some strange ineradicable blindness, or an innate anthropological constant, a tendency to succumb to totalitarian temptation? Our proposal is to turn the perspective around, as Badiou himself might put it in his unique Platonic way: true ideas are eternal, they are indestructible, they always return every time they are proclaimed dead. It is enough for Badiou to state these ideas again clearly, and anti-totalitarian thought appears in all its misery as what it really is: a worthless sophistic exercise, a pseudo-theorization of the lowest opportunist survivalist fears and instincts, a way of thinking which is not only reactionary but also profoundly reactive in Nietzsche's sense of the term. Linked to this is an interesting struggle which has been going on recently, not only among Lacanians, not only in France. This struggle concerns the status of the one as the name of a political subjectivity, a struggle which has led to many broken personal friendships, say, between Badiou and Jean-Claude Milner. The irony is that this struggle is taking place among ex-Maoists, Badiou, Milner, Levy, Miller, Regault, Finkielkraut, and between Jewish and non-Jewish intellectuals. The question is the name of the one the result of a contingent political struggle, or is it somehow rooted in a more substantial particular identity? The position of Jewish Maoists is that Jews is such a name which stands for that which resists today's global trend to overcome all limitations, inclusive of the very finitude of the human condition, in radical capitalist deterritorialization and fluidification, the trend which reaches its apotheosis in the Gnostic digital dream of transforming humans themselves into virtual software that can reload itself from one hardware to another. The name Jews thus stands for the most basic fidelity to what one is. Along these lines, François Regault claims that the contemporary left demands of Jews, much more than of other ethnic groups, that they yield with regard to their name. 9. A reference to Lacan's ethical maxim: do not yield with regard to your desire. One should remember here that the same shift from radical emancipatory politics to the fidelity to the Jewish name is already discernible in the fate of the Frankfurt School, especially in Horkheimer's later texts. Jews here are the exception. In the liberal multiculturalist perspective, all groups can assert their identity except Jews, whose very self-assertion equals Zionist racism. In contrast to this approach, Badiou and others insist on the fidelity to the one which emerges and is constituted through the very political struggle of for naming and, as such, cannot be grounded in any particular determinate content, such as ethnic or religious roots. From this point of view, fidelity to the name Jews is the obverse, the silent recognition, of the defeat of authentic emancipatory struggles. No wonder that those who demand fidelity to the name Jews are also those who warn us against the totalitarian dangers of any radical emancipatory movement. Their politics consists in accepting the fundamental finitude and limitation of our situation, and the Jewish law is the ultimate mark of this finitude, which is why, for them, all attempts to overcome law and tend towards all-embracing love, from Christianity through the French Jacobins to Stalinism, must end up in totalitarian terror. To put it succinctly, the only true solution to the Jewish question is the final solution, their annihilation, because Jews qua objet are the ultimate obstacle to the final solution of history itself, to the overcoming of divisions in all-encompassing unity and flexibility. But is it not rather the case that, in the history of modern Europe, those who stood for the striving for universality were precisely atheist Jews from Spinoza to Marx and Freud? The irony is that in the history of anti-Semitism Jews stand for both of these poles. Sometimes they stand for the stubborn attachment to their particular life form which prevents them from becoming full citizens of the state they live in. Sometimes they stand for a homeless and rootless universal cosmopolitanism indifferent to all particular ethnic forms. The first thing to recall is thus that this struggle is, also, inherent to Jewish identity. And, perhaps, this Jewish struggle is our central struggle today, the struggle between fidelity to the messianic impulse and the reactive, in the precise Nietzschean sense, politics of fear which focuses on preserving one's particular identity. The privileged role of Jews in the establishment of the sphere of the public use of reason hinges on their subtraction from every state power. This position of the part of no part of every organic nation-state community, not the abstract universal nature of their monotheism, makes them the immediate embodiment of universality. No wonder, then, that, with the establishment of the Jewish nation-state, a new figure of the Jew emerged, a Jew resisting identification with the state of Israel, refusing to accept the state of Israel as his true home, a Jew who subtracts himself from this state, and who includes the state of Israel among the states towards which he insists on maintaining a distance, living in their interstices. And it is this uncanny Jew who is the object of what one cannot but designate as Zionist anti-Semitism, a foreign excess disturbing the nation-state community. These Jews, the Jews of the Jews themselves, worthy successors of Spinoza, are today the only Jews who continue to insist on the public use of reason, refusing to submit their reasoning to the private domain of the nation-state. This book is unashamedly committed to the messianic standpoint of the struggle for universal emancipation. No wonder, then, that to the partisans of the postmodern Dasein the list of lost causes defended here must appear as a horror show of their worst nightmares embodied, a depository of the ghosts of the past they put all their energies into exorcising. Heidegger's Politics as the extreme case of a philosopher seduced by totalitarian politics, revolutionary terror from Robespierre to Mao, Stalinism, the dictatorship of the proletariat. In each case, the predominant ideology not only dismisses the cause, but offers a replacement, a softer version of it, not totalitarian intellectual engagement, but intellectuals who investigate the problems of globalization and fight in the public sphere for human rights and tolerance, against racism and sexism, not revolutionary state terror, but the self-organized decentralized multitude, not the dictatorship of the proletariat, but the collaboration among multiple agents, civil society, initiatives, private money, state regulation. The true aim of the defense of lost causes is not to defend Stalinist terror, and so on, as such, but to render problematic the all-too-easy liberal democratic alternative. Foucault's and, especially, Heidegger's political commitments, while acceptable in their basic motivation, were clearly right steps in the wrong direction. The misfortunes of the fate of revolutionary terror confront us with the need not to reject terror in toto, but to reinvent it. The forthcoming ecological crisis seems to offer a unique chance of accepting a reinvented version of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The argument is thus that, while these phenomena were, each in its own way, a historical failure and monstrosity, Stalinism was a nightmare which caused perhaps even more human suffering than fascism. The attempts to enforce the dictatorship of the proletariat produced a ridiculous travesty of a regime in which precisely the proletariat was reduced to silence, and so on. This is not the whole truth. There was in each of them a redemptive moment which gets lost in the liberal democratic rejection, and it is crucial to isolate this moment. One should be careful not to throw out the baby with the dirty water, although one is tempted to turn this metaphor around, and claim that it is the liberal democratic critique which wants to do this, say, throwing out the dirty water of terror, while retaining the pure baby of authentic socialist democracy, forgetting thereby that the water was originally pure, that all the dirt in it comes from the baby. What one should do, rather, is to throw out the baby before it spoils the crystalline water with its excretions, so that, to paraphrase Mallarmé, rien que l'eau n'aura eu le dans le bain de l'histoire. Our defense of lost causes is thus not engaged in any kind of deconstructive game in the style of every cause first has to be lost in order to exert its efficiency as a cause. On the contrary, the goal is to leave behind, with all the violence necessary, what Lacan mockingly referred to as the narcissism of the lost cause, and to courageously accept the full actualization of a cause, including the inevitable risk of a catastrophic disaster. Badiou was right when, apropos the disintegration of the communist regimes, he proposed the maxim, mieux vaut un désastre qu'un désastre. Better a disaster of fidelity to the event than a non-being of indifference towards the event. To paraphrase Beckett's memorable phrase, to which I shall return many times later, after one fails, one can go on and fail better, while indifference drowns us deeper and deeper in the morass of imbecilic being. A couple of years ago, Premiere magazine reported on an ingenious inquiry into how the most famous endings of Hollywood films were translated into some of the major non-English languages. In Japan, Clark Gable's "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn," to Vivian Leigh from Gone with the Wind was rendered as, "I fear, my darling, that there is a slight misunderstanding between the two of us about to proverbial Japanese courtesy and etiquette." In contrast, the Chinese, in the People's Republic of China, rendered the "This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, from Casablanca as the two of us will now constitute a new cell of anti-fascist struggle." Struggle against the enemy being the top priority, far above personal relations. Although the present volume may often appear to indulge in excessively confrontational and provocative statements, what today can be more provocative than displaying even a minimal sympathy for or understanding of revolutionary terror? It rather practices a displacement along the lines of the examples quoted in Premiere, where the truth is that I don't give a damn about my opponent. I say that there is a slight misunderstanding, where what is at stake is a new theoretico-political shared field of struggle. It may appear that I am talking about academic friendships and alliances. In such cases, it is up to the reader to unravel the clues which lie before her. The state of things. 1. Happiness and torture in the atonal world. Human, all too human. In contrast to the simplistic opposition of good guys and bad guys, spy thrillers with artistic pretensions display all the realistic psychological complexity of the characters from our side. Far from signaling a balanced view, however, this honest acknowledgement of our own dark side stands for its very opposite, for the hidden assertion of our supremacy. We are psychologically complex, full of doubts, while the opponents are one-dimensional fanatical killing machines. Therein resides the lie of Spielberg's Munich. It wants to be objective, presenting moral complexity and ambiguity, psychological doubts, the problematic nature of revenge, of the Israeli perspective, but, what its realism does is redeem the Mossad agents still further. Look, they are not just cold killers, but human beings with their doubts. They have doubts, whereas the Palestinian terrorists. One cannot but sympathize with the hostility with which the surviving Mossad agents who really carried out the revenge killings reacted to the film. There were no psychological doubts, we just did what we had to do, for there is much more honesty in their stance. Point 1. The first lesson thus seems to be that the proper way to fight the demonization of the other is to subjectivize her, to listen to her story, to understand how she perceives the situation, or, as a partisan of the Middle East dialogue put it, an enemy is someone whose story you have not heard. 2. Practicing this noble motto of multicultural tolerance, Iceland's authorities recently imposed a unique form of enacting this subjectivization of the other. In order to fight growing xenophobia, the result of increasing numbers of immigrant workers, as well as sexual intolerance, they organized what they called living libraries. Members of ethnic and sexual minorities, gays, immigrant East Europeans or blacks, are paid to visit an Icelandic family and just talk to them, acquainting them with their way of life, their everyday practices, their dreams, and so on. In this way, the exotic stranger who is perceived as a threat to our way of life appears as somebody we can empathize with a complex world of her own. There is, however, a clear limit to this procedure. Can we imagine inviting a Nazi thug to tell us his story? Are we ready to affirm that Hitler was an enemy because his story hadn't been heard? A Serb journalist recently reported a strange piece of news from the politician who, after long painful talks, convinced Slobodan Milojevic in his villa to surrender to the police and let himself be arrested. Milojevic said yes and then asked to be allowed to go to the first floor of the villa to attend to some business. The negotiator, afraid that Milojevic was going to commit suicide, expressed his doubts, but Milojevic calmed him down, saying that he had given his word to his wife, Mira Markovic, that he would wash his hair before leaving. Does this personal life detail redeem the horrors that resulted from Milojevic's reign? Does it make him more human? One can well imagine Hitler washing Eva Braun's hair, and one does not have to imagine, since we already know that Heydrich, the architect of the Holocaust, liked to play Beethoven's late string quartets with friends in the evenings. Recall the couple of personal lines that usually conclude the presentation of a writer on the back cover of a book: in his free time, X likes to play with his cat and grow tulips. Such a supplement which humanizes the author is ideology at its purest, the sign that he is also human like us. I was tempted to suggest for the cover of one my books: in his free time, Eek likes to surf the internet for child pornography and to teach his small son how to pull the legs off spiders. Our most elementary experience of subjectivity is that of the richness of my inner life. This is what I really am, in contrast to the symbolic determinations and mandates I assume in public life: father, professor, philosopher. The first lesson of psychoanalysis here is that this richness of our inner life is fundamentally a fake, a screen, a false distance, whose function is, as it were, to save my appearance, to render palpable, accessible to my imaginary narcissism, my true social symbolic identity. One of the ways to practice the critique of ideology is therefore to invent strategies to unmask this hypocrisy of inner life and its sincere emotions, in the manner systematically enacted by Lars von Trier in his films. My very first film, The Orchid Gardener, opened with a caption stating that the film was dedicated to a girl who had died of leukemia, giving the dates of her birth and death. That was entirely fabricated and manipulative and cynical, because I realized that if you started a film like that, then the audience would take it a lot more seriously. Point 3. There is much more than manipulation at work here. In his feminine trilogy, Breaking the Waves, Dancer in the Dark, Dogville, von Trier provokes us in our innermost being, stirring up automatic sympathy with the ultimate archetypal image of the victimized woman who, with her heart of gold, suffers pain. Through his manipulation, he displays the lie of the sympathy, the obscene pleasure we gain from seeing the victim suffer, and thereby disturbs our self-satisfaction. Does this mean, however, that my truth is simply in my symbolic identity obfuscated by my imaginary inner life, as a simplistic reading of Lacan seems to indicate, opposing the subject of the signifier to the imaginary ego? Let us take a man who, deep down, cultivates sadistic fantasies while in public life he is polite, follows rules, and so forth. When he goes online to express those fantasies in a chat room, say, he is showing his truth in the guise of a fiction. But is it not the case, on the contrary, that the polite persona is the truth here and the sadistic fantasies serve as a kind of defense? As in a new version of the old Jewish joke, you are polite, so why do you act as if you were polite? Is not, then, the internet, where we supposedly express on screen our deepest truths, really a site for the playing out of defensive fantasies that protect us from the banal normality that is our truth? 4. Two cases are to be distinguished here. When I am a brutal executive who, deep within myself, feel that this is just a public mask and that my true self discloses itself in my spiritual meditations, and imagine my friends telling people, his brutal business efficiency shouldn't deceive you, he is really a very refined and gentle person. This is not the same as when I am, in real interactions with others, a polite person who, on the internet, gives way to violent fantasies. The site of subjective identification shifts. In the internet case, I think that I really am a polite person, and that I am just playing with violent fantasies, while, as a New Age businessman, I think that I am just playing a public role in my business dealings, while my true identity is my inner self enlightened through meditation. In other words, in both cases, truth is a fiction, but this fiction is differently located. In the internet case, it is imaginable that, at some point, I will take off the mask and explode, that is, carry out my violent fantasies in real life. This explosion will effectively enact the truth of myself. In the case of the New Age businessman, my truth is my public persona, and, here, taking off the mask, enacting my New Age self in reality, namely, really abandoning my businessman traits, would involve a real shift in my subjective position. In the two cases, taking off the mask thus works differently. In the internet case, this gesture is what Hitler did with actual anti-Semitic measures, realizing anti-Semitic fantasies, a false act, while in the New Age businessman case, would be a true act. In order to resolve the apparent contradiction, one should reformulate the two cases in the terms of Lacan's triad imaginary symbolic real. We are not dealing with two, but with three elements. The dirty fantasies I am playing with on the net do not have the same status as my true self disclosed in my meditations. The first belong to the real, the second to the imaginary. The triad is then ISR. Or, more precisely, in the internet case, my polite public persona is imaginary symbolic versus the real of my fantasies, while, in the New Age executive case, my public persona is symbolic real versus my imaginary true self 5, and, to take a crucial further theoretical step, in order for this triad to function, one has to add a fourth term, none other than the empty core of subjectivity. The Lacanian barred subject is neither my symbolic identity, nor my imaginary true self, nor the obscene real core of my fantasies, but the empty container which, like a knot, ties the three dimensions together. It is this complex knot that accounts for a well-known tragic figure from the Cold War era, those Western leftists who heroically defied anti-communist hysteria in their own countries with utmost sincerity. They were ready even to go to prison for their communist convictions and their defense of the Soviet Union. Is it not the very illusory nature of their belief that makes their subjective stance so tragically sublime? The miserable reality of the Stalinist Soviet Union renders the fragile beauty of their inner conviction all the more majestic. This leads us to a radical and unexpected conclusion. It is not enough to say that we are dealing here with a tragically misplaced ethical conviction, with a blind trust that avoids confronting the miserable, terrifying reality of its ethical point of reference. What if, on the contrary, such a blindness, such a violent gesture of refusing to see, such a disavowal of reality, such a fetishistic attitude of I know very well that things are horrible in the Soviet Union, but I nonetheless believe in Soviet socialism, is the innermost constituent part of every ethical stance? Kant was already well aware of this paradox when he deployed his notion of enthusiasm for the French Revolution in his Conflict of Faculties, 1795. The revolution's true significance did not reside in what actually went on in Paris, much of which was terrifying and included outbursts of murderous passion, but in the enthusiastic response that the events in Paris generated in the eyes of sympathetic observers all around Europe. The recent revolution of a people which is rich in spirit, may well either fail or succeed, accumulate misery and atrocity, it nevertheless arouses in the heart of all spectators, who are not themselves caught up in it, a taking of sides according to desires intil neming dem wunschenach which borders on enthusiasm and which, since its very expression was not without danger, can only have been caused by a moral disposition within the human race. 6. The real event, the dimension of the real, was not in the immediate reality of the violent events in Paris, but in how this reality appeared to observers and in the hopes thus awakened in them. The reality of what went on in Paris belongs to the temporal dimension of empirical history, the sublime image that generated enthusiasm belongs to eternity. And, mutatis mutandis, the same applies for the Western admirers of the Soviet Union. The Soviet experience of building socialism in one country certainly did accumulate misery and atrocity, but it nevertheless aroused enthusiasm in the heart of the spectators, who were not themselves caught up in it. The question here is, does every ethics have to rely on such a gesture of fetishistic disavowal? Is even the most universal ethics not obliged to draw a line and ignore some sort of suffering? What about animals slaughtered for our consumption? Who would be able to continue eating pork chops after visiting an industrial farm in which pigs are half blind and cannot even properly walk, but are just fattened to be killed? And what about, say, the torture and suffering of millions about which we know but choose to ignore? Imagine the effect on one of us if we were forced to watch one single snuff movie of what goes on thousands of times a day around the earth: brutal torture, plucking out of eyes, crushing of testicles, for example. Would we continue to go on living as usual? Yes, if we were able to somehow forget, suspend the symbolic efficiency, of what we had witnessed. So, again, does not every ethics have to rely on such a gesture of fetishistic disavowal? 7. Yes, every ethics with the exception of the ethics of psychoanalysis, which is a kind of anti-ethics. It focuses precisely on what the standard ethical enthusiasm excludes, on the traumatic thing that our Judeo-Christian tradition calls the neighbor. Freud had good reasons for his reluctance to endorse the injunction "love thy neighbor." The temptation to be resisted here is the ethical domestication of the neighbor. This is what Emmanuel Levinas did with his notion of the neighbor as the abyssal point from which the call of ethical responsibility emanates. He thereby obfuscated the monstrosity of the neighbor, the monstrosity on account of which Lacan applied to the neighbor the term thing, das Ding, used by Freud to designate the ultimate object of our desires in its unbearable intensity and impenetrability. One should hear in this term all the connotations of horror fiction. The neighbor is the evil thing which potentially lurks beneath every homely human face, like the hero of Stephen King's The Shining, a gentle failed writer, who gradually turns into a killing beast and, with an evil grin, goes on to slaughter his entire family. When Freud and Lacan insist on the problematic nature of the basic Judeo-Christian injunction to love thy neighbor, they are thus not just making the standard critico-ideological point about how every notion of universality is colored by our particular values and thus implies secret exclusions. They are making a much stronger point about the incompatibility of the neighbor with the very dimension of universality. What resists universality is the properly inhuman dimension of the neighbor. This brings us back to the key question: does every universalist ethics have to rely on such a gesture of fetishistic disavowal? The answer is, every ethics that remains humanist, in the sense of avoiding the inhuman core of being human, that disavows the abyssal dimension of the neighbor. Man, human person, is a mask that conceals the pure subjectivity of the neighbor. Consequently, when one asserts the neighbor as the impenetrable thing that eludes any attempt at gentrification, at its transformation into a cozy fellow man, this does not mean that the ultimate horizon of ethics is deference towards this unfathomable otherness that subverts any encompassing universality. Following Alain Badiou, one should assert that, on the contrary, only an inhuman ethics, an ethics addressing an inhuman subject, not a fellow person, can sustain true universality. The most difficult thing for common understanding is to grasp this speculative dialectical reversal of the singularity of the subject qua neighbor thing into universality, not standard general universality, but universal singularity, the universality grounded in the subjective singularity extracted from all particular properties, a kind of direct short circuit between the singular and the universal, bypassing the particular. We should celebrate the genius of Walter Benjamin, which shines through in the very title of his early work, On Language in General and Human Language in Particular. The point here is not that human language is a species of some universal language as such which comprises also other species, the language of gods and angels. Animal language? The language of some other intelligent beings out there in space? Computer language? The language of DNA. There is no actually existing language other than human language, but, in order to comprehend this particular language, one has to introduce a minimal difference, conceiving it with regard to the gap which separates it from language as such, the pure structure of language deprived of the insignia of the human finitude, of erotic passions and mortality, of the struggles for domination and the obscenity of power. Point 8. This minimal difference between inhuman language and human language is clearly a Platonic one. What if, then, we have to turn the standard relationship around, the obverse of the fact that, in Christ, God is fully human, is that we, humans, are not? G.K. Chesterton began the Napoleon of Notting Hill with, the human race, to which so many of my readers belong. Which, of course, does not mean that some of us are not human, but that there is an inhuman core in all of us, or, that we are not all human. The screen of civility. The predominant way of maintaining a distance towards the inhuman neighbor's intrusive proximity is politeness. But what is politeness? There is a gentle vulgar story that plays on the innuendos of seduction. A boy and a girl are saying goodbye late in the evening, in front of her house. Hesitantly, he says, "Would you mind if I come in with you for a coffee?" To which she replies, "Sorry, not tonight, I have my period." A polite version would be the one in which the girl says, "Good news, my period is over, come up to my place," to which the boy replies, "Sorry, I am not in a mood for a cup of coffee right now." This, however, immediately confronts us with the ambiguity of politeness. There is an unmistakable dimension of humiliating brutality in the boy's polite answer, as John Lennon put it in his Working Class Hero, "You must learn how to smile as you kill." The ambiguity of politeness is best rendered in Henry James's masterpieces. In this universe where tact reigns supreme, where the open explosion of one's emotions is considered as the utmost vulgarity, everything is said, the most painful decisions are made, the most delicate messages are passed over. However, it all takes place in the guise of a formal conversation. Even when I blackmail my partner, I do it with a polite smile, offering her tea and cakes. Is it, then, that, while the brutal direct approach misses the other's kernel, a tactful dance can reach it? In his Minima Moralia, Adorno pointed out the utter ambiguity of tact, clearly discernible already in Henry James, the respectful consideration for the other's sensitivity, the concern not to violate her intimacy, can easily pass over into the brutal insensitivity for the other's pain. 9 The same spirit, elevated to the level of absurdity, was displayed by Field Marshal von Kluge, the commander of the Army Group Center on the Russian front. In January 1943, a group of German officers in Smolensk, where the headquarters of the Army Group was based, was planning to kill Hitler during the latter's visit. The idea was that, during a meal in the mess, some 24 officers would simultaneously draw their pistols and shoot him, thus rendering the responsibility collective, and also making sure that Hitler's bodyguards would not be able to prevent at least some of the bullets hitting their target. Unfortunately, von Kluge vetoed the plan, although he was anti-Nazi and wanted Hitler dead. His argument was that, by the tenets of the German officer corps, it is not seemly to shoot a man at lunch 10. As such, politeness comes close to civility. In a scene from Break Up, the nervous Vince Vaughn angrily reproaches Jennifer Aniston, "You wanted me to wash the dishes, and I'll wash the dishes, what's the problem?" She replies, "I don't want you to wash the dishes, I want you to want to wash the dishes." This is the minimal reflexivity of desire, its terrorist demand, "I want you not only to do what I want, but to do it as if you really want to do it. I want to regulate not only what you do, but also your desires." The worst thing you can do, even worse than not doing what I want you to do, is to do what I want you to do without wanting to do it. And this brings us to civility. An act of civility is precisely to feign that I want to do what the other asks me to do, so that my compliance with the other's wish does not exert pressure on her. The movie Borat is at its most subversive not when the hero is simply rude and offensive, for our Western eyes and ears, at least, but, on the contrary, when he desperately tries to be polite. During a dinner party in an upper-class house, he asks where the toilet is, whence he then returns with his excrement carefully wrapped in a plastic bag, and asks his hostess in a hushed voice where he should put it. This is a model metaphor of a truly subversive political gesture, bringing those in power a bag of excrement and politely asking them how to get rid of it. In a perspicuous short essay on civility, Robert Pippin elaborates the enigmatic in-between status of this notion, which designates all the acts that display the basic subjective attitude of respect for others as free and autonomous agents, equal to us, the benevolent attitude of transcending the strict utilitarian or rational calculation of costs and benefits in relations with others and engaging in trusting them, trying not to humiliate them, and so forth. 11 Although, measured by the degree of its obligatory character, it is more than kindness or generosity. One cannot oblige people to be generous, but distinctly less than a moral or legal obligation. This is what is wrong in politically correct attempts to moralize or even directly penalize modes of behavior which basically pertain to civility, like hurting others with vulgar obscenities of speech, and so on. They potentially undermine the precious middle ground of civility, mediating between uncontrolled private fantasies and the strictly regulated forms of intersubjective behavior. In more Hegelian terms, what gets lost in the penalization of uncivility is ethical substance as such. In contrast to laws and explicit normative regulations, civility is, by definition, substantial, something experienced as always already given, never imposed/instituted as such. Point 12, which is why civility participates in all the paradoxes of the states that are essentially byproducts. It cannot be purposefully enacted. If it is, we have the full right to say that it is fake civility, not a true form. Pippin is right to link the crucial role of civility in modern societies to the rise of the autonomous free individual, not only in the sense that civility is a practice of treating others as equal, free, and autonomous subjects, but in a much more refined way. The fragile web of civility is the social substance of free independent individuals. It is their very mode of interdependence. If this substance disintegrates, the very social space of individual freedom is foreclosed. The properly Marxist notion of the base, in contrast with the superstructure, should not be understood as a foundation which determines and thus constrains the scope of our freedom. We think we are free, but we are really determined by the base. One should rather conceive it as the very base, frame, terrain, space, of and for our freedom. The base is a social substance which sustains our freedom. In this sense, the rules of civility do not constrain our freedom, but provide the only space within which our freedom can thrive. The legal order enforced by state apparatuses is the base for our free market exchanges. The grammatical rules are the indispensable base for our free thought. In order to think freely, we have to practice these rules blindly. Habit as our second nature is the base for culture. The collective of believers is the base, the only terrain, within which a Christian subject can be free, and so on. This is also how one should understand the infamous Marxist plea for concrete, real freedom as opposed to the bourgeois abstract, merely formal freedom. This concrete freedom does not constrain the possible content. You can only be truly free if you support our communist side. The question is, rather, what base should be secured for freedom? For example, although workers in capitalism are formally free, there is no base that would allow them to actualize their freedom as producers. Although there is formal freedom of speech, organization, and so forth, the base of this freedom is constrained. The theoretical point of civility is thus that free subjectivity has to be sustained by feigning. Contrary to what we might expect, however, this is not feigning to perform a free act when one is simply doing what one is under pressure or obliged to do. The most elementary form of it is, of course, the ritual of potlatch, exchange of gifts, in primitive societies. How, then, does civility relate to the set of unwritten rules which de facto constrain my freedom while sustaining its appearance? Let us imagine a scene in which, to be polite and not to humiliate the other, I formulate my order to him, since I am in the position of authority towards him, so that he has to obey my orders, as a kind request. Could you perhaps be so kind as to? Along the same lines, when powerful or famous people receive an unknown individual, one of the polite forms is to pretend that it is the unknown individual who is doing them a favor by visiting them. Thank you for being so kind as to pay me a visit. This, however, is not true civility. Civility is not simply obligation feigned as free act, it is rather its exact opposite, a free act feigned as an obligation. Back to our example, the true act of civility from someone in power would be for him to feign that he is simply doing something he has to do when, in reality, it is an act of generosity on his part. Freedom is thus sustained by a paradox that turns around the Spinozan definition of freedom as conceived necessity. It is freedom which is feigned necessity. To put it in Hegelian terms, freedom is sustained by the ethical substance of our being. In a given society, certain features, attitudes, and norms of life are no longer perceived as ideologically marked, they appear as neutral, as the non-ideological common-sense form of life. Ideology is the explicitly posited, marked in the semiotic sense, position which stands out from/against this background, like extreme religious zeal, dedication to some political orientation, etc. The Hegelian point here would have been that it is precisely this neutralization of some features into the spontaneously accepted background which is ideology par excellence, and at its most effective, this is the dialectical coincidence of the opposites, the actualization of a notion, ideology, in this case, at its coincides with, or, more precisely, appears as, its opposite, as non-ideology. And, mutatis mutandis, the same goes for violence, social symbolic violence unadulterated appears as its opposite, as the spontaneity of the milieu in which we dwell, of the air that we breathe. This notion of civility is at the very heart of the impasses of multiculturalism. A couple of years ago, there was a debate in Germany about Leitkultur, the dominant culture against abstract multiculturalism. Conservatives insisted that every state is based on a predominant cultural space which the members of other cultures who live in the same space should respect. Although liberal leftists attack this notion as covert racism, one should admit that, if nothing else, it offers an adequate description of the facts. Respect of individual freedoms and rights, even if at the expense of group rights, full emancipation of women, freedom of religion, and of atheism, and sexual orientation, freedom to publicly attack anyone and anything, are central constituent elements of Western liberal Leitkultur, and this can be used to respond to those Muslim theologians in Western countries who protest against their treatment, while accepting it as normal that in, say, Saudi Arabia, it is prohibited to practice publicly religions other than Islam. They should accept that the same Leitkultur which allows their religious freedom in the West, demands of them a respect for all other freedoms. To put it succinctly, freedom for Muslims is part and parcel of the freedom for Salman Rushdie to write what he wants. You cannot choose the part of Western freedom which suits you. The answer to the standard critical argument that Western multiculturalism is not truly neutral, that it privileges specific values, is that one should shamelessly accept this paradox: universal openness itself is rooted in Western modernity. And, to avoid any misunderstanding, the same applies to Christianity itself. On May 2, 2007, L'Osservatore Romano, the Vatican's official newspaper, accused Andrea Rivera, an Italian comedian, of terrorism for criticizing the Pope. As a presenter of a televised May Day rock concert, Rivera attacked the Pope's position on evolution. The Pope says he doesn't believe in evolution. I agree. In fact, the Church has never evolved. He also criticized the Church for refusing to give a Catholic funeral to Pier Giorgio Welby, a victim of muscular dystrophy who campaigned for euthanasia and died in December 2006 after a doctor agreed to unplug his respirator. I can't stand the fact that the Vatican refused a funeral for Welby, but that wasn't the case for Pinochet or Franco. Here is the Vatican's reaction: this, too, is terrorism. It's terrorism to launch attacks on the Church. It's terrorism to stoke blind and irrational rage against someone who always speaks in the name of love, love for life and love for man. It is the underlying equation of intellectual critique with physical terrorist attacks which brutally violates the West European Leitkultur, which insists on the universal sphere of the public use of reason, where one can criticize and problematize everything in the eyes of our shared Leitkultur. Rivera's statements are totally acceptable. Civility is crucial here. Multicultural freedom also functions only when it is sustained by the rules of civility, which are never abstract, but always embedded within a Leitkultur. Within our Leitkultur, it is not Rivera but L'Osservatore Romano which is terroristic with its dismissal of Rivera's simple and reasonable objections as expressions of blind and irrational rage. Freedom of speech functions when all parties follow the same unwritten rules of civility telling us what kind of attacks are improper, although they are not legally prohibited. Civility tells us which features of a specific ethnic or religious way of life are acceptable and which are not acceptable. If all sides do not share or respect the same civility, then multiculturalism turns into legally regulated mutual ignorance or hatred. One of the Lacanian names for this civility is the master signifier, the set of rules grounded only in themselves. It is so because it is so, because it is our custom, and it is this dimension of the master signifier which is more and more threatened in our societies. Gift and exchange. So what is a master signifier? Apropos school exams, Lacan pointed out a strange fact: there must be a minimal gap, delay, between the procedure of measuring my qualifications and the act of announcing the result, grades. In other words, even if I know that I provided perfect answers to the exam questions, there remains a minimum element of insecurity, of chance, till the results are announced. This gap is the gap between the constative and the performative, between measuring the results and taking note of them, registering them, in the full sense of the symbolic act. The whole mystique of bureaucracy at its most sublime hinges on this gap. You know the facts, but you can never be quite sure of how these facts will be registered by bureaucracy. The same holds for elections. In the electoral process, the moment of contingency, of hazard, of a lottery, is crucial. Fully rational elections would not be elections at all, but a transparent objectivized process. Traditional, pre-modern, societies resolved this problem by invoking a transcendental source which verified the result, conferring authority on it, God, King. Therein resides the problem of modernity. Modern societies perceive themselves as autonomous, self-regulated, that is, they can no longer rely on an external, transcendental, source of authority. But, nonetheless, the moment of hazard has to remain operative in the electoral process, which is why commentators like to dwell on the irrationality of votes. One never knows which way votes will swing in the last days before elections. In other words, democracy would not work if it were reduced to permanent opinion polling, fully mechanized and quantified, deprived of its performative character. As Claude Lefort pointed out, voting has to remain a sacrificial ritual, a ritualistic self-destruction and rebirth of society. Point 13. The reason is that this hazard itself should not be transparent, it should be minimally externalized/reified. The people's will is our equivalent of what the ancients perceived as the imponderable will of God or the hands of fate. What people cannot accept as their direct arbitrary choice, the result of a pure contingency, they can do if this hazard is referred to a minimum of the real. Hegel knew this long ago. This is the entire point of his defense of monarchy. And, last but not least, the same goes for love. There should be an element of the answer of the real in it. We were forever meant for each other. I cannot really accept that my falling in love hinges on a purely aleatory process. Point 14. It is only against this background that one can properly locate the function of the master. The master is the one who receives gifts in such a way that his acceptance of a gift is perceived by the subject who provided the gift as its own reward. As such, the master is thus correlative to the subject, caught in the double movement of what Freud called Vereinigung, renunciation, the gesture by means of which the subject gives what is most precious to him and, in exchange, is himself turned into an object of exchange, is correlative to the gesture of giving in the very act of receiving. The master's refusal of exchange is correlative to the redoubled, self-reflected, exchange on the side of the subject who exchanges, gives what is most precious to him, and is exchanged. The trick of capitalism, of course, is that this asymmetry is concealed in the ideological appearance of equivalent exchange. The double non-exchange is masked as free exchange. This is why, as was clear to Lacan, psychoanalysis not only as a theory, but above all as a specific intersubjective practice, as a unique form of social link, could have emerged only within capitalist society where intersubjective relations are mediated by money. Money paying the analyst is necessary in order to keep him out of circulation, to avoid getting him involved in the imbroglio of passions which generated the patient's pathology. This is why a psychoanalyst is not a master figure, but, rather, a kind of prostitute of the mind, having recourse to money for the same reason some prostitutes like to be paid, so that they can have sex without personal involvement. Maintaining their distance, here, we encounter the function of money at its purest. There are similarities between analytic treatment and the ritual of potlatch. Marcel Mauss, in his essay Sur le don, 15 first described the paradoxical logic of potlatch, of the reciprocal exchange of gifts. Gift and exchange are, of course, opposed in their immanent logic, a true gift is by definition an act of generosity, given without expecting something in return, while exchange is necessarily reciprocal. I give something, expecting something else in exchange. Potlatch is a short circuit, intersection, of the two sets, an exchange in the form of its opposite, of two acts of voluntary gift-giving, and the point is, of course, that such acts are not secondary with regard to exchange, but precede and ground it. The same holds for psychoanalytic treatment, in which the analyst is not paid for the work he does in a set of equivalent exchanges, so much for an interpretation of a dream, so much for the dissolution of a symptom, etc., with the ironic prospect of offering a special discount, buy 3 dream interpretations and get 1 for free. The moment the relationship starts to function like this, we are no longer in the analyst's discourse, social link. But neither is the analyst restoring the patient's mental health out of the goodness of his heart, for free. The analyst's acts have nothing to do with goodness, with helping a neighbor again. The moment the patient perceives the analyst as acting out of goodness, this can lead even to a psychotic crisis, and trigger a paranoid outburst. So, as in potlatch, the exchange between the analyst and the analysand is between two incommensurable excesses. The analyst is paid for nothing, as a gift, his price is always exorbitant. Typically, the patients oscillate between complaining that the price is too high and bouts of excessive gratitude, how can I ever repay you for what you did? And the patient gets some help, an improvement in his condition, as an unintended byproduct. As Lacan makes clear, the underlying problem here is how to determine the price of that which has no price. How, then, are we to resolve the enigma of potlatch? Mauss's solution is a mystical X which circulates in exchange. Claude Lévi-Strauss reduced the mystique to its rational core, reciprocity. Exchange as such. The meaning of reciprocal exchange of gifts is exchange itself as the enactment of social link. Point 16. There is, however, something missing in this Lévi-Straussian solution. 17. It was Pierre Bourdieu 18 who asked here the crucial Marxist question as to why, in Marx's words, political economy has indeed analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms. But it has never once asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. 19. If the secret core of potlatch is the reciprocity of exchange, why is this reciprocity not asserted directly? Why does it assume the mystified form of two consecutive acts, each of which is staged as a free voluntary display of generosity? Here we encounter the paradoxes of forced choice, of freedom to do what is necessary. At its most elementary, I have to do freely what I am expected to do. If, upon receiving a gift, I immediately return it to the giver, this direct circulation would amount to an extremely aggressive gesture of humiliation. It would signal that I refused the other's gift. Recall those embarrassing moments when elderly people forget and give us last year's present once again. However, Bourdieu's solution remains all too vulgar Marxist. He evokes hidden economic interests. It was Marshall Solins who proposed a different, more pertinent, solution. The reciprocity of exchange is in itself thoroughly ambiguous. At its most fundamental, it is destructive of the social bond. It is the logic of revenge, tit for tat. Point 20. To cover this aspect of exchange, to make it benevolent and pacific, one has to pretend that each person's gift is free and stands on its own. This brings us to potlatch as the pre-economy of the economy, its zero level, that is, exchange as the reciprocal relation of two non-productive expenditures. If the gift belongs to master and exchange to the servant, potlatch is the paradoxical exchange between masters. Potlatch is thus simultaneously the zero level of civility, the paradoxical point at which restrained civility and obscene consumption overlap, the point at which it is polite to behave impolitely. Ulysses' Realpolitik. The obscene underside that haunts the dignity of the master signifier from its very inception, or the secret alliance between the dignity of the law and its obscene transgression, was first clearly outlined by Shakespeare in Troilus and Cressida, his most uncanny play, effectively a postmodern work avant la lettre. In his influential Shakespearean tragedy, which set the coordinates of the traditional academic reading of Shakespeare. A.C. Bradley, the great English Hegelian, speaks of a certain limitation, a partial suppression of that element in Shakespeare's mind which unites him with the mystical poets and with the great musicians and philosophers. In one or two of his plays, notably in Troilus and Cressida, we are almost painfully conscious of this suppression. We feel an intense intellectual activity, but at the same time a certain coldness and hardness, as though some power in his soul, at once the highest and the sweetest, were for a time in abeyance. In other plays, notably in The Tempest, we are constantly aware of the presence of this power. 21. There is truth in this perception. It is as if, in Troilus, there is no place for the redemptive quality of metaphysical pathos and bliss which somehow cancels the horrible and ridiculous events that took place. The first difficulty is how to categorize Troilus. Although arguably the bleakest of Shakespeare's plays, it is often listed as a comedy correctly, since it lacks dignified tragic pathos. 22. In other words, if Troilus is a comedy, then it is for the same reason that all good films about the Holocaust also are comedies. It is a blasphemy to claim that the predicament of prisoners in a concentration camp was tragic. Their predicament was so terrifying that they were deprived of the very possibility of displaying tragic grandeur. Troilus plays the same structural role in Shakespeare's opus as cos fan tutte among Mozart's operas. Its despair is so thoroughgoing that the only way to overcome it is through the retreat into fairy tale magic. The Tempest and other late Shakespeare plays, Mozart's magic flute. Many of Shakespeare's plays retell an already well-known great story, of Julius Caesar, of English kings. What makes Troilus the exception is that, in retelling the well-known story, it shifts the accent to what were in the original minor and marginal characters. Troilus is not primarily about Achilles and Hector, Priam and Agamemnon. Its love couple is not Helen and Paris, but Cressida and Troilus. In this sense, Troilus can be said to prefigure one of the paradigmatic postmodern procedures, that of retelling a well-known classical story from the standpoint of a marginal character. Tom Stoppard's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead does it with Hamlet, while here, Shakespeare himself carries out the move. This displacement also undermines Shakespeare's standard procedure, from his royal chronicles, of supplementing the big royal scenes staged in a dignified way with scenes figuring common people who introduce a comic common-sense perspective. In the royal chronicles, these comic interludes strengthen the noble scenes through their contrast to them. In Troilus, everybody, even the noblest of warriors, is contaminated by the ridiculing perspective which makes us see them either as blind and stupidly pathetic or as involved in ruthless intrigues. The operator of this undoing of the tragic dimension, the single agent whose interventions systematically undermine tragic pathos, is Ulysses. This may sound surprising in view of Ulysses' first intervention, at the Greek War Council in Act I, where the Greek, or Grecian, as Shakespeare put it, in what now may be called bush mode, generals try to account for their failure to occupy and destroy Troy after 8 years of fighting. Ulysses intervenes from a traditional old values position, locating the true cause of the Greeks' failure in their neglect of the centralized hierarchical order where every individual is in his proper place. The specialty of rule hath been neglected. And look how many Grecian tents do stand hollow upon this plain, so many hollow factions. Oh, when degree is shaked, which is the ladder to all high designs, then enterprise is sick. How could communities, degrees in schools and brotherhoods in cities, peaceful commerce from dividable shores, the primogenity and due of birth, prerogative of age, crowns, scepters, laurels, but by degree stand in authentic place? Take but degree away, untune that string, and, hark, what discord follows. Each thing meets in mere repugnancy. The bounded waters should lift their bosoms higher than the shores, and make a sop of all this solid globe. Strength should be lord of imbecility, and the rude son should strike his father dead. Force should be right, or rather, right and wrong, between whose endless jar justice resides, should lose their names, and so should justice too. Then everything includes itself in power. 3. What, then, causes this disintegration which ends up in the democratic horror of everyone participating in power? Later in the play, when Ulysses wants to convince Achilles to rejoin the battle, he mobilizes the metaphor of time as the destructive force that gradually undermines the natural hierarchical order. In the course of time, your old heroic deeds will soon be forgotten, your glory will be eclipsed by the new heroes, so if you want to continue shining in your warrior glory, rejoin the battle. Time hath, my lord, a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great-sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Perseverance, dear my lord, keeps honor bright. To have done is to hang quite out of fashion, like a rusty mail, in monumental mockery. Oh, let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was. For beauty, wit, high birth, vigor of bone, desert in service, love, friendship, charity, are subjects all to envious and calumniating time. 3. Ulysses' strategy here is profoundly ambiguous. In a first approach, he merely restates his argumentation about the necessity of degrees, ordered social hierarchy, and portrays time as the corrosive force which undermines old true values, an arch-conservative motif. However, on a closer reading, it becomes clear that Ulysses gives to his argumentation a singular cynical twist. How are we to fight against time, to keep old values alive? Not by directly sticking to them, but by supplementing them with the obscene realpolitik of cruel manipulation, of cheating, of playing one hero against the other. It is only this dirty underside, this hidden disharmony, that can sustain harmony. Ulysses plays with Achilles' envy. He refers to emulation, the very attitudes that work to destabilize the hierarchical order, since they signal that one is not satisfied by one's subordinate place within the social body. Secret manipulation of envy, that is, the violation of the very rules and values Ulysses celebrates in his first speech, is needed to counteract the effects of time and sustain the hierarchical order of degrees. This would be Ulysses' version of Hamlet's famous "The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, / that ever I was born to set it right." The only way to set it right is to counteract the transgression of old order with its inherent transgression, with crime secretly committed to serve the order. The price we pay for this is that the order which thus survives is a mockery of itself, a blasphemous imitation of order. This is why ideology is not simply an operation of closure, drawing the line between what is included and what is excluded/prohibited, but the ongoing regulation of non-closure. In the case of marriage, ideology not only prohibits extramarital affairs, its crucial operation is to regulate such inevitable transgressions. Say, the proverbial Catholic priest's advice to a promiscuous husband: if you really have needs that your wife cannot satisfy, visit a prostitute discreetly, fornicate and then repent, as long as you do not divorce. In this way, an ideology always admits the failure of closure, and then goes on to regulate the permeability of the exchange with its outside. Today, however, in our postmodern world, this dialectic of the law and its inherent transgression is given an additional twist. Transgression is more and more directly enjoined by the law itself. The atonal world. Why does potlatch appear so mysterious or meaningless to us? The basic feature of our postmodern world is that it tries to dispense with the agency of the master signifier. The complexity of the world should be asserted unconditionally. Every master signifier meant to impose some order on it should be deconstructed, dispersed, disseminated. The modern apology for the complexity of the world is really nothing but a generalized desire for atonality. 23. Badiou's perspicuous example of such an atonal world is the politically correct vision of sexuality, as promoted by gender studies, with its obsessive rejection of binary logic. This world is a nuanced, ramified world of multiple sexual practices which tolerates no decision, no instance of the two, no evaluation, in the strong Nietzschean sense. This suspension of the master signifier leaves as the only agency of ideological interpellation the unamiable abyss of jouissance, the ultimate injunction that regulates our lives in postmodernity is enjoy. Realize your potential, enjoy in all manner of ways, from intense sexual pleasures through social success to spiritual self-fulfillment. However, far from liberating us from the pressure of guilt, such dispensing with the master signifier comes at a price, the price signaled by Lacan's qualification of the superego command: nothing forces anyone to enjoy except the superego. The superego is the imperative of jouissance, enjoy. 24. In short, the decline of the master signifier exposes the subject to all the traps and double talk of the superego, the very injunction to enjoy, in other words, the, often imperceptible, shift from the permission to enjoy to the injunction, obligation, to enjoy sabotages enjoyment, so that, paradoxically, the more one obeys the superego command, the more one feels guilty. This same ambiguity affects the very basis of a permissive and tolerant society. We see from day to day how this tolerance is nothing else than a fanaticism, since it tolerates only its own vacuity. 25. And, effectively, every decision, every determinate engagement, is potentially intolerant towards all others. In his Logiques des mondes, Badiou develops the notion of atonal worlds, monde atone, 26 worlds lacking a point. In Lacanese, the quilting point, point de capitan, the intervention of a master signifier that imposes a principle of ordering into the world, the point of a simple decision, yes or no, in which the confused multiplicity is violently reduced to a minimal difference. None other than John F. Kennedy provided a concise description of this point. The essence of ultimate decision remains impenetrable to the observer, often, indeed, to the decider himself. This gesture, which can never be fully grounded in reasons, is that of a master, or, as G.K. Chesterton put it in his inimitable manner, the purpose of an open mind, like having an open mouth, is to close it upon something solid. If the fight against a world proceeds by way of undermining its point, the feature that sutures it into a stable totality, how are we to proceed when, as is the case today, we dwell in an atonal world, a world of multiplicities lacking a determinate tonality? The answer is, one has to oppose it in such a way that one compels it to tonalize itself, to openly admit the secret tone that sustains its atonality. For example, when one confronts a world which presents itself as tolerant and pluralist, disseminated, with no center, one has to attack the underlying structuring principle which sustains this atonality, say, the secret qualifications of tolerance which excludes as intolerant certain critical questions, or the secret qualifications which exclude as a threat to freedom questions about the limits of the existing freedoms. The paradox, the sign of hidden complicity between today's religious fundamentalisms and the postmodern universe they reject so ferociously, is that fundamentalism also belongs to the atonal world, which is why a fundamentalist does not believe, he knows directly. To put it in another way, both liberal skeptical cynicism and fundamentalism thus share a basic underlying feature, the loss of the ability to believe in the proper sense of the term. For both of them, religious statements are quasi-empirical statements of direct knowledge. Fundamentalists accept them as such, while skeptical cynics mock them. What is unthinkable for them is the absurd act of a decision which establishes every authentic belief, a decision which cannot be grounded in the chain of reasons, in positive knowledge, the sincere hypocrisy of somebody like Anne Frank who, in the face of the terrifying depravity of the Nazis, in a true act of credo qua absurdum asserted her belief in the fundamental goodness of all humans. No wonder then that religious fundamentalists are among the most passionate digital hackers, and always prone to combine their religion with the latest findings of science. For them, religious statements and scientific statements belong to the same modality of positive knowledge. In this sense, the status of universal human rights is also that of a pure belief. They cannot be grounded in our knowledge of human nature, they are an axiom posited by our decision. The occurrence of the term science in the very name of some of the fundamentalist sects, Christian Science, Scientology, is not just an obscene joke, but signals this reduction of belief to positive knowledge. The case of the Turin shroud is here symptomal. Its authenticity would be awful for every true believer. The first thing to do then would be to analyze the DNA of the bloodstains and thus solve empirically the question of who Jesus' Father was. While a true fundamentalist would rejoice in this opportunity. We find the same phenomenon in some forms of contemporary Islam. Hundreds of books by scientists demonstrate how the latest scientific advances confirm the insights and injunctions of the Quran. The divine prohibition of incest is confirmed by recent genetic knowledge about the defective children born of incestuous copulation, and so on and so forth. Some even go so far as to claim that what the Quran offers as an article of faith to be accepted because of its divine origin is not finally demonstrated as scientific truth, thereby reducing the Quran itself to an inferior mythic version of what has acquired its appropriate formulation in contemporary science. 27. The same goes also for Buddhism, where many scientists vary the motif of the Tao of modern physics, that is, of how the contemporary scientific vision of reality is a desubstantialized flux of oscillating events finally confirmed the old Buddhist ontology. Point 281 is thus compelled to draw the paradoxical conclusion, in the opposition between traditional secular humanists and religious fundamentalists, it is the humanists who stand for belief, while fundamentalists stand for knowledge. In short, the true danger of fundamentalism does not reside in the fact that it poses a threat to secular scientific knowledge, but in the fact that it poses a threat to authentic belief itself. What we should bear in mind here is how the opposition of knowledge and faith echoes the one between the constative and the performative. Faith, or, rather, trust, is the basic ingredient of speech as the medium of social bond, of the subject's engaged participation in this bond, while science exemplarily in its formalization reduces language to neutral registration. Let us not forget that science has, for Lacan, the status of the knowledge in the real. The language of science is not the language of subjective engagement, but the language deprived of its performative dimension, desubjectivized language. The predominance of scientific discourse thus entails the retreat, the potential suspension, of the very symbolic function as the metaphor constitutive of human subjectivity. Paternal authority is irreducibly based on faith, on trust as to the identity of the Father. We have fathers, as symbolic functions, as the name of the Father, the paternal metaphor. Because we do not directly know who our Father is, we have to take him at his word and trust him. To put it pointedly, the moment I know with scientific certainty who my Father is, fatherhood ceases to be the function which grounds social symbolic trust. In the scientific universe, there is no need for such faith. Truth can be established through DNA analysis. The hegemony of the scientific discourse thus potentially suspends the entire network of symbolic tradition that sustains the subject's identifications. Politically, the shift is from power grounded in the traditional symbolic authority to biopolitics. The worldless character of capitalism is linked to this hegemonic role of scientific discourse in modernity, a feature clearly identified already by Hegel, who wrote that, for us moderns, art and religion no longer obey absolute respect. We can admire them, but we no longer kneel down in front of them. Our heart is not really with them today. Only science, conceptual knowledge, deserves this respect. Postmodernity as the end of grand narratives is one of the names for this predicament in which the multitude of local fictions thrives against the background of scientific discourse as the only remaining universality deprived of sense. Which is why the politics advocated by many a leftist today, that of countering the devastating world-dissolving effect of capitalist modernization by inventing new fictions, imagining new worlds, like the Porto Alegre slogan "Another world is possible," is inadequate or, at least, profoundly ambiguous. It all depends on how these fictions relate to the underlying real of capitalism. Do they just supplement it with the imaginary multitude, as the postmodern local narratives do, or do they disturb its functioning? In other words, the task is to produce a symbolic fiction, a truth, that intervenes into the real, that causes a change within it. Point 29. It is only psychoanalysis that can disclose the full contours of the shattering impact of modernity, in its two aspects, the hegemony of scientific discourse and capitalism, on the way our identity is performatively grounded in symbolic identifications, on the manner in which the symbolic order is counted on to provide the horizon that allows us to locate every experience in a meaningful totality. The necessary obverse of modernity is the crisis of meaning, the disintegration of the link identity even between truth and meaning. Since, in Europe, modernization was spread over centuries, we had the time to accommodate to this break, to soften its shattering impact, through Kulturarbeit, through the formation of new social narratives and myths, while some other societies, exemplarily the Muslim ones, were exposed to this impact directly, without a protective screen or temporal delay, so their symbolic universe was perturbed much more brutally. They lost their symbolic ground with no time left to establish a new symbolic balance. No wonder, then, that the only way for some of these societies to avoid total breakdown was to erect in panic the shield of fundamentalism, the psychotic, delirious, incestuous reassertion of religion as direct insight into the divine real, with all the terrifying consequences that such a reassertion entails, up to the return with a vengeance of the obscene superego divinity demanding sacrifices. The rise of the superego is another feature that postmodern permissiveness and the new fundamentalism share. What distinguishes them is the side of the enjoyment demanded, our own in permissiveness, God's own in fundamentalism. From all sides, right and left, complaints abound today about how, in our postmodern societies composed of hedonistic solipsists, social bonds are progressively disintegrating. We are increasingly reduced to social atoms, as exemplified by the lone individual hooked on the computer screen, preferring virtual exchanges to contacts with other flesh and blood persons, preferring cyber sex to bodily contact, and so forth. However, this very example renders visible what is wrong with the diagnosis on suspended social ties. In order for an individual to immerse herself in the virtual space, the big other has to be there, more powerful than ever in the guise of cyberspace itself, this directly universalized form of sociality which enables us to be connected with the entire world while sitting alone in front of a screen. It may seem that Lacan's Dasein there is no big other has today lost its subversive edge and turned into a globally acknowledged commonplace. Everybody seems to know that there is no big other in the sense of a substantial shared set of customs and values, that what Hegel called objective spirit, the social substance of mores, is disintegrating into particular worlds, or lifestyles, whose coordination is regulated by purely formal rules. This is why not only communitarians but even liberal leftists advocate the need to establish new ties of solidarity and other shared values. However, the example of cyberspace clearly demonstrates how the big other is present more than ever. Social atomism can only function when it is regulated by some, apparently, neutral mechanism. Digital solipsists need a very complex global machinery to be able to persevere in their splendid isolation. Was not Richard Rorty the paradigmatic philosopher of such an other without a privileged link to others? His big other is the set of neutral public rules which enable each of the individuals to tell her own story of dreams and suffering. These rules guarantee that the private space of personal idiosyncrasies, imperfections, violent fantasies, and so on, will not spill over into a direct domination of others. Recall one of the latest upshots of sexual liberation, the Masturbate-a-thon, a collective event in which hundreds of men and women pleasure themselves for charity, raising money for sexual and reproductive health agencies, and as the organizers put it, raising awareness and dispelling the shame and taboos that persist around this most commonplace, natural, and safe form of sexual activity. The ideological stance underlying the notion of the masturbathon is marked by a conflict between its form and content. It builds a collective out of individuals who are ready to share with others the solipsistic egotism of their stupid pleasure. This contradiction, however, is more apparent than real. Freud already knew about the connection between narcissism and immersion in a crowd, best rendered precisely by the Californian phrase sharing an experience. And what is crucial is the underlying symbolic pact which enables the assembled masturbators to share a space without intruding on each other's space. The more one wants to be an atomist, the more some figure of the big other is needed to regulate one's distance from others. Perhaps this accounts for the strange, but adequate, impression it is difficult to avoid when one encounters a true hedonist solipsist. In spite of her unconstrained indulgence in personal idiosyncrasies, she strikes us as weirdly impersonal. What she lacks is the very sense of the depth of a person. What, then, is missing in today's social bond, if it is not the big other? 30. The answer is clear: a small other which would embody, stand in for, the big other, a person who is not simply like the others, but who directly embodies authority. In our postmodern universe, every small other is finitized, perceived as fallible, imperfect, merely human, ridiculous, inadequate to give body to a big other, and, in this way, preserves the purity of the big other unblemished by its failings. When, in a decade or so, money will finally become a purely virtual point of reference, no longer materialized in a particular object, this dematerialization will render its fetishistic power absolute, its very invisibility will render it all-powerful and omnipresent. The task of radical politics is therefore not to denounce the inadequacy of every small other to stand in for the big other. Such a critique only reinforces the big other's hold over us, but to undermine the very big other and, in this way, to untie the social bond the big other sustains. Today, when everyone complains about dissolving social ties, and thereby obfuscating their hold over us, which is stronger than ever, the true job of untying them is still ahead of us, more urgent than ever. Lacan's standard notion of anxiety is that, as the only effect that does not lie, it bears witness to the proximity of the real, to the inexistence of the big other. Such anxiety has to be confronted by courage. It should lead to an act proper which, as it were, cuts into the real of a situation. There is, however, another mode of anxiety which predominates today, the anxiety caused by the claustrophobia of the atonal world which lacks any structuring point, the anxiety of the pathological narcissus frustrated by the fact that he is caught in the endless competitive mirroring of his fellow men, of the series of small others, none of which functions as the stand-in for the big other. 31. The root of this claustrophobia is that the lack of embodied stand-ins for the big other, instead of opening up the social space, depriving it of any master figures, renders the invisible big other, the mechanism that regulates the interaction of small others, all the more all-pervasive. Serbsky Institute, Malibu. With this shift towards the atonal world, the obscene solidarity between the law and its superego underside is supplanted by the hidden solidarity between tolerant permissiveness and religious fundamentalism. A recent scandal in Malibu not only displayed the obscene pact between the biopolitical therapeutic approach and the fundamentalist reaction to it, but also the catastrophic ethical price we have to pay for this pact. In good old Soviet times, the Serbsky Institute in Moscow was the psychiatric flagship for punitive political control. Its psychiatrists developed painful drug methods to make detainees talk and extract testimony for use in national security investigations. Underpinning the ability of psychiatrists to incarcerate people was an invented political mental disorder known as sluggish velotekushkaya schizophrenia. Psychiatrists described symptoms thus: a person might appear quite normal most of the time but would break out with a severe case of inflexibility of convictions, or nervous exhaustion brought on by his or her search for justice, or a tendency to litigation or reformist delusions. The treatment involved intravenous injections of psychotropic drugs that were so painfully administered that patients became unconscious. The overriding belief was that a person had to be insane to be opposed to communism. Is this psychiatric approach to politically problematic positions a thing of the past? Unfortunately, no. Not only is the Serbsky Institute today happily thriving in Putin's Russia, but, as a recent incident with Mel Gibson indicates, it will soon open a branch in Malibu. Here is Gibson's own description of what happened to him on Friday, July 28, 2006. I drove a car when I should not have, and was stopped by the LA County sheriffs. The arresting officer was just doing his job, and I feel fortunate that I was apprehended before I caused injury to any other person. I acted like a person completely out of control when I was arrested, and said things that I do not believe to be true and which are despicable. It is reported that Gibson said, "F Jews. The Jews are responsible for all the wars in the world, and asked a deputy, "Are you a Jew?" Gibson apologized, but his apology was rejected by the Anti-Defamation League. Here is what Abraham Foxman, director of the League, wrote. Mel Gibson's apology is unremorseful and insufficient. It's not a proper apology because it does not go to the essence of his bigotry and his anti-Semitism. His tirade finally reveals his true self and shows that his protestations during the debate over his film The Passion of the Christ, that he is such a tolerant, loving person, were a sham. Later, Gibson offered a more substantial apology, announcing through a spokesman that he would undergo rehabilitation for alcohol abuse. He added, "Hatred of any kind goes against my faith. I'm not just asking for forgiveness. I would like to take it one step further, and meet with leaders in the Jewish community, with whom I can have a one-on-one discussion to discern the appropriate path for healing." Gibson said he is in the process of understanding where those vicious words came from during that drunken display. This time, Foxman accepted his apology as sincere. 2 years ago, I was told by his publicist that he wants to meet with me and have an understanding. I'm still waiting. There is no course, there is no curriculum. We need in-depth conversation. It's therapy, and the most important step in any therapy is to admit that you have a problem, which is a step he's already taken. Why waste precious time on such a vulgar incident? For an observer of the ideological trends in the US, these events display a nightmarish dimension. The mutually reinforcing hypocrisy of the two sides, the anti-Semitic Christian fundamentalists and the Zionists, is breathtaking. Politically, the reconciliation between Gibson and Foxman signals an obscene pact between anti-Semitic Christian fundamentalists and aggressive Zionists, whose expression is the growing support of the fundamentalists for the State of Israel. Recall Pat Robertson's claim that Sharon's heart attack was divine retribution for the evacuation of Gaza. The Jewish people will pay dearly for such pacts with the devil. Can one imagine what a boost anti-Semitism will receive from Foxman's offer? So if I now say something critical about Jews, I will be forced to submit to psychiatric therapy. What underlies the final reconciliation is, obviously, an obscene quid pro quo. Foxman's reaction to Gibson's outburst was not excessively severe and demanding. On the contrary, it let Gibson all too easily off the hook. It accepted Gibson's refusal to take full personal responsibility for his words, his anti-Semitic remarks. They were not really his own, it was pathology, some unknown force that took over under the influence of alcohol. However, the answer to Gibson's question, "Where did those vicious words come from?" is ridiculously simple. They are part and parcel of his ideological identity, formed, as far as one can tell, to a large extent by his father. What sustained Gibson's remarks was not madness, but a well-known ideology, anti-Semitism. In our daily life, racism works as a spontaneous disposition lurking beneath the surface and waiting for a remainder of the day to which it can attach itself and color it in its own way. I recently read Man is Wolf to Man, Janusz Bardacka's, a Polish Jew, memoirs of his miraculous survival in Kolyma, the worst Stalinist camp, in the worst of times when conditions were especially desperate, during World War II. 32 In early 1945, as the result of an amnesty to celebrate the victory over Germany, he was freed but not yet able to leave the region. So, in order to pass the time and earn some money, he accepted a post in a hospital. There, on the advice of a colleague, a doctor, he organized a desperate method of providing the sick and starving prisoners with some vitamins and nutritious foodstuffs. The camp hospital had too large a stock of human blood for transfusions which it was planning to discard. Bardak reprocessed it, enriched it with vitamins from local herbs, and sold it back to the hospital. When the higher authorities learned about this, he was almost rearrested. They banned him from practicing what they designated as organized cannibalism. But he found a way out, replacing human blood with the blood of the deer killed by the Inuit living nearby, and soon developed a successful business. My immediate racist association was, of course, typical Jews. Even in the worst gulag, the moment they are given a minimum of freedom and space for maneuver, they start trading in human blood. The stakes are much higher when this obscene underside is institutionalized, as in the case of the Catholic priest's pedophilia, a phenomenon that is inscribed into the very functioning of the Church as a socio-symbolic institution. It is therefore not a matter of the private unconscious of individuals, but rather of the unconscious of the institution itself, not something that happens because the Church has to accommodate itself to the pathological realities of libidinal life in order to survive, but rather an inherent part of the way the institution reproduces itself. 33 This institutional unconscious has nothing to do with any kind of Jungian collective unconscious, a spiritual substance that encompasses individuals. Its status is thoroughly non-psychological, strictly discursive, correlative to the big other as the reified system of symbolic coordinates. It is the set of presuppositions and exclusions implied by the public discourse. Consequently, the response to the Church's reluctance to acknowledge its crimes should be that these are indeed crimes and that, if it does not fully participate in their investigation, the Church is an accomplice after the fact. Moreover, the Church as such, as an institution, must be made to recognize the ways it systematically creates the conditions for such crimes to take place. No wonder that, in contemporary Ireland, when small children have to go out alone, it is becoming standard for their mothers to supplement the traditional warning "don't talk to strangers," with a new and more specific one. And "don't talk to priests." Consequently, what Gibson needs is not therapy. It is not enough for him to simply admit that he has a problem so long as he fails to accept responsibility for his remarks, asking himself in what way his outburst is linked to his Catholicism and functions as its obscene underside. When Foxman offered to treat Gibson's outburst as a case of individual pathology which needs a therapeutic approach, he not only committed the same error as those who want to reduce cases of pedophilia to individual pathologies, much worse, he contributed to the revival of the Serbsky Institute's manner of dealing with problematic political and ideological attitudes as phenomena that call for psychiatric intervention. In the same way that the overriding belief underlying the Serbsky Institute's measures was that a person had to be insane to be against communism, so Foxman's offer implies that a person has to be insane to be anti-Semitic. This easy way out enables us to avoid the key issue, that, precisely, anti-Semitism in our Western societies was and is not an ideology displayed by the deranged, but an ingredient of spontaneous ideological attitudes of perfectly sane people, of our ideological sanity itself. This, then, is where we stand today, a sad choice between Gibson and Foxman, between the obscene bigotry of fundamentalist beliefs and the no less obscene disqualification of problematic beliefs as cases of mental illness that require therapy. Poland as a symptom. This hidden complicity between the postmodern atonal world and the fundamentalist reaction to it explodes when a society enters a crisis of its symbolic identity. A scandal ripped Poland apart in March 2007, the so-called Aleksy-gate, when a tape of a private conversation was made public. Joseph Aleksy, the former prime minister and one of the Democratic Left Alliance's, SLD, ex-communists, leading figures, was revealed to have made disparaging remarks about the SLD politicians, calling them a bunch of losers and swindlers, cynically boasting that the SLD had really introduced capitalism into Poland, and claiming that the SLD leaders cared nothing about Poland, but just about their own survival and wealth. The truly shocking feature of these tapes is a certain coincidence. Aleksy used exactly the same words as the rightist anti-communist opponents of the SLD who refused to admit its legitimacy, claiming that it was a party without a proper program, just a network of ex-nomenklatura swindlers looking after their own business interests. This harsh external characterization was now confirmed as the inner cynical self-designation of the SLD itself. A sure sign that the first task of the new left in post-communist states is to reject all links with the ex-communist left parties which, as a rule, are the parties of big capital. The counterpart to this scandal is the fact that Poland has the distinction of being the first Western country in which the anti-modernist backlash has won, effectively emerging as a hegemonic force, calls for the total ban on abortion, anti-communist lustration, the exclusion of Darwinism from primary and secondary education, up to the bizarre idea of abolishing the post of the President of the Republic and proclaiming Jesus Christ the eternal King of Poland, and so forth, are coming together into an all-encompassing proposal to enact a clear break and constitute a new Polish Republic unambiguously based on anti-modernist Christian values. Is, however, this backlash really so dangerous that the left should accept the liberal blackmail? The time has come for all of us to unite forces, thwart this threat and reassert liberal secular modernization? Something, incidentally, which cannot but recall the memory of social democratic evolutionists who claimed that, in not yet fully developed countries, the left should first support the bourgeois project of the modern democratic state, and only in the second phase should it move on to radical politics proper, to the overcoming of capitalism and bourgeois democracy. It is good to remember that Lenin was thoroughly opposed to the stagist approach, reinstituted in later Stalinism with its scholastic distinction between the lower and the higher stages of communism. The task of the left is, on the contrary, more than ever to subtract itself from the entire field of the opposition between liberal modernization and the anti-modernist backlash. 34 In spite of their zealous pursuit of a positive project of installing stable Christian values into social life, one should never forget that the anti-modernist fundamentalist backlash is a profoundly reactive phenomenon. In the Nietzschean sense at its core, there is not a positive politics, actively pursuing a new social project, but a politics of fear whose motivating force is defense against a perceived threat. Here, reduced to its most elementary contours, is the conservative view of our predicament, whose central feature is that secular progressive culture has swept away traditional beliefs. To replace this loss of spirituality, millions of Europeans have embraced the secular concept of relativism. According to this way of thinking, there is no absolute truth, no certain right and wrong. Everything is relative. What is wrong in my eyes might not be wrong in your eyes. By this logic, even heinous acts can be explained, so they should not. In fact, they cannot be condemned. In other words, no definite judgments about behavior should be made because there are always extenuating circumstances to justify not taking a stand. The wide acceptance of relativism has rendered Europe weak, confused, and chaotic. Socialist or quasi-socialist governments now provide the necessities of life to their citizens, allowing many Europeans to live entirely within themselves. When that happens to a person, it is hard to rally him or her to a greater cause. Thus, nothing is worth fighting for outside of one's immediate well-being. The only creed is a belief in personal gratification. 35. How are we to unite this opposition, of traditionalism versus secular relativism, with the other great ideological opposition on which the entire legitimacy of the West and its war on terror relies, the opposition between liberal democratic individual rights and religious fundamentalism embodied primarily in Islamofascism? Therein resides the symptomatic inconsistency of the U.S. neoconservatives, while, in domestic politics, they privilege the fight against liberal secularism, abortion, gay marriages, and so on. That is, their struggle is the so-called culture of life against the culture of death. In foreign affairs, they privilege the very opposite values of the liberal culture of death. One way to resolve this dilemma is the hardline Christian fundamentalist solution, articulated in the works of Tim LaHaye et consorts, to unambiguously subordinate the second opposition to the first one. The title of one of LaHaye's latest novels points in this direction, The Europa Conspiracy. In this account, the true enemy of the US is not Muslim terrorism, the latter is merely a puppet secretly manipulated by European secularists, who are the true forces of the Antichrist intent on weakening the US and establishing the New World Order under the domination of the United Nations. Opposed to this minority view is the predominant liberal democratic view, which sees the principal enemy in all kinds of fundamentalisms, and perceives US Christian fundamentalism as a deplorable homegrown version of Islamofascism. The reactive nature of religious fundamentalism is discernible in its hidden reflexive position. Let us take a look at this reflexivity at its artistic highest in the work of Andrei Tarkovsky. Tarkovsky himself, and not only the heroes of his late films, stands for the regained immediacy of authentic belief, as opposed to the Western intellectual's doubt and self-destructive distance. But what if the constellation is more complex? The ultimate figure of this direct belief is stalker, to quote Tarkovsky himself. I am often asked what this zone stands for. There is only one possible answer: the zone doesn't exist. Stalker himself invented his zone. He created it, so that he was able to bring there some very unhappy persons and impose on them the idea of hope. The Room of Desires is equally Stalker's creation, yet another provocation in the face of the material world. This provocation, formed in Stalker's mind, corresponds to an act of faith. 36. What, however, if we take the claim that Stalker invented the zone literally? What if Stalker, far from directly believing, manipulates, feigns belief, in order to fascinate the intellectuals he brings to the zone, arousing in them the prospect of belief? What if, far from being a direct believer, he assumes the role of a subject supposed to believe for the eyes of the decadent intellectual observers? What if the truly naive position is that of the intellectual spectator, of his fascination with Stalker's naive belief? And what if the same goes for Tarkovsky himself, who, far from being the authentic orthodox believer in contrast to Western skepticism, acts out this role in order to fascinate the Western intellectual public? 37. John Gray is therefore right to say that religious fundamentalists see themselves as having remedies for the maladies of the modern world. In reality, they are symptoms of the disease they pretend to cure. 38. To put it in Nietzsche's terms, they are the ultimate nihilists, since the very form of their activity, spectacular mediatic mobilization, and so forth, undermines their message. One of the first exponents of early literary modernism, Lautréamont, Isidore Ducasse, followed his provocative chants of Maldoror with poesies, a weird reassertion of traditional morality. At the very beginning of artistic modernity, he thus stages its final paradoxical reversal: when all sources of transgression are exhausted, the only way to break out of the suffocating weariness of the last men is to propose traditional attitudes themselves as the ultimate transgression. And the same goes for our popular culture. What will happen when we run out of new vices? How will satiety and idleness be staved off when designer sex, drugs, and violence no longer sell? At that point, we may be sure, morality will come back into fashion. We may not be far from a time when morality is marketed as a new brand of transgression. 39. One should be very precise here: this reversal is not the same as the one, described by Chesterton, in which morality itself appears as the greatest transgression, or law and order as the greatest, universalized, crime. Here, in contrast to Chesterton's model, the encompassing unity is not that of crime, but that of the law. It is not morality which is the greatest transgression, it is transgression which is the fundamental moral injunction of contemporary society. The true reversal should thus occur within this speculative identity of opposites, of morality and its transgression. All one has to do is to shift the encompassing unity of these two terms from morality to transgression. And, since this encompassing unity has to appear as its opposite, we thus have to accomplish a shift from a society in which the law rules in the guise of a permanent transgression to a society in which transgression rules in the guise of a new law. 40. Happy to torture? This elevation of transgression itself into a moral injunction has a precise name: happiness as the supreme duty. No wonder that, over the last decade, the study of happiness emerged as a scientific discipline of its own. There are now professors of happiness at universities, quality of life institutes attached to them, and numerous research papers. There is even the Journal of Happiness Studies. Ruud Veenhoven, its editor-in-chief, wrote, "We can now show which behaviors are risky as far as happiness goes, in the same way medical research has shown us what is bad for our health. We should eventually be able to show what kind of lifestyle suits what kind of person." 41. This new discipline has two branches. On the one hand, there is a more sociological approach, based on data gathered from hundreds of surveys measuring happiness across different cultures, professions, religions, social and economic groups. One cannot reproach these researches for cultural bias. They are well aware of how the notion of what constitutes happiness depends on the cultural context. It is only in individualistic Western countries that happiness is seen as a reflection of personal achievement. One also cannot deny that the data collected are often interesting. Happiness is not the same thing as satisfaction with one's life. Several nations that report low or average life satisfaction at the same time report high percentages of very happy people. The happiest nations, mostly Western and individualistic ones, tend to have the highest levels of suicide, and, of course, the key role of envy. What counts is not what you have so much as what others have. The middle classes are far less satisfied than the poor, for they take as their reference point the very wealthy, whose income and status they will be hard pushed to match. The poor, meanwhile, take as their reference point the middle earners, who are more within their reach. On the other hand, there is a more psychological, or, rather, brain sciences, approach, combining cognitivist scientific research with occasional incursions into New Age meditation wisdom, the exact measuring of brain processes that accompany feelings of happiness and satisfaction, etc. The combination of cognitive science and Buddhism, which is not new, its last great proponent was Francisco Varela, is here given an ethical twist. What is offered in the guise of scientific research is a new morality that one is tempted to call biomorality, the true counterpart to today's biopolitics. And indeed, was it not the Dalai Lama himself who wrote, "The purpose of life is to be happy"? 42. This is not true for psychoanalysis, one should add. In Kant's description, ethical duty functions like a foreign traumatic intruder that from the outside disturbs the subject's homeostatic balance, its unbearable pressure forcing the subject to act beyond the pleasure principle, ignoring the pursuit of pleasures. For Lacan, exactly the same description holds for desire, which is why enjoyment is not something that comes naturally to the subject, as a realization of her inner potential, but is the content of a traumatic superego injunction. 43. Consequently, if one sticks to the end, to the pleasure principle, it is difficult to abandon a radical conclusion. The artificial intelligence philosopher Thomas Metzinger considers artificial subjectivity possible, especially in the direction of hybrid biorobotics, and, consequently, an empirical, not philosophical issue. 44. He emphasizes its ethically problematic character. It is not at all clear if the biological form of consciousness, as so far brought about by evolution on our planet, is a desirable form of experience, an actual good in itself. 45. This problematic feature concerns conscious pain and suffering. Evolution has created an expanding ocean of suffering and confusion where there previously was none. As not only the simple number of individual conscious subjects but also the dimensionality of their phenomenal state spaces is continuously increasing, this ocean is also deepening. 46. And it is reasonable to expect that new artificially generated forms of awareness will create new deeper forms of suffering. One should be careful to note how this ethical thesis is not an idiosyncrasy of Metzinger as a private person, but is a consistent implication of his theoretical framework. The moment one endorses the full naturalization of human subjectivity, the avoidance of pain and suffering cannot but appear as the ultimate ethical point of reference. The only thing one should add to this is that, if one follows this line of reasoning to the end, drawing all the consequences from the fact that evolution has created an expanding ocean of suffering and confusion where there previously was none, then one should also renounce human subjectivity itself. We would have had much less suffering if we had remained animals. And, to push it yet further, if animals had remained plants, if plants had remained single cells, if cells had remained minerals. One of the great ironies of our predicament is that this same biomorality, focused on happiness and on preventing suffering, is today invoked as the underlying principle for the justification of torture. We should torture, impose pain and suffering in order to prevent more suffering. One is truly tempted to paraphrase De Quincey yet again: how many people began with committing a little act of torture, and ended up embracing as their cause the fight against pain and suffering. This definitely holds for Sam Harris, whose defense of torture in The End of Faith is based on the distinction between our immediate state of being impressed by the suffering of others and our abstract notion of others' suffering. It is much more difficult for us to torture a single person than to drop a bomb from a great distance, which would cause the more painful death of thousands. We are thus all caught in a kind of ethical illusion, parallel to perceptual illusions. The ultimate cause of these illusions is that, although our power of abstract reasoning has developed immensely, our emotional ethical responses remain conditioned by millennia-old instinctual reactions of sympathy to suffering and pain that is directly witnessed. This is why shooting someone point blank is, for most of us, much more repulsive than pressing a button that will kill 1,000 absent persons. Given what many of us believe about the exigencies of our war on terrorism, the practice of torture, in certain circumstances, would seem to be not only permissible but necessary. Still, it does not seem any more acceptable, in ethical terms, than it did before. The reasons for this are, I trust, every bit as neurological as those that give rise to the moon illusion. It may be time to take out our rulers and hold them up to the sky. 47. No wonder that Harris refers to Alan Dershowitz and his legitimization of torture. 48. In order to suspend this evolutionary conditioned vulnerability to the physical display of others' suffering, Harris imagines an ideal truth pill, an effective torture equivalent to decaffeinated coffee or Diet Coke. A drug that would deliver both the instruments of torture and the instrument of their utter concealment. The action of the pill would be to produce transitory paralysis and transitory misery of a kind that no human being would willingly submit to a second time. Imagine how we torturers would feel if, after giving this pill to captive terrorists, each lay down for what appeared to be an hour's nap only to arise and immediately confess everything he knows about the workings of his organization. Might we not be tempted to call it a truth pill in the end? 49. The very first lines, a drug that would deliver both the instruments of torture and the instrument of their utter concealment, introduces the typically postmodern logic of the chocolate laxative. The torture imagined here is like decaf coffee. We get the result without having to suffer unpleasant side effects. At the Serbsky Institute in Moscow, the already mentioned psychiatric outlet of the KGB, they did invent just such a drug with which to torture dissidents, an injection into the prisoner's heart zone which slowed down his heartbeat and caused terrifying anxiety. Viewed from the outside, the prisoner seemed just to be dozing, while in fact he was living a nightmare. There is, however, a much more disquieting prospect at work here. The proximity of the tortured subject, which causes sympathy and makes torture unacceptable, is not his mere physical proximity, but, at its most fundamental, the proximity of the neighbor, with all the Judeo-Christian Freudian weight of this term, the proximity of the thing which, no matter how far away it is physically, is always by definition too close. What Harris is aiming at with his imagined truth pill is nothing less than the abolition of the dimension of the neighbor. The tortured subject is no longer a neighbor, but an object whose pain is neutralized, reduced to a property that has to be dealt with in a rational utilitarian calculus. So much pain is tolerable if it prevents a much greater amount of pain. What disappears here is the abyss of the infinity that pertains to a subject. It is thus significant that the book which argues for torture is also a book entitled The End of Faith, not in the obvious sense of it is only our belief in God, the divine injunction to love your neighbor, that ultimately prevents us from torturing people, but in a much more radical sense. Another subject, and, ultimately, the subject as such, is for Lacan not something directly given, but a presupposition, something presumed, an object of belief. How can I ever be sure that what I see in front of me is another subject, not a biological machine lacking any depth? There is, however, a popular and seemingly convincing reply to those who worry about the recent U.S. practice of torturing suspected terrorist prisoners. It is, what's all the fuss about? The US are now only, openly admitting what not only they were doing all the time, but what all other states are and were doing all the time. If anything, we have less hypocrisy now. To this, one should retort with a simple counter-question: if the senior representatives of the US mean only this, why, then, Are they telling us this? Why don't they just silently go on doing it, as they did up until now? That is to say, what is proper to human speech is the irreducible gap between the enunciated content and its act of enunciation. You say this, but why are you telling me it openly now? Let us imagine a wife and husband who coexist with a tacit agreement that they can lead discreet extramarital affairs. If, all of a sudden, the husband openly tells his wife about an ongoing affair, she will have good reason to be in panic. If it is just an affair, why are you telling me this? It must be something more. 50. The act of publicly reporting on something is never neutral, it affects the reported content itself. And the same goes for the recent open admission of torture. In November 2005, Vice President Dick Cheney said that defeating terrorists meant that we also have to work sort of the dark side. A lot of what needs to be done here will have to be done quietly, without any discussion. Was he not talking like a reborn Kurtz? So when we hear people like Dick Cheney making their obscene statements about the necessity of torture, we should ask them, if you just want to torture secretly some suspected terrorists, then why are you saying it publicly? That is to say, the question to be raised is, what more is there hiding in this statement that made the speaker enunciate it? We could note, more than, a hint of what there is when, in the middle of March 2007, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's confession dominated the headlines of our media. Moral outrage at the extent of his crimes was mixed with doubts. Can his confession be trusted? What if he confessed even more than he did, either because of a vain desire to be remembered as the big terrorist mastermind, or because he was ready to confess anything in order to stop being subjected to waterboarding and other enhanced interrogation techniques? What attracted much less attention was the simple fact that, for the first time, torture was normalized, presented as something acceptable. The ethical and legal consequences of it are something to think about. With all the outcry about the horror of Mohammed's crimes, very little was heard about the fate our societies reserve for the hardest criminals to be judged and severely punished. It is as if, by the nature of his acts, and by the nature of the treatment to which he was submitted by the U.S. authorities, Mohammed is not entitled to the same treatment as even the most depraved murderer of children, namely to be tried and punished accordingly. It is as if not only the terrorists themselves, but also fight against them has to proceed in a gray zone of legality, using illegal means. We thus de facto have legal and illegal criminals, those who are to be treated with legal procedures, using lawyers etc., and those who are outside legality. Mohammed's legal trial and punishment are now rendered meaningless. No court which operates within the frames of our legal system can deal with illegal detentions, confessions obtained by torture, and so on. This fact says more than it intends. It puts Mohammed almost literally into the position of the living dead, occupying the place of what the Italian political philosopher Giorgio Agamben calls homo sacer, legally dead, deprived of a determinate legal status, while biologically still alive, and the U.S. authorities which treat them in this way are also of an in-between status which forms the counterpart to homo sacer, acting as a legal power. Their acts are no longer covered and constrained by the law, they operate in an empty space that is sustained by the law, and yet not regulated by the rule of law. So, back to the realistic counter-argument, the war on terror is dirty. One is put in situations where the lives of thousands depend on information we can get from our prisoners. Incidentally, the torturing of Mohammed was not a case of the ticking clock situation evoked by the advocates of torture as the reason for its legitimization. Mohammed's confession saved no lives. Against this kind of honesty, one should stick to the apparent hypocrisy. I can well imagine that, in a very specific situation, I would resort to torture. However, in such a case, it is crucial that I do not elevate this desperate choice into a universal principle. Following the unavoidable brutal urgency of the moment, I should simply do it. Only in this way, in the very impossibility of elevating what I had to do into a universal principle, do I retain the proper sense of the horror of what I did. In a way, those who, without outrightly advocating torture, accept it as a legitimate topic of debate, are in a way more dangerous than those who explicitly endorse it. Morality is never just a matter of individual conscience. It only thrives if it is sustained by what Hegel called the objective spirit, the set of unwritten rules which form the background of every individual's activity, telling us what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. For example, the sign of progress in our societies is that one does not need to argue against rape. It is dogmatically clear to everyone that rape is wrong, and we all feel that even arguing against it is too much. If someone were to advocate the legitimacy of rape, it would be a sad sign if one had to argue against him. He should simply appear ridiculous. And the same should hold for torture. This is why the greatest victims of publicly admitted torture are all of us, the public that is informed about it. We should all be aware that some precious part of our collective identity has been irretrievably lost. We are in the middle of a process of moral corruption. Those in power are literally trying to break a part of our ethical backbone, to dampen and undo what is arguably civilization's greatest achievement, the growth of our spontaneous moral sensitivity. Nowhere is this clearer than in a significant detail of Mohammed's confession. It was reported that the agents torturing him submitted themselves to waterboarding and were able to endure it for only 10 to 15 seconds before being ready to confess anything and everything, while Mohammed gained their grudging admiration by enduring it for 2.5 minutes, the longest time anyone could remember someone resisting. Are we aware that the last time such statements were part of public discourse was way back in the late Middle Ages, when torture was still a public spectacle, an honorable way to test a captured worthy enemy who gained the admiration of the crowd if he bore the pain with dignity? Do we really need this kind of primitive warrior ethics? Are we, then, aware of what is at the end of this road? When, in the 5th season of 24, it became clear that the mastermind behind the terrorist plot was none other than the President of the US himself, many of us were eagerly waiting to see if Jack Bauer would also apply to the President the most powerful man on earth, the leader of the free world, and other Kim Jong-il-esque titles that he possesses, his standard procedure for dealing with terrorists who do not want to divulge a secret that may save thousands of lives. Will he torture the President? Unfortunately, the authors did not risk this redeeming step. But our imagination can go even further, making a modest proposal in Jonathan Swift style. What if part of the procedure to test the candidates for the US presidency were also the public torture of the candidate? Say, a waterboarding of the candidates on the White House lawn, transmitted live to millions? Those qualified for the post of the leader of the free world would be those who could last longer than Mohammed's 2.5 minutes. 2. The family myth of ideology. Numerous treatises have been written about the perception of a historical real in the terms of a family narrative as a fundamental ideological operation, a story about the conflict of larger social forces, classes and so forth, is framed into the coordinates of a family drama. This ideology, of course, finds its clearest expression in Hollywood as the ultimate ideological machine. In a typical Hollywood product, everything, from the fate of the Knights of the Round Table through the October Revolution up to asteroids hitting the Earth, is transposed into an Oedipal narrative. A Deleuzian cannot resist the temptation of pointing out how the main theoretical justification of such familialization is psychoanalysis, which makes it the key ideological machine. Capitalist realism. Our first step should be to analyze this family narrative at its most elementary, kitsch, level. Exemplary here is Michael Crichton, today's successor of Arthur Haley, the first great author of capitalist realism, whose bestsellers, back in the 1960s Hotel, Airport, Cars, always focused on a particular side of production or complex organization, mixing a melodramatic plot with lengthy descriptions of the site's functions, in an unexpected echo of the Stalinist classics of the late 1920s and 1930s such as Gladkov Cement. Point 1. Crichton added to the genre a postmodern techno-thriller twist. In accordance with today's predominant politics of fear, he is the ultimate novelist of fear of the past, Jurassic Park, Eaters of the Dead, of the nanotechnological future, Prey, of Japan's economic strength, The Rising Sun, of sexual harassment, Disclosure, of robotic technology, Westworld, of the medical industry, Coma, of alien intrusions, Andromeda strain, of ecological catastrophes, State of Fear. State of Fear, his most recent book, brings an unexpected final addition to the series of shadowy forces which lurk among us, poised to wreak havoc. America's fiercest enemies are none other than the environmentalists themselves. Point 2. As many a critic has noted, Crichton's books are not really novels, they are more like unfinished drafts, prospectuses for screenplays. However, it is this very feature which makes his work interesting for an analysis of contemporary ideology. The very lack of stylistic qualities, the totally transparent mode of writing, allows the underlying ideological fantasies to be staged at their embarrassingly desublimated purest, in naked form, as it were. Exemplary here is Prey 3, in which a nanotechnological experiment in a laboratory in the Nevada desert goes horribly wrong. A cloud of nanoparticles, millions of microrobots escapes. The cloud, visible to observers as a black swarm, is self-sustaining, self-reproducing, intelligent, and it learns from experience, evolving hour by hour. Every effort to destroy it fails, for it has been programmed to become a predator. Humans are its prey. Only a handful of scientists trapped in the laboratory can halt the release of this mechanical plague on a defenseless world. As is always the case in such stories, this big plot, the catastrophe that threatens to ruin humanity itself, is combined with the secondary plot, a set of relations and tensions amongst the group of scientists, with the troubled role reversal married couple at its center. Jack, the novel's narrator, was the manager of a cutting-edge computer program division in a media technology company before he was made a scapegoat for someone else's corruption and fired. Now he is a house husband, while his wife, Julia, is the workaholic vice president of Zymos, the nanotechnology company which owns the Nevada Desert Laboratory where the catastrophe occurs. Erotic, manipulative, and cold, she is a new version of the corporate vixen from Disclosure. At the novel's start, Jack has to cope with their 3 children, discusses Pampers versus Huggies with another father in the supermarket, and tries to control his suspicions that his wife is having an affair. Far from providing a mere human interest subplot, this family plot is what the novel really turns on. The cloud of nanoparticles should be conceived of as a materialization of the family's tensions. The first thing that cannot but strike the eye of anyone who knows Lacan is how this swarm resembles what Lacan, in his Seminar 11, called lamella. It appears indestructible, in its infinite plasticity. It always reassembles itself, able to morph into a multitude of shapes. In it, pure evil animality overlaps with machine-like blind insistence. The lamella is an entity consisting of pure surface, without the density of a substance, an infinitely plastic object capable not just of incessantly changing its form, but even of transposing itself from one to another medium. Imagine something that is first heard as a shrill sound, and then pops up as a monstrously distorted body. A lamella is indivisible, indestructible, and immortal. More precisely, undead in the sense this term has in horror fiction, not sublime spiritual immortality, but the obscene immortality of the living dead which, after every annihilation, recompose themselves and clumsily carry on their activities. As Lacan puts it, the lamella does not exist, it insists, it is unreal, an entity of pure semblance, a multiplicity of appearances which seem to envelop a central void. Its status is purely phantasmatic. This blind indestructible insistence of the libido is what Freud called the death drive, and one should bear in mind that the death drive is, paradoxically, the Freudian name for its very opposite, for the way immortality appears within psychoanalysis, for an uncanny excess of life, for an undead urge which persists beyond the biological cycle of life and death, of generation and corruption. Freud equates the death drive with the so-called compulsion to repeat, an uncanny urge to repeat painful past experiences which seems to outgrow the natural limitations of the organism affected by it and to insist even beyond the organism's death. As such, the lamella is what is subtracted from the living being by virtue of the fact that it is subject to the cycle of sexed reproduction. 5. It precedes sexual difference. It multiplies and reproduces itself by means of asexual self-division. 6. In the novel's climactic scene, Jack holds Julia in his arms while she, unbeknownst to him, is already infected by the swarm and lives in symbiosis with the nanoparticles, receiving from them a superhuman life power. I held her hard. The skin of her face began to shiver, vibrating rapidly. And then her features seemed to grow, to swell as she screamed. I thought her eyes looked frightened. The swelling continued, and began to break up into rivulets, and streams. And then in a sudden rush Julia literally disintegrated before my eyes. The skin of her swollen face and body blew away from her in streams of particles, like sand blown off a sand dune. The particles curved away in the arc of the magnetic field toward the sides of the room. I felt her body growing lighter and lighter in my arms. Still the particles continued to flow away, with a kind of whooshing sound, to all corners of the room. And when it was finished, what was left behind what I still held in my arms was a pale and cadaverous form. Julia's eyes were sunk deep in her cheeks. Her mouth was thin and cracked, her skin translucent. Her hair was colorless, brittle. Her collarbones protruded from her bony neck. She looked like she was dying of cancer. Her mouth worked. I heard faint words, hardly more than breathing. I leaned in, turned my ear to her mouth to hear. "Jack," she whispered, "it's eating me." 468-9. This separation is then undone, the particles return to Julia and revitalize her. The particles on the walls were drifting free once more. Now they seemed to telescope back, returning to her face and body. And suddenly, in a whoosh, all the particles returned, and Julia was full and beautiful and strong as before, and she pushed me away from her with a contemptuous look. 471. In the final confrontation, we then get both Julia side by side, the glimmering Julia composed of the swarm and the exhausted real Julia. Julia came swirling up through the air toward me, spiraling like a corkscrew, and grabbed the ladder alongside me. Except she wasn't Julia, she was the swarm, and for a moment the swarm was disorganized enough that I could see right through her in places. I could see the swirling particles that composed her. I looked down and saw the real Julia, deathly pale, standing and looking up at me, her face a skull. By now the swarm alongside me become solid appearing, as I had seen it become solid before. It looked like Julia. 476. Here, we are not talking about science, not even problematic science, but one of the fundamental fantasy scenarii, or, more precisely, the scenario of the very disintegration of the link between fantasy and reality, so that we get the two of them, fantasy and reality, the Julia swarm and the real Julia, side by side, as in the wonderful scene from the beginning of Terry Gilliam's Brazil, where food is served in an expensive restaurant in such a way that we get on a plate itself a small patty. Like cake, which looks, and probably tastes, like excrement, while above the plate, hangs a color photo which shows us what we are really eating, namely a nicely cooked juicy steak. This, then, is how one should read Prey. All the pseudo-scientific speculations about nanotechnology are here a pretext to tell the story of a husband reduced to a domestic role, frustrated by his ambitious corporate vixen of a wife. No wonder that, at the novel's end, a normal couple is recreated. At Jack's side is May, the passive but understanding Chinese colleague scientist, silent and faithful, lacking Julia's aggressiveness and ambition. The production of the couple in Hollywood. A variant of the same motif, the impasse of paternal authority and its restoration, secretly runs through all key Steven Spielberg films: E.T., Empire of the Sun, Jurassic Park, Schindler's List. One should remember that the small boy to whom E.T. appears was abandoned by his father, as we learn in the very beginning, so that E.T. is ultimately a kind of vanishing mediator who provides a new father, the good scientist who, in the film's last shot, is already seen embracing the mother. When the new father arrives, E.T. can leave and go home. Empire of the Sun focuses on a boy deserted by his family in war-torn China and surviving through the help of an ersatz father, played by John Malkovich. In the very first scene of Jurassic Park, we see the paternal figure, played by Sam Neill, jokingly threatening the two kids with a dinosaur bone. This bone is clearly the tiny object stain which, later, explodes into gigantic dinosaurs, so that one can risk the hypothesis that, within the film's phantasmatic universe, the dinosaur's destructive fury merely materializes the rage of the paternal superego. A barely perceptible detail that occurs later, in the middle of the film, confirms this reading. Neil and the two children, pursued by the monsters, take refuge from the murderous carnivorous dinosaurs in a gigantic tree, where, dead tired, they fall asleep. On the tree, Neil loses the dinosaur bone that was stuck in his belt, and it is as if this accidental loss has a magical effect. Before they fall asleep, Neil is reconciled with the children, displaying warm affection and tenderness towards them. Significantly, the dinosaurs which approach the tree the next morning and awaken the sleeping party, turn out to be of the benevolent herbivorous kind. Schindler's List is, at the most basic level, a remake of Jurassic Park, and, if anything, worse than the original, with the Nazis as the dinosaur monsters, Schindler as, at the film's beginning, the cynical, profiteering, and opportunistic parental figure, and the ghetto Jews as threatened children. Their infantilization in the film is striking. The story the film tells is about Schindler's gradual rediscovery of his paternal duty towards the Jews, and his transformation into a caring and responsible father. And is The War of the Worlds not the latest installment of this saga? Tom Cruise plays a divorced working-class father who neglects his two children. The invasion of the aliens reawakens in him the proper paternal instincts, and he rediscovers himself as a caring father. No wonder that, in Last Scene, he finally gets the recognition from his son who, throughout the film, despised him. In the mode of 18th century stories, the film could thus also have been subtitled A Story of How a Working Father is Finally Reconciled with His Son. One can easily imagine the film without the bloodthirsty aliens, so that what remains is in a way what it is really about, the story of a divorced working-class father who strives to regain the respect of his two children. Therein resides the film's ideology, with regard to the two levels of the story, the Oedipal level of lost and regained paternal authority, the spectacular level of the conflict with the invading aliens. There is a clear dissymmetry, since the Oedipal level is what the story is really about, while the external spectacular is merely its metaphoric extension. There is a nice detail in the film's soundtrack which makes clear the predominance of this Oedipal dimension. The aliens' attacks are accompanied by a terrifying one-note low trombone sound weirdly resembling the low bass and trumpet sound of the Tibetan Buddhist chant, the voice of the suffering, dying evil father, in clear contrast to the beautiful five-tones melodic fragment that identifies the good aliens in Spielberg's Encounters of the Third Kind. No wonder, then, that the same key discloses the underlying motif of the greatest cinema hit of all times, James Cameron's Titanic. Is Titanic really a film about the catastrophe of a ship hitting an iceberg? One should be attentive to the precise moment of the disaster. It takes place when the two young lovers, Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet, immediately after consummating their amorous encounter in the sexual act, return to the ship's deck. This, however, is not all. If this were all, then the catastrophe would have been simply the punishment of fate for the double transgression, illegitimate sexual act, transgression of the class divisions. What is more crucial is that, on the deck, Kate passionately tells her lover that, when the ship reaches New York the next morning, she will leave with him, preferring a life of poverty with her true love to a false and corrupted existence among the rich. At this moment the ship hits the iceberg, in order to prevent what would undoubtedly have been the true disaster, namely the couple's life in New York. One can safely guess that the misery of everyday life would soon have destroyed their love. The accident thus occurs in order to save their love, in order to sustain the illusion that, had it not happened, they would have lived happily ever after. But this is not all. A further clue is provided by the final moments of DiCaprio. He is freezing to death in the cold water, while Winslet is safely floating on a large piece of wood. Aware that she is losing him, she cries, "I'll never let you go," all the while pushing him away with her hands. Why? Because he has served his purpose. For, beneath the love story, Titanic tells another tale, that of a spoiled high society girl in an identity crisis. She is confused, does not know what to do with herself, and, much more than her lover, DiCaprio is a kind of vanishing mediator whose function is to restore her sense of identity and purpose in life, her self-image, quite literally. Also, he sketches her image. Once his job is done, he can disappear. This is why his last words, before he disappears into the freezing North Atlantic, are not the words of a departing lover, but, rather, the last message of a preacher, telling her how to lead her life, to be honest and faithful to herself, and so on and so forth. What this means is that Cameron's superficial Hollywood Marxism, his all too obvious privileging of the lower classes and caricatural depiction of the cruel egotism and opportunism of the rich, should not deceive us. Beneath this sympathy for the poor, there is another narrative, the profoundly reactionary myth, first fully deployed by Kipling's Captains Courageous, of a young rich kid in crisis whose vitality is restored by a brief intimate contact with the full-blooded life of the poor. What lurks behind the compassion for the poor is their vampiric exploitation. The ridiculous climax of this Hollywood procedure of staging great historical events as the backdrop to the formation of a couple is Warren Beatty's Reds, in which Hollywood found a way to rehabilitate the October Revolution itself, arguably the most dramatic historical event of the 20th century. How, exactly, is the October Revolution depicted in the film? The couple of John Reed and Louise Bryant are in a deep emotional crisis. Their love is reignited when Louise watches John on a platform delivering an impassioned revolutionary speech. What then follows is their love-making, intersected with archetypal scenes from the Revolution, some of which reverberate in an all too patent manner with the love-making. Say, when John penetrates Louise, there is a cut to a street where a dark crowd of demonstrating people envelopes and stops a penetrating phallic tramway. All this against the background of the singing of the Internationale. When, at the orgasmic climax, Lenin himself appears, addressing a packed hall of delegates, he is more a wise teacher overseeing the couple's love initiation than a cold revolutionary leader. Even the October Revolution is acceptable, if it serves the reconstitution of a couple. To what extent, one might ask, is this Hollywood formula of the creation of the couple as the foreground of a great historical epic present also in other cultures? Let us take a look at the successors of the October Revolution itself. There are surprises awaiting us here. Point 7. Take Shirley's infamous The Fall of Berlin, 1948, the supreme case of the Stalinist war epic, the story of the Soviet victory over Hitler's Germany. The film begins in 1941, just prior to the German assault on the USSR. The hero, a Stakhanovite steel worker in love with a local teacher, but too shy to directly approach her, is awarded the Stalin Prize and received by Stalin in his dacha. In a scene which was cut after 1953 and then lost, after the official congratulations, Stalin notices a nervous uneasiness in the hero and asks him what is wrong. The hero tells Stalin about his love problems, and Stalin gives him advice: recite poetry to her, that's the way to win a girl's heart, and so on. Back home, the hero succeeds in seducing the girl, but at the very moment when he is carrying her in his arms into the grass, to make love, in all probability, the bombs from German planes start to fall. This is June 22, 1941. In the ensuing confusion, the girl is taken prisoner by the Germans and taken to a work camp near Berlin, while the hero joins the Red Army, fighting on the front lines to get his love back. At the film's end, when the jubilant crowd of camp prisoners liberated by the Red Army mingles with the Russian soldiers, a plane lands on a field nearby. Stalin himself steps out and walks towards the crowd, which greets him joyfully. At that very point, as if again mediated by Stalin's help, the couple are reunited. The girl notes the hero in the crowd. Before embracing him, she approaches Stalin and asks him if she can give him a kiss. Truly, they don't make them like that anymore. The Fall of Berlin is effectively the story of a couple reunited. World War II serves as the obstacle to be overcome so that the hero can reach his beloved. Like the dragon, the knight has to kill to win the princess imprisoned in the castle. The role of Stalin is that of a magician and matchmaker who wisely leads the couple to its reunion. The same interpretive key fits science fiction catastrophe films. In a recent example of the series of cosmic catastrophe films, Mimi Leder's Deep Impact, 1998, a gigantic comet threatens to hit the Earth and to extinguish all life for millennia. At the end of the film, the Earth is saved due to the heroic and suicidal action of a group of astronauts with atomic weapons. Only a small fragment of the comet falls into the ocean east of New York and causes a colossal wave, hundreds of yards high, that flushes the entire northeast coast of the USA, including New York and Washington. This comet thing also creates a couple, but an unexpected one, the incestuous couple of the young, obviously neurotic, sexually inactive TV reporter, T. Leone, and her promiscuous father, Maximilian Schell, who has divorced her mother and just married a young woman of the same age as his daughter. It is clear that the film is effectively a drama about this unresolved proto-incestuous father-daughter relationship. The threatening comet obviously gives body to the self-destructive rage of the heroine, who is single, and has an obvious dramatic fixation on her father. Flabbergasted by her father's remarriage, she is unable to come to terms with the fact that he has abandoned her for her peer. The president, played by Morgan Freeman, in a politically correct vein, who, in a broadcast to the nation, announces the looming catastrophe, acts as the ideal counterpoint to the obscene real father, as a caring paternal figure, without a noticeable wife, who, significantly, gives her a privileged role at the press conference, allowing her to ask the first questions. The link of the comet with the dark, obscene underside of paternal authority is made clear through the way the heroine gets in touch with the president. In her investigation, she discovers an impending financial scandal, large illegal government spending, connected with Elle. Her first idea, of course, is that the president himself is involved in a sex scandal, that Elle refers to his mistress. She then discovers the truth. E.L.E is a codename for the emergency measures to be taken when an accident that could lead to total extinction of life threatens the Earth, and the government was secretly spending funds building a gigantic underground shelter in which 1 million Americans would be able to survive the catastrophe. The approaching comet is thus clearly a metaphoric substitute for paternal infidelity, for the libidinal catastrophe of a daughter facing the fact that her obscene father has chosen another young woman over her. The entire machinery of the global disaster is thus set in motion so that the father's young wife will abandon him, and the father will return, not to his wife, the heroine's mother, but to his daughter. The culmination of the film is the scene in which the heroine rejoins her father who, alone in his luxurious seaside house, awaits the impending wave. She finds him walking along the shoreline. They make peace with each other and embrace, silently awaiting the wave. When the wave approaches and is already casting its large shadow over them, she draws herself closer to her father, gently crying "Daddy," as if to search for protection in him, reconstituting the childhood scene of a small girl sheltered by the father's loving embrace, and a second later they are both swept away by the gigantic wave. The heroine's helplessness and vulnerability in the scene should not deceive us. She is the evil spirit who, in the underlying libidinal machinery of the film's narrative, pulls the strings, and this scene of finding death in the protective father's embrace is the realization of her ultimate wish. Here we are at the opposite extreme to the Forbidden Planet. In both cases we are dealing with the incestuous relationship between father and daughter, yet while in Forbidden Planet the destructive monster materializes the father's incestuous death wish, in Deep Impact it materializes the daughter's incestuous death wish. The scene on the waterfront with the gigantic wave sweeping away the embraced daughter and father is to be read against the background of the standard Hollywood motif, rendered famous in Fred Zinnemann's From Here to Eternity, of the couple making love on the beach, caressed by waves. Burt Lancaster and Deborah Kerr here. The couple is truly an incestuous one, so the wave is enormous and destructive, not the soothing ebb and flow of small beach wavelets. Interestingly enough, the other big 1998 blockbuster variation on the theme of a gigantic comet threatening Earth, Armageddon, also focuses on the incestuous father-daughter relationship. Here, however, it is the father, Bruce Willis, who is excessively attached to his daughter. The comet's destructive force gives body to his fury at her love affairs with other men of her own age. Significantly, the denouement is also more positive, not self-destructive. The father sacrifices himself in order to save Earth, that is, effectively at the level of the underlying libidinal economy, erasing himself in order to bless the marriage of his daughter to her young lover. And out. Rather surprisingly, one often finds a version of the same family myth underlying even the off-Hollywood art films. Let us begin with Florian Henkel von Donnersmarck's Das Leben der anderen, The Lives of Others, 2006, often favorably compared with Ulrich Becker's Goodbye Lenin. The claim is that it provides the necessary corrective to Goodbye Lenin with its sentimental nostalgia, by providing an insight into the manner in which Stasi terror penetrated every pore of private lives. Is, however, this really the case? Upon a closer look, an almost inverted image appears, as is the case with many depictions of the harshness of the communist regimes. The Lives of Others misses the true horror of the situation in its very attempt to portray it. How? First, the trigger for the events in the film is the corrupted Minister of Culture who wants to get rid of the top GDR playwright George Draiman, so that he will be able to pursue unimpeded his affair with Draiman's partner, the actress Christa Maria. In this way, the horror inscribed into the very formal structure of the system is relegated to an effect of a personal whim. The point lost is that, even without the minister's personal corruption, with only dedicated and devoted bureaucrats, the system would be no less terrifying. The writer from whom the minister wants to take the woman is idealized in the opposite manner. If he is such a good writer, both honest and sincerely dedicated to the communist system, personally close to the top regime figures, we learn that Margot Honecker, the party leader's wife, gave him a book by Solzhenitsyn which is strictly prohibited for ordinary people. How is it that he did not come into conflict with the regime much earlier? How is it that he was not considered at least a little bit problematic by the regime, with his excesses nonetheless tolerated because of his international fame, as was the case with all famous GDR authors from Bertolt Brecht to Heiner Müller and Christa Wolf? One cannot but recall here a witty formula regarding life under a harsh communist regime, of three features: personal honesty, sincere support for the regime, intelligence. It was possible to combine only two, never all three. If one was honest and supportive, one was not very bright. If one was bright and supportive, one was not honest. If one was honest and bright, one was not supportive. The problem with Draiman is that he does actually combine all three features. Second, during a reception at the start of the film, a dissident directly and aggressively confronts the minister, without consequences if such a thing was possible. Was the regime really so terrible? Last, it is Christa Maria who breaks down and betrays the husband, which later leads to her suicidal flight from the apartment, crushed under the wheels of a truck. Whereas in the overwhelming majority of real cases of married couples, when a spouse betrayed his partner and spied on her, it was the men who became informell Mitarbeiter, informal collaborators, of the Stasi. Point 8. The most extraordinary Cold War love story was the one between Vera Lengsfeld and Knud Wallenberger, who, in the now defunct German Democratic Republic, got married and had 2 children together. After the fall of the wall, when Vera, a GDR dissident, gained access to her Stasi file, she learned that Knud, a Stasi informer codenamed Donald, had married and lived with her on the orders of his masters, so that he was able to report on her activities. Upon learning this, she immediately divorced him and they have not spoken since. Afterwards, Knud sent her a letter explaining that he wanted to shield her and that his betrayal was, in fact, an act of love. Now that he is dying of a galloping form of Parkinson's, Vera has announced that she has forgiven him. No wonder Hollywood is considering making a film with Meryl Streep as Vera. 9 Betrayal as an act of love. The formula had already been proposed by John L. Kerr in his masterpiece, A Perfect Spy. The only way to account for the shift in the lives of others is to evoke a weird undercurrent of the story, in a blatant contradiction to the known facts. Is the reason for this odd distortion of reality not the secret homosexual undercurrent in the film? It is clear that, in the course of his spying on the couple, Gerd Wieselr becomes libidinally attracted to Draymond, effectively obsessed by him. It is this affection that gradually pushes him to help Draymond. After Die Wende, Draymond discovers what had gone on by gaining access to his files, following which he reciprocates in amorous terms, including tailing Wieselr, who now works as a postman. The situation is thus effectively reversed, the observed victim is now the observer. In the film's last scene, Wieselr goes to a bookstore, the legendary Karl Marx Buchhandlung on the Stalinallee, of course, buys the writer's new novel, Sonata for an Honest Man, and discovers that it is dedicated to him, designated by his Stasi codename. Thus, to indulge in a somewhat cruel irony, the finale of The Lives of Others recalls the famous ending of Casablanca, the proverbial beginning of a beautiful friendship between Draymond and Wieselr, with the intrusive female obstacle conveniently disposed of, a true Christological gesture of sacrifice. No wonder her name is Christa Maria. In contrast to this idyll, the very appearance of light-hearted nostalgic comedy in Goodbye Lenin is a facade which covers a much harsher underlying reality, signaled at the very beginning by the brutal intrusion of the Stasi into the family home after the husband escapes to the West. The lesson is thus much more desperate than that of The Lives of Others. No heroic resistance to the GDR regime was ultimately sustainable. The only way to survive was to escape into madness, to disconnect from reality. This, of course, in no way implies that Goodbye Lenin is without faults of its own. A comparison with another recent political thriller can be of some help here, John Malkovich's Dancer Upstairs. In both films, violence is framed by love, the love of a son for his mother, Goodbye Lenin, the love of a man for a woman, Dancer. In both cases, the function of love is stricto sensu ideological. It mystifies and thereby domesticates, renders tolerable, the confrontation with the real of brutal, traumatic violence, the violence of the GDR regime, as well as of its collapse and the Western takeover, the violence of Sendero Luminoso's ruthless revolutionary terror. While both Lenin and Dancer confront a recent radical political past, significantly, one was a big hit and the other a box office failure. Goodbye Lenin tells the story of a son whose mother, an honest GDR believer, has a heart attack on the confused night of the demonstrations which accompanied the 40-year anniversary celebrations in 1991. She survives, but the doctor warns the son that any traumatic experience could cause the mother's death. With the help of a friend, the son thus stages for the mother, who is restricted to her apartment, the smooth continuation of the GDR. Every evening, they play on the TV video recorded fake GDR news, and so on. Towards the film's end, the hero says that the game has gone too far. The fiction staged for the dying mother has become an alternative GDR, reinvented as it should have been. Therein resides the key political question, beyond the rather boring topic of nostalgia, which is not a real longing for the GDR, but the enactment of a real parting from it, the acquiring of a distance. Detraumatization. Was this dream of an alternative GDR inherent in the GDR itself? When, in the final fictional TV report, the new GDR leader, the first GDR astronaut, decides to open the borders, allowing the West German citizens to escape consumer terrorism, racism, and the hopeless struggle to survive, it is clear that the need for such a utopian escape is real. To put it quite brutally, while nostalgia is widely practiced in today's Germany without causing ethical problems, one, for the time being, at least, cannot imagine publicly practicing a Nazi nostalgia Goodbye Hitler instead of Goodbye Lenin. Does this not bear witness to the fact that we are still aware of the emancipatory potential, distorted and thwarted as it was, in communism but which was completely missing in fascism? The quasi-metaphysical epiphany towards the film's end, when the mother, on her first walk outside the apartment, finds herself face to face with a statue of Lenin being transported by helicopter, whose outstretched hand seems to address/interpellate her directly, is thus to be taken more seriously than it may first appear. The weak point of the film is that, like Roberto Benigni's Life is Beautiful, it sustains an ethics of protecting one's illusions. It manipulates the threat of a second heart attack as the means to blackmail us into accepting the need to protect one's fantasy as the highest ethical duty. Does the film here not endorse unexpectedly Leo Strauss's thesis on the need for a noble lie? But is it really that the emancipatory potential of communism is only a noble lie to be staged and sustained for naive believers, a lie which actually only masks the ruthless violence of communist rule? The mother is the subject supposed to believe here; through her, others sustain their belief. The irony is that it is usually the mother who is supposed to be the caregiver, protecting her children from cruel reality. Is the mother in Goodbye Lenin not the one who makes the law on behalf of the absent father here? So since, for Lacan, therein resides the genesis of male homosexuality, the true question is, why is the hero not gay, as he should have been? In contrast to Goodbye Lenin, Dancer Upstairs sees no redemptive potential in the figure of evil with which it is strangely fascinated. It should rather be read as yet another version of Conrad's voyage into the heart of darkness, epitomized here by the excessive cruelty and ruthlessness of the Sendero Luminoso movement which, so we are told, showed no interest in conquering public opinion with ideological programs, but simply waged its murderous campaign. Regis, the honest liberal police investigator and the film's hero, is split between the corruption of those in power and the absolute evil of the revolution. This split is the one between form and content. Regis supports the form of the existing democratic order. Although critical of its present content, the corrupt rapist president, and so on, he rejects the revolutionary transgression of the form, the leap of faith into the inhuman dimension. However, the enigma that the film addresses is double. It is not primarily the enigma of the radical evil of Sendero Luminoso terror, but the enigma of Regis's love object. How is it possible for a cultivated and beautiful middle-class ballet dancer to be a fanatical member of Sendero Luminoso? Why does Yolanda totally reject Regis at the end? How to account for the gap that separates this sensitive and beautiful woman from the fanatical and merciless revolutionary that explodes at the end? Therein resides what one is tempted to call the constitutive stupidity of the film, and of the novel on which it is based, publicized as an attempt to understand the Sendero Luminoso phenomenon. It is precisely a defense against such an understanding, an attempt to perpetuate the enigma it confronts. No wonder that, ultimately, Dancer Upstairs, which prides itself on being anti-Hollywood, relies on the basic Hollywood formula of the production of the couple. The real Hollywood left. If even the marginal non-Hollywood productions remain determined by the family motif, where, then, are we to find true exceptions to its rule? In March 2005, the Vatican itself made a highly publicized statement, condemning in the strongest terms Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code as a book based on lies and which spread false teachings, for example, that Jesus had married Mary Magdalene and that they had descendants. The true identity of the Grail is Mary Magdalene's vagina, especially regretting the book's popularity among the younger generation searching for spiritual guidance. The absurdity of this Vatican intervention, sustained by a barely concealed longing for the good old days when the infamous index of prohibited books was still operative, should not blind us to the fact that, while the form is wrong, one almost suspects a conspiracy between the Vatican and the publisher to give a new boost to the sales of the book. The content is basically right. The Da Vinci Code does in fact propose a New Age reinterpretation of Christianity in terms of the balance of the masculine and feminine principles. That is, the basic idea of the novel is the reinscription of Christianity into a pagan sexualized ontology. The feminine principle is sacred. Perfection resides in the harmonious coupling of the male and female principles. The paradox to be accepted here is that, in this case, every feminist should support the Church. It is only through the monotheistic suspension of the feminine signifier, of the polarity of the masculine and feminine opposites, that the space emerges for what we broadly refer to as feminism proper, for the rise of feminine subjectivity. The femininity asserted in the affirmation of the cosmic feminine principle is, on the contrary, always a subordinated, passive, receptive pole, opposed to the active masculine principle. This is why thrillers like The Da Vinci Code are one of the key indicators of contemporary ideological shifts. The hero is in search of an old manuscript which will reveal some shattering secret which threatens to undermine the very foundations of institutionalized Christianity. the criminal edge is provided by the desperate and ruthless attempts of the Church, or some hardline faction within it, to suppress this document. This secret focuses on the repressed feminine dimension of the divine. Christ was married to Mary Magdalene, the Grail is actually the female body. Is this revelation really such a surprise? Is the idea that Jesus had sex with Mary Magdalene not rather a kind of obscene open secret of Christianity, a Christian secret de Polichinelle? The true surprise would have been to go a step further and claim that Mary had really been a transvestite, so that Jesus' lover had been a beautiful ephebe. The interest of the novel, and, against the suspiciously hasty dismissal of the film, one should say that this holds even more for the film, resides in a feature which, surprisingly, echoes the X-Files, where the fact that so many things happen out there where the truth is supposed to dwell, aliens invading Earth and so on, fills in the void, that is, the much closer truth that nothing, no sexual relation, is going on between the two agents, Mulder and Scully. In the Da Vinci Code, the sexual life of Christ and Mary Magdalene is the excess which inverts, covers up, the fact that the sexual life of Sophie, the heroine, Christ's last descendant, is non-existent. She is like a contemporary Mary, virginal, pure, asexual. There is no hint of sex between her and Robert Langdon. Her trauma is that she witnessed the primordial phantasmatic scene of parental copulation, this excess of jouissance which totally neutralized her sexually. It is as if, in a kind of temporal loop, she was present at the act of her own conception, so that, for her, all sex is incestuous and thus prohibited. Here enters Robert who, far from being her lover, acts as her wild analyst whose task is to construct a narrative frame, a myth, which will enable her to break out of this phantasmatic captivity, not by way of regaining normal heterosexuality, but by way of accepting her asexuality and normalizing it as part of the new mythic narrative. In this sense, the Da Vinci Code belongs in the series we are analyzing. It is not really a film about religion, about the repressed secret of Christianity, but a film about a frigid and traumatized young woman who is redeemed, freed from her trauma, provided with a mythical framework that enables her to fully accept her asexuality. The mythical character of this solution emerges clearly if we contrast Robert as its proponent to Sir Lee, the counterpoint to Opus Dei in the film and novel. He wants to disclose the secret of Mary and thus save humanity from the oppression of official Christianity. The film rejects this radical move and opts for a fictional compromise solution. What is important are not facts, the DNA that would prove the genealogical link between her and Mary and Christ, but what she, Sophie, believes. The movie opts for symbolic fiction against genealogical facts. The myth of being Christ's descendant creates for Sophie a new symbolic identity. At the end, she emerges as the leader of a community. It is at this level of what goes on in terrestrial life that the Da Vinci Code remains Christian. In the person of Sophie, it enacts the passage from sexual love to desexualized agape as political love, love that serves as the bond of a collective. There is nothing pre-Freudian in this solution. It can only appear pre-Freudian if one accepts the crude normative heterosexual version of psychoanalysis, according to which, for a woman, everything but normal heterosexual desire is pathological. For a true Freudian, on the contrary, there is no sexual relationship, no standard of normality, but only an inevitable deadlock, and the asexual position of withdrawing from the commerce between the sexes is as good a symptom, a symptomal knot which holds a subject together, to deal with this deadlock as any other position. Point 10. In spite of this interesting displacement of the standard Hollywood formula, it would be, of course, ridiculous to claim that the Da Vinci Code belongs to the Hollywood left. One has to look for the real Hollywood left elsewhere, but where? Zack Snyder's 300, the saga of the 300 Spartan soldiers who sacrificed themselves at Thermopylae to halt the invasion of Xerxes' Persian army, was attacked as the worst kind of patriotic militarism, with clear allusions to the recent tensions with Iran and events in Iraq. Are, however, things really so clear? The film should, rather, be thoroughly defended against these accusations. There are 2 points to be made. The first concerns the story itself. It is the story of a small and poor country, Greece, invaded by the army of a much larger state, Persia, at that point much more developed, and with advanced military technology. Are the Persian elephants, giants, and large fire arrows not the ancient version of high-tech weaponry? When the last surviving group of Spartans and their king, Leonidas, are killed by the thousands of arrows, are they not in a way bombed to death by techno-soldiers operating sophisticated weapons from a safe distance, like today's US soldiers who at the push of a button launch rockets from the warships miles away in the Persian Gulf? Furthermore, Xerxes' words when he attempts to convince Leonidas to accept Persian domination, definitely do not sound like those of a fanatical Muslim fundamentalist. He tries to seduce Leonidas into subjection by promising him peace and sensual pleasures if he rejoins the Persian global empire. All he asks from him is the formal gesture of kneeling in acknowledgement of Persian supremacy. If the Spartans do this, they will be given supreme authority over all Greece. Is this not similar to what President Reagan demanded from the Nicaraguan Sandinista government? All they had to do was say "Hey uncle," to the US. And is Xerxes' court not depicted as a kind of multiculturalist different lifestyles paradise? Everyone participates in orgies there, different races, lesbians and gays, the handicapped, and so forth. Are, then, the Spartans, with their discipline and spirit of sacrifice, not much closer to something like the Taliban defending Afghanistan against the US occupation, or an elite unit of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard ready to sacrifice itself in the case of an American invasion? Perspicuous historians have already noted this parallel. This is from the blurb of Tom Holland's Persian Fire. In the 5th century BC, a global superpower was determined to bring truth and order to what it regarded as two terrorist states. The superpower was Persia, incomparably rich in ambition, gold, and men. The terrorist states were Athens and Sparta, eccentric cities in a poor and mountainous backwater, Greece. 11. Western racist investment in the Battle of Thermopylae is evident. It was widely read as the first and decisive victory of the Free West against the despotic East. No wonder Hitler and Göring compared the German defeat at Stalingrad in 1943 to Leonidas's heroic death at Thermopylae. However, it is for this very reason that one should invert the perspective. Western cultural racists like to claim that, had the Persians succeeded in subduing Greece, there would today be minarets all over Europe. This stupid claim is doubly wrong. Not only would there be no Islam in the case of the defeat of the Greeks, since there would have been no ancient Greek thought and no Christianity, two historical presuppositions of Islam. Even more important is the fact that there are minarets in many European cities today, and the kind of multicultural tolerance which made this possible was precisely the result of the Greek victory over the Persians. The main Greek arm against Xerxes' overwhelming military supremacy was discipline and the spirit of sacrifice, and, to quote Alain Badiou, "We need a popular discipline. I would even say that those who have nothing have only their discipline. The poor, those with no financial or military means, those with no power, all they have is their discipline, their capacity to act together. This discipline is already a form of organization." 12. In today's era of hedonist permissivity which serves as the dominant ideology, the time has come for the left to appropriate discipline and the spirit of sacrifice. There is nothing inherently fascist about these values. But even this fundamentalist identity of the Spartans is more ambiguous. A programmatic statement towards the end of the film defines the Greeks' agenda as against the reign of mystique and tyranny, towards the bright future, further specified as the rule of freedom and reason, which sounds like an elementary Enlightenment program, with even a communist twist. Recall also that, at the film's beginning, Leonidas outrightly rejects the message of the corrupt oracles according to whom the gods forbid the military expedition to stop the Persians. As we learn later, the oracles who were allegedly receiving the divine message in an ecstatic trance had in fact been paid by the Persians, like the Tibetan oracle who, in 1959, delivered the message to the Dalai Lama to leave Tibet and who was, as we now know, on the payroll of the CIA. But what about the apparent absurdity of the idea of dignity, freedom, and reason, sustained by extreme military discipline, including of the practice of discarding weak children? This absurdity is simply the price of freedom. Freedom is not free, as they put it in the film. Freedom is not something given, it is regained through a hard struggle in which one should be ready to risk everything. Spartan ruthless military discipline is not simply the external opposite of Athenian liberal democracy, it is its inherent condition, it lays the foundation for it. The free subject of reason can only emerge through ruthless self-discipline. True freedom is not a freedom of choice made from a safe distance, like choosing between a strawberry cake and a chocolate cake. True freedom overlaps with necessity. One makes a truly free choice when one's choice puts at stake one's very existence. One does it because one simply cannot do otherwise. When one's country is under foreign occupation and one is called by a resistance leader to join the fight against the occupiers, the reason given is not "you are free to choose," but "can't you see that this is the only thing you can do if you want to retain your dignity?" No wonder that all the 18th century egalitarian radicals, from Rousseau to the Jacobins, imagined Republican France as the new Sparta. There is an emancipatory core in the Spartan spirit of military discipline which survives even when we subtract all the historical paraphernalia of Spartan class rule, ruthless exploitation of and terror over their slaves, and so forth. No wonder too that Trotsky himself called the Soviet Union in the difficult years of war communism a proletarian Sparta. Even more important is, perhaps, the film's formal aspect. The entire film was shot in a warehouse in Montreal, with the entire background and many of the people and objects digitally constructed. The artificial character of the background seems to infect the real actors themselves, who often appear like characters from comics brought to life. The film is based on Frank Miller's graphic novel 300. Furthermore, the artificial, digital, nature of the background creates a claustrophobic atmosphere, as if the story is not taking place in real reality with its endless open horizons, but in a closed world, a kind of relief world of closed space. Aesthetically, we are here steps ahead of the Star Wars and Lord of the Rings series, although, in these series also, many background objects and persons are digitally created. The impression is nonetheless one of real and digital actors and objects, elephants, Yoda, Urks, palaces, etc., placed in a real open world. In 300, on the contrary, all the main characters are real actors placed against an artificial background, a combination which produces a much more uncanny closed world of a cyborg mixture of real people integrated into an artificial world. It is only with 300 that the combination of real actors and objects with a digital environment has come close to creating a truly new autonomous aesthetic space. The practice of mixing different arts, of including in one artistic form the reference to another, has a long tradition, especially with regard to cinema. Many of Hopper's portraits of a woman at an open window, looking out, are clearly mediated by the experience of cinema. They offer a shot without its counter-shot. What makes 300 notable is that in it, not for the first time, of course, but in a way which is artistically much more interesting than, say, Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy, a technically more developed art form, digitalized cinema, refers to a less developed form, comics. The effect produced is that of true reality losing its innocence, appearing as part of a closed artificial universe, which is a perfect figuration of our socio-ideological predicament. Those critics who claimed that the synthesis of the two art forms in 300 is a failure are thus wrong because they are right. Of course the synthesis fails, of course the universe we see on the screen is traversed by a profound antagonism and inconsistency, but it is this very antagonism which is an indication of truth. History and family in Frankenstein. There is, however, a more fundamental question to be raised apropos the family myth as interpretive tool. It seems obvious that the first task of the critique of ideology is, of course, to treat the family narrative as an ideological myth which should be handled like a dream's explicit text, which should be deciphered back into the true struggle obfuscated by the family narrative. What if, however, one follows here the homology with the Freudian logic of dreams to the end, bearing in mind that the true focus of a dream, its unconscious desire, is not the dream thought, but something that, paradoxically, inscribes itself into a dream text through the very mechanisms of the transposition of the dream thought into the dream text. In other words, the unconscious desire in a dream is not simply its core, which never appears directly, which is distorted by the translation into the manifest dream text, but the very principle of this distortion here is Freud's unsurpassed formulation of this paradox. The latent dream thoughts are the material which the dream work transforms into the manifest dream. The only essential thing about dreams is the dream work that has influenced the thought material. We have no right to ignore it in our theory, even though we may disregard it in certain practical situations. Analytic observation shows further that the dream work never restricts itself to translating these thoughts into the archaic or regressive mode of expression that is familiar to you. In addition, it regularly takes possession of something else, which is not part of the latent thoughts of the previous day, but which is the true motif force for the construction of the dream. This indispensable addition Unentbeerlichkeit is the equally unconscious wish for the fulfillment of which the content of the dream is given its new form. A dream may thus be any sort of thing insofar as you are only taking into account the thoughts it represents: a warning, an intention, a preparation, and so on, but it is always also the fulfillment of an unconscious wish, and, if you are considering it as a product of the dream work, it is only that. A dream is therefore never simply an intention, or a warning, but always an intention, etc., translated into the archaic mode of thought by the help of an unconscious wish and transformed to fulfill that wish. The one characteristic, the wish fulfillment, is the invariable one, the other may vary. It may for its part once more be a wish, in which case the dream will, with the help of an unconscious wish, represent as fulfilled a latent wish of the previous day. 13. Every detail is worth analyzing in this marvelous passage, from its implicit opening motto, "What is good enough for practice, namely the search for the meaning of dreams is not good enough for theory," to its concluding redoubling of the wish. Its key insight is, of course, the triangulation of latent dream thoughts, manifest dream content, and the unconscious wish, which limits the scope of, or, rather, directly undermines the hermeneutic model of the interpretation of dreams, the path from the manifest dream content to its hidden meaning, the latent dream thought, which runs backwards the path of the formation of a dream, the transposition of the latent dream thought into the manifest dream content by dream work. The paradox is that this dream work is not merely a process of masking the dream's true message, the dream's true core, its unconscious wish, inscribes itself only through and in this very process of masking, so that the moment we retranslate the dream content back into the dream thought expressed in it, we lose the true motif force of the dream. In short, it is the process of masking itself which inscribes into the dream its true secret. One should therefore turn around the standard notion of the ever deeper penetration to the core of the dream. It is not that we first penetrate from the manifest dream content to the first level secret, the latent dream thought, and then, in a step further, even deeper, to the dream's unconscious core, the unconscious wish. The deeper wish is located in the very gap between the latent dream thought and manifest dream content. 14. A perfect example of this logic in literature is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. A standard Marxist critical point about the novel is that it is focused on the dense family and sexuality network in order to obliterate, or, rather, repress, its true historical reference. History is eternalized as a family drama. Larger socio-historical trends, from the monstrosity of revolutionary terror to the impact of scientific and technological revolutions, are reflected/staged in a distorted manner as Victor Frankenstein's troubles with his father, fiancé, and monstrous progeny. While all this is true, a simple mental experiment demonstrates the limitations of this approach. Imagine the same story, of Dr. Frankenstein and his monster, told as a story of the scientist and his experiment, without the accompanying family melodrama, the monster as the ambiguous obstacle to the sexual consummation of marriage, "I'll be there on your wedding night," and so on. What we would end up with is an impoverished story, deprived of the dimension which accounts for its extraordinary libidinal impact. So, to put it in Freudian terms, it is true that the explicit narrative is like a dream text which refers in an encoded way to its true referent, its dream thought, the larger socio-historical dimension, reflecting it in a distorted way. However, it is through this very distortion and displacement that the text's unconscious wish, the sexualized fantasy, inscribes itself. The romantic notion of monstrosity is to be understood against the background of the distinction, elaborated by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, between imagination and fancy. Imagination is a creative power which generates organic and harmonious bodies, while fancy stands for a mechanical assemblage of parts which do not fit each other, so that the product is a monstrous combination lacking any harmonious unity. In Frankenstein, the story of a monster, this topic of monstrosity is not limited to the narrative content, it somehow spills over and pervades other levels. There are 3 levels of monstrosity/fancy. One first, most obviously, the monster reanimated by Victor is mechanically composed of parts, not a harmonious organism. 2 then, as the novel's social background, social unrest and revolution as a monstrous decomposition of society, with the advent of modernity, traditional harmonious society is replaced by an industrialized society in which people interact mechanically as individuals, following their egotistic interests, no longer feeling that they belong to a wider whole, and occasionally exploding in violent rebellions. Modern societies oscillate between oppression and anarchy. The only unity that can take place in them is the artificial unity imposed by brutal power. 3 finally, there is the novel itself, a monstrous, clumsy, inconsistent composite of different parts, narrative modes, and genres. To these 3, one should add a 4th level of monstrosity, that of the interpretations provoked by the novel. What does the monster mean? What does it stand for? It can mean the monstrosity of social revolution, of sons rebelling against fathers, of modern industrial production, of asexual reproduction, of scientific knowledge. We thus get a multitude of meanings which do not form a harmonious whole, but just coexist side by side. The interpretation of monstrosity thus ends up in monstrosity, fancy, of interpretations. How are to find our way in this monstrosity? It is easy to show that the true focus of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is the monstrosity of the French Revolution, its degeneration into terror and dictatorship. Mary and Percy Shelley were ardent students of the literature and polemics regarding the French Revolution. Victor creates his monster in the same city, Ingolstadt, that a conservative historian of the Revolution, Baruel Mary Reed, his book repeatedly cites as the source of the French Revolution. It was in Ingolstadt that the secret society of Illuminati planned the revolution. The monstrosity of the French Revolution was described by Edmund Burke precisely in the terms of a state killed and revived as a monster. Out of the tomb of the murdered monarchy in France has arisen a vast, tremendous, unformed spectre, in a far more terrific guise than any which ever yet have overpowered the imagination, and subdued the fortitude of man. Going straight forward to its end, unappalled by peril, unchecked by remorse, despising all common maxims and all common means, that hideous phantom overpowered those who could not believe it was possible she could at all exist. 15. Furthermore, Frankenstein is dedicated to Mary's father, William Godwin, known for his utopian ideas about the regeneration of the human race. Godwin entertained millennial expectations in an inquiry concerning the principles of political justice, 1793, where he exulted in nothing less than the coming of a new human race. This race, to emerge once overpopulation had been scientifically brought under control, was to be produced by social engineering, not sexual intercourse. In the novel, Victor says, "A new species would bless me as its creator and source, many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs." The symbolic association between Godwin and monsters was forged in 1796-1802, when the conservative reaction against him reached its peak. During those years, demons and the grotesque were frequently used to deflate Godwin's theories about the utopian regeneration of humanity. Conservatives depicted Godwin and his writings as a nascent monster that had to be stamped out, lest England were to go the way of revolutionary France. Horace Walpole called Godwin one of the greatest monsters exhibited by history. In 1800, the Anti-Jacobin Review, which championed the attack upon William Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft, denounced the couple's disciples as the spawn of the monster. Frankenstein does not directly approach its true focus. Instead, it tells the story as a depoliticized family drama or a family myth. The characters of the novel reenact earlier political polemics on the level of personal psychology. In the 1790s, writers such as Edmund Burke had warned of a collective, parasital monster, the revolutionary regime in France. In the aftermath of the revolution, Mary Shelley scales the symbolism down to domestic size. Her novel reenacts the monster trope, but it does so from the perspective of isolated and subjective narrators who are locked in parasital struggles of their own. In this way, the novel can maintain its true topic at a distance, invisible. As we have noted, this is also the standard Marxist critical point about Frankenstein. It is focused on the dense family and sexuality network in order to obliterate, or, rather, repress, its true historical reference. But why must Frankenstein obfuscate its true historical referent? Because its relationship to this true focus/topic, the French Revolution, is deeply ambiguous and contradictory, and the form of the family myth makes it possible to neutralize this contradiction, to evoke all these incompatible attitudes as parts of the same story. Not only is Frankenstein a myth in Levi Strauss's sense, an imaginary resolution of real contradictions. One should also follow Levi Strauss when he claims that Freud's analysis of the Oedipus myth is another version of the Oedipus myth, to be treated in the same way as the original myth. Further variations of a myth try to displace and resolve in another way the contradiction which the original myth tried to resolve. In the case of Frankenstein, one should therefore treat as part of the same myth, as its further variation, the cinematic versions, of which there are more than 50, and the manner they transform the original story. Here are the main moments. 1. Frankenstein, the best known, James Whale's classic from 1931, with Boris Karloff as the monster. Its main feature is that it leaves out the subjectivization of the monster. The monster is never allowed to tell the story in the first person, it remains a monstrous other. 2. In Frankenstein, the True Story, 1973, Frankenstein creates a handsome young man whom he educates for society, but the creature's body begins to degenerate, turning him against his maker. 3. In The Bride, 1985, after Frankenstein abandons his original creature as a failure, he creates a beautiful female and educates her to be his perfect mate, but she also escapes his control. 4. In Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, after the monster kills Victor's bride, Victor in a desperate move reassembles and reanimates her. The scene culminates in Victor dancing with his reanimated wife. 5. Finally, although it does not directly refer to Frankenstein, in Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, 1982, Police Lt. Deckard is assigned to hunt down and eliminate a group of replicants, superhuman creatures genetically engineered for slave labor, who have rebelled against their creators and are hiding in Los Angeles. The showdown between Deckard and Batty, the replicant leader, obviously refers to the conflict between Frankenstein and the monster here. Batty, in the final act of reconciliation, saves Deckard from certain death. What all these films have in common is that they all reproduce the basic prohibition of the original novel. None of them directly approaches the political topic, the monstrosity of social rebellion. They all tell the story through the frame of family/love relations. So in what does the novel's contradictory attitude to its central topic consist? The motif of the monstrosity of the revolution is a conservative element, and the novel's form, a confession of the principal character at the point of death, is clearly related to a conservative genre popular in Shelley's time, in which, after they are forced to confront the catastrophic results of their dreams about universal freedom and brotherhood, repentant ex-radicals renounce their reforming ways. However, Shelley does here something that a conservative would never have done. In the central part of the book, she moves a step further and directly gives a voice to the monster himself, who is allowed to tell the story from his own perspective. This step expresses the liberal attitude of freedom of speech at its most radical. Everyone's point of view should be heard. In Frankenstein, the monster is not a thing, a horrible object no one dares to confront, he is fully subjectivized. Mary Shelley moves inside the mind of the monster and asks what it is like to be labeled, defined, oppressed, excommunicated, even physically distorted by society. The ultimate criminal is thus allowed to present himself as the ultimate victim. The monstrous murderer reveals himself to be a deeply hurt and desperate individual, yearning for company and love. So it is crucial to see in what consists the monster's own story. The monster tells us that his identity as a rebel and murderer was learned, not innate. In direct contradiction to the Burkean tradition of the monster as evil incarnate, the creature tells Frankenstein, "I was benevolent and good, misery made me a fiend." Surprisingly, the monster proves to be a very philosophical rebel. He explains his actions in traditional Republican terms. He claims to have been driven to rebellion by the failings of the ruling order. His superiors and protectors have shirked their responsibilities towards him, impelling him to insurrection. Monsters rebel not because they are infected by the evils of the godless radical philosophy, but because they have been oppressed and misused by the regnant order. Mary Shelley's source was here her own mother's study, an historical and moral view of the origin and progress of the French Revolution, 1794, in which Mary Wollstonecraft, after agreeing with the Burkean conservatives that rebels are monsters, resolutely insists that these monsters are social products. They are not the living dead, nor are they specters arisen from the tomb of the murdered monarchy. Rather, they are the products of oppression, misrule, and despotism under the Ancien regime. The lower orders are driven to rebellion, they turn against their oppressors in parricidal fashion. It is here that the novel comes closest to politics. The monster develops a radical critique of oppression and inequality. I heard of the division of property, of immense wealth and squalid poverty, of rank, descent, and noble blood. He speaks in the manner of revolutionary radicals. I learned that the possessions most esteemed by your fellow creatures were, high and unsullied descent united with riches. A man might be respected with only one of these acquisitions, but without either he was considered, except in very rare occasions, as a vagabond and a slave, doomed to waste his powers for the profit of the chosen few. Here Mary Shelley effectively develops the dialectic of enlightenment 150 years before Adorno and Horkheimer. She goes much further than the usual conservative warnings about how scientific and political progress turns into nightmare, chaos, and violence, how man should retain proper humility in the face of the mystery of creation and not try to become a master of life, which should remain a divine prerogative. The monster is a pure subject of the Enlightenment. After his reanimation, he is a natural man, his mind a tabula rasa. Left alone, abandoned by his creator, he has to reenact the Enlightenment theory of development. He has to learn everything from zero level by reading and by experience. His first months are effectively the realization of a kind of philosophical experiment. The fact that he morally fails, that he turns into a murderous vengeful monster, is not a condemnation of him but of the society which he approaches with the best intentions and a need to love and be loved. His sad fate illustrates perfectly Rousseau's thesis that man is by nature good, and that it is society that corrupts him. The very fear of progress is not necessarily a conservative motif. Recall that, in Mary Shelley's England, Luddites, gangs of desperate workers, were destroying industrial machines in protest against the loss of jobs and the greater exploitation that machines meant for them. Furthermore, feminists read Frankenstein not as a conservative warning about the dangers of progress, but as a proto-feminist critique of the dangers of masculine knowledge and technology which aim to dominate the world and gain control over human life itself. This fear is still with us today, the fear that scientists will create a new form of life or artificial intelligence which will run out of our control and turn against us. There is, finally, a fundamental ambiguity that pertains to the very motif of the son's rebellion as a monstrosity. Whose rebellion is this in the novel? Rebellion is redoubled. The first rebel against paternal order is Victor himself, and the monster rebels against the rebellious son. Victor rebels against the proper paternal order. His creation of the monster is asexual reproduction, not the normal succession of generations in a family. This brings us to the Freudian notion of the unheimlich, the uncanny. What is the most unheimlich thing, that closest to us and at the same time the object of horror and disgust? Incest. The incestuous subject literally stays at home, he does not need to look for his sexual partner outside, and he engages in a secret activity which inspires fear and shame in all of us. No wonder, then, that hints of incest occur twice in Frankenstein. Walton writes his letters, and, at the novel's end, decides to return, not to his wife, but to his sister. In the first edition of the novel, Victor's bride is his half-sister. So when the monster is really there at the wedding night and kills the bride, he prevents at the last moment the consummation of an incestuous union. Walton's and Victor's urge to leave home and engage in a risky transgressive act is thus more ambiguous than it may seem. They both do it not out of some pathological blasphemous ambition, but in order to escape the incestuous stuffiness of their home. There must be something wrong at home. Mary's husband, Percy, described what was wrong in his famous sonnet England in 1819. An old, mad, blind, despised, and dying king. Princes, the dregs of their dull race, who flow through public scorn mud from a muddy spring. Rulers who neither see, nor feel, nor know, but leech-like to their fainting country cling, till they drop, blind in blood, without a blow. A people starved and stabbed in the untilled field. An army, which liberticide and prey makes as a two-edged sword to all who wield. Golden and sanguine laws which tempt and slay. Religion Christless, godless, a book sealed. A Senate time's worst statute unrepealed. Our graves, from which a glorious phantom may burst, to illumine our tempestuous day. A conservative would reply, of course, that this phantom which may burst from a grave to illumine our tempestuous day, may turn out not to be so glorious at all, but rather a phantom of murderous revenge like Frankenstein's monster. This brings us to Mary Shelley's contradiction, the contradiction between oppression and anarchy, between the stifling and oppressive home and the murderous consequences of our attempts to break out of it. Unable to resolve this contradiction, and not willing to confront it directly, she could only tell it as a family myth. The lesson of all these impasses is not that one should bypass the family myth and turn directly to social reality. What one should do is something much more difficult, to undermine the family myth from within. The key testimony of a struggle to achieve this goal is Kafka's letter to his father. A letter which did arrive at its destination. The 2001 Darwin Award for the most stupid act was posthumously conferred on an unfortunate woman from rural Romania who woke up during her funeral procession. Crawling out of her coffin and realizing what was going on, she ran away in blind terror, only to be hit by a truck on a busy road and instantly killed. So she was put back into the coffin and the funeral procession carried on. Is this not the ultimate example of what we call fate of a letter arriving at its destination? A letter can also reach its destination precisely insofar as its addressee refuses to receive it, as is the case towards the end of Troilus and Cressida, Shakespeare's aforementioned neglected masterpiece, when the deceived lover Troilus rips up and throws away the letter from his Cressida in which she tries to explain her flirtation with Diomedes. We never learn what was in the letter, although the scene cannot but arouse our melodramatic expectations. Will Cressida redeem herself, explain it all? The force of this expectation accounts for the fact that, throughout the 18th century, the version of the play usually performed was Dryden's revision from 1679, in which Cressida is fully redeemed. We learn that she has plotted with her father an escape back to Troy and to Troilus, and that her seeming surrender to Diomedes was merely a ploy to enable that. So, what if Shakespeare wanted to make a point and not just keep our curiosity in suspension when he refuses to divulge its content? What if the letter was meant to be rejected? The scene to which this letter refers occurred earlier, when, after Cressida and Troilus spend their first, and only, night together, she was delivered by her own father to the Greeks, as part of a cold bargain, in exchange for a Trojan warrior captured by the Greeks. In the Greek camp, she was given as a booty to Diomedes. In his tent, she flirts with him, shamelessly offering herself under the gaze of Troilus, who has been brought to the tent by Ulysses. After Diomedes leaves the tent, she reflects aloud. Troilus, farewell. One eye yet looks on thee. But with my heart the other eye doth see. Ah, poor our sex! This fault in us I find. The error of our eye directs our mind. What error leads must err. Oh, then conclude. Minds swayed by eyes are full of turpitude. v. 2. The key question to be raised here is, what if Cressida had been all the time aware of being observed by Troilus, and just pretended to be thinking aloud alone? What if the entire seduction scene, her shameless attempt to arouse Diomedes' desire, was staged for Troilus's gaze? Let us not forget that Cressida announces her split nature already at the lovers' first anxious meeting, when she ominously warns Troilus of how I have a kind of self that resides with you, but an unkind self, that itself will leave to be another's fool. 3. 2. Thereby foreshadowing his bitter statement, after witnessing her flirting with Diomedes, that, in her, there is no rule in unity itself. This strange internal dislocation of hers is more complex than it may appear. Part of her loves him, but this part is unkind, and, with the same necessity that it linked her to Troilus, will soon push her towards another man. The general lesson of this is that, in order to interpret a scene or an utterance, sometimes, the key thing to do is to locate its true addressee. In one of the best Perry Mason novels, the lawyer witnesses a police interrogation of a couple in the course of which the husband tells the policeman in unexpectedly great detail what happened, what he saw, and what he thinks happened. Why this excess of information? The solution: this couple committed the murder, and since the husband knew that he and his wife would soon be arrested on suspicion of the murder and kept separated, he used this opportunity to tell his wife the false story. They should both cling to the true addressee of his endless talk was thus not the policeman, but his wife. 16. And thus we come to Franz Kafka's letter to his father, in which he articulated the crisis of paternal authority in all its ambiguity. No wonder that the first impression one gets in reading Kafka's letter is that there is something missing in it, the final twist along the lines of the parable on the door of the law. This door was here only for you. The father's display of terror and rage is here only for you. You have invested in it, you are sustaining it. One can well imagine the real Hermann Kafka as a benevolent and nice gentleman, genuinely surprised at the role he played in his son's imagination. 17. To put it in Californian style, Kafka had a serious attitude problem with regard to his father. When Kafka identified himself as Loie, assuming his mother's name, he located himself in a series which comprises Adorno, who also shifted from father's name, Wiesengrund, to his mother's family name, not to mention Hitler, from Schicklgruber, all uneasy with assuming the role of the bearer of the paternal name. This is why one of the points in the letter to his father is Kafka's claim that it would have been possible for him to accept the person of his father, to establish a non-traumatic relationship with him, if he were his friend, brother, boss, even father-in-law, just not his father. What bothers Kafka is the excessive presence of his father. He is too much alive, too obscenely intrusive. However, this father's excessive presence is not a direct fact, it appears as such only against the background of the suspension of the father's symbolic function. This father's too-muchness, as Eric Santner would call it, is ultimately the too-muchness of life itself, the humiliating quality of the father's excess of vitality which undermines his authority. Let us note how Kafka notices his father's taste for indecent expressions, which you would produce in the loudest possible voice, laughing about them as though you had said something particularly good, while in point of fact it was only a banal little obscenity. At the same time, this again was for me a humiliating manifestation of your vitality. Again, one should bear in mind the proper order of causality. It is not that his father's excessive vitality undermines his symbolic authority, it is, rather, the other way round, namely, the very fact that Kafka is bothered by his father's excessive vitality already presupposes the failure of symbolic authority. What is the true function of the name of the father? It is, precisely, to allow the subject to symbolically kill the father, to be able to abandon his father, and the closed family circle, and freely set out on his own path in the world. No wonder, then, that Kafka's reluctance to assume the name of the father is the very indication of his failure to break away from his father. What the letter to Kafka's father bears witness to is a subject who was doomed to remain forever in the paternal shadow, caught up with him in a libidinal deadlock. Far from enabling him to elude his father's grasp, Kafka's refusal to accept the father's name is the surest sign of this imprisonment. Not in any sense a passive victim of his father's terror, Kafka was directing the game. Recall from the long debate between the man from the countryside and the priest, which follows the parable about the door of the law in Kafka's The Trial. The priests claim that the man from the countryside was in the superior position and that the guardian of the door was really subordinated to him. The proof? If there ever was a screen memory, it is the accident from when he was 2 months old that Kafka claims as the only thing from his childhood of which he has a direct memory, and appeals to his father that he should also remember it. It was reconstructed afterwards, probably from what the parents told Franz about it, but covering what, we may ask? Like the primal scene of the wolf man, it is a retroactive fantasy. There is only one episode in the early years of which I have a direct memory. You may remember it, too. One night I kept on whimpering for water, not, I am certain, because I was thirsty, but probably partly to be annoying, partly to amuse myself. After several vigorous threats had failed to have any effect, you took me out of bed, carried me out onto the pavlach, the Czech word for the long balcony in the inner courtyard of old houses in Prague, and left me there alone for a while in my nightshirt, outside the shut door. I am not going to say that this was wrong, perhaps there was really no other way of getting peace and quiet that night, but I mention it as typical of your methods of bringing up a child and their effect on me. I dare say I was quite obedient afterward at that period, but it did me inner harm. What was for me a matter of course, that senseless asking for water, and then the extraordinary terror of being carried outside, were two things that I, my nature being what it was, could never properly connect with each other. Even years afterward I suffered from the tormenting fancy that the huge man, my father, the ultimate authority, would come almost for no reason at all and take me out of bed in the night and carry me out onto the pavlach, and that consequently I meant absolutely nothing as far as he was concerned. The gurgling signifying chain of the child intended to provoke the father is like the obscene soft sounds on the phone line from the castle, or the U.S. Marines marching chants. There is thus a hidden link between the subversive pre-symbolic babble of the child and the inaccessible power that terrorizes the Kafkian hero, between superego and id. The true underlying reproach to the father is not his power and arrogant display of authority, but, on the contrary, his impotence, his lack of symbolic authority. Are the father's terrifying outbursts of rage, wüten, not so many signs of his basic impotence, signals that his cold and efficient authority has failed? The father himself accounted for his imperious temperament as due to his nervous heart condition, not exactly a sign of power, but, as is clear to Kafka himself, a method of cheap manipulation worthy of a weakling. The nervous heart condition is a means by which you exert your domination more strongly, since the thought of it necessarily chokes off the least opposition from others. Here is another of the father's ritualistic displays of power. It was also terrible when you ran around the table, shouting, grabbing at one, obviously not really trying to grab, yet pretending to. A ridiculous, self-undermining, display of power. Furthermore, what kind of a father feels so threatened by his 2-month-old son that he has to undertake the absurdly excessive measure of taking him out of the apartment? A truly authoritative figure would deal with the problem with a cold stare. And, incidentally, in the standard patriarchal family, which the Kafka family certainly was, is the first sign of the lack of authority not already the fact that it was the father, not the mother, who came to respond to the child? it is no less clear that the description of the father's intellectual domination is sustained by a barely concealed fear that this obvious fraud, this semblance of authority, will burst like a balloon, laying bare father's stupidity. From your armchair you ruled the world. Your opinion was correct, every other was mad, wild, meshuggah, not normal. Your self-confidence indeed was so great that you had no need to be consistent at all and yet never ceased to be in the right. It did sometimes happen that you had no opinions whatsoever about a matter, and as a result every conceivable opinion with respect to the matter was necessarily wrong, without exception. You were capable, for instance, of running down the Czechs, and then the Germans, and then the Jews, and what is more, not only selectively but in every respect, and finally nobody was left except yourself. For me you took on the enigmatic quality that all tyrants have, whose rights are based on their person and not on reason. No wonder Kafka's exclusive sense of guilt has been replaced by insight into our helplessness, yours and mine. We have thus to be very precise when we are dealing with the topic of paternal authority. Authority is not to be confused with an overbearing, violently intrusive presence. That is to say, one way to read Kafka's bewilderment with regard to his father is to decipher it as the experience of the gap, the contrast, between the ridiculous, pretentious, and impotent figure that is the reality of his father and the immense power he nonetheless exerts. How can such a pathetic figure nonetheless exert such power? The answer would then be the socio-symbolic network that invests an empirical person with power, and the gap would be that of symbolic castration. From the traditional rituals of investiture, we know the objects which not only symbolize power, but put the subject who acquires them into the position of effectively exercising power. If a king holds in his hands the scepter and wears the crown, his words will be taken as the words of a king. Such insignia are external, not part of my nature. I don them, I wear them in order to exert power. As such, they castrate me, they introduce a gap between what I immediately am and the function that I exercise, that is, I am never fully at the level of my function. This, however, is not the way Kafka experiences his father. The problem for Kafka is rather that his father's bodily presence disturbs the efficacy of the paternal symbolic function. In other words, his father's excessive, almost spectral, towering presence whose impact exceeds the immediate reality of his person is not the excess of the symbolic authority over immediate reality, it is the excess of the phantasmatic obscenity of the real. In Freudian terms, the problem with Kafka's father is that, in Franz's eyes, he has regressed from the agency of symbolic law to the primordial father Urvater. There are two modes of the master, the public symbolic master and the secret evil magician who effectively pulls the strings and does his work during the night. When the subject is endowed with symbolic authority, he acts as an appendix to his symbolic title, that is, it is the big other, the symbolic institution, which acts through him. Suffice it to recall a judge, who may be a miserable and corrupted person, but the moment he puts on his robe and other insignia, his words are the words of the law itself. On the other hand, the invisible master, whose exemplary case is the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew who, invisible to the public eye, pulls the strings of social life, is a kind of uncanny double of public authority. He has to act in the shadows, irradiating a phantom-like, spectral omnipotence. The disintegration of the patriarchal symbolic authority, of the name of the father, gives rise to a new figure of the master who is simultaneously our common peer, our neighbor, our imaginary double, and for this very reason phantasmatically endowed with another dimension of the evil genius. In Lacanian terms, the suspension of the ego ideal, of the feature of symbolic identification, that is, the reduction of the master to an imaginary ideal, necessarily gives rise to its monstrous obverse, to the superego figure of the omnipotent evil genius who controls our lives. In this figure, the imaginary, semblance, and the real, of paranoia, overlap, due to the suspension of proper symbolic efficiency. The Kafkian law is not prohibitive, not even intrusive or imposing. Its repeated message to the subject is you are free to do whatever you want. Don't ask me for orders. Which, of course, is the perfect superego formula. No wonder that the message of Kafka's father to his son was, "Do whatever you like. So far as I'm concerned, you have a free hand. You're of age, I've no advice to give you." The series of the father's rhetorical methods as enumerated by Kafka, abuse, threats, irony, spiteful laughter, and oddly enough self-pity, are the most concise rendering of the superego's ambiguity. Kafka's father was definitely a looter, if ever there was one, a figure out of which an orgy of malice and spiteful delight emanated. The link here is between Kafka and David Lynch, namely, the excessive clownish figures of terrorist authority in Blue Velvet, Wild at Heart, Dune, Lost Highway. The superego's basic trick consists in reproaching the subject for not living up to its high expectations, while simultaneously sabotaging the subject's efforts, or mockingly expressing disbelief in the subject's capacities, and then laughing at the subject's failure. Kafka clearly noticed this paradox apropos of his father's demands that he should become an autonomous person who succeeds on his own. But that wasn't what you wanted at all. The situation had, after all, become quite different as a result of all your efforts, and there was no opportunity to distinguish oneself as you had done. Such an opportunity would first of all have had to be created by violence and revolutions. It would have meant breaking away from home, assuming one had had the resolution and strength to do so, and that mother wouldn't have worked against it, for her part, with other means. But that was not what you wanted at all. That you termed ingratitude, extravagance, disobedience, treachery, madness. And so, while on the one hand you tempted me to it by means of example, story, and humiliation, on the other hand you forbade it with the utmost severity. This is the obscene superego in its contrast to the name of the father. The very injunction "be autonomous," in its mode of operation, sabotages its goal. The very injunction "be free," ties the subject up forever in the vicious circle of dependence. One can retell in these superego terms even the remark allegedly made by Brecht apropos the accused at the Moscow show trials in the 1930s, "If they are innocent, they deserve all the more to be shot." This statement is thoroughly ambiguous. It can be read as the standard assertion of radical Stalinism: your very insistence on your individual innocence, your refusal to sacrifice yourself for the cause, bears witness to your guilt, which resides in privileging your individuality over the larger interests of the party. Or it can be read as its opposite, in a radically anti-Stalinist way: if they were in a position to plot and execute the execution of Stalin and his entourage, and were innocent. That is, they did not grasp the opportunity, they effectively deserved to die for failing to rid us of Stalin. The true guilt of the accused is thus that, instead of rejecting the very ideological framework of Stalinism and ruthlessly acting against Stalin, they narcissistically fell in love with their victimization and either protested their innocence or became fascinated by the ultimate sacrifice they were making to the party by confessing their non-existent crimes. So the properly dialectical way of grasping the imbrication of these two meanings would have been to start with the first reading, followed by the common-sense moralistic reaction to Brecht. But how can you claim something so ruthless? Can such a logic, which demands blind self-sacrifice for the accusatory whims of the leader, not function only within a terrifying criminal totalitarian universe? Far from accepting these rules, it is the duty of every ethical subject to fight such a universe with all means possible, including the physical removal, killing, of the totalitarian leadership. So you see how, if the accused are innocent, they deserve all the more to be shot. They effectively were in a position to organize a plot to rid us of Stalin and his henchmen, and missed this unique opportunity to spare humanity from terrible crimes. This, again, is the twisted superego logic at its purest. The more you are innocent, the more you are guilty, because your innocence itself, innocence in the eyes of whom? With regard to what? With regard to the obscene criminal power, is the proof of your guilt, of your complicity with this power. Although Freud uses three distinct terms for the agency that pushes the subject to act ethically, he speaks of the ideal ego, ideal-ich, ego-ideal, ich-ideal, and superego-eubric. As a rule, he conflated the three. He often uses the expression ich-ideal oder ideal-ich, ego-ideal or ideal-ego, and the title of Chapter 3 of The Ego and the ID is The Ego and Superego, ego ideal. Lacan, however, introduces a precise distinction between these three terms. The ideal ego stands for the idealized self-image of the subject, the way I would like to be, I would like others to see me. The ego ideal is the agency whose gaze I try to impress with my ego image, the big other who watches over me and pushes me to give my best, the ideal I try to follow and actualize, and the superego is the same agency in its vengeful, sadistic, punishing aspect. The underlying structuring principle of these three terms is clearly Lacan's triad imaginary symbolic real. The ideal ego is imaginary, what Lacan calls the small other, the idealized double image of my ego. The ego ideal is symbolic, the point of my symbolic identification, the point in the big other from which I observe and judge myself. The superego is real, the cruel and insatiable agency which bombards me with impossible demands and which mocks my failed attempts to meet them, the agency in the eyes of which I am all the more guilty, the more I try to suppress my sinful strivings and live up to its exigencies. What follows from these precise distinctions is that, for Lacan, the superego has nothing to do with moral conscience as far as its most obligatory demands are concerned. 18. The superego is, on the contrary, the anti-ethical agency, the stigmatization of our ethical betrayal. So which one of the other two is the proper ethical agency? Should we, as some American psychoanalysts propose, set up the good, rational moderate, caring, ego ideal against the bad, irrational excessive, cruel, anxiety-provoking, superego, trying to lead the patient to get rid of the bad superego and follow the good ego ideal? Lacan opposes this easy way out for him. The only proper agency is the fourth one, missing from Freud's tripartite list, the one sometimes referred to by Lacan as the law of desire, the agency which tells you to act in conformity with your desire. The gap between this law of desire and the ego ideal, the network of social symbolic norms and ideals that the subject internalizes in the course of her education, is crucial here. For Lacan, the ego ideal, this seemingly benevolent agency which leads us to moral growth and maturity, forces us to betray the law of desire by adopting the reasonable demands of the existing socio-symbolic order. The superego, with its excessive feeling of guilt, is merely the necessary obverse of the ego ideal. It exerts its unbearable pressure upon us on behalf of our betrayal of the law of desire. In short, for Lacan, the guilt we experience under the superego's pressure is not illusory but actual. The only thing of which one can be guilty is of having given ground relative to one's desire, and the superego's pressure demonstrates that we effectively are guilty of betraying our desire. Back to Kafka, he formulates the same insight apropos the father's reactions to his attempts to get married. The fundamental thought behind both attempts at marriage was quite sound: to set up house, to become independent. An idea that does appeal to you, only in reality it always turns out like the children's game in which one holds and even grips the other's hand, calling out, "Oh, go away, why don't you go away?" What the father was thus preventing is Kafka's marriage. In his case, the father did not act as the guarantor of marriage, as the agent of symbolic authority. See Lacan's thesis that a harmonious sexual relationship can only take place under the cover of the name of the father, but as its superego obstacle, as what Freud, in his analysis of E.T.A. Hoffmann's Sandman, calls Liebesstoerer, the obstacle which disturbs/prevents the love relationship. We encounter here the superego paradox at its purest. The father who prevents the love relationship is precisely the obscene father who enjoins us to do it, to engage in sexual promiscuity without constraints, and, inversely, the father who opens up the space for a love relationship is the father who is the agency of prohibition, of the symbolic law. That is to say, Kafka's desire for a proper father is not a masochistic desire for subordination to an authority, it is, on the contrary, a desire for freedom and autonomy. The paradox is thus that freedom from his father means assuming his father's name, which puts them on the same level. Marriage certainly is the pledge of the most acute form of self-liberation and independence. I would have a family, in my opinion the highest one can achieve, and so too the highest you have achieved. The choice Kafka confronted was between the two ways of escaping from his father, two modes of independence, marriage or writing, le père ou père, his father, or the almost nothing of writing. In my writing, and in everything connected with it, I have made some attempts at independence, attempts at escape, with the very smallest of success. They will scarcely lead any farther, much confirms this for me. Nevertheless, it is my duty, or, rather, the essence of my life, to watch over them, to let no danger that I can avert, indeed no possibility of such a danger, approach them. Marriage bears the possibility of such a danger. And he continues. The final outcome is certain, I must renounce. The simile of the bird in the hand and the two in the bush has only a fiery remote application here. In my hand I have nothing, in the bush is everything, and yet so it is decided by the conditions of battle and the exigency of life I must choose the nothing. 19. Kafka's self-humiliation, which includes excremental identification, and so if the world consisted only of me and you, a notion I was much inclined to have, then this purity of the world came to an end with you and, by virtue of your advice, the filth began with me, is thus profoundly deceptive. It is easy to discern in Kafka's claim that he is the result of your upbringing and of my obedience the stratagem of denying one's own libidinal involvement in one's sad fate. The strategy is clear here, I willingly assume my filth in order for my father to remain pure. This becomes especially clear when one bears in mind when, precisely, this self-identification with filth occurs, at the exact, and most traumatic, point of the letter, when Kafka reports on the rare moments when his father offered him realistic/obscene advice on how to deal with sex. Do it discreetly, have your fun, do not take things too seriously, do not fall for the first girl who offers herself to you, remember they are all the same whores, just use them and move on. For example, Kafka recalls a brief discussion that followed the announcement of my latest marriage plans. You said to me something like this: she probably put on a fancy blouse, something these Progjuices are good at, and right away, of course, you decided to marry her. And that as fast as possible, in a week, tomorrow, today. I can't understand you, after all, you're a grown man, you live in the city, and you don't know what to do but marry the first girl who comes along. Isn't there anything else you can do? If you're frightened, I'll go with you. You put it in more detail and more plainly, but I can no longer recall the details. Perhaps two things became a little vague before my eyes. I paid almost more attention to mother who, though in complete agreement with you, took something from the table and left the room with it. You have hardly ever humiliated me more deeply with words and shown me your contempt more clearly. The real meaning of this advice was clear to Kafka. What you advised me to do was, in your opinion and even more in my opinion at that time, the filthiest thing possible. For Kafka, this displacement of filth onto the son was part of the father's strategy to keep himself pure, and it is at this point that Kafka's own identification with filth occurs. Thus you became still purer, rose still higher. The thought that you might have given yourself similar advice before your marriage was to me utterly unthinkable. So there was hardly any smudge of earthly filth on you at all. And it was you who pushed me down into this filth just as though I were predestined to it with a few frank words. And so, if the world consisted only of me and you, a notion I was much inclined to have, then this purity of the world came to an end with you and, by virtue of your advice, the filth began with me. Again, it is here that Kafka cheats, it is not his father's, but his own, desperate striving to keep the father pure. It is for Kafka himself that any notion of his father following similar advice, and, consequently, dwelling in filth, is utterly unthinkable, which means, totally catastrophic, foreclosed from his universe. There follows a weird but crucial conclusion, the father's prosopopoeia. In his father's reply as imagined by Kafka, the father imputes to Kafka that whatever he would have done, namely to support or oppose Kafka's marriage plans, it would have backfired and have been twisted by Kafka into an obstacle. The father evokes here the standard logic of paternal prohibition and its transgression. My aversion to your marriage would not have prevented it, on the contrary, it would have been an added incentive for you to marry the girl, for it would have made the attempt at escape, as you put it, complete. One has to be very precise here and avoid confusing this entanglement of the law and its transgression, the law sustained by a hidden call for its own transgression, with the superego proper as its, almost, symmetrically opposite. On the one hand, it is the hidden, non-articulated, injunction enjoy. Violate the law, that reverberates in the explicit prohibition, on the other, much more interesting and uneasy, hand, it is the hidden, non-articulated, injunction to fail that reverberates in the explicit permissive call be free. Enjoy. The last paragraph does break the vicious cycle of mutual accusations and is thus hesitantly optimistic, opening up a minimal space of truce and a symbolic pact. My answer to this is that, after all, this whole rejoinder which can partly also be turned against you does not come from you, but from me. Not even your mistrust of others is as great as my self-mistrust, which you have bred in me. I do not deny a certain justification for this rejoinder, which in itself contributes new material to the characterization of our relationship. Naturally, things cannot in reality fit together the way the evidence does in my letter. Life is more than a Chinese puzzle. But with the correction made by this rejoinder, a correction I neither can nor will elaborate in detail, in my opinion something has been achieved which so closely approximates the truth that it might reassure us both a little and make our living and our dying easier. What we have here is effectively a kind of self-analysis punctuated by the fathers, analysts, imagined intervention which brings about the conclusion. It is as if Kafka's long, rambling flow finally provokes the analyst's intervention, as a reaction to which Kafka, the analysand, finally enacts the shift in his subjective position, signaled by the obvious but no less odd claim that this whole rejoinder, which can partly also be turned against you, does not come from you, but from me. The parallel is clear with the conclusion of the parable on the door of the law, when the man from the country is told that this door was here only for you. Here too, Kafka learns that all the spectacle of father's outbursts and so forth was here only for him. Thus the letter to father did indeed arrive at its destination because the true addressee was the writer himself. In this way, Kafka's subjective identification shifts minimally, but in a way which changes everything from the almost nothing of being, father's, filth to nothing at all. If all of it comes from me, my nullity can no longer be, the other's, filth. The move that concludes the letter is thus the one from death to sublimation, Kafka's choice of nothing as one's place, the reduction of his existence to the minimum where nothing but the place takes place. To paraphrase Mallarmé, creates the space for creative sublimation, literature. To paraphrase yet again Brecht's motto from the Threepenny Opera, what is the filth of engaging in small sexual transgressions compared to the filthy purity of writing, of literature as literature, Lacan's pun, as the litter defiling the surface of earth? Three radical intellectuals, or, why Heidegger took the right step, albeit in the wrong direction, in 1933. Hiding the tree in a forest. When, in G.K. Chesterton's The Sign of the Broken Sword, a story from the innocence of Father Brown, one Father Brown explains the mystery to his companion Flambeau. He begins with what everyone knows. Arthur St. Clair was a great and successful English general. Everyone knows that after splendid yet careful campaigns both in India and Africa, he was in command against Brazil when the great Brazilian patriot Olivier issued his ultimatum. Everyone knows that on that occasion St. Clair with a very small force attacked Olivier with a very large one, and was captured after heroic resistance. And everyone knows that after his capture, and to the abhorrence of the civilized world, St. Clair was hanged on the nearest tree. He was found swinging there after the Brazilians had retired, with his broken sword hung round his neck. However, Father Brown notices that something does not fit in this story that everybody knows. St. Clair, who was always a prudent commander, characterized more by a sense of duty than by dashing, made a foolish attack which ended in disaster. Olivier, who was magnanimous to the point of knight-errantry and always set free prisoners, cruelly killed St. Clair. To account for this mystery, Father Brown evokes a metaphor. Where does a wise man hide a leaf? In the forest. But what does he do if there is no forest? He grows a forest to hide it in, said the priest in an obscure voice. A fearful sin. And if a man had to hide a dead body, he would make a field of dead bodies to hide it in. The denouement relies on the hypothesis of the dark corrupted side of the English hero. Sir Arthur St. Clair was a man who read his Bible. That was what was the matter with him. When will people understand that it is useless for a man to read his Bible unless he also reads everybody else's Bible? A printer reads a Bible for misprints. A Mormon reads his Bible, and finds polygamy. A Christian Scientist reads his, and finds we have no arms and legs. St. Clair was an old Anglo-Indian Protestant soldier. Of course, he found in the Old Testament anything that he wanted: lust, tyranny, treason. Oh, I dare say he was honest, as you call it. But what is the good of a man being honest in his worship of dishonesty? In the Brazilian jungle, just before the fatal battle, the general encountered an unexpected problem. His accompanying younger officer, Major Murray, had somehow guessed the hideous truth, and as they walked slowly through the jungle, he killed Murray with his saber. But what could he do now with this body he would have to account for? He could make the corpse less unaccountable. He could create a hill of corpses to cover this one. In 20 minutes 800 English soldiers were marching down to their death. Here, however, things went wrong for the general. The surviving English soldiers somehow guessed what he had done. It was they who killed the general, not Olivier. Olivier, to whom the survivors surrendered, generously set them free and withdrew his troops. The surviving soldiers then tried St. Clair and hanged him, and then, in order to save the glory of the English army, covered up their act by the story that Olivier had had him killed. The story ends in the spirit of John Ford's westerns, which prefer heroic legend to truth. Recall John Wayne's final speech to the journalists about the ruthless general played by Henry Fonda. From Fort Apache, millions who never knew him shall love him like a father, this man whom the last few that knew him dealt with like dung. He shall be a saint, and the truth shall never be told of him, because I have made up my mind at last. What, then, is the Hegelian lesson of this story? Is it that the simple cynical denunciatory reading should be rejected? Is it that the gaze which reduces the general's corruption to the truth of his personality is itself mean and base? Hegel described long ago this trap as that of the beautiful soul whose gaze reduces all great heroic deeds to the private base motives of their perpetrators. No hero is a hero to his valet, not, however, because the hero is not a hero, but because the valet is the valet, with whom the hero has to do, not as a hero, but as a man who eats, drinks, and dresses, who, in short, appears as a private individual with certain personal wants and ideas of his own. In the same way, there is no act in which that process of judgment cannot oppose the personal aspect of the individuality to the universal aspect of the act, and play the part of the moral valet towards the agent. Point 2. Is, then, Father Brown, if not this kind of moral valet to the general, then, at least, a cynic who knows that the unpleasant truth has to be covered up for the sake of the public good? Chesterton's theological finesse is discernible in the way he allocates the responsibility for the general's gradual downfall. It is not the general's betrayal of the Christian faith through his moral corruption due to the predominance of base materialist motives. Chesterton is wise enough to depict the cause of the general's moral downfall as inherent to Christianity. The general was a man who read his Bible. That was what was the matter with him. It was the particular, in this case, Protestant reading that is held responsible. And can one not say the same about Heidegger's attempt, and also that of Adorno and Horkheimer, and even of Agamben, to lay the blame for the ethico-political catastrophes of the 20th century on the shoulders of the entire tradition of Western metaphysics with its instrumental reason, and so on and so forth, leading in linear fashion from Plato to NATO, or, rather, the Gulag? Sloterdijk has written the following about the leftist global problematization of Western civilization. Through the boundless forms of cultural criticism, say, the reduction of Auschwitz back to Luther and Plato, or the criminalization of Western civilization in its entirety, one tries to blur the traces which betray how close to a class genocidical system we ourselves were standing. Point 3. The only thing one should add here is that the same applies to Heidegger and other former fascists. They too hid their Nazi corpse in the mountain of corpses called Western metaphysics. And should one not reject in the same way, as an over-hasty generalization, the liberal popular wisdom according to which philosophers who meddle in politics will always lead to disaster? According to this view, starting with Plato, they either miserably fail or succeed in supporting tyrants. The reason, so the story goes on, is that philosophers try to impose their notions on reality, violating it. No wonder that, from Plato to Heidegger, they are resolutely anti-democratic, with the exception of a few empiricists and pragmatists, dismissing the people as the victim of sophists, at the mercy of a contingent plurality. So when those who hold to this commonsensical wisdom hear of Marxists who defend Marx, claiming that his ideas were not faithfully realized by Stalinism, they reply, "Thank God. It would have been even worse had they been fully realized." Heidegger at least was willing to draw the consequences of his catastrophic experience and concede that those who think ontologically have to err ontically, that the gap is irreducible, that there is no philosophical politics proper. It thus seems that G.K. Chesterton was fully justified in his ironic proposal to install a special corps of policemen who are also philosophers. It is their business to watch the beginnings of this conspiracy, not merely in a criminal but in a controversial sense. The work of the philosophical policeman is at once bolder and more subtle than that of the ordinary detective. The ordinary detective goes to pothouses to arrest thieves, we go to artistic tea parties to detect pessimists. The ordinary detective discovers from a ledger or a diary that a crime has been committed. We discover from a book of sonnets that a crime will be committed. We have to trace the origin of those dreadful thoughts that drive men on at last to intellectual fanaticism and intellectual crime. Point 4. Would not thinkers as different as Popper, Adorno, and Levinas also subscribe to a slightly amended version of this idea, where the political crime is called totalitarianism and the philosophical crime is condensed in the notion of totality? A straight road leads from the philosophical notion of totality to political totalitarianism, and the task of the philosophical police is to detect in a book of Plato's dialogues or a treatise on the social contract by Rousseau that a political crime will be committed. The ordinary political policeman goes to secret organizations to arrest revolutionaries, the philosophical policeman goes to philosophical symposia to detect proponents of totality. The ordinary anti-terrorist policeman tries to detect those preparing to blow up buildings and bridges, the philosophical policeman tries to arrest those about to deconstruct the religious and moral foundations of our societies. Point 5. This position is that of wisdom. A wise man knows that one should not enforce reality, that a little bit of corruption is the best defense against great corruption. Christianity is in this sense a form of anti-wisdom par excellence, a crazy wager on truth, in contrast to paganism which, ultimately, counts on wisdom. Everything returns to dust, the will of life goes on forever. The fateful limitation of this stance of wisdom resides in the formalism that pertains to the notion of balance, of avoiding the extremes. When one hears formulae such as "we need neither total state control nor totally non-regulated liberalism/individualism, but the right measure between these two extremes," the problem that immediately pops up is the measurement of this measure. The point of balance is always silently presupposed. Suppose someone were to say, "We need neither too much respect for Jews, nor the Nazi Holocaust, but the right measure in between, some quotas for universities and prohibition of public office for the Jews to prevent their excessive influence," one cannot really answer at a purely formal level. Here we have the formalism of wisdom. The true task is to transform the measure itself, not only to oscillate between the extremes of the measure. In his otherwise admirable Holy Terror, Terry Eagleton seems to fall into the same trap when he deploys the Pharmakos dialectic of the excess of the sacred, of the Holy Terror as the excess of the real which should be respected, satisfied, but kept at a distance. The real is simultaneously generative and destructive, destructive if given free rein, but also destructive if denied, since its very denial unleashes a fury which imitates it, again a case of the coincidence of opposites. Eagleton here perceives freedom as such as a pharmakos, which becomes destructive when unhindered. Is, however, this not all too close to a conservative form of wisdom? Is it not a supreme irony here that Eagleton, arguably the sharpest and most perspicuous critic of postmodernism, displays here his own secret postmodern bias, endorsing one of the great postmodern motifs, that of the real thing towards which one should maintain a proper distance. No wonder that Eagleton professes his sympathy for conservatives such as Burke and his critique of French Revolution, not that it was unjust, and so on, but that it exposed the founding excessive violence of the legal order, bringing to light and reenacting what should be at all costs concealed. This is the function of traditional myths. Rejection of these myths, reliance on pure reason critical of tradition, thereby necessarily ends up in the madness and destructive orgy of unreason. Point 6. Where does Lacan stand with regard to this complex topic referred to by the tiresome and stupid designation the social role of intellectuals? Lacan's theory, of course, can be used to throw new light on numerous politico-ideological phenomena, bringing to the fore the hidden libidinal economy that sustains them, but we are asking here a more basic and naive question: does Lacan's theory imply a precise political stance? Some Lacanians, and not only Lacanians, such as Yannis Stavrakakis, endeavor to demonstrate that Lacanian theory directly grounds democratic politics. The terms are well known: there is no big other means that the socio-symbolic order is inconsistent, no ultimate guarantee, and democracy is the way to integrate into the edifice of power this lack of ultimate foundation. Insofar as all organic visions of a harmonious whole of society rely on a fantasy, democracy thus appears to offer a political stance which traverses the fantasy, that is, which renounces the impossible ideal of a non-antagonistic society. The political theorist who serves as a key reference here is Claude Lefort, who was himself influenced by Lacan and uses Lacanian terms in his definition of democracy. Democracy accepts the gap between the symbolic, the empty place of power, and the real, the agent who occupies this place, postulating that no empirical agent naturally fits the empty place of power. Other systems are incomplete, they have to engage in compromises, in occasional shake-ups, to function. Democracy elevates incompleteness into a principle, it institutionalizes the regular shake-up in the guise of elections. In short, Bardet is the signifier of democracy. Democracy here goes further than the realistic nostrum according to which, in order to actualize a certain political vision, one should allow for concrete unpredictable circumstances and be ready to make compromises, to leave the space open for people's vices and imperfections. Democracy turns imperfection itself into a notion. However, one should bear in mind that the democratic subject, which emerges through a violent abstraction from all its particular roots and determinations, is the Lacanian barred subject, which is as such foreign to, incompatible with, enjoyment. Democracy as empty place means for us, the subject of democracy is a barred subject. Our small algebra enables us to grasp immediately that this leaves out the small a. That is to say, all that hinges on the particularity of enjoyments. The empty barred subject of democracy finds it difficult to link itself to all that goes on, forms itself, trembles, in all that we designate with this comfortable small letter, the small a. We are told, once there is the empty place, everybody, if he respects the laws, can bring in his traditions and his values. However, what we know is that, effectively, the more democracy is empty, the more it is a desert of enjoyment, and, correlatively, the more enjoyment condenses itself in certain elements. The more the signifier is disaffected, as others put it, the more the signifier is purified, the more it imposes itself in the pure form of law, of egalitarian democracy, of the globalization of the market. The more passion augments itself, the more hatred intensifies, fundamentalisms multiply, destruction extends itself, massacres without precedent are accomplished, and unheard of catastrophes occur. Point 7. What this means is that the democratic empty place and the discourse of totalitarian fullness are strictly correlative, two sides of the same coin. It is meaningless to play one against the other and advocate a radical democracy which would avoid this unpleasant supplement. So, when leftists deplore the fact that today only the right has passion, is able to propose a new mobilizing imaginary, and that the left only engages in administration, what they do not see is the structural necessity of what they perceive as a mere tactical weakness of the left. No wonder that the European project, which is widely debated today, fails to enflame the passions. It is ultimately a project of administration, not of ideological commitment. The only passion is that of the rightist reaction against Europe. All the leftist attempts to infuse the notion of a united Europe with political passion, such the Habermas-Derrida initiative in the summer of 2003, fail to gain momentum. The reason for this failure is that the fundamentalist attachment to jouissance is the obverse, the phantasmatic supplement, of democracy itself. What to do, then, once one draws the consequences of this unbehagen in democracy? Some Lacanians, and not exclusively Lacanians, endeavor to attribute to Lacan the position of an internal critic of democracy, a provocateur who raises unpleasant questions without proposing his own positive political project. Politics as such is here devalued as a domain of imaginary and symbolic identifications, as the self, by definition, involves a misrecognition, a form of self-blinding. Lacan is thus a provocateur, in the tradition extending from Socrates to Kierkegaard, and he discerns democracy's illusions and hidden metaphysical presuppositions. The outstanding advocate of this second position is Wendy Brown, who, although not a Lacanian, deploys an extremely important and perspicuous Nietzschean critique of the politically correct politics of victimization, of basing one's identity on injury. A domestication of Nietzsche. Brown reads the postmodern politics of identity based on the wrongs committed to specific groups, the sex-gender-race trinity, as an expression of the ambiguous relationship with the liberal democratic egalitarian framework of human rights. One feels betrayed by it, with regard to women, blacks, gays. The universalist liberal rhetoric did not deliver. It masks continuous exclusion and exploitation, while nonetheless remaining deeply attached to these very ideals. In a refined analysis, Brown demonstrates how the sense of moral outrage emerges in order to find a precarious compromise between a host of inconsistent and opposed attitudes, sadism and masochism, attachment and rejection, blaming the other and feeling one's own guilt. She reads moralizing politics not only as a sign of stubborn clinging to a certain equation of truth with powerlessness, or as the acting out of an injured will, but as a symptom of a broken historical narrative to which we have not yet forged alternatives. 8. It is when the telos of the good vanishes but the yearning for it remains that morality appears to devolve into moralism in politics. 9. After the disintegration of the grand, all-encompassing, leftist narratives of progress, when political activity dissolved into a multitude of identity issues, the excess over these particular struggles can only find an outlet in impotent moralistic outrage. However, Brown takes here a crucial step further and pushes all the paradoxes of democracy to the end, more radically than Chantal Mouffe did with her democratic paradox. Already with Spinoza and Tocqueville, it became clear that democracy is in itself inchoate, empty, lacking a firm principle. It needs anti-democratic content to fill in its form. As such, it really is constitutively formal. This anti-democratic content is provided by philosophy, ideology, theory. No wonder that most of the great philosophers, from Plato to Heidegger, were mistrustful of democracy, if not directly anti-democratic. What if democratic politics, the most untheoretical of all political forms, paradoxically requires theory, requires an antithesis to itself in both the form and substance of theory, if it is to satisfy its ambition to produce a free and egalitarian order? 10. Brown deploys all the paradoxes from this fact that democracy requires for its health a non-democratic element. A democracy needs a permanent influx of anti-democratic self-questioning in order to remain a living democracy. The cure for democracy's ills is homeopathic in form. If, as the musings of Spinoza and Tocqueville suggest, democracies tend towards cathexis onto principles antithetical to democracy, then critical scrutiny of these principles and of the political formations animated by them is crucial to the project of refounding or recovering democracy. Point 11. Brown defines the tension between politics and theory as the tension between the political necessity to fix meaning, to suture textual drift in a formal principle which can only guide us in action, and theory's permanent deconstruction which cannot ever be recuperated in a new positive program. Among human practices, politics is peculiarly untheoretical because the bids for power that constitute it are necessarily at odds with the theoretical project of opening up meaning, of making meaning slide, in Stuart Hall's words. Discursive power functions by concealing the terms of its fabrication and hence its malleability and contingency. Discourse fixes meaning by naturalizing it, or else ceases to have sway in a discourse. This fixing or naturalizing of meanings is the necessary idiom in which politics takes place. Even the politics of deconstructive displacement implicates such normativity, at least provisionally. Point 12. Theoretical analyses which unearth the contingent and inconsistent nature and lack of ultimate foundation of all normative constructs and political projects, are anti-political endeavors insofar as each destabilizes meaning without proposing alternative codes or institutions. Yet each may also be essential in sustaining an existing democratic regime by rejuvenating it. 13. It is thus as if Brown is proposing a kind of Kantian critique of deconstructive, anti-democratic, reason, distinguishing between its legitimate and illegitimate use. It is legitimate to use it as a negatively regulative corrective, a provocation, and so on, but it is illegitimate to use it as a constitutive principle to be directly applied to reality as a political program or project. Brown discerns the same ambiguous link in the relationship between state and people, in the same way that democracy needs anti-democracy to rejuvenate itself. The state needs the people's resistance to rejuvenate itself. Only through the state are the people constituted as a people, only in resistance to the state do the people remain a people. Thus, just as democracy requires anti-democratic critique in order to remain democratic, so too the democratic state may require democratic resistance rather than fealty if it is not to become the death of democracy. Similarly, democracy may require theory's provision of unlivable critiques and unreachable ideals. Point 14. Here, however, in this parallel between the two couples of democracy/anti-democracy and state/people, Brown's argumentation becomes caught up in a strange symptomal dynamic of reversals. While democracy needs anti-democratic critique to remain alive, to shake its false certainties, the democratic state needs the democratic resistance of the people, not anti-democratic resistance. Does Brown not confound here two, or, rather, a whole series of, resistances to the democratic state, the anti-democratic elitist theoretician's resistance, Plato, Nietzsche, Heidegger, and popular democratic resistance against the insufficiently democratic character of the state? Furthermore, is not each of these two kinds of resistance accompanied by its dark shadowy double, brutal cynical elitism that justifies those in power, the violent outbursts of the rabble? And what if the two join hands? What if we have anti-democratic resistance of the people themselves, authoritarian populism? Furthermore, does Brown not dismiss all too lightly anti-democratic theorists such as Nietzsche as proposing unlivable critiques of democracy? How do we respond to the coming about of a regime that endeavors to live them, such as Nazism? Is it not too simple to relieve Nietzsche of responsibility by claiming that the Nazis distorted his thought? Of course they did, but so did Stalinism distort Marx, for every theory changes, is betrayed, in its practico-political application, and the Hegelian point to be made here is that, in such cases, the truth is not simply on the side of theory. What if the attempt to actualize a theory renders visible the objective content of this theory, concealed from the gaze of the theorist itself? The weakness of Brown's description is perhaps that she locates the undemocratic ingredient that keeps democracy alive only in the crazy theoreticians questioning its foundations from unlivable premises. But what about the very real undemocratic elements that sustain democracy? Does therein not reside the major premise of Foucault's, Brown's major reference, analyses of modern power? Democratic power has to be sustained by a complex network of controlling and regulating mechanisms. In his Notes Towards a Definition of Culture, T.S. Eliot, that archetypal noble conservative, convincingly argued that a strong aristocratic class is a necessary ingredient of a feasible democracy. The highest cultural values can only thrive if they are transmitted through a complex and continuous familial and group background. So when Brown claims that democracy requires anti-democratic critique in order to remain democratic, a liberal conservative would deeply agree in their warnings against democracy. There should be a tension in the opposition between the state and democracy. A state should not simply be dissolved in democracy, it should retain the excess of unconditional power over the people, the firm rule of law, to prevent its own dissolution. If the state, democratic though it may be, is not sustained by the specter of the unconditional exercise of power, it does not have the authority to function. Power is, by definition, in excess, or else it is not power. The question here is, who is supplementing whom? Is democracy a supplement to fundamentally non-democratic state power, or is undemocratic theory a supplement to democracy? At what point is the predicate inverted with the subject? Furthermore, apropos stopping the sliding of meaning, does non-democratic theory as a rule not articulate its horror at democracy precisely because it perceives it as too sophistic, for Plato, too involved in the sliding of meaning, so that theory, far from reproaching democracy for the fixity of meaning, desperately wants to impose a stable order on social life? And, furthermore, is this incessant sliding of meaning not something that is already a feature of the capitalist economy itself, which, in its contemporary dynamic, raises to new heights Marx's old description of its dissolvent power on all fixed identities? The homeopathic logic evoked by Brown is thus ambiguous. On the one hand, the remedy against an ossified democracy is theoretical anti-democratic critique which shatters its certainties and rejuvenates it. But, at the same time, there is the opposite homeopathy. As the saying goes, the only true remedy against the obvious democratic ills is more democracy. This defense of democracy is a variation of Churchill's famous quip that it is the worst of all systems, the only qualification being that there is none better. The democratic project is inconsistent, in its very notion an unfinished project, but its very paradox is its strength, a guarantee against totalitarian temptation. Democracy includes its imperfection in its very notion, which is why the only cure against democratic deficiencies is more democracy. Thus all the dangers that lurk in democracy can be understood as grounded in these constitutive inconsistencies of the democratic project, as ways of dealing with these inconsistencies, but with the price that, in trying to get rid of the imperfections of democracy, of its non-democratic ingredients, we inadvertently lose democracy itself. Recall simply how the populist appeal to a direct expression of the people's general will, bypassing all particular interests and petty conflicts, ends up stifling democratic life itself. In a Hegelian mode, one is thus tempted to classify Brown's version as the extreme aggravation of the democratic paradox to the point of direct self-inconsistency. What, then, would be the solution of this opposition between thesis, Lacan as a theorist of democracy, and antithesis, Lacan as its internal critic? We suggest that it is the risky but necessary gesture of rendering problematic the very notion of democracy, of moving elsewhere, of having the courage to elaborate a positive livable project beyond democracy. Is Brown not all too un-Nietzschean in her reduction of Nietzsche to a provocative correction of democracy which, through his exaggeration, renders visible the inconsistencies and weaknesses of the democratic project? When she proclaims Nietzsche's implicit, and also explicit, anti-democratic project unlivable, does she not thereby all too glibly pass over the fact that there were very real political projects which directly referred to Nietzsche, up to and including Nazism, and that Nietzsche himself constantly referred to actual political events around him, say, the slave rebellion of the Paris Commune that he found so shattering? 15. Brown thus accomplishes a domestication of Nietzsche, the transformation of his theory into an exercise in inherent transgression, provocations which are not really meant seriously, but aim, through their provocative character, to awaken us from our democratic dogmatic slumber and thus contribute to the revitalization of democracy itself. This is how the establishment likes its subversive theorists, harmless gadflies who sting us and thus awaken us to the inconsistencies and imperfection of our democratic enterprise. God forbid that they might take the project seriously and try to live it. Michel Foucault and the Iranian event. One of the main anti-totalitarian clichés is that of intellectuals, in the infamous Paul Johnson sense of the term, seduced by the authentic touch of violent spectacles and outbursts, in love with the ruthless exercise of power which supplements their limp-wrist existence. The long line from Plato and Rousseau to Heidegger, not to mention the standard list of the dupes of Stalinism, Brecht, Sartre. The facile Lacanian defense against this charge would be to point out that the least one can say about Lacanian psychoanalysis is that it renders us immune to such totalitarian temptations. No Lacanian has ever committed a similar political blunder of being seduced by a mirage of a totalitarian revolution. However, instead of such an easy way out, one should rather heroically accept this white intellectual's burden. Let us approach it at its most problematic. The contours of the debate about the status of Heidegger's Nazi engagement, was it just a passing mistake of no theoretical significance, or was it grounded in his thought itself? Did it contribute to the turn Heidegger's thought took afterwards, are strangely reminiscent of Michel Foucault's brief engagement on behalf of the Iranian Revolution. 16 How could the following lines not evoke a striking parallel with Heidegger? Many scholars of Foucault view these writings on Iran as aberrant or the product of a political mistake. We suggest that Foucault's writings on Iran were in fact closely related to his general theoretical writings on the discourse of power and the hazards of modernity. We also argue that Foucault's experience in Iran left a lasting impact on his subsequent oeuvre, and that one cannot understand the sudden turn in Foucault's writings in the 1980s without recognizing the significance of the Iranian episode and his more general preoccupation with the Orient. 17. In both cases, one should invert the standard narrative according to which the erroneous engagement awakened the thinker to the limitations of his previous theoretical position and compelled him to radicalize his thought, to enact a turn that would prevent such mistakes from occurring again. Heidegger's shift to Gelassenheit, Foucault's to the aesthetic of the self. Foucault's Iranian engagement, like Heidegger's Nazi engagement, was in itself, in its form, an appropriate gesture, the best thing he ever did, the only problem being that it was, as to its content, a commitment in the wrong direction. Rather than reproach Foucault for his blunder, one should read his turn to Kant a couple of years later as his response to this failed engagement. Foucault is interested in the notion of enthusiasm as Kant deploys it apropos the French Revolution, in his Conflict of Faculties, which we already quoted in Chapter 1. As we have already noted, for Kant, its true significance does not reside in what actually went on in Paris. Many things there were terrifying, outbursts of murderous passions, but in the enthusiastic response that the events in Paris generated in the eyes of the sympathetic observers all around Europe. Did Foucault thereby not propose a kind of meta-theory of his own enthusiasm about the Iranian Revolution of 1978-79? What matters is not the miserable reality that followed the upheavals, the bloody confrontations, the new oppressive measures, and so on, but the enthusiasm that the events in Iran stimulated in the external, Western, observer, confirming his hopes in the possibility of a new form of spiritualized political collective. Was Iran, then, for Foucault the object of interpassive authenticity, the mythical other place where the authentic happens? Cuba, Nicaragua, Bolivia today, and for which Western intellectuals have an inexhaustible need? And, incidentally, one could redeem in the same way not only the enthusiasm evoked by Stalinist Russia in many Western intellectuals and artists in the 1930s and 1940s, but even the enthusiasm stoked in those who were otherwise bitter critics of Stalinism by the Maoist Cultural Revolution. What matters was not the brutal violence and terror in China, but the enthusiasm fired up by this spectacle amongst the Western observers. And why not? One could claim the same for the fascination of Nazi Germany for some Western observers in the first 4 years of Hitler's rule when unemployment fell rapidly, and so on. However, the problem with this reading is that, in his interpretation of the Iranian events, Foucault turns this perspective around and opposes the enthusiasm of those engaged in the event to the cold view of the external observer who discerns the larger causal context, the interplay of classes and their interests, and so on and so forth. This shift of the enthusiasm aroused in an external observer to the enthusiasm of those caught in the events is crucial. How are we to think the link of these two locations of enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of direct participants and that of external and disengaged, disinterested, observers? The only solution is to deconstruct the very immediacy of the lived experience of the direct participants. What if this immediacy is already staged for an observer, for an imagined other's gaze? What if, in their innermost lived experience, they already imagine themselves being observed? Along these lines, in his last text on Iran, Is It Useless to Revolt, from May 1979, Foucault opposes the historical reality of a complex process of social, cultural, economic, political, and so on, transformations to the magical event of the revolt which somehow suspends the network of historical causality to which it is irreducible. The man in revolt is ultimately inexplicable. There must be an uprooting that interrupts the unfolding of history, and its long series of reasons why, for a man really to prefer the risk of death over the certainty of having to obey. 18. One should be aware of the Kantian connotation of these propositions. Revolt is an act of freedom which momentarily suspends the nexus of historical causality, that is, in revolt, the noumenal dimension transpires. The paradox, of course, is that this noumenal dimension coincides with its opposite, with the pure surface of a phenomenon. The noumenon not only appears, the noumenal is what is, in a phenomenon, irreducible to the causal network of reality that generated this phenomenon. In short, the noumenon is phenomenon qua phenomenon. There is a clear link between this irreducible character of the phenomenon and Deleuze's notion of event as the flux of becoming, as a surface emergence that cannot be reduced to its bodily causes. His reply to the conservative critics who denounce the miserable and even terrifying actual results of a revolutionary upheaval is that they remain blind to the dimension of becoming. It is fashionable these days to condemn the horrors of revolution. It's nothing new. English Romanticism is permeated by reflections on Cromwell very similar to present-day reflections on Stalin. They say revolutions turn out badly. But they're constantly confusing two different things, the way revolutions turn out historically and people's revolutionary becoming. These relate to two different sets of people. Men's only hope lies in a revolutionary becoming, the only way of casting off their shame or responding to what is intolerable. 19. Deleuze refers here to revolutionary explosions in a way which is strictly parallel to Foucault's. The Iranian movement did not experience the law of revolutions that would, some say, make the tyranny that already secretly inhabited them reappear underneath the blind enthusiasm of the masses. What constituted the most internal and the most intensely lived part of the uprising touched, in an unmediated fashion, on an already overcrowded political chessboard, but such contact is not identity. The spirituality of those who were going to their deaths has no similarity whatsoever with the bloody government of a fundamentalist clergy. The Iranian clerics want to authenticate their regime through the significations that the uprising had. It is no different to discredit the fact of the uprising on the grounds that there is today a government of mullahs. In both cases, there is fear of what just happened last fall in Iran, something of which the world had not seen an example for a long time. 20. Foucault is here effectively Deleuzian. What interests him are not the Iranian events at the level of actual social reality and its causal interactions, but the evental surface, the pure virtuality of the spark of life which only accounts for the uniqueness of the event. What took place in Iran in the interstice of two epochs of social reality was not the explosion of the people as a substantial entity with a set of properties, but the event of a becoming people. The point is thus not the shift in relations of power and domination between actual socio-political agents, the redistribution of social control, and so on, but the very fact of transcending or, rather, momentarily cancelling this very domain, the emergence of a totally different domain of collective will as a pure sense event in which all differences are obliterated, rendered irrelevant. Such an event is not only new with regard to what happened before, it is new in itself and thus forever remains new. 21. However, here, at their most sublime, things start to get complicated. Foucault has to concede that this division was internal to the engaged individuals themselves. Let's take the activist in some political group. When he was taking part in one of those demonstrations, he was double. He had his political calculation, which was this or that, and at the same time he was an individual caught up in that revolutionary movement, or rather that Iranian who had risen up against the king. And the two things did not come into contact. He did not rise up against the king because his party had made this or that calculation. 22. And the same division cuts across the entire social body. At the level of reality, there were, of course, multiple agents, complex interactions of classes, the overdetermination of incompatible struggles. However, at the level of the revolutionary event proper, all this was sublated into an absolutely collective will that united the entire social body against the Shah and his clique. There was no division within the social body, no class struggle. All from poor farmers to students, from clergy to disappointed capitalists wanted the same. The collective will is a political myth with which jurists and philosophers try to analyze or to justify institutions, etc. It's a theoretical tool. Nobody has ever seen the collective will and, personally, I thought that the collective will was like God, like the soul, something one would never encounter. I don't know whether you agree with me, but we met, in Tehran and throughout Iran, the collective will of a people. 23. Foucault opposes here revolt and revolution. Revolution, in the modern European sense, designates the reinscription of a revolt into the process of strategic political calculation. Revolution is a process by means of which the revolt is colonized by realpolitik. Revolution gave these uprisings a legitimacy, sorted out their good and bad forms, and defined their laws of development. Even the profession of revolutionary was defined. By thus repatriating revolt into the discourse of revolution, it was said, the uprising would appear in all its truth and continue to its true conclusion. 24. No wonder Foucault compares the appearing of a collective will with two of Kant's noumenal things, God, soul. When the noumenal appears, it is in the guise of ultimate horror, as Foucault is aware. At this stage, the most important and the most atrocious mingle the extraordinary hope of remaking Islam into a great living civilization and various forms of virulent xenophobia, as well as the global stakes and the regional rivalries. And the problem of imperialisms. And the subjugation of women, and so on. 25. What has given the Iranian movement its intensity has been a double register. On the one hand, a collective will that has been very strongly expressed politically and, on the other hand, the desire for a radical change in ordinary life. But this double affirmation can only be based on traditions, institutions that carry a charge of chauvinism, nationalism, exclusiveness, which have a very powerful attraction for individuals. To confront so fearsome an armed power, one mustn't feel alone, nor begin with nothing. 26. The picture thus becomes blurred. First, Foucault withdraws from overall support for the Iranian revolt, sustained by a hope that an entirely different society will emerge out of it, breaking out of the space of European modernity and its deadlocks, to valorizing only the enthusiastic moment of revolt itself. The European liberals who want to discredit the Iranian events because they ended up in an oppressive theocracy move at the same level as the clergy itself, which is reclaiming the revolt in order to justify its rule. They both attempt to reduce the event to a factor in a political struggle of strategic interests. Then, in a more subtle and surprising move, Foucault discerns another ambiguity which cannot be reduced to the difference between the level of pure revolt and the level of multiple socio-political interplay. Chauvinism, virulent xenophobia, the subjugation of women, and so on, are not signs of the contamination of the event by socio-political reality. They are inherent forces of the event itself, that is, their mobilization gave the event the strength to oppose itself to the oppressive political regime and to avoid getting caught in the game of political calculations. It is this very reliance on the vilest racist, anti-feminist, etc., motifs that gave the Iranian Revolution the power to move beyond a mere pragmatic power struggle. To put it in Badiouian terms, the authentic event thus becomes indistinguishable from a pseudo-event. Are we not dealing here with a kind of Hegelian triad in which the external opposition is gradually internalized, reflected into itself? First, the external opposition of the Iranian Revolution in itself, a unique event, and the way it appears to Europeans is internalized into the two aspects of the events themselves, their pragmatic struggle for power side, and the side of a unique politico-spiritual event. Finally, these two aspects are identified as the form and content of the same event, the oppressive misogynist ideology, anti-Semitism, and so forth, are the only ideological materials at the disposal of the Iranians that can sustain the properly metaphysical elevation of the event. The event turns into a purely formal feature, indifferent towards its specific historical content. In other words, Foucault ends up at a point at which one should effectively raise the question usually addressed to Badiou: why, then, is Hitler's Nazi revolution not also an event? Does it not share the very features attributed by Foucault to the Iranian Revolution? Did we not have there also the spiritual unity of people, undivided into particular subgroups separated by interests, a unity for which individuals were ready to sacrifice themselves? And, as in the case of Iran, was this spirit of unity not sustained by the vilest elements of tradition, racism and so on? At this point, the only move that remains is to drop this form itself. No wonder, then, that, after his Iranian experience, Foucault withdrew to the topic of the care of the self, of the aesthetics of existence, and, politically, to supporting different human rights initiatives, which makes him in France a darling of the neoliberal humanitarian new philosophers. Here, one can only venture the hypothesis that the conceptual root of this Foucauldian deadlock is his key notion of the dispositif. At first sight, it may appear that Lacan's big other is the poor cousin of Foucault's notion of the dispositif, which is much more productive for social analysis. However, there is the deadlock of the dispositif with regard to the status of the subject. First, in his History of Madness, Foucault tended to exclude from it the resisting core of subjectivity. Then, he shifted his position to its opposite, to the radical inclusion of resistant subjectivity into the dispositif. Power itself generates resistance, and so on the themes of his discipline and punish. Finally, he tried to outline the space of the care of the self that allows the subject to articulate through self-relating his own mode of life within a dispositif, and thus to regain a minimum of distance from it. The subject is here always a curve, a disturbance, of the dispositif, the proverbial grain of sand that disrupts its smooth running. With Lacan's big other, the perspective is completely the opposite. The very positing of the big other is a subjective gesture, that is, the big other is a virtual entity that exists only through the subject's presupposition. This moment is missing in Althusser's notion of the ideological state apparatuses, with its emphasis on the materiality of the big other, its material existence in ideological institutions and ritualized practices. Lacan's big other is, on the contrary, ultimately virtual and as such, in its most basic dimension, immaterial. But let us return to Iran. Foucault's blunder in no way implies that the Iranian Revolution was a pseudo-event. In a Badiouian sense, comparable to the Nazi Revolution, it was an authentic event, a momentary opening that unleashed unprecedented forces of social transformation, a moment in which everything seemed possible. To detect this dimension, it is enough to follow closely the shifts and reversals of the Iranian events, the gradual closing of the multiple modes of self-organization of the protesting crowds through the takeover of political power by the new Islamic clergy. There was nothing comparable to the effervescent first months after the Shah's fall. The constant frantic activity, debates, utopian plans, etc. in Germany after the Nazi takeover, although there was something comparable going on in the first years after the October Revolution. One should not take this qualitative difference as something that concerns only the formal level of events, or, even worse, the group psychological level, as if the Iranian explosion was more sincere than the Nazi one. Its crucial dimension was that of socio-political content, What makes the Iranian explosion an event was the momentary emergence of something new that pertained to the struggle to formulate an alternative beyond the existing options of Western liberal democracy or a return to pre-modern tradition. The Nazi revolution was never open in this authentic sense. Foucault was also fully justified in emphasizing Shia Islam's potential for serving as the ideological vehicle for a democratic egalitarian movement. The opposition Sunni versus Shia is, in political terms, one of hierarchical state organization versus the egalitarian opening of the event. In contrast to both Judaism and Christianity, the two other religions of the book, Islam excludes God from the domain of paternal logic. Allah is not a father, not even a symbolic one. God as one is neither born nor does he give birth to creatures. There is no place for a holy family in Islam. This is why Islam emphasizes so much the fact that Muhammad himself was an orphan. This is why, in Islam, God intervenes precisely at the moments of the suspension, withdrawal, failure, blackout, of the paternal function, when the mother or the child are abandoned or ignored by the biological father. What this means is that God remains thoroughly in the domain of the impossible real. He is the impossible real beyond the Father, so that there is a genealogical desert between man and God. 27. This was the problem with Islam for Freud, since his entire theory of religion is based on the parallel of God with the Father. More importantly still, this inscribes politics into the very heart of Islam, since the genealogical desert renders impossible a grounding of the community in the structures of parenthood or other bonds based on blood. The desert between God and Father is the place where the political institutes itself. 28. With Islam, it is no longer possible to ground a community in the mode of totem and taboo. Through the murder of the father, the ensuing guilt bringing brothers together, thence Islam's unexpected actuality. This problem is at the very heart of the, famous Ummah, the Muslim community of believers. It accounts for the overlapping of the religious and the political. The community should be grounded directly on God's word, as well as for the fact that Islam is at its best when it grounds the formation of a community out of nowhere, in the genealogical desert, as the egalitarian revolutionary fraternity. No wonder Islam succeeds when young men find themselves deprived of a traditional familial safety network. This, too, compels us to qualify and limit the homology between Foucault's Iranian engagement and Heidegger's Nazi commitments. Foucault was right in engaging himself. He correctly detected the emancipatory potential in the events. All insinuations of liberal critics that this was yet another chapter in the sad saga of Western radical intellectuals projecting their fantasies onto an exotic foreign zone of turbulence, which allows them to satisfy simultaneously their emancipatory desires and their secret masochistic longing for harsh discipline and oppression, totally miss the point. So where was his mistake? One can claim that he did the right thing for the wrong reason. The manner in which he theorized and justified his engagement is misleading. The framework within which Foucault operates in his analysis of the Iranian situation is the opposition between the revolutionary event, the sublime enthusiasm of the united people where all internal differences are momentarily suspended, and the pragmatic domain of the politics of interests, strategic power calculations, and so forth. The opposition which, as we have already seen, directly evokes Kant's distinction between the noumenal, or, more precisely, the sublime, which evokes the noumenal dimension, and the phenomenal. Our thesis is here a very precise one. This general frame is too abstract to account for different modalities of collective enthusiasm to distinguish between, say, the Nazi enthusiasm of the people united in its rejection of the Jews, whose effects were undoubtedly real, the enthusiasm of the people united against the stagnating communist regime, or a properly revolutionary enthusiasm. The difference is simply that the first two are not events, merely pseudo-events, because they lack the moment of a truly utopian opening. This difference is strictly immanent to enthusiastic unity. Only in the last case, the common denominator of this unity was the part of no part, the downtrodden, those included in society with no proper place within it and, as such, functioning as the universal singularity, directly embodying the universal dimension. This is also why the opposition between noumenal enthusiasm and particular strategic interests does not cover the entire field. If it were so, then we would remain stuck forever in the opposition between emancipatory outbursts and the sobering day after, when life returns to its pragmatic normal run. From this constrained perspective, every attempt to avoid and/or postpone this sobering return to the normal run of things amounts to terror, to the reversal of enthusiasm into monstrosity. What if, however, this is what is truly at stake in a true emancipatory process, in Jacques Rancière's terms, how to unite the political and the police, how to transpose the political emancipatory outburst into the concrete regulation of policing? What can be more sublime than the creation of a new liberated territory, of a positive order of being which escapes the grasp of the existing order? This is why Badiou is right to deny the status of an event to the enthusiasm that followed the collapse of the communist regimes. When, in the last months of 2001, the Milosevic regime in Serbia was finally toppled, many Marxists in the West raised the question, what about the coal miners whose strike led to the disruption of the electricity supply and thus effectively brought Milosevic down? Was that not a genuine workers' movement, which was then manipulated by the politicians, who were nationalists or corrupted by the CIA? The same symptomatic point emerges apropos of every new social upheaval. In each of these cases, such people identify some working class movement which allegedly displayed a true revolutionary or, at least, socialist potential, but was first exploited and then betrayed by the pro-capitalist and/or nationalist forces. This way, one can continue to dream that the revolution is round the corner. All we need is an authentic leadership which would be able to organize the workers' revolutionary potential. If one is to believe them, Solidarno was originally a workers' democratic socialist movement, later betrayed by its leadership which was corrupted by the Church and the CIA. There is, of course, a grain of truth in this approach. The ultimate irony of the disintegration of communism was that the great revolts, the GDR in 1953, Hungary in 1956, Solidarity in Poland, were originally workers' uprisings which only later paved the way for the standard anti-communist movements. Before succumbing to the external enemy, the regime got a message about its falsity from those whom these workers' and peasants' states evoked as their own social base. However, this very fact also demonstrates how the workers' revolt lacked any substantial socialist commitment. In all cases, once the movement exploded, it was smoothly hegemonized by standard bourgeois ideology, political freedom, private property, national sovereignty, and so forth. The trouble with Heidegger. How, then, do things stand with Heidegger's engagement? Was it, in contrast to Foucault's, not just a mistake, but a mistake grounded in his philosophy? There is something profoundly symptomatic in the compulsion of many liberal democratic critics of Heidegger to demonstrate that Heidegger's Nazi affiliation was not a mere temporary blunder, but in consonance with the very fundamentals of his thought. It is as if this consonance allows us to dismiss Heidegger as theoretically irrelevant and thus to avoid the effort to think with and through Heidegger, to confront the uneasy questions he raised against such basic tenets of modernity as humanism, democracy, progress, etc. Once Heidegger disappears from the picture, we can safely carry on with our common concerns about the ethical problems opened up by biogenetics, about how to accommodate capitalist globalization within a meaningful communal life. In short, we can safely avoid confronting what is really new in globalization and biogenetic discoveries, and continue to measure these phenomena with old standards, in the wild hope of a synthesis that will allow us to keep the best of both worlds. But this, of course, in no way means that we should rehabilitate the standard defense of Heidegger's Nazi episode, which, unsurprisingly, follows yet again the borrowed kettle formula. 1. Heidegger was never really a Nazi, he just made some superficial compromises in order to save whatever could have been saved for the autonomy of the university. When he realized that this tactic would not work, he consequently stepped down and withdrew from public life. 2. Heidegger was, for a limited period, a sincerely committed Nazi. However, not only did he withdraw once he became aware of his blunder, but the acquaintance with Nazi power precisely enabled him to gain an insight into the nihilism of modern technology as the deployment of the unconditional will to power. 3. Heidegger was a Nazi, and there is nothing to reproach him with for this choice. In the early 1930s, it was a perfectly legitimate and understandable choice. This final position is Ernst Nolte's, and it is worth recalling here his book on Heidegger, which brought fresh wind to the sails of the endless debate on Heidegger and politics. Far from excusing Heidegger's infamous political choice in 1933, it justifies it, or, at least, demonizes it, rendering it a viable and meaningful choice. Against the standard defenders of Heidegger, whose mantra is that Heidegger's Nazi engagement was a personal mistake of no fundamental consequence for his thought, Nolte accepts the basic claim of Heidegger's critics that his Nazi choice is inscribed into his thought, but with a twist. Instead of problematizing his thought, Nolte justifies his political choice as a justifiable option in the late 1920s and early 1930s, given the economic chaos and the threat of communism. Insofar as Heidegger resisted the attempt at the communist solution, he, like countless others, was historically right. In committing himself to the National Socialist solution, perhaps he became a fascist. But in no way did that make him historically wrong from the outset. Point 29. And here is Mark Radhall's model formulation of the second position. Heidegger's work after the war did go some way towards overcoming the political naivete that led to his disastrous involvement with National Socialism. He did this by, first, getting much clearer than he had been about the dangers of the modern world, the dangers which led him to think we need a new world disclosure. Once he was able to articulate the danger of modernity in terms of technology, it became clear that National Socialism was just another modern technological movement, even if it employed technology for reactionary goals. Point 30. This passage tells much more than may appear at first glance. The key words in it are the innocuous just another, is the underlying premise. Not even the best of political projects, the most radical attempt to oppose nihilism, remained just another nihilistic movement caught in technology. There is no horror of Nazism here. Nazism is just another in the series. The difference is ontologically insignificant, which is why, for Heidegger, the Allied victory in World War II really decided nothing. Here Heidegger's reference to Hölderlin's famous lines enters: where the danger is rising, that which can save us das Rett and also grows. In order to overcome the danger, one has to push it to the extreme. In short, in order to arrive at the ontological truth, Heidegger had to err ontically. So when Radhall writes apropos Heidegger's Nazi engagement, it is disconcerting, to say the least, that Heidegger, who purported to have a unique insight into the movement of world history, proved to be so terribly blind to the significance of the events that played out before his eyes. 31. A Heideggerian could easily turn this argument around. The ontic blindness to the truth of the Nazi regime was a positive condition of his ontological insight. However, when defenders of Heidegger claim that his acquaintance with the Nazi exercise of power precisely enabled him to gain an insight into the nihilism of modern technology as the deployment of the unconditional will to power, does this line of defense not sound a little bit like the attitude of the proverbial prostitute turned preacher who, after her conversion, ferociously attacks carnal sins, claiming that she knows from her own experience how destructive they are? Steve Fuller writes. Ironically, Heidegger's intellectual stature may even have been helped by the time-honored practice of learning from the opponent, in which victors indulge after a war. In this respect, Heidegger's political genius may lie in having stuck with the Nazis long enough for the Americans to discover him during denazification without ending up being judged an untouchable war criminal whose works had to be banned. As committed anti-Nazis ensconced in Allied countries, Heidegger's existentialist rivals never underwent such intense scrutiny nor subsequently acquired such a mystique for depth and danger. 32. There is truth in these lines, but it is more complex than Heidegger's mere luck in striking the right balance in the depth of his Nazi engagement. The difficult truth to admit is that Heidegger is great not in spite of, but because of his Nazi engagement, that this commitment is a key constituent of his greatness. Imagine a Heidegger without this passage, or a Heidegger who, after World War II, had done what many colleagues expected of him, namely, publicly renounce his Nazi engagement and apologize for it, would this not somehow have occluded the radically of his insight? Would it not have constrained him to humanitarian political concerns which he so bitterly despised? Miguel de Beistegui makes a perspicuous observation on the fundamental ambiguity of Heidegger's disillusionment with Nazism. It was his resignation and his disillusionment with what, until the end of his life, and with a touch of regret at not having seen it develop its potential, he referred to as the movement 33 is, however, this not the reason why Heidegger's later withdrawal from political commitment also cannot be conceived only in the terms of his insight into the nihilism of contemporary politics. De Beistegui concludes his book with the statement that Heidegger will not be caught out in a belief in the redemptive power of political engagement twice, having burned his fingers in politics, and lost his illusions in the failure of Nazism to carry out a project of ontodestinal significance. His hopes will turn to the hidden resources of thought, art, and poetry, all deemed to carry a historical and destinal power far greater than that of politics. 34. But is Heidegger's refusal to be caught twice in the act of political engagement and thus burning his fingers again not a negative mode of his continuing melancholic attachment to the Nazi movement? His refusal to engage again in politics was thus similar to a disappointed lover who, after the failure of his relationship, rejects love as such and avoids all further relationships, thereby confirming in a negative way his lasting attachment to the failed relationship. Is the premise of this refusal not that, to the end of his life, Nazism remained for Heidegger the only political commitment which at least tried to address the right problem, so that the failure of Nazism is the failure of the political as such? It never entered Heidegger's mind to propose, say, in a liberal mode, that the failure of the Nazi movement was merely the failure of a certain kind of engagement which conferred on the political the task of carrying out a project of ontodestinal significance, so that the lesson to draw was simply a more modest political engagement. In other words, what if one concludes from the failure of Heidegger's political experience that what one should renounce is the expectation that a political engagement will have destinal ontological consequences, and that one should participate in merely ontic politics which, far from obfuscating the need for a deeper ontological reflection, precisely open up a space for it? What if even the very last Heidegger, when he expressed his doubts as to whether democracy was the political order which best fitted the essence of modern technology, had still not learnt the ultimate lesson of his Nazi period, since he continued to cling to the hope of finding an ontic political engagement which would be at the level of the ontological project of modern technology? Our premise, of course, is that the liberal engagement is not the only alternative. Heidegger was right in his doubt about liberal democracy. What he refused to consider was a radical leftist engagement. Therein resides the importance of the link between Heidegger and Hannah Arendt. What is at stake in the difficult relationship between Heidegger and Arendt is Heidegger's much decried aversion to liberalism and liberal democracy, which he continuously, to his death, rejected as inauthentic, not the idiosyncrasies of their personal liaisons. Arendt was not only opposed to Heidegger along the double axis of woman versus man and a worldly Jew versus a provincial German, she was, which is much more important, the first liberal Heideggerian, the first to try to reunite Heidegger's insights with the liberal democratic universe. In a closer reading, of course, it is easy to discern what enabled Arendt to support liberalism while maintaining her basic fidelity to Heidegger's insights, her anti-bourgeois stance, her critical dismissal of politics as interest group politics, as the expression of the competitive and acquisitive society of the bourgeoisie. She shared the great conservatives' dissatisfaction with the lack of heroism and the pragmatic utilitarian orientation of bourgeois society. Simply to brand as outbursts of nihilism this violent dissatisfaction with the pre-war age and subsequent attempts at restoring it, from Nietzsche to Sarl to Pareto, from Rambaud and T.E. Lawrence to Juinger, Brecht and Malraux, from Bakunin and Nechayev to Alexander Bloch, is to overlook how justified disgust can be in a society wholly permeated with the ideological outlook and moral standards of the bourgeoisie. 35. The opposition Arendt mobilizes here is the one between citoyen and bourgeois. The first lives in the political sphere of public engagement for the common good, of the participation in public affairs, while the second is the egotistic utilitarian fully immersed in the process of production and who reduces all other dimensions of life to their role in enabling the smooth running of this process. In Aristotelian terms, this opposition is that between praxis and poiesis, between the high exercise of virtues in public life, and the low instrumentality of labor, the opposition whose echoes reverberate not only in Habermas's distinction between communicative action and instrumental activity, but even in Badiou's notion of the event, and in his concomitant denial that an event can take place in the domain of production. Recall how Arendt describes, in Badiouian terms, the suspension of temporality as the defining ontological characteristic of ontic political action, acting, as man's capacity to begin something new, out of nothing, not reducible to a calculated strategic reaction to a given situation, takes place in the non-temporal gap between past and future, in the hiatus between the end of the old order and the beginning of the new, which in history is precisely the moment of revolution. 36 Such an opposition, of course, raises a fundamental question formulated by Robert Pippin. How can Arendt separate out what she admires in bourgeois culture, its constitutionalism, its assertion of fundamental human rights, its equality before the law, its insistence on a private zone in human life, exempt from the political, its religious tolerance, and condemn what she disagrees with, its secularism, its cynical assumption of the pervasiveness of self-interest, the perverting influence of money on human values, its depoliticizing tendencies, and the menace it poses for tradition and a sense of place. 37. In other words, are these not two sides of the same phenomenon? No wonder then, that, when Arendt is pressed to provide the outline of the authentic care of the world as a political practice that would not be contaminated by utilitarian pragmatic calculation of interests, all she can evoke are forms of self-organization in revolutionary situations, from the early American tradition of town hall meetings of all citizens to revolutionary councils in the German Revolution. Not that she is not politically justified in evoking these examples, the problem is that they are utopian, that they cannot be reconciled with the liberal democratic political order to which she remains faithful. In other words, is Arendt with regard to liberal democracy not the victim of the same illusion as the democratic communists who, within the really existing socialism, were fighting for its truly democratic instantiation? Arendt is also right when, implicitly against Heidegger, she points out that fascism, although a reaction to bourgeois banality, remains its inherent negation, that is, remains within the horizon of bourgeois society. The true problem of Nazism is not that it went too far in its subjectivist nihilist hubris of exerting total power, but that it did not go far enough, namely, that its violence was an impotent acting out which, ultimately, remained in the service of the very order it despised. However, Heidegger would also have been right in rejecting Arendt's Aristotelian politics as not radical enough to break out of the nihilist space of European modernity. Arendt would thus have been justified in countering Pippin's all-too-easy version of a contemporary political Hegelianism. His basic claim is that while, of course, from today's perspective, Hegel's notion of a rational state no longer works, its limitations are evident, and these very limitations should be addressed in a Hegelian way. In some fairly obvious sense and in the historical terms he would have to accept as relevant to his own philosophy, he was wrong. None of these institutional realizations now looks as stable, as rational, or even as responsive to the claims of free subjects as Hegel has claimed, even though such criticisms are often themselves made in the name of such freedom. But the nature of that wrong is, I am arguing, also Hegelian, a matter of being incomplete, not wholly wrong-headed. 38. In short, it is a matter of an Aufhebung, of the immanent self-critique and self-overcoming, of these solutions, not of their outright rejection. However, what cannot but strike the eye is the formalist character of Pippin's formula. He does not provide any concrete examples that would render it operative. The question is, of course, how far do we have to go in this Aufhebung if we are to bring Hegel's project of a rational state of freedom up to today's conditions? How deeply is irrationality inscribed into today's bourgeois society so that its critique can still be formulated as a defense of bourgeois society? Do we have to stay within capitalism or risk a move beyond it? These, however, are not Heidegger's concerns. His fundamental move apropos our critical historical moment is to emphasize the underlying sameness of the ideological, political, economic choices we confront. From the point of view of their onto-historical origin, there is no real or fundamental difference between the Christian doctrine and Bolshevism, between the biologism and imperialism of Nazism and the forces of capital, which, today, have permeated all spheres of life, and between vitalism and spiritualism. This, I believe, is at once the strength, and the extraordinary weakness and limitation of Heidegger's position. For on the one hand it allows us to establish continuities and complicities where we thought there were incompatibilities, and to shift the weight of difference to a different terrain, that of the meaning or the truth of being. On the other hand, though, by revealing such differences as pseudo-differences, he also neutralizes the decisions and choices they often call for, thereby erasing the traditional space of politics and ethics. 39. Unfortunately, de Biestugy's solution to this deadlock remains all too commonsensical, a balanced approach which takes into account the legitimate demands of both levels. Whatever our commitments to the deconstruction of metaphysics, and to the struggle for new possibilities of thought and action beyond it, or perhaps on its margins, we continue to live within the metaphysical, technical framework, and so must remain committed to taking seriously, and discriminating between, the many differences, choices, and situations we are faced with at the historical, political, religious and artistic level. The free relation to technology Heidegger advocates may, after all, also involve an active participation in intrametaphysical processes, and not just a meditation of its essence. For within technology, there are differences that matter, and to which we cannot and must not remain blind. With one critical eye, and the other deconstructive, we may be better equipped to navigate the often treacherous waters of our time. 40. But what if there is a fundamental discordance between the ontological and the ontic, so that, as Heidegger put it, those who reach ontological truth have to err in the ontic? What if we are to see with the ontological eye, our ontic eye has to be blinded? Ontological difference. When Heidegger speaks of the untruth concealedness withdrawal as inherent to the truth event itself, he has in mind two different levels. One, on the one hand, the way a man, when engaged in inner-worldly affairs, forgets the horizon of meaning within which he dwells, and even forgets this forgetting itself. Exemplary is here the regression of Greek thought that occurs with the rise of sophists. What was the confrontation with the very foundation of our being turns into a trifling play with different lines of argumentation with no inherent relation to truth. 2. On the other hand, the way this horizon of meaning itself, insofar as it is an epochal event, arises against the background of and thereby conceals the imponderable mystery of its emergence, in the same way a clearing in the midst of a forest is surrounded by the dark thickness of the woods. The same ambiguity repeats itself with regard to the earth as that which resists, remains forever obscure and unfathomable. There always is something resisting and supporting our practices, and that something is very real. 41. So, on the one hand, the earth designates what resists the meaningful totality of a historical world. As a world strives to grow back into the earth, it encounters resistance. In the process, the earth appears in a determinate way in terms of the resistance that the world encounters. In building the cathedral, we discover particular ways in which our practices are limited and constrained. Our worlds, and consequently our meaningful relations to things, are always based in something that can't be explained in terms of the prevailing intelligible structure of the world. 42. On the other hand, however, what is most impenetrable is the basic structure of the world itself. For example, when we argue that the modernization of Japan was desirable because it brought about a higher gross domestic product and per capita income, one should raise the more fundamental question. But why one should have just those preferences is precisely what is at issue if one would prefer the pace and style of pre-modern Japanese life to an increase of per capita income. Then the argument that Japan should modernize in order to increase average income will not be persuasive. So it seems that the strength of the drive to establish a new world and destroy the old depends on something withdrawing from view that is becoming so self-evident that it is no longer open to question, namely, the desirability of the new world itself. This desirability is an earthly thing, it withdraws and shelters the world it supports. Our world is supported by our most basic preferences, a taste for efficiency and flexibility having largely withdrawn from viewpoint 43. The earth is thus either the impenetrable abyss of the ontic which withdraws from ontological disclosure, or the horizon of this disclosure itself, invisible on account of its excessive self-evidence. We do not see it as such because it is the very medium through which we see everything. One should make the properly Hegelian move of identifying the two levels, the beyond and the obstacle screen that distorts our access to beyond. So this is not simply Heidegger's mistake or confusion, to be resolved or corrected by introducing a further notional distinction, one term for the earth as the darkness of what resists disclosure, another for the invisibility of the very horizon of disclosure. The oscillation between the two levels is what defines the earth. What this also means is that ontological difference is not maximal, between all beings, the highest genus, and something else more beyond, but, rather, minimal, the bare minimum of a difference not between beings but between the minimum of an entity and the void, nothing. Insofar as it is grounded in the finitude of humans, ontological difference is that which makes a totalization of all beings impossible. Ontological difference means that the field of reality is finite. Ontological difference is, in this precise sense, real/impossible, to cite Eco Beto Laca's determination of antagonism. In it, external difference overlaps with internal difference. The difference between beings and their being is simultaneously a difference within beings themselves, that is to say, the difference between beings/entities and their opening, their horizon of meaning, always also cuts into the field of beings themselves, rendering it incomplete/finite. Therein resides the paradox. The difference between beings in their totality and their being precisely misses the difference and reduces being to another higher entity. The parallel between Kant's antinomies and Heidegger's ontological difference resides in the fact that, in both cases, the gap, phenomenal/noumenal, ontic/ontological, is to be referred to the non-all of the phenomenal ontic domain itself. However, the limitation of Kant was that he was not able to fully assume this paradox of finitude as constitutive of the ontological horizon. Ultimately, he reduced transcendental horizon to a way reality appears to a finite being, man, with all of it located into a wider encompassing realm of noumenal reality. Here there is a clear link with the Lacanian real which, at its most radical level, is the disavowed X on account of which our vision of reality is anamorphically distorted. It is simultaneously the thing to which direct access is not possible and the obstacle which prevents this direct access, the thing which eludes our grasp and the distorting screen which makes us miss the thing. More precisely, the real is ultimately the very shift of perspective from the first to the second standpoint. Recall the well-known Adornian analysis of the antagonistic character of the notion of society. In a first approach, the split between the two notions of society, the Anglo-Saxon individualistic nominalistic version and the Durkheimian organicist notion of society as a totality which pre-exists individuals, seems irreducible. We seem to be dealing with a true Kantian antinomy which cannot be resolved via a higher dialectical synthesis, and which elevates society into an inaccessible thing in itself. However, in a second approach, one should merely take note of how this radical antinomy which seems to preclude our access to the thing already is the thing itself. The fundamental feature of today's society is the irreconcilable antagonism between totality and the individual. What this means is that, ultimately, the status of the real is purely parallactic and, as such, non-substantial. It has no substantial density in itself, it is just a gap between 2 points of perspective, perceptible only in the shift from the one to the other. The parallax real is thus opposed to the standard, Lacanian, notion of the real as that which always returns to its place, namely, as that which remains the same in all possible, symbolic, universes, the parallax real is rather that which accounts for the very multiplicity of appearances of the same underlying real. It is not the hard core which persists as the same, but the hard bone of contention which pulverizes the sameness into the multitude of appearances. In a first move, the real is the impossible hardcore which we cannot confront directly, but only through the lenses of a multitude of symbolic fictions, virtual formations. In a second move, this very hardcore is purely virtual, actually non-existing, an X which can be reconstructed only retroactively, from the multitude of symbolic formations which are all that there actually is. It seems that Heidegger was not ready to draw all the consequences from this necessary double meaning of unconcealedness, which, to put it bluntly, would have compelled him to accept that ontological difference is ultimately nothing but a rift in the ontic order, incidentally, in the exact parallel to Badiou's key admission that the event is ultimately nothing but a torsion in the order of being. This limitation of Heidegger's thought has a series of philosophical and ethico-political consequences. Philosophically, it leads to Heidegger's notion of historical destiny, which delivers different horizons of the disclosure of being, destiny which cannot and should not be in any way influenced by or dependent on ontic occurrences. Ethico-politically, it accounts for Heidegger's, not simply ethical, but properly ontological, indifference towards the Holocaust, its leveling to just another case of the technological disposal of life, in the infamous passage from the Conference on Technique to acknowledge the Holocaust's extraordinary/exceptional status would equal recognizing in it a trauma that shatters the very ontological coordinates of being. Does this indifference make him a Nazi? Heidegger's smoking gun? There are two of Heidegger's seminars which clearly disturb the official picture of a Heidegger who only externally accommodated himself to the Nazi regime in order to save whatever could be saved of the university's autonomy. Überwesen und Begriff von Natur, Geschichte und Staat, on the essence and notion of nature, history, and state, Winter 1933-34, Protokoll conserved in the Deutsches Literaturarchiv, Marbach am Neckar, Hegel, Über den Staat, Hegel, on the state, Winter 1934-35, Protokoll. Also conserved in the DLA. Significantly, the first of the two is not included in the official Gesamtausgabe by Klostermann Verlag, a fact that renders problematic its designation as a complete edition. These two seminars are the closest one can get to the proverbial smoking gun, since they enact precisely what, according to the official Heideggerian Dasein, did not, could not, and should not have taken place, full-bodied support for Nazism formulated and grounded in Heidegger's innermost philosophical project. It is nonetheless wrong for a philosopher to invest too much into finding smoking guns, they only confirm what is already there in the formal structure of a thought. However, one should not lose one's nerve too fast here and let oneself fall into the standard liberal condemnation. Heidegger's failure is not as easy to locate as it may appear. The atmosphere of Heidegger's political references in his texts and courses from the 1930s, the examples he uses, etc., is, as expected, ominous. Suffice it to recall the beginning of the paragraph which questions the being of a state it is. In what consists its being? In that the state police arrests a suspect. 44. The very example he uses to illustrate what Hegel means by his claim about the speculative identity of the rational and the actual is, again, ominous. The Treaty of Versailles is actual, but not rational. 45. Heidegger's starting point is a defense of Hegel against the famous proclamation by Carl Schmitt that Hegel died in 1933. When Hitler took over, it was said that Hegel died in 1933, quite the contrary, it was only then that he first began to live. 46. Why? Heidegger endorses Hegel's thesis on the state as the highest form of social existence, the highest actualization of human being occurs in the state. 47. He even directly ontologizes the state, defining the relationship between the people and the state in terms of ontological difference. The people, the existing, has a fully determined relationship towards its being, towards the state. 48. However, in what follows, it soon becomes clear that Heidegger only needs Hegel in order to assert the emerging Nazi total state against the liberal notion of the state as a means to regulate the interaction of civil society. he approvingly refers to Hegel's deployment of the limitation of the external state, the state of necessity, the state of understanding, the system of civil society. 49. We cannot grasp what Hegel understands as freedom, if we take it as an essential determination of a singular I. Freedom is only actual where there is a community of I's, of subjects. 50. But Hegel understands by freedom also this: he insists on the modern principle of the individual's infinite right. For Hegel, civil society is the great modern achievement, the condition of actual freedom, the material basis of mutual recognition, and his problem is precisely how to unite the unity of the state and the dynamic mediation of civil society without curtailing the rights of civil society. The young Hegel, especially in his System der Sittlichkeit, was still fascinated by the Greek polis as the organic unity of individual and society. Here, social substance does not yet stand opposed to individuals as a cold, abstract, objective legality imposed from outside, but as the living unity of customs, of a collective ethical life in which individuals are at home, recognizing it as their own substance. From this perspective, cold universal legality is a regression from the organic unity of customs, the regression from Greece to the Roman Empire. Although Hegel soon accepted that the subjective freedom of modernity has to be accepted, that the organic unity of polis is forever lost, he nonetheless insisted on a need for some kind of return to renewed organic unity, to a new polis that would offer as a counterpart to individuals a deeper sense of social solidarity and organic unity over and above the mechanistic interaction and individualist competition of civil society. Hegel's crucial step towards maturity occurs when he really abandons the paradigm of the polis. 51 by way of reconceptualizing the role of civil society. First, civil society is for Hegel the state of understanding, the state reduced to the police apparatus regulating the chaotic interaction of individuals, each of whom pursues his egotistic interests. Such an individualistic atomistic notion of freedom and the notion of legal order as imposed on individuals as the external limitation of their freedom are strictly correlative. The need thus arises to pass from this state of understanding to the true state of reason, in which the individual's subjective dispositions are harmonized with the social whole, in which individuals recognize the social substance as their own. The crucial step occurs when Hegel fully develops the mediating role of civil society, the system of multilateral dependence whose ultimate modern form is the market economy, the system in which particular and universal are separated and opposed, in which every individual pursues only his private goals, in which organic social unity decomposes into external mechanic interaction, which is in itself already the reconciliation of the particular and the universal in the guise of the famous invisible hand of the market, on account of which, by pursuing private interests at the expense of others, every individual contributes to the welfare of all. It is thus not simply that one has to overcome the mechanical/external interaction of civil society in a higher organic unity. Civil society and its disintegration play a crucial mediating role, so that the true reconciliation, which does not abolish modern subjective freedom, should recognize how this disintegration is in itself already its opposite, a force of integration. Reconciliation is thus radically imminent. It implies a shift of perspective as to what first appears as disintegration. In other words, insofar as civil society is the sphere of alienation, of the separation between subjectivity persisting in its abstract individuality and the objective social order opposing it as an external necessity that curtails its freedom, the resources of reconciliation should be found in this very sphere, in what, in this sphere, appears at first sight, as the least spiritual, as the most alienating, the system of needs. 52, not in the passage to another higher sphere. The structure of this reconciliation in the mature Hegel is, again, that of the Rabinovich joke: there are two reasons modern society is reconciled with itself. The first is the interaction within civil society, but that interaction is constant strife, the very mechanism of disintegration, of ruthless competition. Well, this is the second reason, since this very strife and competition makes individuals thoroughly interdependent and thus generates the ultimate social bond. The whole perspective thus changes. it is no longer that the organic Sittlichkeit of the polis disintegrates under the corrosive influence of modern abstract individuality in its multiple modes, the market economy, Protestantism, and so on, and that this unity should somehow be restored at a higher level. The point of Hegel's analyses of antiquity, best exemplified by his repeated readings of Antigone, is that the Greek polis itself was already marked, cut through, by fatal immanent antagonisms, public, private, masculine, feminine, human, divine, free, slaves, etc., which belie its organic unity. Abstract universal individualism, Christianity, far from causing the disintegration of Greek organic unity, was, on the contrary, the necessary first step towards true reconciliation. With regard to the market, far from being simply a corrosive force, it is market interaction which provides the mediating process which forms the basis of true reconciliation between the universal and the particular. Market competition brings people really together, while organic order divides them. The best indication of this shift in the mature Hegel concerns the opposition of customs and law. For the early Hegel, the transformation of customs into institutionalized law is a regressive move from organic unity to alienation. The norm is no longer experienced as part of my substantial ethical nature, but as an external force that constrains my freedom, while for the mature Hegel this transformation is a crucial step forward, opening up and sustaining the space of modern subjective freedom. 53. It is in total opposition to these Hegelian insights that Heidegger deploys his notion of a total state. We are talking about a total state. This state is not a particular domain. Among others, it is not an apparatus which is here to protect society from the state itself, a domain with which only some people have to deal. 54. The people thus wills and loves the state as its own way and manner to be as a people. The people is dominated by the striving, by eros, for the state. 55. This eros, of course, implies personification. Love is always love for the one, the leader. The Führer state, the one we have, means the accomplishment of the historical development, the actualization of the people in the Führer. 56. It is only the leader's will which makes others into his followers, and community arises out of this relationship of following. The followers' sacrifice and service originate in this living connection, not in their obedience to the constraint of institutions. 57. The leader has something to do with the people's will. This will is not the sum of singular wills, but a whole of a primordial authenticity. The question of the consciousness of the will of a community is a problem in all democracies, which can only be resolved in a fruitful way when one recognizes the leader's will and the people's will in their essentiality. Our task today is to arrange the founding relationship of our communal being in the direction of this actuality of people and leader, where, as its actuality, the two cannot be separated. Only when this basic scheme is asserted in its essential aspect through its application, is true leadership possible. 58. This, of course, is again totally opposed to Hegel, for whom the head of a rational state should not be a leader, but a king. Why? Let us take a look at Hegel's, famous deduction of the rational necessity of hereditary monarchy. The bureaucratic chain of knowledge has to be supplemented by the king's decision as the completely concrete objectivity of the will which reabsorbs all particularity into its single self, cuts short the weighing of pros and cons between which it lets itself oscillate perpetually now this way and now that, and by saying I will makes its decision and so inaugurates all activity and actuality. 59. This is why the conception of the monarch is of all conceptions the hardest for ratiocination, i.e. for the method of reflection employed by the understanding. 60. In the next paragraph, Hegel further elaborates this speculative necessity of the monarch. This ultimate self in which the will of the state is concentrated is, when thus taken in abstraction, a single self and therefore is immediate individuality. Hence its natural character is implied in its very conception. The monarch, therefore, is essentially characterized as this individual, in abstraction from all his other characteristics, and this individual is raised to the dignity of monarchy in an immediate, natural, fashion, i.e. through his birth in the course of nature. 61. The speculative moment that understanding cannot grasp is the transition of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being and so into the realm of nature. 62 In other words, while understanding can well grasp the universal mediation of a living totality, what it cannot grasp is that this totality, in order to actualize itself, has to acquire actual existence in the guise of an immediate natural singularity. 63 The term natural should be given its full weight here, in the same way that, at the end of the logic, the idea's completed self-mediation releases itself from nature, collapses into the external immediacy of nature, the state's rational self-mediation has to acquire actual existence in a will which is determined as directly natural, unmediated, stricto sensu irrational. While observing Napoleon on a horse in the streets of Jena after the Battle of 1807, Hegel remarked that it was as if he had seen the world spirit riding a horse. The Christological implications of this remark are obvious. What happened in the case of Christ is that God himself, the creator of our entire universe, was walking around as a common individual. This mystery of incarnation is discernible at different levels, up to the parent's speculative judgment apropos a child out there our love is walking, which stands for the Hegelian reversal of determinate reflection into reflexive determination, the same as with a king, when his subject sees him walking around, out there our state is walking. Marx's evocation of reflexive determination, in his famous footnote in Chapter 1 of Capital, also falls short here. Individuals think that they treat a person as a king because he is a king in himself, while, in fact, he is a king only because they treat him as one. However, the crucial point is that this reification of a social relation in a person cannot be dismissed as a simple fetishistic misperception. What such a dismissal itself misses is something that, perhaps, could be designated as the Hegelian performative. Of course a king is in himself a miserable individual, of course he is a king only insofar as his subjects treat him as one. However, the point is that the fetishistic illusion which sustains our veneration of a king has in itself a performative dimension. The very unity of our state, that which the king embodies, actualizes itself only in the person of a king. Which is why it is not enough to insist on the need to avoid the fetishistic trap and to distinguish between the contingent person of a king and what he stands for. What the king stands for only comes to be in his person, the same as with a couple's love which, at least within a certain traditional perspective, only becomes actual in their offspring. So far, Hegel seems to say the same thing as Heidegger. There is, however, a key difference, made clear in the addition to paragraph 280. Addition: it is often alleged against monarchy that it makes the welfare of the state dependent on chance, for, it is urged, the monarch may be ill-educated, he may perhaps be unworthy of the highest position in the state, and it is senseless that such a state of affairs should exist because it is supposed to be rational. But all this rests on a presupposition which is nugatory, namely that everything depends on the monarch's particular character. In a completely organized state, it is only a question of the culminating point of formal decision, and a natural bulwark against passion. It is wrong therefore to demand objective qualities in a monarch. He has only to say yes and dot the I, because the throne should be such that the significant thing in its holder is not his particular makeup. In a well-organized monarchy, the objective aspect belongs to law alone, and the monarch's part is merely to set to the law the subjective I will. 64. What is missing in Heidegger is this reduction of the function of the monarch to the purely formal function of dotting the is, that is, the separation between what, today, we would call the constitutive and the performative aspects, or, in Lacan's terms, the chain of knowledge and the master signifier, the objective aspect of governing a state, the content of laws and measures, which is the business of the expert bureaucracy, and its transformation into a subjective decision of the state that is to be enacted. Heidegger's concept of the leader confounds precisely the two dimensions Hegel strives to keep apart. The further paradox of Hegel's notion of monarchy is that the king is the constitutive exception which, as such, guarantees the universal legal equality of all other subjects. No wonder that, in contrast to Hegel, Heidegger explicitly rejects equality in favor of a hierarchy of grades enforced by the leader. To domination belongs power, which creates a hierarchy of grades through the imposition of the will of the one who rules, insofar as he is actually powerful, i.e., insofar as he disposes those under his rule. 65. Heidegger pastes those who accuse him of leaving out of consideration the cruel aspects of ancient Greek life, slavery and so on, openly draws attention to how rank and dominance are directly grounded in a disclosure of being, thereby providing a direct ontological grounding for the social relations of domination. If people today from time to time are going to busy themselves rather too eagerly with the polis of the Greeks, they should not suppress this side of it, otherwise the concept of the polis easily becomes innocuous and sentimental. What is higher in rank is what is stronger. Thus being, logos, as the gathered harmony, is not easily available for every man at the same price, but is concealed, as opposed to that harmony which is always mere equalizing, the elimination of tension, leveling. 66. Who, then, is the enemy of such a hierarchical order? The Janus head of non-hierarchical egalitarianism with its two faces, bourgeois liberal individualism and communist egalitarianism, grounded in Judeo-Christian spirituality, which is thus the common source and foundation of both opposed strands of modern politics. In accordance to its mode, Jewish-Christian domination plays a double game, taking simultaneously the side of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the side of the liberal democratic cultural striving. For some time, this double game will continue to conceal our already present loss of roots and inability to take essential decisions. 67. And Heidegger goes even a step further here against the liberal democratic Dasein. In the alternative between communism and liberalism, English democratic liberalism is the more dangerous, the bourgeois Christian form of English Bolshevism is the most dangerous. Without its annihilation, the modern era will continue to be maintained. 68. Distrust of democracy is a constant feature of Heidegger's thought, even after the Care. We find it in his Nietzsche lectures from 1936-37, where he wrote that Europe always wants to cling to democracy and does not want to see that this would be a fateful death for it. 69, as well as in his posthumously published Spiegel interview where he expressed his doubt that democracy was the political form that best fits modern technology. Repetition and the new. So we are back to Chesterton's notion of concealing a body in a pile of corpses. When one condemns Heidegger's entire philosophical edifice as fascist, one masks one's inability to identify a 1. corpse, the singular ideological feature which gave a fascist touch to all others, by constructing a pile of corpses called Heidegger's fascist thought. In this way, one concedes too much to the enemy. There is nothing inherently fascist in the notions of decision, repetition, assuming one's destiny, and so forth, or, closer to ordinary politics, in the notions of mass discipline, sacrifice of the individual for the collective, and so forth. In short, one should not allow the enemy to define the terrain of the battle and its stakes, so that we end up abstractly opposing him, supporting a negative copy of what he wants. To be clear and brutal to the end, there is a lesson to be learned from Hermann Goering's reply, in the early 1940s, to a fanatical Nazi who asked him why he protected a well-known Jew from deportation. In this city, I decide who is a Jew. An answer, incidentally, attributed already to many other German figures who protected their privileged Jews, from Bismarck to Karl Lueger. In this city, it is we who decide what is left, so we should simply ignore liberal accusations of inconsistency. For example, in his review of the Guevara film The Motorcycle Diaries, Paul Berman critically claimed that the entire movie, in its concept and tone, exudes a Christological cult of martyrdom, a cult of adoration for the spiritually superior person who is veering toward death, precisely the kind of adoration that Latin America's Catholic Church promoted for several centuries, with miserable consequences. The rebellion against reactionary Catholicism in this movie is itself an expression of reactionary Catholicism. The traditional churches of Latin America are full of statues of gruesome bleeding saints. And the masochistic allure of those statues is precisely what you see in the movie's many depictions of young Che coughing out his lungs from asthma and testing himself by swimming in cold water. 70. To this, One should simply answer, true, but so what? Why should revolutionary politics not take over the Catholic cult of martyrdom? And one should not be afraid to go to, what for many liberals would be, the end, and to say the same about Leni Riefenstahl. Her work seems to lend itself to a teleological reading, progressing towards its dark conclusion. It began with Bergfilme, which celebrated heroism and bodily effort in the extreme conditions of mountain climbing. It went on to her two Nazi documentaries, celebrating the political and sport forms of bodily discipline, concentration, and strength of the will. Then, after World War II, in her photo albums, she rediscovered her ideal of bodily beauty and graceful self-mastery in the Nubi African tribe. Finally, in the last decades, she learned the difficult art of deep-sea diving and started shooting documentaries about the strange life in the dark depths of the sea. We thus seem to obtain a clear trajectory from the top to the bottom. We begin with the individual struggling at the mountain tops and gradually descend, till we reach the amorphous thriving of life itself at the bottom of the sea. Is not what she encountered down there her ultimate object, obscene and irresistible eternal life itself, what she was searching for all along? And does this not apply also to her personality? In fact, it seemed that the fear of those who were fascinated by Leni was no longer when will she die, but will she ever die? Although we rationally knew she would soon die, we somehow did not really believe it, secretly convinced that she would go on forever, so her death was a genuine surprise. This continuity is usually given a proto-fascist twist, as in the exemplary case of Susan Sontag's famous essay on Riefenstahl, Fascinating Fascism. The idea here is that even her pre- and post-Nazi films articulate a vision of life which is proto-fascist. Riefenstahl's fascism is deeper than her direct celebration of Nazi politics. It resides already in her pre-political aesthetics of life, in her fascination with beautiful bodies displaying their disciplined movements. Perhaps it is time to problematize this topos. Let us take Das Blaue Licht. Is it not possible to read the film also in exactly the opposite way? Is Junta, the lonely and wild mountain girl, not an outcast who almost becomes the victim of a pogrom by the villagers in a manner which cannot but remind us of anti-Semitic massacres? Perhaps it is not an accident that Balz, Riefenstahl's lover at that time, who co-wrote the scenario with her, was a Marxist. The problem is here much more general. It goes far beyond Riefenstahl. Let us take the very opposite of Riefenstahl, Arnold Schoenberg. In the second part of Harmonienlehre, his major theoretical manifesto from 1911, he develops his opposition to tonal music in terms which, superficially, almost recall later Nazi anti-Semitic tracts. Tonal music has become a diseased, degenerate world in need of a cleansing solution. The tonal system has given in to inbreeding and incest. Romantic chords such as the diminished seventh are hermaphroditic, vagrant, and cosmopolitan. Nothing easier than to claim that such a messianic apocalyptic attitude is part of the same spiritual situation which gave birth to the Nazi final solution. This, however, is precisely the conclusion one should avoid. What makes Nazism repulsive is not the rhetoric of final solution as such, but the concrete twist it gives to it. Another popular topic of this kind of analysis, closer to Riefenstahl, is the allegedly proto-fascist character of the mass choreography displaying disciplined movements of thousands of bodies, parades, mass performances in the stadia, and so on. If one finds the same phenomenon also in socialism, one immediately draws the conclusion about a deeper solidarity between the two totalitarianisms. Such a procedure, the very prototype of ideological liberalism, misses the point. Not only are such mass performances not inherently fascist, they are not even neutral, waiting to be appropriated by left or right. It was Nazism that stole them and appropriated them from the workers' movement, their original creator. None of the proto-fascist elements is per se fascist. What makes them fascist is only their specific articulation, or, to put it in Stephen Jay Gould's terms, all these elements are accepted by fascism. In other words, there is no fascism avant la lettre, because it is the letter itself, the nomination, which makes out of the bundle of elements fascism proper. Along the same lines, one should radically reject the notion that discipline, from self-control to body training, is a proto-fascist feature. The very predicate proto-fascist should be abandoned. It is the exemplary case of a pseudo-concept whose function is to block conceptual analysis. When we say that the organized spectacle of thousands of bodies, or, say, the admiration of sports which demand intense efforts and self-control such as mountain climbing, is proto-fascist, we say strictly nothing, we just express a vague association which masks our ignorance. So when, 3 decades ago, kung fu films were popular, Bruce Lee and so forth, was it not obvious that we were dealing with a genuine working-class ideology of youngsters whose only means of success was the disciplined training of their only possession, their bodies? Spontaneity and the let-it-all-hang-out attitude of indulging in excessive freedoms belong to those who can afford it. Those who have nothing have only their discipline. The bad form of corporeal discipline, if there is one, is not collective training, but, rather, jogging and bodybuilding as part of the New Age myth of the realization of the self's inner potential. No wonder that the obsession with one's body is an almost obligatory part of the passage of ex-leftist radicals into the maturity of pragmatic politics. From Jane Fonda to Jishka Fisher, the period of latency between the two phases was marked by the focus on one's own body. So, back to Riefenstahl, what this means is not that one should dismiss her Nazi engagement as a limited and unfortunate episode. The true problem is to sustain the tension which cuts through her work, the tension between the artistic perfection of her procedures and the ideological project which co-opted them. Why should her case be different from that of Ezra Pound, W.B. Yeats, and other modernists with fascist tendencies who long ago became part of our artistic canon? Perhaps, the search for the true ideological identity of Riefenstahl is misleading. There is no such identity. She was genuinely inconsistent, blown this way and that as she was caught up in a conflictual force field. To return to Heidegger, in his Nazi engagement, he was not totally wrong. The tragedy is that he was almost right, deploying the structure of a revolutionary act and then distorting it by giving it a fascist twist. Heidegger was closest to truth precisely where he erred most, in his writings from the late 1920s to the mid-1930s. Our task thus is to repeat Heidegger and retrieve this lost dimension/potential of his thought. In 1937-38, Heidegger wrote, "What is conservative remains bogged down in the historiographical, only what is revolutionary attains the depth of history." Revolution does not mean here mere subversion and destruction but an upheaval and recreating of the customary so that the beginning might be restructured. And because the original belongs to the beginning, the restructuring of the beginning is never the poor imitation of what was earlier, it is entirely other and nevertheless the same. 71. In itself, is this not a wholly pertinent description of the revolution along Benjaminian lines? Recall the example provided by Walter Benjamin. The October Revolution repeated the French Revolution, redeeming its failure, unearthing and repeating the same impulse. Already for Kierkegaard, repetition is inverted memory, a movement forward, the production of the new, and not the reproduction of the old. There is nothing new under the sun is the strongest contrast to the movement of repetition. So, it is not only that repetition is, one of the modes of, the emergence of the new can only emerge through repetition. The key to this paradox is, of course, what Deleuze designates as the difference between the virtual and the actual, and which why not, one can also determine as the difference between the spirit and the letter. Let us take a great philosopher such as Kant. There are two modes of repeating him, either one sticks to the letter and further elaborates or changes his system, in the spirit of the Neo-Kantians, up to and including Habermas and Luc Ferry, or, one tries to regain the creative impulse that Kant himself betrayed in the actualization of his system, that is, to connect to what was already in Kant more than Kant himself, more than his explicit system, its excessive core. There are, accordingly, two modes of betraying the past. The true betrayal is an ethico-theoretical act of the highest fidelity. One has to betray the letter of Kant in order to remain faithful to, and repeat, the spirit of his thought. It is precisely when one remains faithful to the letter of Kant that one really betrays the core of his thought, the creative impulse underlying it. One should bring this paradox to its conclusion. It is not only that one can remain really faithful to an author by way of betraying him, the actual letter of his thought. At a more radical level, the inverse statement holds even more: one can only truly betray an author by way of repeating him, by remaining faithful to the core of his thought. If one does not repeat an author, in the authentic Kierkegaardian sense of the term, but merely criticizes him, moves elsewhere, turns him around, and so forth, this effectively means that one unknowingly remains within his horizon, his conceptual field. 72. When G.K. Chesterton describes his conversion to Christianity, he claims that he tried to be some 10 minutes in advance of the truth. And I found that I was 18 years behind it. 73. Does the same not hold even more for those who, today, desperately try to catch up with the new by way of following the latest post-fashion, and are thus condemned to remain forever 18 years behind the truly new? In his ironic comments on the French Revolution, Marx opposes the revolutionary enthusiasm to the sobering effect of the morning after, the actual result of the sublime revolutionary explosion, of the event of freedom, equality, and brotherhood, is the miserable utilitarian/egotistic universe of market calculation. And, incidentally, is not this gap even wider in the case of the October Revolution? However, one should not simplify Marx. His point is not the rather commonsensical insight into how the vulgar reality of commerce is the truth of the theater of revolutionary enthusiasm. In the revolutionary explosion as an event, another utopian dimension shines through, the dimension of universal emancipation, which, precisely, is the excess betrayed by the market reality which takes over the day after. As such, this excess is not simply abolished, dismissed as irrelevant, but, as it were, transposed into the virtual state, continuing to haunt the emancipatory imaginary as a dream waiting to be realized. The excess of revolutionary enthusiasm over its own actual social base or substance is thus literally that of an attribute effect over its own substantial cause, a spectral event waiting for its proper embodiment. Only repetition brings out pure difference. When, in his famous analysis in Being and Time, Heidegger describes the ecstatic structure of Dasein temporality as the circular movement which goes from future through the past to the present, it is not enough to understand this as a movement in which I, starting from the future, the possibilities open to me, my projects, and so on, go back to the past, analyze the texture of the historical situation into which I was thrown, in which I find myself, and, from there, engage in my present in order to realize my projects. When Heidegger characterizes future itself as having been, Gesoin, or, more precisely, something that is as having been, Joasend, he locates the future itself into the past, not, of course, in the sense that we live in a closed universe in which every future possibility is already contained in the past, so that we can only repeat, realize, what already is present in the inherited texture, but in the much more radical sense of the openness of the past itself. The past itself is not simply what there was, it contains hidden, non-realized potentials, and the authentic future is the repetition/retrieval of this past, not of the past as it was, but of those elements in the past which the past itself, in its reality, betrayed, stifled, failed to realize. It is in this sense that one should today repeat Lenin, choosing Lenin as one's hero, to paraphrase Heidegger, not in order to follow him and do the same today, but to repeat/retrieve him in the precise sense of bringing out the non-realized potentials of Leninism. And one should not be afraid to conceive in these terms the very sensitive topic of Heidegger's relation to Nazism. Although it is true that, in contrast to really existing socialism, one does not talk about really existing fascism, since we did not experience actual fascism as the betrayal of its inherent emancipatory potential, there is nonetheless a philosopher who precisely did engage in a kind of critique of really existing Nazism on behalf of its true potential, its inner greatness, betrayed by its racist technological nihilistic reality, none other than Heidegger himself, of course. After his much debated disappointment with the reality of the Nazi regime in 1934, Heidegger's effort throughout the 1930s was effectively to salvage this betrayed inner greatness, the world historic potential, of the Nazi movement. Therein resides the ultimate political wager of Heidegger's endless variations on the topic of Hölderlin and the fate of Germany. 74. According to the memoirs of a leading member of the German student movement in the late 1960s, 75, a delegation of student protesters visited Heidegger in 1968, and he professed his full sympathy and support for the students, claiming that they were doing then what he had tried to do in 1933 as rector in Freiburg, although from a different political position. One should not dismiss this claim as Heidegger's hypocritical illusion. What Heidegger was looking for in Nazism, to avoid a misunderstanding, not only due to an accidental error in his personal judgment, but due to the flaws of his theoretical edifice itself, was a revolutionary event, so that even some measures he imposed on the Freiburg University during his brief tenure as its rector bear witness to his intention to enact there a kind of cultural revolution, bringing students together with workers and soldiers, which, in itself, is not a fascist measure, but something Maoists tried to do in the Cultural Revolution. One is thus tempted to apply to Heidegger André Gide's sarcastic comment as regards Théophile Gautier. In 1933, he played a crucial role in German academic politics, it is just that he was not worthy of the role. From Heidegger to the Drive. Although Heidegger's almost phobic oversensitivity to morality can be easily accounted for as an implicit admission of his own ethically repulsive behavior and lack of elementary ethical attitudes, his opponents' insistence on these same features of Heidegger as a person is also false, as if, by demonstrating Heidegger's personal lack of ethics, one can avoid the hard task of confronting the issues posed by Heidegger's thought. There is nonetheless something disturbing in Heidegger's proverbial allergy against any mention of moral considerations. In his reading of Plato in the 1931-32 seminar, he even tries to purify the Platonic to agathon from all links with moral goodness through a skillful reference to one of the everyday uses of the exclamation good. Good means, it will be done. It is decided. It has nothing to do with the meaning of moral goodness. Ethics has ruined the grounding meaning of this word. One can thus easily imagine, at the conclusion of the Wannsee Conference, Heydrich exclaiming, good, using the term in the authentic Platonic sense, it will be done. It is decided. The fact that there is a real philosophical problem here can be demonstrated by a close reading of Heidegger's seminar on Schelling's Philosophical Inquiries into the Nature of Human Freedom, in which Heidegger has to admit a dimension of radical evil which cannot be historicized, that is, reduced to the nihilism of modern technology. It is the merit of Brett Davis to have analyzed in detail this deadlock of Heidegger's thought. In his close reading of Heidegger, Derrida tried to demonstrate how spirit, Geist, is the undeconstructed symptomal point in Heidegger's philosophical edifice. 76 Brett Davis has done the same thing for the notion of the will. 77 A consensus is gradually emerging in Heidegger studies that there are not two, but, rather, three distinct phases of his thought: the early phase of the analytic of Dasein, Senuendizeit, the middle phase of the assertion of heroic historicity, from the Conference. What is metaphysics? To the manuscript Vom Aranis, the key text published in Introduction to Metaphysics, and the last phase of the withdrawal from technological nihilism into poetry and thought, under the sign of Gelassenheit. In his first phase, Heidegger ignores the phenomenon of the will. In the second phase, it is forcefully asserted, and well beyond Heidegger's Nazi engagement. In the Vom Aranis manuscript, which is usually read as the beginning of late Heidegger, he still speaks of the will to Aranis. In the last phase, as the result of Heidegger's confrontation with Nietzsche, the will is, on the contrary, posited as the very core of modern subjectivity, and thus as that which has to be overcome if mankind is to leave behind the nihilism that threatens its very essence. Through a detailed and perceptive analysis, Davis shows how this tripartite division is not self-evident, although not explicitly thematized. The will is not only lurking in the background already in the first phase, much more crucially, it persists to the end, mysteriously popping up in unexpected ways. Where I disagree with Davis is in how to interpret this strange persistence of the will, which continues to haunt Heidegger even when its overcoming becomes the very focus of his thought. Under the clear influence of his in-depth knowledge of Japanese Zen Buddhism, Davis reads this persistence as a sign of Gelassenheit as an unfinished project. It basically indicates that Heidegger did not succeed in thoroughly deconstructing the will, so that it is up to us, who continue in his path, to finish the job and draw all the consequences from Gelassenheit. Our wager is, however, that the persistence of the will even in the later Heidegger, so brilliantly discerned by Davis, rather demonstrates the insufficiency of Heidegger's critical analysis of modern subjectivity, not in the sense that Heidegger didn't go far enough, and thus remained himself marked by subjectivity, but in the sense that he overlooked a non-metaphysical core of modern subjectivity itself. The most fundamental dimension of the abyss of subjectivity cannot be grasped through the lens of the notion of subjectivity as the attitude of technological domination. 78 In other words, it is the symptom of Gelassenheit, an indication of the limitation of this notion itself, not only of our failure to fully develop its potential. 79. Davis proposes the distinction between 1. What Heidegger calls the will of subjectivity, a fundamental, attunement that has risen up and prevailed in a particular epochal history of metaphysics, and 2. What we have, interpretively supplementing Heidegger, called willing, a non-historical dissonant excess which haunts the proper essence of non-willing. 80. Heidegger directly approaches this point in his reading of a fragment of Anaximander on order and disorder, where he considers the possibility that an entity may insist bestehen upon its while solely to remain more present, in the sense of perduring Beständigen. That which lingers persists beharreit in its presencing. In this way it extricates itself from its transitory while. It strikes the willful pose of persistence, no longer concerning itself with whatever else is present. It stiffens as if this were the only way to linger and aim solely for continuance and subsistence. 81. Davis's thesis is that this rebellious whiling refers to a non-historical willing, a willing which is not limited to the epoch of modern subjectivity and its will to power, but belongs to the core of being itself. This is also why Davis is right in dismissing Hannah Arendt's reading of this craving to persist, which reduces it to the traditional theological notion of a willful rebellion against the order of creation as such. 82. This willing is not the egotistic withdrawal into itself of a particular creature from the global order, it is a perversion inscribed into this order itself. Is there not a problem of willing that is an ineradicable aspect of man's ineradicable finitude? Would not a problem of willing, even if not that of its specific historical determinations/exacerbations in the epochs of metaphysics, remain even in the other beginning? 83. What Heidegger clearly saw is what the great Rhineland mystics, Eckhart, Bohm, also saw: the formula of evil as the distance or fall from divine goodness is not enough. The question to be asked is, how can this distance occur? The only consistent answer is, there has to be an inversion in God himself, a struggle, dissonance, already in the very heart of the divine origin. In the same way, Heidegger grounds the excess of subjectivity, its nihilistic forgetfulness of being, in a strife/discord in the very heart of being. Davis draws the same conclusion from Heidegger's oscillations in his reading of Schelling's treatise on freedom. Radical evil is most brutally exposed. Not in the faceless defacing technology of the extermination camps, but rather in the fact that it is possible for a person to look another person in the face and, clearly sensing the withdrawal of interiority, willfully pull the trigger, or point a finger in the direction of the gas chambers. The wickedness of this face-to-face defacement, this wicked will to power that wills the murder of the other as other, in other words, that wills to maintain a recognition of the other precisely in order to take diabolical pleasure in annihilating his or her otherness, radically exceeds the evil of the calculating machinations of technology. The thoughtless reduction of the other to a cog in the wheel of technological machination is not yet the wicked will to power that maintains a recognition of the alterity of the other precisely in order to take diabolical pleasure in conquering her resistance and witnessing her pain. This terrible fact of evil cannot be explained technologically. Heidegger's history of metaphysics, which proceeds to culminate in the technological will to will passes by the abyss of this wicked will to power. After Heidegger therefore, we must step back to think the originary dissonant excess of or willing as the root potential, not just of the faceless defacing technological will to will, but also of this wicked face-to-face defacing will to power. Moreover, insofar as human freedom could not be detached from a responsibility with regard to this non-technological evil will to power, a limit in Heidegger's thinking of evil would also mark a limit in his thinking of human freedom. 84. This, then, is where Heidegger was wrong in his infamous insertion of the Holocaust in the same series as the agricultural exploitation of nature. What is scandalously inadequate here is that Heidegger's thought appears unable to mark an essential difference between the reduction of vegetables to standing reserve for the production and consumption of foodstuffs and the lining up of persons to be systematically murdered. 85. So, what about the counter-argument in Heidegger's defense according to which it is not Heidegger but modern technology itself which reduces vegetables and humans to the same level of available/disposable objects? The answer is clear. Heidegger is simply, and crucially, wrong in reducing the Holocaust to a technological production of corpses. There is, in events like the Holocaust, a crucial element of the will to humiliate and hurt the other. The victim is treated as an object in a reflexive way, in order to humiliate him further, in clear contrast to the industrially produced vegetable, where this intention to hurt is absent in industrialized agriculture. A vegetable simply is reduced to an object of technological manipulation. This is also why the notion of trauma has no place in his universe. Does, in Heideggerian terms, the concept of trauma, of a traumatic encounter, not designate precisely the unthinkable point at which an ontic intrusion gets so excessively powerful that it shatters the very ontological horizon which provides the coordinates within which reality is disclosed to us? This is why a traumatic encounter entails a loss of reality which has to be understood in the strong philosophical sense of the loss of ontological horizon. In trauma, we are momentarily exposed to the raw ontic thing not yet covered/screened by the ontological horizon. This, of course, is what happens when we witness something like the Holocaust, the eclipse of the world itself. One has to take this statement at its most literal. An act of thorough evil threatens the very world disclosure. Davis's solution to clearly distinguish between the ontological necessity of errancy and the inordinate excess of letting oneself be led astray 86 comes dangerously close to the all too simple distinction between the ontologically necessary normal level of evil and the ontic excess over this normal level, something akin to old Herbert Marcuse's distinction between necessary libidinal repression and the unnecessary excessive repression. The problem with this solution is that it doubly misses the point. First, it obviously misses Heidegger's point, which is, to the contrary, that the true excess is the ontological evil of technological nihilism compared with it. Ontic excesses are a minor mishap, so that one might even risk a tasteless Heideggerian paraphrase of Brecht: what is the slaughter of thousands of enemies compared to the technological reduction of man himself to an object of technological manipulation? Second, it misses a dimension isolated already by the German mystics from Eckhart onwards, the very non-historical excessive basic human evil. The intention to hurt and humiliate the other, is not a simple falling off from man's ontological essence, but has to be grounded in this ontological essence. Two further, interconnected, questions are to be raised here. The first one, naive but necessary: does this not ultimately absolve man from responsibility for concrete evil, when evil is grounded in the convolutions of being itself? In other words, the question is whether Heidegger, in ascribing the origin of evil to a negativity in being itself, implicitly justifies evil as an ontologically necessitated errancy. 87. The second, more fundamental ontological, is this strife in the heart of being part of its harmony itself, in the sense that being is the very hidden concord of the struggling poles, or is it a more radical discord, something which derails the very harmony of being? Or, as Davis puts it, is being a fugue into which all dissonance is in the end necessarily harmonized? Or does evil haunt the gift of being as its non-sublatable dissonant excess? 88. However, against Davis's claim that the first option pulls Heidegger's thought back towards the systematicity of idealism, 89. One should insist that it is, on the contrary, pre-modern, pre-idealist, paganism whose ultimate horizon is the higher harmony of the struggling forces, and that subjectivity, at its most fundamental, designates precisely a dissonant excess which cannot be co-opted into a higher harmony of the substantial order of being. To answer these questions, it is not enough to think with Heidegger against Heidegger, that is, to push the unfinished Heidegger project to its end. In other words, immanent critique is not enough here. One has to abandon Heidegger's basic premise of a diabolical inversion of the fugue of being. Let us go back to Heidegger's reading of Anaximander. For anyone minimally versed in Freud and Lacan, Heidegger's reading of Anaximander's disorder cannot but evoke the Freudian drive. His formulation renders perfectly the stuckness, the fixation, of the drive on a certain impossible point around which it circulates, obeying a compulsion to repeat. At its most elementary, the drive is a rebellious whiling which derails the natural flow. So, what if there is stricto sensu no world, no disclosure of being, prior to this stuckness? What if there is no Gelassenheit which is disturbed by the excess of willing? What if it is this very excess stuckness which opens up the space for Gelassenheit? What if it is only against the background of this stuckness that a human being can experience him or herself as finite/mortal, in contrast to an animal which simply is mortal? The primordial fact is thus not the fugue of being, or the inner peace of Gelassenheit, which can then be disturbed/perverted by the rise of Urwilling. The primordial fact is this Urwilling itself, its disturbance of the natural fugue. To put it in yet another way, in order for a human being to be able to withdraw from immersion in the everyday world to the inner peace of Gelassenheit, this immersion has first to be broken by the excessive stuckness of the drive. Two further consequences should be drawn from this. First, that human finitude strictly equals infinity, the obscene immortality/infinity of the drive which insists beyond life and death. Second, the name of this diabolical excess of willing which perverts the order of being is the subject. The subject thus cannot be reduced to an epoch of being. To modern subjectivity bent on technological domination there is, underlying it, a non-historical subject. Heidegger's divine violence. If there is a proposition against which our entire reading is aimed, it is the notion that Heidegger abandoned his romantic infatuation with struggle, and mythical political deeds and sacrifices in favor of a more gentle and receptive form of openness to the earth and sky, mortals and divinities. 90. A subtitle to the present chapter could well have been, Beware of Gentle Openness. What this means with regard to the three phases of Heidegger's thought is that there is a potential breakthrough towards another dimension in phase 2, which gets lost in phase 3, where Heidegger erred most. His Nazi engagement, he came closest to truth. Far from resolving the inconsistencies of phase 2, phase 3 proposes a new paradigm which renders them invisible. In contrast to this assertion of the late, green Gelassenheit Heidegger, one should therefore explore for new openings the very Heidegger of violence, political deeds, and sacrifices. At the level of textual analysis, Gregory Fried 91 has already done a lot of spade work in his deep and pertinent reading of Heidegger's entire opus through the interpretive lens of his reference to Heraclitus's Polemos, struggle in German, Krieg, Kampf, or, predominantly in Heidegger, Auseinandersetzung, from the latter's famous fragment 53, War is both father of all and king of all. It reveals the gods on the one hand and humans on the other, makes slaves on the one hand, the free on the other. 92. As every interpreter of Heraclitus knows, this fragment is to be read as the inversion of the religious vision of the universe as generated and ruled by a divine potency. For someone like Hesiod, God, Zeus, the father and king of all is. If we replace Zeus with struggle, war, we get a totally different overall map of the universe, not a hierarchical whole whose local tensions and struggles are controlled by the paternal force of the overwhelming divine one, but the ongoing process of struggle itself as the ultimate reality, as the process out of which all entities as well as their temporary order emerge. It is not only that each stable identity of each entity is only temporary, that they all sooner or later disappear, disintegrate, return to the primordial chaos. There, temporary, identity itself emerges through struggle, that is, stable identity is something one should gain through the ordeal of struggle, one asserts in confrontation with the other. Perhaps this sounds familiar? One can insist that it does when Heidegger, in his reading of the fragment, insists on how the struggle meant here is originary struggle, for it allows those who struggle to originate as such in the first place. 93 Do we not have here not so much the usual Heidegger avec Hitler, but, rather, the unexpected Heidegger avec Stalin? For Stalin also, nature and history are a great ongoing process of eternal struggle between the opposites. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, for they all have their negative and positive sides, a past and a future, something dying away and something developing, and that the struggle between these opposites, the struggle between the old and the new, between that which is dying away and that which is being born, between that which is disappearing and that which is developing, constitutes the internal content of the process of development, the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development from the lower to the higher takes place not as a harmonious unfolding of phenomena, but as a disclosure of the contradictions inherent in things and phenomena, as a struggle of opposite tendencies which operate on the basis of these contradictions. 94. Even the class struggle is already there in Heraclitus, in the guise of the struggle which makes slaves on the one hand, the free on the other. According to some sources, one of Heidegger's visitors in the last years of World War II was surprised to see on desk some books on Marxist philosophy. He replied that, since the Soviet Union was going to win the war, he was getting ready to play his role in a new society. Apocryphal or not, we can see the inner logic of this anecdote, which resides in the unexpected reverberation between the highest and the lowest, the terse poetic beauty and precision of Heraclitus's ancient wisdom, and the simple brutality of Stalin's dialectical materialist worldview. The other key Greek passage on violence to which Heidegger repeatedly returns is the famous chorus from Antigone on the uncanny/demonic character of man. In his reading of this chorus in the Introduction to Metaphysics, Heidegger deploys the notion of ontological violence that pertains to every founding gesture of the new communal world of a people, accomplished by poets, thinkers, and statesmen. Violence is usually seen in terms of the domain in which concurring compromise and mutual assistance set the standard for Dasein, and accordingly all violence is necessarily deemed only a disturbance and an offense. The violent one, the creative one who sets forth into the unsaid, who breaks into the unthought, who compels what has never happened and makes appear what is unseen, this violent one stands at all times in daring. Therefore the violence doer knows no kindness and conciliation, in the ordinary sense, no appeasement and mollification by success or prestige and by their confirmation. For such a one, disaster is the deepest and broadest yes to the overwhelming. Essential discernment, when it is carried out and when it resists the constantly pressing ensnarement in the everyday and the customary, has to use violence. This act of violence, this decided setting out upon the way to the being of beings, moves humanity out of the hominess of what is most directly nearby and what is usual. 95. As such, the creator is Hypsipales Apolles, Antigone, line 370. He stands outside and above polis and its ethos. He is unbound by any rules of morality, which are only a degenerative form of ethos. Only as such can he ground a new form of ethos, of communal being in a polis. Of course, what reverberates here is the topic of an illegal violence that founds the rule of the law itself, deployed at the same time in different forms by Walter Benjamin and Carl Schmidt. 96. What accounts for the chilling character of these passages is that, here, Heidegger does not merely provide a new variation on his standard rhetorical figure of inversion. The essence of violence has nothing to do with ontic violence, suffering, war, destruction, etc. The essence of violence resides in the violent character of the very imposition/founding of the new mode of the essence disclosure of communal being itself. Here, Heidegger, implicitly, but clearly, reads this essential violence as something that grounds or, at least, opens up the space for the explosions of ontic violence themselves. Liberal critics of Heidegger like to dwell on these lines, emphasizing how, in suspending even minimal moral criteria, Heidegger legitimizes the most brutal ontic violence of the statesman-creator, and thus paves the way for his own Nazi engagement and support for Hitler as such a statesman-creator who, standing outside and above the communal space of the moribund Weimar Republic, fearlessly shattered its coordinates and thus violently grounded a new communal being, that of the Germany reawakened in the National Socialist Revolution. However, what one is tempted to add here is that, in the case of Nazism, and fascism in general, the constellation of violence is rather the opposite, crazy, tasteless even, as it may sound. The problem with Hitler was that he was not violent enough, that his violence was not essential enough. Nazism was not radical enough, it did not dare to disturb the basic structure of the modern capitalist social space, which is why it had to focus on destroying an invented external enemy, Jews. This is why one should oppose the fascination with Hitler which claims that, of course, he was an evil man, responsible for the death of millions, but that he definitely had courage, that he pursued what he wanted with an iron will. The point is that this is not only ethically repulsive, but simply wrong. No, Hitler did not have the courage to really change things, he did not really act, all his actions were fundamentally reactions, that is, he acted so that nothing would really change, he staged a great spectacle of revolution so that the capitalist order could survive. If one really wants to come up with an act which was truly daring, for which one truly had to have the courage to try the impossible, but which was simultaneously a horrific act, an act which caused suffering beyond comprehension, one could nominate Stalin's forced collectivization at the end of 1920s in the Soviet Union. But even here, the same reproach holds. The paradox of the 1928 Stalinist revolution was rather that, in all its brutal radically, it was not radical enough in effectively transforming the social substance. Its brutal destructiveness has to be read as an impotent passage act. Far from simply standing for a total forcing of the unamable real on behalf of the truth, Stalinist totalitarianism rather designates the attitude of absolutely ruthless pragmatism, of manipulating and sacrificing all principles on behalf of maintaining power. From this perspective, the irony of Hitler was that his grand gestures of despising bourgeois self-complacency and so on were ultimately in the service of enabling this complacency to continue, far from effectively disturbing the much disparaged decadent bourgeois order, far from awakening the Germans from immersion in its degeneracy. Nazism was a dream which enabled them to continue wallowing in it and to postpone an awakening Germany really awakened only in the defeat of 1945. The worry that Badiou's notion of courage, which one needs in order to practice the fidelity to the event, raises in liberal minds is, but how are we to distinguish good, properly evental, courage from bad courage? Say, were the Nazis who defended Berlin in the winter of 1944-45 or the Muslim terrorists who blow themselves up when they perform suicidal attacks also not truly courageous? One should nonetheless insist that there is no bad courage is always a form of cowardice. The courage of the Nazis was sustained by their cowardice concerning attacking the key feature of their society, the capitalist relations of production. The courage of the terrorists relies on the big other whose instruments they perceive themselves to be. The true courage of an act is always the courage to accept the inexistence of the big other, that is, to attack the existing order at the point of its symptomal knot. Back once more to Heidegger, what this means is that Hitler's violence, even at its most terrifying, the murder of millions of Jews, was all too ontic, that is, it too was an impotent passage act that revealed the inability of the Nazi movement to be really a polis, to question, confront, shatter the basic coordinates of bourgeois communal being. And what if Heidegger's own Nazi engagement is also to be read as a passage act, a violent outburst that bears witness to Heidegger's inability to resolve the theoretical deadlock he found himself in? The question of how Heidegger's Nazi commitment relates to his philosophy should thus be recast. It is no longer a question of adequatio, correspondence, between Heidegger's thought and his political acts, but of an inherent theoretical deadlock, which, in itself, has nothing to do with Nazism, and the violent passage as the only way of escaping it. This is how one should also reframe the old dilemma, which was in the beginning the word or the act. Logically, it all began with the word, the act that followed was a flailing outburst that bore witness to the deadlock of the word. And the same goes for the act par excellence, the divine act of creation, it also signals the impasse of God's ratiocinations. In short, here too, the negative aspect of ontological proof holds, the fact that God created the world does not display his omnipotence and excess of goodness, but rather his debilitating limitations. 2. Lessons from the past. 4. Revolutionary terror from Robespierre to Mao. What do you want? In his Logiques de Mons, Alain Badiou elaborates the eternal idea of the politics of revolutionary justice at work from the ancient Chinese legists through the Jacobins to Lenin and Mao. It consists of 4 moments: voluntarism, the belief that one can move mountains, ignoring objective laws and obstacles; terror, a ruthless will to crush the enemy of the people; egalitarian justice, its immediate brutal imposition, with no understanding for the complex circumstances which allegedly compel us to proceed gradually; and, last but not least, trust in the people. Suffice it to recall 2 examples here: Robespierre himself, his A Great Truth, the characteristic of popular government is to be trustful towards the people and severe towards itself, and Mao's critique of Stalin's economic problems of socialism in the USSR, where he qualifies Stalin's point of view as almost altogether wrong. The basic error is mistrust of the peasant's point too. In modern European history, the first to fully enact the politics of revolutionary justice were the Jacobins in the course of the French Revolution. 3. When, in 1953, Zhou Enlai, the Chinese Prime Minister, was in Geneva for the peace negotiations to end the Korean War, a French journalist asked him what he thought about the French Revolution. Zhou replied, "It is still too early to tell." In a way, he was right. With the disintegration of the people's democracies in the late 1990s, the struggle for the historical significance of the French Revolution flared up again. The liberal revisionists tried to impose the notion that the demise of communism in 1989 occurred at exactly the right moment. It marked the end of the era which began in 1789, the final failure of the statist revolutionary model which first entered the scene with the Jacobins. Nowhere is the dictum "every history is a history of the present" more true than in the case of the French Revolution. Its historiographical reception has always closely mirrored the twists and turns of political struggles. The identifying mark of all kinds of conservatives is its flat rejection. The French Revolution was a catastrophe from the very beginning, the product of the godless modern mind. It is to be interpreted as God's punishment for humanity's wicked ways, so its traces should be effaced as thoroughly as possible. The typical liberal attitude is a differentiated one. Its formula is 1789 without 1793. In short, what the sensitive liberals want is a decaffeinated revolution, or a revolution which does not smell of a revolution. François Furet and others thus try to deprive the French Revolution of its status as the founding event of modern democracy, relegating it to a historical anomaly. There was a historical necessity to assert the modern principles of personal freedom and so forth, but, as the English example demonstrates, the same could have been much more efficiently achieved in a more peaceful way. Radicals are, on the contrary, possessed by what Alain Badiou calls the passion of the real. If you say equality, human rights, and freedom, you should not shirk from its consequences and gather the courage to say be the terror needed to really defend and assert the A.4. And the same goes for the memory of May 1968. Days before the second round of the presidential elections in May 2007, Nicolas Sarkozy formulated the exorcism of the ghost of May 68 as the true choice facing the electorate. In this election, we should learn whether the inheritance of May 68 is to be perpetuated, or whether it should be liquidated once and for all. I want to turn the page of May 68. While one should defend the memory of 68, one should also bear in mind that the content of this memory is the stake of an ideological struggle, as Daniel Benset and Alain Krivine pointed out recently. their May and ours 5. The predominant liberal discourse appropriated the May 68 events as the beginning of the end of the traditional left, as the explosion of youthful energy and creativity, as France's belated entrance into hedonist modernity. For the left, on the contrary, May 68 was the unique moment of a general strike which paralyzed France and evoked the specter of the disintegration of state power, the moment of unification of the students' contestation with the workers' protests, part of the larger movement which encompassed student movements in the US, Germany, and Italy. However, it is all too easy to say that today's left should simply continue along this path. Some kind of historical rupture, effectively took place in 1990, everyone, the contemporary radical left included, is somehow ashamed of the Jacobin legacy of revolutionary terror with its state-centralized character, so that the current daza is that the left, if it is to regain political efficacy, should thoroughly reinvent itself, finally abandoning the so-called Jacobin paradigm. In our postmodern era of emergent properties, chaotic interaction of multiple subjectivities, of free interaction instead of centralized hierarchy, of a multitude of opinions instead of one truth, the Jacobin dictatorship is fundamentally not to our taste. The term taste should be given all its historical weight, as a word capturing a basic ideological disposition. Can one imagine anything more foreign to our universe of the freedom of opinions, of market competition, of nomadic pluralist interaction, and so on and so forth, than Robespierre's politics of truth, with a capital T, of course, whose proclaimed goal is to return the destiny of liberty into the hands of the truth? Such a truth can only be enforced in a terrorist manner. If the mainspring of popular government in peacetime is virtue, amid revolution it is at the same time virtue and terror, virtue, without which terror is fatal, terror, without which virtue is impotent. Terror is nothing but prompt, severe, inflexible justice, it is therefore an emanation of virtue. It is less a special principle than a consequence of the general principle of democracy applied to our country's most pressing needs. Point 6. This line of argumentation reaches its climax in the paradoxical identification of the opposites. Revolutionary terror sublates the opposition between punishment and clemency. Just and severe punishment of the enemies is the highest form of clemency, so that rigor and charity coincide in terror. To punish the oppressors of humanity is clemency, to pardon them is barbarity. The rigor of tyrants has only rigor for a principle, the rigor of the republican government comes from charity. Point 7. Do we still have ears for such a revolutionary coincidence of the opposites of punishment and charity, of terror and freedom? The popular image of Robespierre is that of a kind of inverted elephant man, while the latter had a terribly deformed body hiding a gentle and intelligent soul. Robespierre was a kind and polite person hiding ice-cold cruel determination as signaled by his green eyes. As such, Robespierre serves perfectly today's anti-totalitarian liberals who no longer need to portray him as a cruel monster with a sneering evil smile, as was the case for 19th-century reactionaries. Everyone is ready to recognize his moral integrity and full devotion to the revolutionary cause, since his very purity is the problem, the source of all trouble, as is indicated by the title of the latest biography of Robespierre, Ruth Sker's Fatal Purity. Point 8. And, so that no one misses the point, Antonia Fraser, in her review, draws a chilling lesson for us today. Robespierre was personally honest and sincere, but he bloodlettings brought about by this sincere man surely warn us that belief in your own righteousness to the exclusion of all else can be as dangerous as the more cynical motivation of a deliberate tyrant. 9. Happy are we who live under cynical public opinion manipulators, not under the sincere Muslim fundamentalists ready to fully engage themselves in their projects. What better proof of the ethico-political misery of our epoch, whose ultimate mobilizing motif is the mistrust of virtue? What, then, should those who remain faithful to the legacy of the radical left do with all this? Two things, at the very least. First, the terrorist past has to be accepted as ours, even or precisely because it is critically rejected. The only alternative to the half-hearted defensive position of feeling guilty faced with our liberal or rightist critics is, we have to do the critical job better than our opponents. This, however, is not the entire story. One should also not allow our opponents to determine the terms and topic of the struggle. What this means is that ruthless self-criticism should go hand in hand with a fearless admission of what, to paraphrase Marx's judgment on Hegel's dialectics, one is tempted to call the rational kernel of the Jacobin terror. Materialist dialectics assumes, without particular joy, that, till now, no political subject was able to arrive at the eternity of the truth it was deploying without moments of terror. For, as Saint just asked, what do those who want neither virtue nor terror want? His answer is well known: they want corruption, another name for the subject's defeat. Point 10. Or, as Saint just put it succinctly elsewhere, that which produces the general good is always terrible. 11. These words should not be interpreted as a warning against the temptation to violently impose the general good on a society, but, on the contrary, as a bitter truth to be fully endorsed. The further crucial point to bear in mind is that, for Robespierre, revolutionary terror is the very opposite of war. Robespierre was a pacifist, not out of hypocrisy or humanitarian sensitivity, but because he was well aware that war between nations as a rule serves as the means to obfuscate revolutionary struggle within each nation. Robespierre's speech on war is of special importance today. It shows him as a true peace lover who ruthlessly denounces the patriotic call to war, even if the war is formulated as the defense of the revolution, for it is the attempt of those who want revolution without revolution to divert the radicalization of the revolutionary process. His stance is thus the exact opposite of those who need war to militarize social life and take dictatorial control over it. Point 12. Which is why Robespierre also denounced the temptation to export revolution to other countries, forcefully liberating them. The French are not afflicted with a mania for rendering any nation happy and free against its will. All the kings could have vegetated or died unpunished on their blood-spattered thrones, if they had been able to respect the French people's independence. Point 13. Jacobin revolutionary terror is sometimes, justified as the founding crime of the bourgeois universe of law and order, in which citizens are allowed to pursue their interests in peace, but one should reject this claim on two accounts. Not only is it factually wrong, many conservatives were quite right to point out that one can achieve bourgeois law and order without terrorist excesses, as was the case in Great Britain, although there is Cromwell to remember. Much more important, the revolutionary terror of 1792–94 was not a case of what Walter Benjamin and others call state-founding violence, but a case of divine violence. 14 Interpreters of Benjamin wonder what divine violence could effectively mean. Is it yet another leftist dream of a pure event which never really takes place? One should recall here Friedrich Engels's reference to the Paris Commune as an example of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Of late, the social democratic Philistine has once more been filled with wholesome terror at the words, dictatorship of the proletariat. Well and good, gentlemen. Do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 15. One should repeat this, mutatis mutandis, apropos divine violence. Well and good, gentlemen critical theorists, do you want to know what this divine violence looks like? Look at the revolutionary terror of 1792–94. That was divine violence. And the series can continue, the Red Terror of 1919. That is to say, one should fearlessly identify divine violence with positively existing historical phenomena, thus avoiding all obscurantist mystification. When those outside the structured social field strike blindly, demanding and enacting immediate justice/vengeance, this is divine violence. Recall, a decade or so ago, the panic in Rio de Janeiro when crowds descended from the favelas into the wealthy part of the city and started looting and burning supermarkets. This was divine violence. Like biblical locusts, divine punishment for men's sinful ways, it strikes from out of nowhere, a means without an end, or, as Robespierre put it in his speech in which he demanded the execution of Louis XVI. Peoples do not judge in the same way as courts of law, they do not hand down sentences, they throw thunderbolts, they do not condemn kings, they drop them back into the void, and this justice is worth just as much as that of the courts. Point 16. The dictatorship of the proletariat is thus another name for Benjaminian divine violence, which is outside the law, a violence exerted as brutal revenge/justice. But why divine? Divine points towards the dimension of the inhuman. One should thus posit a double equation: divine violence equals inhuman terror equals dictatorship of the proletariat. Benjaminian divine violence should be conceived as divine in the precise sense of the old Latin motto vox populi, vox Dei, not in the perverse sense of we are doing it as mere instruments of the people's will, but as the heroic assumption of the solitude of a sovereign decision. It is a decision, to kill, to risk, or lose one's own life, made in absolute solitude, with no cover from the big other. If it is extramoral, it is not immoral, it does not give the agent the license just to kill with some kind of angelic innocence. The motto of divine violence is fiat iustitia, periat mundus, it is through justice, the point of non-distinction between justice and vengeance, that the people, the anonymous part of no part, imposes its terror and makes other parts pay the price. Judgment Day for the long history of oppression, exploitation, suffering, or, as Robespierre himself put it in a poignant manner, what do you want, you who would like truth to be powerless on the lips of representatives of the French people? Truth undoubtedly has its power, it has its anger, its own despotism, it has touching accents and terrible ones, that resound with force in pure hearts as in guilty consciences, and that untruth can no more imitate than Salome can imitate the thunderbolts of heaven, but accuse nature of it, accuse the people, which wants it and loves it. 17. And this is what Robespierre is targeting in his famous accusation to the moderates, that what they really want is a revolution without a revolution. They want a revolution deprived of the excess in which democracy and terror coincide, a revolution respecting social rules, subordinated to pre-existing norms, a revolution in which violence is deprived of the divine dimension and thus reduced to a strategic intervention serving precise and limited goals. Citizens, did you want a revolution without a revolution? What is the spirit of persecution that has come to revise, so to speak, the one that broke our chains? But what sure judgment can one make of the effects that can follow these great commotions? Who can mark, after the event, the exact point at which the waves of popular insurrection should break? At that price, what people could ever have shaken off the yoke of despotism? For while it is true that a great nation cannot rise in a simultaneous movement, and that tyranny can only be hit by the portion of citizens that is closest to it, how would these ever dare to attack it if, after the victory, delegates from remote parts could hold them responsible for the duration or violence of the political torment that had saved the homeland? They ought to be regarded as justified by tacit proxy for the whole of society. The French, Friends of Liberty, meeting in Paris last August, acted in that role, in the name of all the departments. They should either be approved or repudiated entirely. To make them criminally responsible for a few apparent or real disorders, inseparable from so great a shock, would be to punish them for their devotion. 18. This authentic revolutionary logic can be discerned already at the level of rhetorical figures, where Robespierre likes to turn around the standard procedure of first evoking an apparently realistic position and then displaying its illusory nature. He often starts with presenting a position or description of a situation as an absurd exaggeration, a fiction, and then goes on to remind us that what, in a first approach, cannot but appear as a fiction, is actually truth itself. But what am I saying? What I have just presented as an absurd hypothesis is actually a very certain reality. It is this radical revolutionary stance which also enables Robespierre to denounce the humanitarian concern with victims of revolutionary divine violence, a sensibility that wails almost exclusively over the enemies of liberty seems suspect to me. Stop shaking the tyrant's bloody robe in my face, or I will believe that you wish to put Rome in chains. 19. Asserting the inhuman. Critical analysis and the acceptance of the historical legacy of the Jacobins overlap in the real question to be raised: does the, often deplorable, actuality of revolutionary terror compel us to reject the very idea of terror, or is there a way to repeat it in today's different historical constellation, to redeem its virtual content from its actualization? We claim here that it can and should be done, and the most concise formula of repeating the event designated by the name Robespierre is to pass from Robespierre's humanist terror to anti-humanist, or, rather, inhuman, terror. In his Le siècle, Alain Badiou detects a sign of the political regression that occurred towards the end of the 20th century in the shift from humanism and terror to humanism or terror. In 1946, Maurice Merleau-Ponty wrote Humanism and Terror, his defense of Soviet communism as involving a kind of Pascalian wager that announces the trope which Bernard Williams later called moral luck: the present terror will be retroactively justified if the society that emerges from it is truly human. Today, such a conjunction of terror and humanism is properly unthinkable. The predominant liberal view replaces "and" with "or," either humanism or terror. More precisely, there are 4 variations on this motif: humanism and terror, humanism or terror, each either in a positive or in a negative sense. Humanism and terror in a positive sense is what Merleau-Ponty elaborated. It sustains Stalinism, the forceful terrorist engendering of the new man, and is already clearly discernible in the French Revolution, in the guise of Robespierre's conjunction of virtue and terror. This conjunction can be negated in 2 ways. It can involve the choice humanism or terror, that is, the liberal humanist project in all its versions, from dissident anti-Stalinist humanism up to and including today's neo-Habermasians, such as Luc Ferry and Alain Renet in France, and other defenders of human rights against totalitarian, fundamentalist, terror. Or it can retain the conjunction humanism and terror, but in a negative mode. All those philosophical and ideological orientations, from Heidegger and conservative Christians to partisans of Oriental spirituality and deep ecology, who perceive terror as the truth, the ultimate consequence of the humanist project itself, of its hubris. There is, however, a 4th variation, usually left aside, the choice humanism or terror, but with terror, not humanism, as a positive term. This is a radical position which is difficult to sustain, but, perhaps, our only hope. It does not amount to the obscene madness of openly pursuing a terrorist and inhuman politics, but something much more difficult to think through. In contemporary post-deconstructionist thought, if one risks this ridiculous designation which cannot but sound like its own parody, the term inhuman has gained new weight, especially through the work of Agamben and Badiou. The best way to approach it is via Freud's reluctance to endorse the injunction "love thy neighbor." The temptation to be resisted here is the ethical prettification of the neighbor that we have already noted in the work of Emmanuel Levinas. In a properly dialectical paradox, what Levinas, with all his celebration of otherness, fails to take into account is not some underlying sameness of all humans but radically inhuman otherness itself, the otherness of a human being reduced to inhumanity, the otherness exemplified by the terrifying figure of the Musulman, the living dead in the concentration camps. At a different level, the same goes for Stalinist communism. In the standard Stalinist narrative, even the concentration camps were a locus of the fight against fascism, where imprisoned communists were organizing networks of heroic resistance. In such a universe, of course, there is no place for the limit experience of the Musulman, of the living dead deprived of the capacity for human engagement. No wonder that Stalinist communists were so eager to normalize the camps into just another side of the anti-fascist struggle, dismissing the Musulmaner as simply those who were too weak to endure the struggle. It is against this background that one can understand why Lacan speaks of the inhuman core of the neighbor. Back in the 1960s, the era of structuralism, Louis Althusser launched the notorious formula of theoretical anti-humanism, demanding even, that it be supplemented by practical humanism. In our practice, we should act as humanists, respecting the others, treating them as free persons with full dignity, creators of their world. However, in theory, we should equally always bear in mind that humanism is an ideology, the way we spontaneously experience our predicament, and that true knowledge of humans and their history should treat individuals not as autonomous subjects, but as elements in a structure which follows its own laws. In contrast to Althusser, Lacan accomplishes the passage from theoretical to practical anti-humanism, that is, to an ethics that goes beyond the dimension of what Nietzsche called the human, all too human, and confronts the inhuman core of humanity. This does not only mean an ethics which no longer denies, but fearlessly takes into account the latent monstrosity of being human, the diabolical dimension which exploded in phenomena usually covered by the concept, name Auschwitz, an ethics that would be still possible after Auschwitz, to paraphrase Adorno. This inhuman dimension is for Lacan, at the same time, the ultimate bedrock of ethics. In philosophical terms, this inhuman dimension can be defined as that of a subject subtracted from all forms of human individuality or personality, which is why, in contemporary popular culture, one of the exemplary figures of the pure subject is a non-human alien, cyborg who displays more fidelity to the task, more dignity and freedom than its human counterparts, from the Rutger Hauer android in Blade Runner to the Schwarzenegger figure in Terminator. It is against the background of this topic of the sovereign acceptance of death that one should reread the rhetorical turn often referred to as the proof of Robespierre's totalitarian manipulation of his audience. Point 21. This turn took place in the midst of Robespierre's speech in the National Assembly on 11 Germinal Year 2, March 31, 1794. The previous night, Danton, Camille Desmoulins, and some others had been arrested, so many members of the Assembly were understandably afraid that their turn would also come. Robespierre directly addresses the moment as pivotal: citizens, the moment has come to speak the truth. He then goes on to evoke the fear floating in the room. One wants en voute to make you fear abuses of power, of the national power you have exercised. One wants to make us fear that the people will fall victim to the committees. One fears that the prisoners are being oppressed. 22. The opposition is here between the impersonal one, the instigators of fear are not personified, and the collective thus put under pressure, which almost imperceptibly shifts from the plural second person you, vous, to the first person us. Robespierre gallantly includes himself into the collective. However, the final formulation introduces an ominous twist. It is no longer that one wants to make you/us fear, but that one fears, which means that the enemy stirring up fear is no longer outside you/us, members of the assembly, it is here, amongst us, amongst the you addressed by Robespierre, corroding our unity from within. At this precise moment, Robespierre, in a true masterstroke, assumes full subjectivization, waiting a little bit for the ominous effect of his words to be felt. He then continued in the first person singular. I say that anyone who trembles at this moment is guilty, for innocence never fears public scrutiny. Point 23. What can be more totalitarian than this closed loop of your very fear of being guilty makes you guilty? A weird superego twisted version of the well-known motto, the only thing to fear is fear itself. One should nonetheless move beyond the facile dismissal of Robespierre's rhetorical strategy as the strategy of terrorist culpabilization and discern its moment of truth. There are no innocent bystanders in the crucial moments of revolutionary decision, because, in such moments, innocence itself, exempting oneself from the decision, going on as if the struggle I am witnessing does not really concern me, is the highest treason. That is to say, the fear of being accused of treason is my treason, because, even if I did not do anything against the revolution, this fear itself, the fact that it emerged in me, demonstrates that my subjective position is external to the revolution, that I experience the revolution as an external force threatening me. But what happens subsequently in this unique speech is even more revealing. Robespierre directly addresses the touchy question that has to arise in the mind of his public: how can he himself be sure that he will not be the next in line to be accused? He is not the master exempted from the collective, the I outside we. After all, he was once very close to Danton, a powerful figure now under arrest, so what if, tomorrow, his proximity to Danton will be used against him? In short, how can Robespierre be sure that the process he unleashed will not swallow him? It is here that his position achieves sublime greatness. He fully accepts that the danger that now threatens Danton will tomorrow threaten him. The reason that he is so serene, that he is not afraid of this fate, is not that Danton was a traitor, while he, Robespierre, is pure, a direct embodiment of the people's will. It is that he, Robespierre, is not afraid to die, his eventual death will be a mere accident which counts for nothing. What does danger matter to me? My life belongs to the fatherland, my heart is free from fear, and if I were to die, I would do so without reproach and without ignominy. 24. Consequently, insofar as the shift from we to I can effectively be determined as the moment when the democratic mask falls off and when Robespierre openly asserts himself as a master, up to this point, we follow Lefferts' analysis. The very term master has to be given here its full Hegelian weight. The master is the figure of sovereignty, the one who is not afraid to die, who is ready to risk everything. In other words, the ultimate meaning of Robespierre's first-person singular, I, is, I am not afraid to die. What authorizes him is simply this, not any kind of direct access to the big other, that is, he does not claim that he has direct access to the people's will which speaks through him. It is against this background that one should recall Mao Zedong's message to the hundreds of millions of downtrodden, a simple and touching message of courage: do not be afraid of the big powers, bigness is nothing to be afraid of. The big will be overthrown by the small. The small will become big. The same message of courage sustains also Mao's, famous stance towards the prospect of a new atomic world war. We stand firmly for peace and against war. But if the imperialists insist on unleashing another war, we should not be afraid of it. Our attitude on this question is the same as our attitude towards any disturbance: first, we are against it; second, we are not afraid of it. The First World War was followed by the birth of the Soviet Union with a population of 200 million. The Second World War was followed by the emergence of the socialist camp with a combined population of 900 million. If the imperialists insist on launching a third world war, it is certain that several hundred million more will turn to socialism, and then there will not be much room left on earth for the imperialists. 25. It is all too easy to dismiss these lines as the empty posturing of a leader ready to sacrifice millions for his political goals, the extension ad absurdum of Mao's ruthless decision to starve tens of millions to death in the late 1950s. The flip side of this dismissive attitude is the basic message: we should not be afraid. Is this not the only correct attitude apropos war? First, we are against it; second, we are not afraid of it. The logic of Mao's argument is very precise here. His "although we are against war, we are not afraid of it" inverts the imperialists' true attitude, which is "although we are for war, we are afraid of it." Imperialists are Nietzschean slaves. They need wars, but are afraid to lose their possessions to which they are attached, while the proletarians are the true aristocratic masters who do not want war, they do not need it, but are not afraid of it, because they have nothing to lose. Mao's argument goes on to its terrifying conclusion. The United States cannot annihilate the Chinese nation with its small stack of atom bombs. Even if the US atom bombs were so powerful that, when dropped on China, they would make a hole right through the earth, or even blow it up, that would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, though it might be a major event for the solar system. 26. There is obviously an inhuman madness in this argument, is the fact that the destruction of planet Earth would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, not rather pour solace for the extinction of humanity. The argument only works if, in a Kantian way, one presupposes a pure transcendental subject unaffected by this catastrophe, a subject which, although non-existent in reality, is operative as a virtual point of reference. Recall Husserl's dark dream, from his Cartesian meditations, of how the transcendental cogito would remain unaffected by a plague that would annihilate all humanity. It is easy, apropos this example, to score cheap points about the self-destructive background of transcendental subjectivity, and about how Husserl misses the paradox of what Foucault, in his Les mots et les choses, called the transcendental empirical doublet, of the link that forever attaches the transcendental ego to the empirical ego, so that the annihilation of the latter by definition leads to the disappearance of the first. However, what if, fully recognizing this dependence as a fact, and nothing more than this, a bald fact of being, one nonetheless insists on the truth of its negation, the truth of the assertion of the independence of the subject with regard to the empirical individuals qua living beings? Che Guevara approached the same line of thought when, in the midst of the unbearable tension of the Cuban Missile Crisis, he advocated a fearless approach of risking the New World War, which would involve, at the very least, the total annihilation of the Cuban people. He praised the heroic readiness of the Cuban people to risk its own disappearance. Again, there is definitely something terrifying about this attitude. However, this terror is nothing less than the condition of freedom. This is how Yamamoto Jocko, a Zen priest, described the proper attitude of a warrior. Every day without fail he should consider himself as dead. There is a saying of the elders that goes, "Step from under the eaves and you're a dead man. Leave the gate and the enemy is waiting." This is not a matter of being careful. It is to consider oneself as dead beforehand. 27. This is why, according to Hillis Laurie, many Japanese soldiers in World War II performed their own funerals before leaving for the battlefield. Many of the soldiers in the present war are so determined to die on the battlefield that they conduct their own public funerals before leaving for the front. This holds no element of the ridiculous to the Japanese. Rather, it is admired as the spirit of the true samurai who enters the battle with no thought of return. 28. This preemptive self-exclusion from the domain of the living, of course, turns the soldier into a properly sublime figure. Instead of dismissing this feature as part of fascistic militarism, one should assert it as also constitutive of a radical revolutionary position, which, as Seneca put it long ago in his Oedipus, demands of the subject to search for a way to wander without mixing with the dead, and yet removed from the living. 29. When, in the flashback scene from Bryan Singer's The Usual Suspects, the mysterious Kaiser Soze returns home and finds his wife and small daughter held at gunpoint by the members of a rival mob, he shoots his wife and daughter dead, and then declares that he will pursue the members of the rival gang mercilessly, tracking down their parents, families, and friends, in order to kill them all. In a situation of a forced choice, the Soze subject makes the crazy, impossible choice of, in a way, striking at himself, at what is most precious to him, and this act, far from amounting to a case of impotent aggression turned towards oneself, rather changes the coordinates of the situation in which the subject found himself, by way of cutting himself loose from the precious object through whose possession the enemy kept him in check. The subject gains the space for a free act. The price of this freedom is, of course, terrible. The only way for the subject to neutralize the guilt of sacrificing his most precious object, is to turn himself into a king of the living dead, to renounce all personal idiosyncrasies and pleasures and to dedicate his entire life to destroying all those who forced him to perform the sacrificial act. Such an inhuman position of absolute freedom, in my loneliness, I am free to do whatever I want, nobody has any hold over me, coinciding with absolute subjection to a task, the only purpose of my life is to enact vengeance, is what, perhaps, characterizes the revolutionary subject at its innermost. Another inhuman dimension of the couple virtue, terror promoted by Robespierre, is the rejection of habit, in the sense of the agency of realistic compromises. Every legal order, or every order of explicit normativity, has to rely on a complex reflexive network of informal rules which tells us how we are to relate to the explicit norms, how we are to apply them, to what extent we are to take them literally, how and when are we allowed, solicited even, to disregard them, and so on, and this is the domain of habit. To know the habits of a society is to know the meta-rules of how to apply its explicit norms, when to use them or not use them, when to violate them, when not to choose what is offered, when we are effectively obliged to do something, but have to pretend that we are doing it as a free choice, as in the case of potlatch. Let us refer to the polite offer meant to be refused. It is a habit to refuse such an offer, and anyone who accepts such an offer commits a vulgar blunder. The same goes for many political situations in which a choice is given on condition that we make the right choice. We are solemnly reminded that we can say no, but we are expected to reject this offer and enthusiastically say yes. With many sexual prohibitions, the situation is the opposite. The explicit no effectively functions as the implicit injunction do it, but in a discreet way. Measured against this background, revolutionary egalitarian figures from Robespierre to John Brown are, potentially, at least, figures without habits. They refuse to take into account the habits that qualify the functioning of a universal rule. Such is the natural dominion of habit that we regard the most arbitrary conventions, sometimes indeed the most defective institutions, as absolute measures of truth or falsehood, justice or injustice. It does not even occur to us that most are inevitably still connected with the prejudices on which despotism fed us. We have been so long stooped under its yoke that we have some difficulty in raising ourselves to the eternal principles of reason. Anything that refers to the sacred source of all law seems to us to take on an illegal character, and the very order of nature seems to us a disorder. The majestic movements of a great people, the sublime fervours of virtue often appear to our timid eyes as something like an erupting volcano or the overthrow of political society, and it is certainly not the least of the troubles bothering us, this contradiction between the weakness of our morals, the depravity of our minds, and the purity of principle and energy of character demanded by the free government to which we have dared aspire. 30. To break the yoke of habit means, if all men are equal, then all men are to be effectively treated as equal. If blacks are also human, they should be immediately treated as such. Let us recall the early stages of the struggle against slavery in the U.S., which, even prior to the Civil War, culminated in the armed conflict between the gradualism of compassionate liberals and the unique figure of John Brown. African Americans were caricatures of people, they were characterized as buffoons and minstrels, they were the butt end of jokes in American society. And even the abolitionists, as anti-slavery as they were, the majority of them did not see African Americans as equals. The majority of them, and this was something that African Americans complained about all the time, were willing to work for the end of slavery in the South, but they were not willing to work to end discrimination in the North. John Brown wasn't like that. For him, practicing egalitarianism was a first step toward ending slavery. And African Americans who came in contact with him knew this immediately. He made it very clear that he saw no difference, and he didn't make this clear by saying it, he made it clear by what he did. 31. For this reason, John Brown is a key political figure in the history of the U.S. In his fervently Christian radical abolitionism, he came closest to introducing the Jacobin logic into the American political landscape. John Brown considered himself a complete egalitarian. And it was very important for him to practice egalitarianism on every level. He made it very clear that he saw no difference, and he didn't make this clear by saying it, he made it clear by what he did. 32. Even today, long after slavery has been abolished, Brown is the polarizing figure in American collective memory. Those whites who support Brown are all the more precious among them. Surprisingly, Henry David Thoreau, the great opponent of violence, against the standard dismissal of Brown as bloodthirsty, foolish, and insane, Thoreau painted a portrait of a peerless man whose embracement of a cause was unparalleled. He even goes as far as to liken Brown's execution. He states that he regards Brown as dead before his actual death, to Christ. 33. Thoreau vents his rage at the scores of those who voiced their scorn for John Brown. They could not understand Brown due to their concrete stances and dead existences. They are not truly alive. Only a handful of men can be said to have lived. It is, however, this very consistent egalitarianism which also constitutes the limitation of Jacobin politics. Recall Marx's fundamental insight about the bourgeois limitation of the logic of equality. Capitalist inequalities, exploitation, are not the unprincipled violations of the principle of equality, but are absolutely inherent to the logic of equality. They are the paradoxical result of its consistent realization. What we have in mind here is not only the wearisome old motif of how market exchange presupposes formally/legally equal subjects who meet and interact in the market. The crucial moment of Marx's critique of bourgeois socialists is that capitalist exploitation does not involve any kind of unequal exchange between the worker and the capitalist. This exchange is fully equal and just. Ideally, in principle, the worker gets paid the full value of the commodity he is selling, his labor power. Of course, radical bourgeois revolutionaries are aware of this limitation. However, the way they try to counteract it is through a direct terroristic imposition of more and more de facto equality, equal salaries, equal access to health services, which can only be imposed through new forms of formal inequality, different sorts of preferential treatments for the underprivileged. In short, the axiom of equality means either not enough, it remains the abstract form of actual inequality, or too much, enforced terroristic equality, it is a formalistic notion in a strict dialectical sense, that is, its limitation is precisely that its form is not concrete enough, but a mere neutral container of some content that eludes this form. The problem here is not terror as such. Our task today is precisely to reinvent emancipatory terror. The problem lies elsewhere. Egalitarian political extremism or excessive radicalism should always be read as a phenomenon of ideologico-political displacement, as an index of its opposite, of a limitation, of a refusal effectively to go to the end. What was the Jacobins' recourse to radical terror if not a kind of hysterical acting out bearing witness to their inability to disturb the very fundamentals of economic order, private property, etc.? And does the same not go even for the so-called excesses of political correctness? Do they also not display the retreat from disturbing the effective, economic and other, causes of racism and sexism? Perhaps, then, the time has come to render problematic the standard topos, shared by practically all postmodern leftists, according to which political totalitarianism somehow results from the predominance of material production and technology over intersubjective communication and/or symbolic practice, as if the root of political terror resides in the fact that the principle of instrumental reason, of the technological exploitation of nature, is extended also to society, so that people are treated as raw stuff to be transformed into new men. What if it is the exact opposite which holds? What if political terror signals precisely that the sphere of material production is denied its autonomy and subordinated to political logic? Is it not that all political terror, from the Jacobins to the Maoist Cultural Revolution, presupposes the foreclosure of production proper, its reduction to the terrain of the political struggle? In other words, what such a postmodern perspective effectively amounts to is nothing less than the abandonment of Marx's key insight into how the political struggle is a spectacle which, in order to be deciphered, has to be referred to the sphere of the economy. If Marxism had any analytical value for political theory, was it not in the insistence that the problem of freedom was contained in the social relations implicitly declared unpolitical, that is, naturalized in liberal discourse? 34. It is at this level that one should search for the decisive moment of a revolutionary process, say, in the case of the October Revolution, not the explosion of 1917–18, not even the civil war that followed, but the intense experimentation of the early 1920s, the desperate, often ridiculous, attempts to invent new rituals of daily life, how to replace the pre-evolutionary marriage and funeral rituals. How to organize the most commonplace interaction in a factory, in an apartment block. It is at this level of what, as opposed to the abstract terror of the great political revolution, one is tempted to call the concrete terror of imposing a new order on quotidian reality, that the Jacobins and both the Soviet and the Chinese revolutions ultimately failed not for lack of attempts in this direction, for sure. The Jacobins were at their best not in the theatrics of terror, but in the utopian explosions of political imagination apropos the reorganization of the everyday. Everything was there, proposed in the course of the frantic activity condensed into a couple of years, from the self-organization of women to communal homes in which the old were to be able to spend their last years in peace and dignity. 35 The harsh consequence to be accepted here is that this excess of egalitarian democracy over and above the democratic procedure can only institutionalize itself in the guise of its opposite, as revolutionary democratic terror. Transubstantiations of Marxism. In modern history, the politics of revolutionary terror casts its shadow over the epoch which spans from Robespierre to Mao, or, more generally, the disintegration of the communist bloc in 1990. Its last installment was the Maoist Cultural Revolution. Obviously, the socio-historical context had changed radically between the French Revolution and the Cultural Revolution. To put it in Platonist terms, What unites the two is precisely and only the same eternal idea of revolutionary justice. In the case of Mao, the question is even whether one can legitimately count him as a Marxist, since the social base of the Maoist revolution was not the working class. One of the most devious traps which lurk for Marxist theorists is the search for the moment of the fall, when things took the wrong turning in the history of Marxism. Was it already the late Engels with his more positivist evolutionary understanding of historical materialism? Was it the revisionism and the orthodoxy of the Second International? Was it Lenin, 36, or was it Marx himself in his late work, after he had abandoned his youthful humanism, as some humanist Marxists claimed decades ago? This entire trope has to be rejected. There is no opposition here, the fall is to be inscribed in the very origins. To put it even more pointedly, such a search for the intruder who infected the original model and set in motion its degeneration cannot but reproduce the logic of anti-Semitism. What this means is that, even if, or, rather, especially if one submits the Marxist past to ruthless critique, one has first to acknowledge it as one's own, taking full responsibility for it, not to comfortably reject the bad side of things by attributing it to a foreign element, the bad Engels who was too stupid to understand Marx's dialectics, the bad Lenin who did not grasp the core of Marx's theory, the bad Stalin who spoilt the noble plans of the good Lenin, and so on. The first thing we must do is to fully endorse the displacement in the history of Marxism concentrated in two great passages, or, rather, violent cuts: the passage from Marx to Lenin, as well as the passage from Lenin to Mao. In each case, there is a displacement of the original constellation, from the most advanced country, as Marx expected, to a relatively backward country. The revolution took place in the wrong country, from workers to poor peasants as the main revolutionary agent. In the same way as Christ needed Paul's betrayal in order for Christianity to emerge as a universal church, recall that, amongst the 12 apostles, Paul occupies the place of Judas the traitor, replacing him. Marx needed Lenin's betrayal in order to enact the first Marxist revolution. It is an inner necessity of the original teaching to submit to and survive this betrayal, to survive this violent act of being torn out of one's original context and thrown into a foreign landscape. Where it has to reinvent itself only in this way is universality born. So, apropos the second violent transposition, that of Mao, it is too easy either to condemn his reinvention of Marxism as theoretically inadequate, as a regression with regard to Marx's standards. It is easy to show that peasants lack substanceless proletarian subjectivity, but it is equally too facile to blur the violence of the cut and to accept Mao's reformulation as a logical continuation or application of Marxism, relying, as is usually the case, on the simple metaphoric expansion of class struggle. Today's predominant class struggle is no longer between capitalists and proletariat in each country, it has shifted to the third versus the first world, bourgeois versus proletarian nations. The achievement of Mao is here tremendous. His name stands for the political mobilization of the hundreds of millions of anonymous third world layers whose labor provides the invisible substance, the background, of historical development, the mobilization of all those whom even such a poet of otherness as Levinas dismissed as the Yellow Peril, as we see in what is arguably his weirdest text, The Russo-Chinese Debate and the Dialectic, 1960, a comment on the Soviet-Chinese conflict. The Yellow Peril. It is not racial, it is spiritual. It does not involve inferior values, it involves a radical strangeness, a stranger to the weight of its past, from where there does not filter any familiar voice or inflection, a lunar or Martian past. 37. Does this not recall Heidegger's insistence, throughout the 1930s, that the main task of Western thought today was to defend the Greek breakthrough, the founding gesture of the West, the overcoming of the pre-philosophical, mythical, Asiatic universe, to struggle against the renewed Asiatic threat? The greatest adversary of the West was the mythical in general and the Asiatic in particular. 38. It is this Asiatic radical strangeness which is mobilized, politicized, by Mao Zedong's communist movement. In his Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel introduces his notorious notion of womankind as the everlasting irony of the community, womankind changes by intrigue the universal end of the government into a private end, transforms its universal activity into a work of some particular individual, and perverts the universal property of the state into a possession and ornament for the family. 39 In contrast to male ambition, a woman wants power in order to promote her own narrow family interests or, even worse, her personal caprice, incapable as she is of perceiving the universal dimension of state politics. How are we not to recall F.W.J. Schelling's claim that the same principle carries and holds us in its ineffectiveness which would consume and destroy us in its effectiveness, 40 A power which, when it is kept in its proper place, can be benign and pacifying, turns into its radical opposite, into the most destructive fury, the moment it intervenes at a higher level, the level which is not its own, the same femininity which, within the closed circle of family life, is the power of protective love, turns into obscene frenzy when displayed at the level of public and state affairs. In short, it is acceptable for a woman to protest against public state power on behalf of the rights of the family and kinship, but woe to a society in which women endeavor directly to influence decisions concerning the affairs of state, manipulating their weak male partners, effectively emasculating them. Is there not something similar in the terror aroused by the prospect of the awakening of the anonymous Asian masses? They are fine if they protest at their fate and allow us to help them, through large-scale humanitarian activity, but not when they empower themselves, to the horror of sympathetic liberals, always ready to support the revolt of the poor and dispossessed, so long as it is done with good manners. Georgy M. Derlegian's Bourdieu's secret admirer in the Caucasus tells the extraordinary story of Musa Shinib from Abkhazia, the leading intellectual of this turbulent region whose incredible career passed from Soviet dissident intellectual through democratic political reformer and Muslim fundamentalist war leader up to respected professor of philosophy, his entire career marked by a strange admiration for Pierre Bourdieu's thought. 41 There are two ways to approach such a figure. The first reaction is to dismiss it as a local eccentricity, to treat it with benevolent irony. What a strange choice, Bourdieu, who knows what this folkloric guy sees in Bourdieu. The second reaction is to directly assert the universal scope of theory. See how universal theory is. Every intellectual from Paris to Chechnya and Abkhazia can debate Bourdieu's concepts. The true task, of course, is to avoid both these options and to assert the universality of a theory as the result of hard theoretical work and struggle, a struggle that is not external to theory. The point is not, only, that Shinib had to do a lot of work to break the constraints of his local context and grasp Bourdieu. This appropriation of Bourdieu by an Abkhazian intellectual also affects the substance of the theory itself, transposing it into a different universe. Did mutatis mutandis Lenin not do something similar with Marx? The shift of Mao with regard to Lenin and Stalin concerns the relationship between the working class and the peasantry. Both Lenin and Stalin were deeply distrustful of the peasantry. They saw breaking the inertia of the peasantry as one of the main tasks of Soviet power, to uproot their substantial attachment to land, to proletarianize them and thus fully expose them to the dynamics of modernization, in clear contrast to Mao, who, as we have noted, in his critical notes on Stalin's economic problems of socialism in the USSR, from 1958, remarked that Stalin's point of view is almost altogether wrong. The basic error is mistrust of the peasants. The theoretical and political consequences of this shift are properly shattering. They imply no less than a thorough reworking of Marx's Hegelian notion of the position of the proletariat as that of substanceless subjectivity, of those who are reduced to the abyss of their subjectivity. As is well known by those who still remember their Marxism, the ambiguous central point of its theoretical structure concerns its premise that capitalism itself creates the conditions for its transcendence through proletarian revolution. How are we to read this? Is it to be read in a linear evolutionary way? Revolution should take place when capitalism fully develops all its potential and exhausts all its possibilities, the mythical point at which it confronts its central antagonism, contradiction, at its purest, in its naked form. And is it enough to add the subjective aspect and to emphasize that the working class should not just sit and wait for the ripe moment, but educate itself through long struggle? As is also well known, Lenin's theory of the weakest link in the chain is a kind of compromise solution, although it accepts that the first revolution can take place, not in the most developed country, but in a country in which the antagonisms of capitalist development are most aggravated, even if it is less developed, Russia, which combined concentrated modern capitalist industrial islands with agrarian backwardness and pre-democratic authoritarian government. It still perceived the October Revolution as a risky breakthrough which could only succeed if it was soon accompanied by a large-scale Western European revolution. All eyes were focused on Germany in this respect. The radical abandonment of this model occurred only with Mao, for whom the proletarian revolution should take place in the less developed part of the world, among the wide masses of the Third World's impoverished peasants, workers, and even the patriotic bourgeoisie, who are exposed to the aftershocks of capitalist globalization, organizing their rage and despair. In a total reversal, perversion even, of Marx's model, the class struggle is thus reformulated as the struggle between First World bourgeois nations and Third World proletarian nations. The paradox here is properly dialectical, perhaps in the ultimate application of Mao's teaching on contradictions. Its very underdevelopment, and thus unripeness for the revolution, makes a country ripe for the revolution. Since, however, such unripe economic conditions do not allow the construction of properly post-capitalist socialism, the necessary correlate is the assertion of the primacy of politics over economics. The victorious revolutionary subject does not act as an instrument of economic necessity, liberating its potential whose further development is thwarted by capitalist contradictions. It is, rather, a voluntarist agent which acts against spontaneous economic necessity, imposing its vision on reality through revolutionary terror. One should bear in mind here the fundamental lesson of Hegelian concrete universality. Universal necessity is not a teleological force which, operative from the outset, pulls the strings and runs the process, guaranteeing its happy outcome. On the contrary, this universal necessity is always retroactive. It emerges out of the radical contingency of the process and signals the moment of the contingency's self-aufhebung. One should thus say that, once the contingent passage from Leninism to Maoism took place, it cannot but appear as necessary, that is, one can reconstruct the inner necessity of Maoism as the next stage of the development of Marxism. In order to grasp this reversal of contingency into necessity, one should leave behind the standard linear historical time structured as the realization of possibilities. At the temporal moment X, there are multiple possible directions history can take, and what actually takes place is the realization of one of the possibilities. What this linear time is unable to grasp is the paradox of a contingent actual emergency which retroactively creates its own possibility. Only when the thing takes place can we see how it was possible. The rather tiresome debate about the origins of Maoism, or Stalinism, oscillates around three main options. 1. The hard anti-communists and the hard partisans of Stalinism claim that there is a direct immanent logic which leads from Marx to Lenin and from Lenin to Stalin, and then from Stalin to Mao. 2. The soft critics claim that the Stalinist, or, prior to it, Leninist, turn is one of the historical possibilities present in Marx's theoretical structure. It could have turned out otherwise, but the Stalinist catastrophe is nonetheless inscribed as an option into the original theory itself. 3. Finally, the defenders of the purity of the original teaching of Marx dismiss Stalinism, or indeed Leninism, as a simple distortion, betrayal, insisting on the radical break between the two. Lenin and or Stalin simply kidnapped Marx's theory and used it for purposes totally at odds with Marx. One should reject all three versions as based on the same underlying linear historicist notion of temporality, and opt for the fourth version. Beyond the false question to what extent was Marx responsible for the Stalinist catastrophe, Marx is entirely responsible, but retroactively. That is, the same holds for Stalin as for Kafka in Borges's famous formulation: they both created their own predecessors. This is the movement of concrete universality, this radical transubstantiation through which the original theory has to reinvent itself in a new context. Only by way of surviving this transplantation can it emerge as effectively universal. And, of course, The point is not that we are dealing here with the pseudo-Hegelian process of alienation and disalienation, of how the original theory is alienated and then has to incorporate the foreign context, reappropriate it, subordinate it to itself. What such a pseudo-Hegelian notion misses is the way this violent transplantation into a new context radically affects the original theory itself, so that, when this theory returns to itself in its otherness, reinvents itself in the foreign context, its very substance changes, and yet this shift is not just the reaction to an external shock, it remains an inherent transformation of the same theory of the overcoming of capitalism. This is how capitalism is a concrete universality. It is not the question of isolating what all the particular forms of capitalism have in common, their shared universal features, but of grasping this matrix as a positive force in itself, as something which all actual particular forms try to counteract, the destructive effects of which they strive to contain. The limits of Mao's dialectics. The most reliable sign of capitalism's ideological triumph is the virtual disappearance of the very term over the last 2 or 3 decades. In the 1980s, virtually no one, with the exception of a few allegedly archaic Marxists, an endangered species, referred to capitalism any longer. The term was simply struck from the vocabulary of politicians, trade unionists, writers, and journalists, not to mention social scientists, who had consigned it to historical oblivion. 42. So what about the upsurge of the anti-globalization movement over the last few years? Does it not clearly contradict this diagnostic? Not at all. A close examination quickly demonstrates that this movement also succumbs to the temptation to transform a critique of capitalism itself, centered on economic mechanisms, forms of work organization, and profit extraction, into a critique of imperialism. 43. In this way, when one talks about globalization and its agents, the enemy is externalized, often in the form of vulgar anti-Americanism. From this perspective, the main task today is to fight the American empire, and any ally is fine if it is anti-American, thus unbridled Chinese communist capitalism, violent Islamicist anti-modernism, as well as the obscene Lukashenko regime in Belarus. See Chávez's visit to Belarus in July 2006, may appear as progressive anti-globalist comrades in arms. What we have here is thus another version of the ill-famed notion of alternative modernity. Instead of the critique of capitalism as such, instead of confronting its basic mechanism, we have the critique of the imperialist excess, with the tacit idea of mobilizing capitalist mechanisms within another, more progressive, framework. This is how one should approach what is arguably Mao's central contribution to Marxist philosophy, his elaborations on the notion of contradiction. One should not dismiss them as a worthless philosophical regression, which, as one can easily demonstrate, relies on a vague notion of contradiction which simply means struggle of opposing tendencies. The main thesis of his great text on contradiction regarding the two facets of contradiction, the principal and the non-principal contradictions in a process, and the principal and the non-principal aspects of a contradiction, deserves a close reading. Mao's reproach to the dogmatic Marxists is that they do not understand that it is precisely in the particularity of contradiction that the universality of contradiction resides. For instance, in capitalist society the two forces in contradiction, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, form the principal contradiction. The other contradictions, such as those between the remnant feudal class and the bourgeoisie, between the peasant petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie, between the proletariat and the peasant petty bourgeoisie, between the non-monopoly capitalists and the monopoly capitalists, between bourgeois democracy and bourgeois fascism, among the capitalist countries and between imperialism and the colonies, are all determined or influenced by this principal contradiction. When imperialism launches a war of aggression against such a country, all its various classes, except for some traders, can temporarily unite in a national war against imperialism. At such a time, the contradiction between imperialism and the country concerned becomes the principal contradiction, while all the contradictions among the various classes within the country, including what was the principal contradiction, between the feudal system and the great masses of the people, are temporarily relegated to a secondary and subordinate position. 44. This is Mao's key point: the principal, universal, contradiction does not overlap with the contradiction which should be treated as dominant in a particular situation. The universal dimension literally resides in this particular contradiction. In each concrete situation, a different particular contradiction is the predominant one, in the precise sense that, in order to win the battle for the resolution of the principal contradiction, one should treat a particular contradiction as the predominant one, to which all other struggles should be subordinated. In China under the Japanese occupation, patriotic unity against the Japanese was the predominant feature. If communists wanted to win in the class struggle in these conditions, any direct focus on class struggle harms the class struggle itself. Therein, perhaps, resides the main feature of dogmatic opportunism, to insist on the centrality of the principal contradiction at the wrong moment. The further key point concerns the principal aspect of a contradiction, for example, with regard to the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production. The productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it must also be admitted that in certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. When it is impossible for the productive forces to develop without a change in the relations of production, then the change in the relations of production plays the principal and decisive role. 45. The political stakes of this debate are decisive. Mao's aim is to assert the key role, in the political struggle, of what the Marxist tradition usually refers to as the subjective factor theory, the superstructure. This is what, according to Mao, Stalin neglected. Stalin's economic problems of socialism in the USSR from first to last says nothing about the superstructure. It is not concerned with people, it considers things, not people. It speaks only of the production relations, not of the superstructure nor politics, nor the role of the people. Communism cannot be reached unless there is a communist movement. 46. Alain Badiou, a true Maoist here, applies this to the contemporary constellation, avoiding the focus on the anti-capitalist struggle, even ridiculing its main form today, the anti-globalization movement, and defining the emancipatory struggle in strictly political terms, as the struggle against liberal democracy, today's predominant ideologico-political form. Today the enemy is not called empire or capital. It's called democracy. 47. What, today, prevents the radical questioning of capitalism itself is precisely the belief in the democratic form of the struggle against capitalism. Lenin's stance against economism as well as against pure politics is crucial today, apropos the split attitude towards the economy in, what remains of, the left. On the one hand, the pure politicians abandon the economy as the site of struggle and intervention. On the other hand, the economists, fascinated by the functioning of the contemporary global economy, preclude any possibility of a political intervention proper. With regard to this split, today, more than ever, we should return to Lenin. Yes, the economy is the key domain, the battle will be decided there. One has to break the spell of global capitalism, but the intervention should be properly political, not economic. Today, when everyone is anti-capitalist, up to and including the Hollywood socio-critical conspiracy movies, from The Enemy of the State to The Insider, in which the enemy are the big corporations with their ruthless pursuit of profit, the signifier anti-capitalism has lost its subversive sting. What one should problematize is the self-evident opposite of this anti-capitalism, the trust in democracy by honest Americans who break up the conspiracy. This is the hard kernel of today's global capitalist universe, its true master signifier, democracy itself. 48. Mao's further elaboration on the notion of contradiction in his On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, 1957, also cannot be reduced to its best-known feature, the rather common-sense point of distinguishing between the antagonistic and the non-antagonistic contradictions. The contradictions between ourselves and the enemy are antagonistic contradictions. Within the ranks of the people, the contradictions among the working people are non-antagonistic, while those between the exploited and the exploiting classes have a non-antagonistic as well as an antagonistic aspect. You enter the people's democratic dictatorship. Two different methods, one dictatorial and the other democratic, should be used to resolve the two types of contradictions which differ in nature, those between ourselves and the enemy and those among the people. 49. One should always read this distinction together with its more ominous supplement, a warning that the two aspects may overlap. In ordinary circumstances, contradictions among the people are not antagonistic. But if they are not handled properly, or if we relax our vigilance and lower our guard, antagonism may arise. Democratic dialogue, the peaceful coexistence of different orientations in the working class, is not something that is simply given, a natural state of things. It is something that is won and sustained by vigilance and struggle. Here, too, struggle has priority over unity. The very space of unity has to be won through struggle. So what are we to do with these elaborations? One should be very precise in diagnosing, at the very abstract level of theory, where Mao was right and where he was wrong. Mao was right in rejecting the standard notion of dialectical synthesis as the reconciliation of the opposites, as a higher unity which encompasses their struggle. He was wrong in formulating this rejection, this insistence on the priority of struggle, of division, over every synthesis or unity, in terms of a general cosmology ontology of the eternal struggle of opposites. This is why he got caught up in the simplistic, properly non-dialectical, notion of the bad infinity of struggle. Mao clearly regresses here to primitive pagan wisdoms on how every creature, every determinate form of life, sooner or later meets its end. One thing destroys another, things emerge, develop, and are destroyed. Everywhere is like this. If things are not destroyed by others, then they destroy themselves. One should give Mao his due at this level. He pushes to the end in this direction, applying this principle to communism itself. See the following passage, in which Mao accomplishes a gigantic ontological leap forward from the division of the atomic nucleus into protons, antiprotons, and so on, to the inevitable division of communism into stages. I don't believe that communism will not be divided into stages, and that there will be no qualitative changes. Lenin said that all things can be divided. He gave the atom as an example, and said that not only can the atom be divided, but the electron, too, can be divided. Formerly, however, it was held that it could not be divided. The branch of science devoted to splitting the atomic nucleus is still very young, only 20 or 30 years old. In recent decades, the scientists have resolved the atomic nucleus into its constituents, such as protons, antiprotons, neutrons, antineutrons, mesons, and antimesons. 50. He even goes a step further and moves beyond humanity itself, forecasting, in a proto-Nietzschean way, the overcoming of man. The life of dialectics is the continuous movement toward opposites. Mankind will also finally meet its doom. When the theologians talk about doomsday, they are pessimistic and terrify people. We say the end of mankind is something which will produce something more advanced than mankind. Mankind is still in its infancy. 51. Moreover, he envisages the rise of some animals themselves to the what we consider today as exclusively human level of consciousness. In the future, animals will continue to develop. I don't believe that men alone are capable of having two hands. Can't horses, cows, sheep evolve? Can only monkeys evolve? And can it be, moreover, that of all the monkeys only one species can evolve, and all the others are incapable of evolving? In 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, will horses, cows, and sheep still be the same as those today? I think they will continue to change. Horses, cows, sheep, and insects will all change. 52. Two things should be added to this cosmic perspective. First, one should remember that Mao is here talking to the inner circle of party ideologists. This is what accounts for the tone of sharing a secret not to be rendered public, as if Mao is divulging his secret teaching and, in fact, Mao's speculations closely echo so-called biocosmism, the strange combination of vulgar materialism and Gnostic spirituality which formed an occult shadow ideology, the obscene secret teaching, of Soviet Marxism. Repressed from public sight during the main period of the Soviet state, biocosmism was openly propagated only in the first and in the last 2 decades of Soviet rule. Its main theses were, the goals of religion, collective paradise, the overcoming of all suffering, full individual immortality, the resurrection of the dead, the victory over time and death, the conquest of space far beyond the solar system, can be realized in terrestrial life through the development of modern science and technology. In the future, not only will sexual difference be abolished, with the rise of chaste post-humans reproducing themselves through direct biotechnical reproduction, it will also be possible to resurrect all the dead of the past, establishing their biological formulae through their remains and then re-engendering them. DNA had not yet been heard of. Thus even erasing all past injustices, undoing past suffering and destruction. In this bright biopolitical communist future, not only humans, but also animals, all living beings, will participate in a directly collectivized reason of the cosmos. Whatever one may say against Lenin's ruthless critique of Maxim Gorky's God-building, Bogograditelstvo, the direct deification of man, one should bear in mind that Gorky himself collaborated with biocosmists. It is interesting to note resemblances between this biocosmism and contemporary technognosis. Second, this cosmic perspective is for Mao not just an irrelevant philosophical caveat, it has precise ethico-political consequences. When Mao high-handedly dismisses the threat of the atomic bomb, he is not downplaying the scope of the danger. He is fully aware that such a war may lead to the extinction of humanity as such, so, to justify his defiance, he has to adopt the cosmic perspective from which the end of life on Earth would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole. This cosmic perspective also grounds Mao's dismissive attitude towards the human costs of economic and political endeavors. If one is to believe the latest biography of Mao 53, he caused the greatest famine in history by exporting food to Russia to buy atomic and other types of arms. 38 million people starved or were slave-driven to death in 1958-61. Mao supposedly knew exactly what was happening, saying, "Half of China may well have to die." This is the instrumental attitude at its most radical, killing as part of a ruthless attempt to realize a goal, reducing people to disposable means. And what one should bear in mind is that the Nazi Holocaust was not the same. The murder of the Jews was not part of a rational strategy, but was autotelic, a meticulously planned irrational excess. Recall the deportation of the last Jews from the Greek islands in 1944, just before the German retreat, or the massive use of trains for transporting Jews instead of war material in 1944. This is why Heidegger was wrong when he reduced the Holocaust to the industrial production of corpses. It was not that. Stalinist communism rather could be characterized better in this way. 54. The conceptual consequence of this bad infinity that pertains to vulgar evolutionism is Mao's consistent rejection of the negation as a universal dialectical law. Thus the explicit polemic against Engels, incidentally, following Stalin, who, in his On Dialectical and Historical Materialism, also does not mention the negation of the negation among the 4 main features of Marxist dialectics. Engels talked about the 3 categories, but as for me, I don't believe in 2 of those categories. The unity of opposites is the most basic law. The transformation of quality and quantity into one another is the unity of the opposites, quality and quantity, and the negation of the negation does not exist at all. There is no such thing as the negation of the negation. Affirmation, negation, affirmation, negation. In the development of things, every link in the chain of events is both affirmation and negation. Slave-holding society negated primitive society, but with reference to feudal society it constituted, in turn, the affirmation. Feudal society constituted the negation in relation to slave-holding society, but it was in turn the affirmation with reference to capitalist society. Capitalist society was the negation in relation to feudal society, but it is, in turn, the affirmation in relation to socialist society. 55. Along similar lines, Mao scathingly dismissed the category of the dialectical synthesis of opposites, promoting his own version of negative dialectics. Every synthesis was for him ultimately what Adorno in his critique of Lecoq's called Erpressversahnung, enforced reconciliation, at best a momentary pause in the ongoing struggle, which occurs not when the opposites are united, but when one side simply wins over the other. What is synthesis? You have all witnessed how the two opposites, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, were synthesized on the mainland. The synthesis took place like this: their armies came, and we devoured them, we ate them bite by bite. One thing eating another, big fish eating little fish, this is synthesis. It has never been put like this in books. I have never put it this way in my books either. For his part, Yang Xianchen believes that two combine into one, and that synthesis is the indissoluble tie between two opposites. What indissoluble ties are there in this world? Things may be tied, but in the end they must be severed. There is nothing which cannot be severed. 56. Note, again, the tone of sharing a secret not to be rendered public, the cruel realistic lesson that undermines the happy public optimism. This was at the core of the famous debate, in the late 1950s, about the one and the two. Are the two united into one, or is the one divided into two? In any given thing, the unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, and transitory, and hence relative, whereas the struggle of opposites is absolute. This brings us to what one is tempted to call Mao's ethico-political injunction, to paraphrase the last words of Beckett's El Innomable: in the silence you don't know, you must go on severing. I can't go on, I'll go on severing. 57. The paradox of Mao's radical politics of the eternally ongoing division which never reaches the final point of peace is that it rejoins its opposite, the rightist social democratic revision whose founder Bernstein proposed the well-known formula: the goal is nothing, the movement is everything. So where does Mao fall short here? In the way he opposes this injunction to sever, to divide, to dialectical synthesis. When Mao mockingly refers to synthesizing as the destruction of the enemy or his subordination, his mistake resides in this very mocking attitude. He does not see that this is the true Hegelian synthesis. After all, what is the Hegelian negation of the negation? First, the old order is negated within its own ideologico-political form, then, this form itself has to be negated. Those who vacillate, those who are afraid to take the second step of overcoming this form itself, are those who, to repeat Robespierre, want a revolution without a revolution, and Lenin displays all the strength of his hermeneutics of suspicion in discerning the different forms of this retreat. The true victory, the true negation of the negation, occurs when the enemy talks your language. In this sense, a true victory is a victory in defeat. It occurs when one's specific message is accepted as a universal framework, even by the enemy. For example, in the case of rational science versus belief, the true victory of science takes place when the Church starts to defend itself in the language of science. Or, in the contemporary politics of the United Kingdom, as many a perspicuous commentator has observed, the Thatcher Revolution was in itself chaotic, impulsive, marked by unpredictable contingencies, and it was only the third-way Blairite government that was able to institutionalize it, to stabilize it into new institutional forms, or, to put it in Hegelese, to raise, what first appeared as, a contingency, a historical accident, into necessity. In this sense, Blair repeated Thatcherism, elevating it into a concept, in the same way that, for Hegel, Augustus repeated Caesar, transforming sublating a contingent, personal name into a concept, a title. Thatcher was not a Thatcherite, she was just herself. It was only Blair, more than John Major, who truly forged Thatcherism as a notion. The dialectical irony of history is that only a nominal, ideologico-political enemy can do this to you, can elevate you into a concept. The empirical instigator has to be knocked off, Julius Caesar had to be murdered, Thatcher had to be ignominiously deposed. This is the surprising lesson of the last decades, the lesson of West European third-way social democracy, but also the lesson of the Chinese communists presiding over what is arguably the most explosive development of capitalism in the entirety of human history. We can do it better. Recall the classical Marxist account of the overcoming of capitalism. Capitalism unleashed the breathtaking dynamics of self-enhancing productivity in capitalism. All that is solid melts into air. Capitalism is the greatest revolutionizer in the history of humanity. On the other hand, this capitalist dynamic is propelled by its own inner obstacle or antagonism. The ultimate limit of capitalism, of capitalist self-propelling productivity, is capital itself, that is, capitalism's incessant development and revolutionizing of its own material conditions. The mad dance of its unconditional spiral of productivity, is ultimately nothing but a desperate foot en avant to escape its own debilitating inherent contradictions. Marx's fundamental mistake was here to conclude, from these insights, that a new, higher social order, communism, was possible, an order that would not only maintain, but even raise to a higher degree and fully release the potential of the upward spiral of productivity without it being thwarted by socially destructive economic crises. In short, what Marx overlooked is that, to put it in standard Derridian terms, this inherent obstacle/antagonism as the condition of impossibility of the full deployment of the productive forces is simultaneously its condition of possibility. If we abolish the obstacle, the inherent contradiction of capitalism, we do not get the fully unleashed drive finally freed from its shackles, but rather we lose precisely this very productivity that seemed to be simultaneously generated and stifled by capitalism, for it simply dissipates. And it is as if this logic of the obstacle as a positive condition which underlay the failure of socialist attempts to overcome capitalism, is now returning with a vengeance in capitalism itself. Capitalism can fully thrive not in the unencumbered reign of the market, but only when an obstacle, from minimal welfare state intervention, up to and including the direct political rule of the Communist Party, as in the case of China, constrains its unimpeded rampage. So, ironically, this is the synthesis of capitalism and communism in Mao's sense, in a unique kind of poetic justice on a historic scale. It was capitalism which synthesized Maoist communism. The key new feature in China over the last few years has been the emergence of a large-scale workers' movement, protesting against the work conditions which are the price China pays for rapidly becoming the world's foremost manufacturing power, a movement which has faced brutal repression. New proof, if it is still needed, that China is today the ideal capitalist state, freedom for capital, with the state doing the dirty job of controlling the workers. China as the emerging superpower of the 21st century thus seems to embody a new kind of capitalism, disregard for ecological consequences, disdain for workers' rights, everything subordinated to the ruthless drive to develop and become the new world force. The big question is, what will the Chinese do with regard to the biogenetic revolution? Is it not a safe wager that they will hurl themselves into unconstrained genetic manipulation of plants, animals, and humans, bypassing all our Western moral prejudices and limitations? This is the ultimate price for Mao's theoretical mistake of rejecting the negation, of his failure to grasp how the negation of the negation is not a compromise between a position and its excessively radical negation, but, on the contrary, the only true negation. 58 And it is because Mao is unable to theoretically formulate this self-relating negation of form itself that he gets caught in the bad infinity of endless negating, size Zions into two, subdivision. In Hegel's, Mao's dialectic remains at the level of understanding, of fixed notional oppositions. It is unable to formulate the properly dialectical self-relating of notional determinations. It is this serious mistake, to use a Stalinist term, which led Mao, when he was courageous enough to draw all the consequences from his stances, to reach a properly nonsensical conclusion that, in order to invigorate class struggle, one should directly open up the field to the enemy. Let them go in for capitalism. Society is very complex. If one only goes in for socialism and not for capitalism, isn't that too simple? Wouldn't we then lack the unity of opposites, and be merely one-sided? Let them do it. Let them attack us madly, demonstrate in the streets, take up arms to rebel. I approve all of these things. Society is very complex, there is not a single commune, a single xian, a single department of the Central Committee, which one cannot divide into 2.59. This notion of dialectics provides the basic matrix of Mao's politics, its repeated oscillation between liberal openness and then the hardline purge. First, let the proverbial 100 flowers blossom, so that the enemies will actualize and fully express their reactionary hidden tendencies, then, once everyone's true positions are clearly articulated, engage in a ruthless struggle. Again, what Mao fails to do here is to proceed to the properly Hegelian identity of opposites, and to recognize in the force the revolution is fighting and trying to annihilate its own essence, as is the case in G.K. Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday, in which the secret police chief organizing the search for the anarchist leader and this mysterious leader in the end appear to be one and the same person, God himself, incidentally. And did Mao himself ultimately not play a similar role, that of a secular God who is at the same time the greatest rebel against himself? What this Chestertonian identity of the good Lord with the anarchist rebel enacts is the logic of the social carnival brought to the extreme of self-reflection. Anarchist outbursts are not a transgression of law and order. In our societies, anarchism already is in power wearing the mask of law and order. Our justice is the travesty of justice, the spectacle of law and order is an obscene carnival, the point made clear by arguably the greatest political poem in English, Shelley's The Mask of Anarchy, which describes the obscene parade of the figures of power. And many more destructions played in this ghastly masquerade. All disguised, even to the eyes. Like bishops, lawyers, peers, or spies. Last came anarchy, he rode. On a white horse, splashed with blood. He was pale even to the lips. Like death in the apocalypse. And he wore a kingly crown. And in his grasp a scepter shone. On his brow this mark I saw. I am God, and King, and Law. This identity is difficult to assume, even in cinema. Although V for Vendetta was praised, by none other than Tony Negri, among others, and, even more, criticized for its radical pro-terrorist, even stance, it does not push the logic to the end, it shirks from drawing the consequences from the parallels between Sudler and V, the totalitarian dictator and the anarchist terrorist rebel. The Norse Fire Party is, we learn, the instigator of the terror it is fighting, but what about the further identity of Sudler and V? In both cases, we never see their real faces, except the scared Sudler at the very end. When he is about to die, Sudler we see only on TV screens, and V is a specialist in manipulating the screen. Furthermore, V's dead body is placed on the train packed with explosives, in a kind of Viking funeral strangely evoking the name of the ruling party, Norse Fire. So when Evie is imprisoned and tortured by V in order to learn how to overcome fear and be free, is this not parallel to what Sudler does to the entire English population, terrorizing them so that they become free and rebel? But the film fails to draw this Chestertonian lesson of the ultimate identity between V and Sudler. 60. Cultural revolution and power. Is not this Hegelian Chestertonian shift from the criminal transgression of law and order to law and order itself as the highest criminal transgression directly enacted by Mao? This is why, while setting in motion and secretly pulling the strings of the self-destructive carnival, Mao nonetheless remained exempted from its process. At no moment was there ever a serious threat that Mao himself would be ritualistically deposed, treated as yesterday a king, today a beggar. He was not the traditional master, but the lord of misrule. In the European Middle Ages it was customary for great households to choose a lord of misrule. The person chosen was expected to preside over the revels that briefly reversed or parroted the conventional social and economic hierarchies. When the brief reign of misrule was over, the customary order of things would be restored, the lords of misrule would go back to their menial occupations, while their social superiors resumed their wonted status. Sometimes the idea of lord of misrule would spill over from the realm of revel to the realm of politics. He apprentices took over from their guild masters for a reckless day or two. Gender roles were reversed for a day as the women took over the tasks and airs normally associated only with men. Chinese philosophers also loved the paradoxes of status reversed, the ways that wit or shame could deflate pretension and lead to sudden shifts of insight. It was Mao's terrible accomplishment to seize on such insights from earlier Chinese philosophers, combine them with elements drawn from Western socialist thought, and to use both in tandem to prolong the limited concept of misrule into a long drawn-out adventure in upheaval. To Mao, the former lords and masters should never be allowed to return. He felt they were not his betters, and that society was liberated by their removal. He also thought the customary order of things should never be restored. 61. Is, however, such a terrible accomplishment not the elementary gesture of every true revolutionary? Why make a revolution at all, if we do not think that the customary order of things should never be restored? What Mao did was to deprive the transgression of its ritualized, ludic character by taking it seriously. Revolution is not just a temporary safety valve, a carnivalesque explosion destined to be followed by a process of sobering up. His problem was precisely the absence of the negation of the negation, the failure of the attempts to transpose revolutionary negativity into a truly new positive order. All temporary stabilizations of the revolution amounted to just so many restorations of the old order, so that the only way to keep the revolution alive was the spurious infinity of endlessly repeated negation which reached its apex in the Great Cultural Revolution. In his Logiques du Monde, Badiou elaborated two subjective attitudes which counter an event, the reactive subject and the obscure subject. 62. Insofar as one is ready to accept the risk of obscenely designating the reintroduction of capitalism into China a kind of event, one can claim that the Cultural Revolution and the revisionism identified by the name Deng Xiaoping stand, respectively, for the obscure and the reactive subject. Deng orchestrated the renaissance of capitalism in Communist China, while the Cultural Revolution aimed at its total annihilation and was as such precisely what Badiou calls un disaster obscur. Badiou himself concedes that the final result of the Cultural Revolution was negative. It all began when, between 1966 and 1968, saturating in the real the previous hypotheses, the Red Gourdist high school pupils and students, and then the workers of Shanghai, prescribed for the decades to come the affirmative realization of this beginning, of which they themselves, since their fury remained caught into what they were rising against, explored only the face of pure negation. 63. One should take a step further here. What if the Cultural Revolution was negative not only in the sense of clearing the space and opening up the way for a new beginning, but negative in itself, negative as an index of its impotence in generating the new? This brings us back to the central weakness of Mao's thought and politics. Many a commentator has made ironic remarks about the apparent stylistic clumsiness of the titles of Soviet communist books and articles, such as their tautological character, with the repeated use of the same word, like revolutionary dynamics in the early stages of the Russian Revolution, or economic contradictions in the development of the Soviet economy. However, what if this tautology points towards an awareness of the logic of betrayal best rendered by the classic reproach of Robespierre to the Dantonist opportunists, what you want is a revolution without a revolution. The tautological repetition thus signals the urge to repeat the negation, to relate it to itself. The true revolution is revolution with a revolution which, in its course, revolutionizes its own starting presuppositions. Hegel had a presentiment of this necessity when he wrote, "It is a modern folly to alter a corrupt ethical system, its constitution and legislation, without changing the religion, to have a revolution without a reformation." 64. He thereby announced the necessity of a cultural revolution as the condition for the successful social revolution. This, then, should be our precise version of Robespierre's retort: what you want is a revolution without a reformation. The problem with revolutionary attempts hitherto is thus not that they were too extreme, but that they were not radical enough, that they did not question their own presuppositions. In a wonderful essay on Chevengur, Platonov's Great Peasant Utopia, written in 1927 and 1928, just prior to forced collectivization, Frederick Jameson describes the two moments of the revolutionary process. It begins with the gesture of radical negativity. This first moment of world reduction, of the destruction of the idols and the sweeping away of an old world in violence and pain, is itself the precondition for the reconstruction of something else. A first moment of absolute immanence is necessary, the blank slate of absolute peasant immanence or ignorance, before new and undreamed of sensations and feelings can come into being. 65. Then follows the second stage, the invention of a new life, not only the construction of the new social reality in which our utopian dreams would be realized, but the reconstruction of these dreams themselves. A process that it would be too simple and misleading to call reconstruction or utopian construction, since in effect it involves the very effort to find a way to begin imagining utopia to begin with. Perhaps in a more Western kind of psychoanalytic language, we might think of the new onset of the utopian process as a kind of desiring to desire, a learning to desire, the invention of the desire called utopia in the first place, along with new rules for the fantasizing or daydreaming of such a thing, a set of narrative protocols with no precedent in our previous literary institutions. 66. The reference to psychoanalysis is here crucial and very precise. In a radical revolution, people not only realize their old, emancipatory, etc., dreams, rather, they have to reinvent their very modes of dreaming. Is this not the exact formula of the link between the death drive and sublimation? Therein resides the necessity of the Cultural Revolution clearly grasped by Mao, as Herbert Marcuse put it in another marvelous circular formula from the same epoch: freedom, from ideological constraints, from the predominant mode of dreaming, is the condition of liberation. That is, if we only change reality in order to realize our dreams, and do not change these dreams themselves, sooner or later we regress back to the old reality. There is a Hegelian positing of presuppositions at work here. The hard work of liberation retroactively forms its own presupposition. It is only this reference to what happens after the revolution, to the morning after, that allows us to distinguish between pathetic libertarian outbursts and true revolutionary upheavals. The former lose their energy when one has to start the prosaic work of social reconstruction. At this point, lethargy sets in. In contrast, recall the immense creativity of the Jacobins just prior to their fall, the numerous proposals about a new civic religion, about how to defend the dignity of old people, and so on. Therein also resides the interest of reading the reports about daily life in the Soviet Union in the early 1920s, with the enthusiastic urge to invent new rules for quotidian existence. What are the new rules of courting? How should one celebrate a birthday? 67. At this point, the Cultural Revolution miserably failed. It is difficult to miss the irony of the fact that Badiou, who adamantly opposes the notion of the act as negative, locates the historical significance of the Maoist Cultural Revolution precisely in the negative gesture of signaling the end of the party state as the central production of revolutionary political activity. It is here that he should have been consistent and denied the evental status of the Cultural Revolution. Far from being an event, it was rather a supreme display of what Badiou likes to refer to as the morbid death drive. Destroying old monuments was not a true negation of the past, it was, once again, rather an impotent passage à l'acte bearing witness to the failure to get rid of the past. So, in a way, there is a kind of poetic justice in the fact that the final result of Mao's Cultural Revolution is today's unheard of explosion of capitalist dynamics in China. That is to say, with the full deployment of capitalism, especially in today's late capitalism, it is the predominant normal way of life which, in a way, becomes carnivalized, with constant self-revolutionizing, reversals, crises, and reinvent ions. Brian Massumi clearly formulated this deadlock, which is based on the fact that contemporary capitalism has already overcome the logic of totalizing normality and adopted that of erratic excess. The more varied, and even erratic, the better. Normalcy starts to lose its hold. The regularities start to loosen. This loosening of normalcy is part of capitalism's dynamic. It's not a simple liberation. It's capitalism's own form of power. It's no longer disciplinary institutional power that defines everything, It's capitalism's power to produce variety because markets get saturated. Produce variety and you produce a niche market. The oddest of effective tendencies are okay as long as they pay. Capitalism starts intensifying or diversifying effect, but only in order to extract surplus value. It hijacks effect in order to intensify profit potential. It literally valorizes affect. The capitalist logic of surplus value production starts to take over the relational field that is also the domain of political ecology, the ethical field of resistance to identity and predictable paths. It's very troubling and confusing, because it seems to me that there's been a certain kind of convergence between the dynamic of capitalist power and the dynamic of resistance. 68. There is thus, beyond all cheap jibes and superficial analogies, a profound structural homology between Maoist permanent self-revolutionizing, the continuous struggle against the ossification of state structures, and the inherent dynamics of capitalism. One is tempted to paraphrase Brecht here, his "What is the robbing of a bank compared to the founding of a new bank? Yet again, what are the violent and destructive outbursts of a red gourdist caught up in the Cultural Revolution compared to the true Cultural Revolution, the permanent dissolution of all life forms necessitated by capitalist reproduction?" Today, the tragedy of the Great Leap Forward itself is repeating itself as the farce of the capitalist Great Leap Forward into modernization, with the old slogan "an iron foundry in every village" re-emerging as a skyscraper in every street. It is the reign of contemporary global capitalism which is the true lord of misrule. No wonder, then, that, in order to curb the excess of social disintegration caused by the capitalist explosion, Chinese officials celebrate religions and traditional ideologies which sustain social stability, from Buddhism to Confucianism, that is, the very ideologies that were the target of the Cultural Revolution. In April 2006, Ye Zhaoan, China's top religious official, told the Xinhua news agency that religion is one of the important forces from which China draws strength, and he singled out Buddhism for its unique role in promoting a harmonious society, the official formula for combining economic expansion with social development and care. The same week, China hosted the World Buddhist Forum. 69 The role of religion as a stabilizing force against capitalist turbulence is thus officially sanctioned. What bothers the Chinese authorities in the case of sects like Falun Gong is merely their independence from state control. This is why one should also reject the argument that the Cultural Revolution strengthened socialist attitudes among the people and thus helped to curb the worst disintegrative excesses of today's capitalist development. Quite the contrary. By undermining traditional stabilizing ideologies such as Confucianism, it rendered the people all the more vulnerable to the dizzying effects of capitalism. It is against this background that one should read the recent great campaign in China to resuscitate Marxism as effective state ideology. Literally hundreds of millions of US dollars are being invested in this venture. Those who see in this operation a threat to capitalist liberalization, a sign that hardliners want to reassert their hegemony, are totally missing the point. Paradoxical as it might sound, this return of Marxism is the sign of the ultimate triumph of capitalism, the sign of its thoroughgoing institutionalization. Recent legal measures which guarantee private property, hailed by the West as a crucial step towards legal stability, are part of the same thrust. That is to say, what kind of Marxism is being offered as appropriate for today's China? Emphasis is on the distinction between Marxism and leftism. Marxism is not the same as leftism, a term which refers to any talk of workers' liberation, from free trade unions to the overcoming of capitalism. Based on the Marxist thesis of the development of the forces of production as the key factor of social progress, the main task of progressive forces is defined as that of creating the conditions for the continuing rapid modernization, while avoiding all forms of instability, those caused by leftism as well as those caused by rightism, campaigns for multi-party democracy and so on, which will bring chaos and thus hinder the very modernization process. The conclusion is clear: in today's China, only the leading role of the Communist Party can sustain a rapid transformation of the conditions of social stability. The official, Confucian, term is that China should become a harmonious society. Consequently, to put it in the old Maoist terms, although it may appear that the main enemy is the bourgeois threat, the principal contradiction is, in the eyes of the ruling elite, the one between the existing harmonious order, unfettered capitalist development sustained by Communist Party rule, and the threat of workers' and peasants' revolts, which is why the recent strengthening of the oppressive apparatuses, the formation of special units of riot police to crush popular unrest, and so forth, is the actual social expression of what, in ideology, appears as a revival of Marxism. The problem with this revival is that, to put it in Kant's terms, it totally subordinates Marxism to the private use of reason. For Kant, the public space of the world's civil society designates the paradox of universal singularity, of a singular subject who, in a kind of short circuit, bypassing the mediation of the particular, directly participates in the universal. This is what Kant, in the famous passage of his What is Enlightenment, means by public as opposed to private. Private is not one's individual, as opposed to communal, ties, but the very communal institutional order of one's particular identification, while public is the transnational universality of the exercise of reason. The public use of one's reason must always be free, and it alone can bring about enlightenment among men. The private use of one's reason, on the other hand, may often be very narrowly restricted without particularly hindering the progress of enlightenment. By public use of one's reason I understand the use which a person makes of it as a scholar before the reading public. Private use I call that which one may make of it in a particular civil post or office which is entrusted to him. 70. The paradox of Kant's formula think freely, but obey, is thus that one participates in the universal dimension of the public sphere precisely as a singular individual extracted from or even opposed to one's substantial communal identification. One is truly universal only when radically singular, in the interstices of communal identities. Coming back to contemporary China, the artificially resuscitated form of Marxism is an exemplary case of the private use of reason. Marxism is mobilized not on account of its inherent universal truth, but in order to legitimize the present Chinese state interest of maintaining Communist Party power and thus guaranteeing stability in a period of fast-moving economic development. Such a use of Marxism is objectively cynical, with no cognitive value at all. The tragedy is that the Chinese state will sooner or later encounter the limits of the formula capitalism with Confucian values, and, at that point, only an unconstrained public use of reason will be able to do the job of inventing new solutions. No wonder that, in today's China, the two terms, public intellectual and civil society, are very negatively viewed in official eyes. Although they are not explicitly prohibited, every intellectual knows that it is better to avoid them if one wants to remain on good terms with those in power. Anything, almost, is permitted in closed academic debates, that is, as long as it does not reach the general public. The paradoxical status of contemporary Chinese Marxism is conditioned by the fact that China in the 21st century is indeed no longer a totalitarian state, but rather what some would call an authoritarian state. There are passionate public debates, different opinions on key issues are openly defended, but within very precise limits. One cannot directly put into question the Communist Party's political monopoly. While one can draw attention to ecological problems, one is obliged to do it with great restraint, avoiding hot topics like the gigantic Yellow River Dam. Although one can write about the terrible conditions of unskilled manual workers, one should treat it as local anomaly and never propose the formation of any type of workers' defense organizations such as independent labor unions, and one is often compelled to use a coded language, such as formulating a critique of socialism as advocacy of one socialist orientation against another one. How, then, do leading communist theorists react when confronted with the all too obvious contradiction, a communist party which still legitimizes itself in Marxist terms, but renounces Marxism's basic premise, that of workers' self-organization as a revolutionary force in order to overthrow capitalism? It is difficult to avoid the impression that all the resources of the legendary form of Chinese politeness are mobilized here. It is considered impolite to directly raise, or insist on, these questions. This resort to politeness is necessary, since it is the only way to combine what cannot be combined, to enforce Marxism as official ideology while openly prohibiting its central axioms would cause the collapse of the entire ideological edifice, thereby rendering it meaningless. The result is thus that, while certain things are clearly prohibited, this prohibition cannot be publicly stated, but is itself prohibited. It is not merely prohibited to raise the question of workers' self-organization against capitalist exploitation as the central tenet of Marxism, it is also prohibited to publicly claim that it is prohibited to raise this question. What one usually hears from theorists is a private admission that, of course, this is contradictory, but that, nonetheless, such a contradictory ideological edifice works, and works spectacularly. It is the only way to ensure fast economic growth and stability in China. Need we add that this is the private use of reason at its purest? This paradox is nicely rendered in the title of a recent report on China, Even What Secret is a Secret in China. 71 Many troublesome intellectuals who report on political oppression, ecological catastrophes, rural poverty, and so on. For example, a Chinese woman who sent her husband, who lives abroad, clippings from a local Chinese newspaper, suffer years of imprisonment for betraying state secrets. However, many of the laws and regulations that make up the state secret regime are themselves classified, making it difficult for individuals to know how and when they're in violation. This secrecy of the prohibition itself serves two different purposes which should not be confused. Its commonly admitted role is that of universalizing guilt and fear. If you do not know what is prohibited, you cannot even know when you are violating a prohibition, which makes you potentially guilty all the time. Of course, things are more precise here, except at the climax of the Stalinist purges when, effectively, everyone could be found guilty. People do know when they are doing something that will annoy those in power. The function of prohibiting prohibitions is thus not to give rise to irrational fears, but to let the potential dissidents, who think they can get away with their critical activity, since they are not breaking any laws, but only doing what laws guarantee them freedom of opinion, and so on, know that, if they irk those in power too much, they can be punished at the latter's whim. Don't provoke us, we can do whatever we want to you, no laws are protecting you here. In ex-Yugoslavia, the infamous Article 133 of the Penal Code could always be invoked to prosecute writers and journalists. It criminalized any text that falsely presented the achievements of the socialist revolution or that might arouse tension and discontent among the public due to the way it dealt with political, social, or other topics. This last category is obviously not only infinitely plastic, but also conveniently self-referential. Does not the very fact that you are accused by those in power obviously mean that you have aroused tension and discontent among the public? During those years, I remember asking a Slovene politician how he justified this law. He just smiled and, with a wink, told me, well, we have to have some tool to discipline when we want those who annoy us. But there is another function of prohibiting prohibitions which is no less crucial, that of maintaining appearances, and we all know how absolutely crucial appearances were under Stalinism. The Stalinist regime reacted with total panic whenever there was a threat that appearances would be disturbed, say, that some accident which made clear the failure of the regime might be reported in the public media. There were, in the Soviet media, no black chronicles, no reports on crimes and prostitution. Not to mention workers or other types of public protests. Which is why this prohibition of prohibitions is far from limited to communist regimes, it is operative also in today's permissive capitalism. A postmodern boss insists that he is not a master but just a coordinator of our joint creative efforts, the first among equals. There should be no formalities among us, we should address him by his nickname, he shares a dirty joke with us. But during all this, he remains our master. In such a social link, relations of domination function through their denial. In order to be operative, they have to be ignored. We are not only obliged to obey our masters, we are also obliged to act as if we were free and equal, as if there was no domination, which, of course, makes the situation even more humiliating. Paradoxically, in such a situation, the first act of liberation is to demand from the master that he act like one. One should reject false collegiality from the master and insist that he treat us with cold distance, as a master. The same goes for patriarchal domination over women. In modern societies, this domination is no longer admitted as such, which is why one of the subversive tactics of feminine resistance is mockingly to act as if subordinated. Things go even deeper here. The ultimate ground of this paradox is the shift in social relations that occurs with the rise of capitalism itself. One should apply here Marx's old formula of commodity fetishism, in which relations between people appear as relations between things. This is why, in capitalism, we are as people, as persons, all equal, possessing the same dignity and freedom. The relations of domination, which were in previous societies directly hierarchical relations among persons, are now transposed onto relations between things, commodities. The logic of domination, which necessarily denies itself as domination, is inscribed into the very core of capitalist relations. What one should bear in mind is that, while every social structure relies on certain exclusions and prohibitions, this exclusionary logic is always redoubled. Not only is the subordinated other, homosexuals, non-white races, excluded/repressed, the excluding and repressive power itself relies on an excluded/repressed obscene content of its own, say, the exercise of power that legitimizes itself as legal, tolerant, Christian. Relies on a set of publicly disavowed obscene rituals of violent humiliation of the subordinated. More generally, we are dealing here with what one is tempted to call the ideological practice of disidentification. That is to say, one should turn around the standard notion of ideology as providing a firm identification for its subjects, constraining them to their social roles. What if, at a different but no less irrevocable and structurally necessary level, ideology is effective precisely by way of constructing a space of false disidentification, of false distance towards the actual coordinates of the subject's social existence? Is this logic of disidentification not discernible from the most elementary case of I am not only an American, husband, worker, Democrat, gay man, but, beneath all these roles and masks, a human being, a complex and unique personality, where the very distance towards the symbolic feature that determines my social place guarantees the effectiveness of this determination, up to the more complex case of cyberspace playing with one's multiple identities? The mystification operative in the perverse just gaming of cyberspace is thus double. Not only are the games we are playing in it more serious than we tend to assume, is it not that, in the guise of a fiction, of it's just a game, a subject can articulate and stage sadistic, perverse, and so on, features of his symbolic identity that he would never be able to admit in his real intersubjective contacts, but the opposite also holds, that is, the much celebrated playing with multiple shifting personae, freely constructed identities, tends to obfuscate, and thus falsely liberate us from, the constraints of social space in which our existence is caught. This long detour brings us back to the paradox of contemporary Chinese Marxism. It is easy, from the standpoint of libertarian Western Marxism, to mock this Marxism which dispenses with Marxism's central emancipatory premise, a truly decaffeinated Marxism, Marxism deprived of its subversive core. However, any direct ironic critique of this new Chinese state ideology Marxism misses the point, which is that we are not dealing with a simple betrayal of Marxism, but, literally, with its symptom, a formula to resolve its inconsistency. There effectively was, in original Marxism itself, a dimension which potentially led to the enslavement of the workers to progress, the rapid development of the forces of production, while, under Stalinism, this progress was organized within the framework of the centralized state economy. Today's China draws the logical conclusion that the most efficient motor of development are capitalist relations of production. The premise of classical Marxism, up to and including Tony Negri, was that history is on our side. Workers' resistance to capitalism objectively serves an even faster development of the forces of production. It is itself a sign that capitalism is no longer a motor, but more and more an obstacle to this development. What to do, then, When capitalism de facto proves itself as the most effective motor of social relations? The answer is the Chinese solution, to honestly admit that, in this phase of world history, we should fully embrace capitalism. Where Marxism enters is in the claim that only the leading role of the Communist Party can sustain such modernization and simultaneously maintain a harmonious society, that is, prevent the social disintegration that characterizes Western liberal capitalism. This capitalist reappropriation of revolutionary dynamics is not without its comic side effects. It was recently made public that, in order to conceptualize the Israeli Defense Forces' urban warfare against the Palestinians, the IDF military academies systematically refer to Delos and Gawatari, especially to Thousand Plateaus, using it as operational theory. The catchwords used are formless rival entities, fractal maneuver, velocity vs. rhythms, the Wahhabi war machine, postmodern anarchists, nomadic terrorists. One of the key distinctions they rely on is the one between smooth and striated space, which reflect the organizational concepts of the war machine and the state apparatus. The IDF now often uses the term to smooth out space when they want to refer to operation in a space as if it had no borders. Palestinian areas are thought of as striated in the sense that they are enclosed by fences, walls, ditches, roadblocks, and so on. The attack conducted by units of the IDF on the city of Nablus in April 2002 was described by its commander, Brigadier General Aviv Kochavi, as inverse geometry, which he explained as the reorganization of the urban syntax by means of a series of micro-tactical actions. During the battle, soldiers moved within the city across hundreds of meters of overground tunnels carved out through a dense and contiguous urban structure. Although several thousand soldiers and Palestinian guerrillas were maneuvering simultaneously in the city, they were so saturated into the urban fabric that very few would have been visible from the air. Furthermore, they used none of the city's streets, roads, alleys, or courtyards, or any of the external doors, internal stairwells, and windows, but moved horizontally through walls and vertically through holes blasted in ceilings and floors. This form of movement, described by the military as infestation, seeks to redefine inside as outside, and domestic interiors as thoroughfares. The IDF's strategy of walking through walls involves a conception of the city as not just the site but also the very medium of warfare, a flexible, almost liquid medium that is forever contingent and in flux. 72. So what follows from all this? Not, of course, the nonsensical accusation that Delos and Gawatari are theorists of militaristic colonization, but the conclusion that the conceptual machinery articulated by Delos and Gawatari, far from being simply subversive, also fits the military, economic, and ideologico-political, operational mode of contemporary capitalism. How, then, are we to revolutionize an order whose very principle is constant self-revolutionizing? Although a failure, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, was unique in attacking the key point, not just the takeover of state power, but the new economic organization and reorganization of daily life. Its failure was precisely the failure to create a new form of everyday life. It remained a carnivalesque excess, with the state apparatus, under Zhou Enlai's control, guaranteeing the reproduction and maintenance of everyday life, of production. At the level of social reality, there is obviously some truth to the claim that the Cultural Revolution was triggered by Mao in order to re-establish his power, which had been seriously curtailed in the early 1960s, in the aftermath of the spectacular failure of the Great Leap Forward, when the majority of nomenclatura staged a silent inter-party coup against him. It is true that the Cultural Revolution brought incalculable suffering, that it cut deep wounds in the social fabric, that its story can be told as the story of fanatical crowds chanting slogans. However, this is simply not the entire story. In spite of, or, rather, because of, all its horrors, the Cultural Revolution undoubtedly did contain elements of an enacted utopia. At its very end, before the agitation was blocked by Mao himself, since he had by then achieved his goal of re-establishing his influence and getting rid of the top nomenclatura competitors, there was the Shanghai Commune, 1 million workers who simply took the official slogan seriously, demanding the abolition of the state and even the party itself, and the direct communal organization of society. It is significant that it was at this very point that Mao ordered the army to intervene and to restore order. The paradox is that of a leader who triggers an uncontrolled upheaval, while trying to exert full personal power, the overlapping of extreme dictatorship and extreme emancipation of the masses. The argument that the GPCR was triggered by Mao in order to get rid of rivals in the inter-party struggle and reassert his authority, and that it was tamed by the intervention of the army the moment it threatened to spiral out of control, is irrelevant here. Even if true, it simply confirms that the events acquired a dynamic of their own. This genuinely revolutionary aspect of the Cultural Revolution is sometimes admitted even by conservative critics compelled to take note of the paradox of the totalitarian leader teaching people to think and act for themselves, to rebel and destroy the very apparatus of totalitarian domination. Here is what Gordon Chang recently wrote in the Conservative Journal Commentary. Paradoxically, it was Mao himself, the great enslaver, who in his own way taught the Chinese people to think and act for themselves. In the Cultural Revolution, he urged tens of millions of radical youths to go to every corner of the country to tear down ancient temples, destroy cultural relics, and denounce their elders, including not only mothers and fathers but also government officials and Communist Party members. The Cultural Revolution may have been Mao's idea of ruining his enemies, but it became a frenzy that destroyed the fabric of society. As government broke down, its functions taken over by revolutionary committees and people's communes, the strict restraints and repressive mechanisms of the state dissolved. People no longer had to wait for someone to instruct them what to do. Mao had told them they had the right to rebel. For the radical young, this was a time of essentially unrestrained passion. In one magnificent stroke, the great helmsman had delegitimized almost all forms of authority. 73. What this means is that we can read the Cultural Revolution at two different levels. If we read it as a part of historical reality, being, we can easily submit it to a dialectical analysis which perceives the final outcome of a historical process as its truth. The ultimate failure of the Cultural Revolution bears witness to the inherent inconsistency of the very project, notion, of cultural revolution. It is the explication, deployment, actualization of these inconsistencies, in the same way that, for Marx, the vulgar, non-heroic, capitalist daily reality of profit-seeking is the truth of noble Jacobin revolutionary heroism. If, however, we analyze it as an event, as an enactment of the eternal idea of egalitarian justice, then the ultimate factual result of the Cultural Revolution, its catastrophic failure and reversal into the recent capitalist transformation, does not exhaust the real of the Cultural Revolution. The eternal idea of the Cultural Revolution survives its defeat in socio-historical reality. It continues to lead an underground spectral life of the ghosts of failed utopias which haunt the future generations, patiently awaiting their next resurrection. This brings us back to Robespierre, who expressed in a touching way the simple faith in the eternal idea of freedom which persists through all defeats, without which, as was clear to Robespierre, a revolution is just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. The faith most poignantly expressed in Robespierre's very last speech on 8 Thermidor 1794, the day before his arrest and execution. But there do exist, I can assure you, souls that are feeling and pure. It exists, that tender, imperious and irresistible passion, the torment and delight of magnanimous hearts, that deep horror of tyranny, that compassionate zeal for the oppressed, that sacred love for the homeland, that even more sublime and holy love for humanity, without which a great revolution is just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. It does exist, that generous ambition to establish here on earth the world's First Republic. 74. Does the same not hold even more so for the last big installment in the life of this idea, the Maoist Cultural Revolution? Without this idea which sustained revolutionary enthusiasm, the Cultural Revolution was to an even greater degree just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. One should recall here Hegel's sublime words on the French Revolution from his lectures on the philosophy of world history. It has been said that the French Revolution resulted from philosophy, and it is not without reason that philosophy has been called THIRD-world wisdom, for it is not only truth in and for itself, as the pure essence of things, but also truth in its living form as exhibited in the affairs of the world. We should not, therefore, contradict the assertion that the revolution received its first impulse from philosophy. Never since the sun had stood in the firmament and the planets revolved around him had it been perceived that man's existence centers in his head, i.e. in thought, inspired by which he builds up the world of reality. Not until now had man advanced to the recognition of the principle that thought ought to govern spiritual reality. This was accordingly a glorious mental dawn. All thinking being shared in the jubilation of this epoch. Emotions of a lofty character stirred men's minds at that time, a spiritual enthusiasm thrilled through the world, as if the reconciliation between the divine and the secular was now first accomplished. 75. This, of course, did not prevent Hegel from coldly analyzing the inner necessity of this explosion of abstract freedom in turning into its opposite, self-destructive revolutionary terror. However, one should never forget that Hegel's critique is imminent, accepting the basic principles of the French Revolution, and its key supplement, the Haitian Revolution. And one should proceed in exactly the same way apropos the October Revolution, and, later, the Chinese Revolution. It was, as Badiou pointed out, the first case in the entire history of humanity of the successful revolt of the exploited poor. They were the zero-level members of the new society, they set the standards. The revolution stabilized itself into a new social order, a new world was created and miraculously survived for decades, amid unthinkable economic and military pressure and isolation. This was effectively a glorious mental dawn. All thinking being shared in the jubilation of this epoch. Against all hierarchical orders, egalitarian universality directly came to power. There is a basic philosophical dilemma which underlies this alternative. It may seem that the only consistent Hegelian standpoint is the one which measures the notion by the success or failure of its actualization, so that, in the perspective of the total mediation of the essence by its appearance, any transcendence of the idea over its actualization is discredited. The consequence of this is that, if we insist on the eternal idea which survives its historical defeat, this necessarily entails in Hegel a regression from the level of the notion as the fully actualized unity of essence and appearance, to the level of the essence supposed to transcend its appearance. Is it really so, however? One can also claim that the excess of the utopian idea that survives its historical defeat does not contradict the total mediation of idea and its appearance, the basic Hegelian insight according to which the failure of reality to fully actualize an idea is simultaneously the failure, limitation, of this idea itself continues to hold. What one should simply add is that the gap that separates the idea from its actualization signals a gap within this idea itself. This is why the spectral idea that continues to haunt historical reality signals the falsity of the new historical reality itself, its inadequacy to its own notion, the failure of the Jacobin utopia, its actualization in utilitarian bourgeois reality, is simultaneously the limitation of this reality itself. Consequently, one should invert the commonplace reading of Lacan's Kant avec Sada, according to which Sadian perversion is the truth of Kant, more radical than Kant, that it draws out the consequences Kant himself did not have the courage to confront. But we would claim the contrary. Sadian perversion emerges as the result of the Kantian compromise, of Kant's avoidance of the consequences of his breakthrough. Sada is the symptom of Kant. While it is true that Kant retreated from drawing all the consequences of his ethical revolution, the space for the figure of Sada is opened up by this Kantian compromise, by his unwillingness to push through to the end, to retain full fidelity to his philosophical breakthrough. Far from being simply and directly the truth of Kant, Sada is the symptom of Kant's betrayal of the truth of his own discovery. The obscene Sadian Joursur is a stigma bearing witness to Kant's ethical compromise. The apparent radically of this figure, the willingness of the Sadian hero to go to the end in his will to enjoy, is a mask of its exact opposite. In other words, the true horror is not a Sadian orgy, but the real core of the Kantian ethic itself. If we can be forgiven paraphrasing Brecht yet again, What is the miserable evil of a Sadian group orgy in comparison with the diabolical evil that pertains to a pure ethical act? And, mutatis mutandis, the same applies to the relationship between the Chinese Cultural Revolution and today's explosion of capitalist development as its truth. This explosion is also a sign that Mao retreated from drawing all the consequences of the Cultural Revolution, that is, the space for the capitalist explosion was opened up by this compromise, by Mao's unwillingness to push through to the end, to retain full fidelity to the idea of the Cultural Revolution. And the lesson is, in both cases, that of Kant as well that of Mao, the same, namely that we take from Beckett's worst word ho, try again. Fail again. Fail better. 76. 5. Stalinism Revisited, or, How Stalin Saved the Humanity of Man. The Stalinist Cultural Counter-Revolution. A consistent conservative case can be made that, far from being the greatest catastrophe that could have befallen Russia, Stalinism effectively saved what we understand as the humanity of man. Crucial here is the great shift of the early and mid-1930s from proletarian egalitarianism to the full assertion of the Russian legacy. In the cultural sphere, figures such as Pushkin and Tchaikovsky were elevated far above modernism, traditional aesthetic norms of beauty were reasserted, homosexuality was outlawed, sexual promiscuity condemned, and marriage proclaimed the elementary cell of the new society. It was the end of the brief marriage of convenience between Soviet power and the artistic and scientific modernists. In cinema, this passage is clearly discernible in the shift from Eisenstein's silent films with their montage of attractions to his organicist sound films. In music, in the shift from Shostakovich's violent parodic provocative music with elements of circus and jazz from the 1920s to his return to more traditional forms in the late 1930s. The standard reading of this shift sees it as the cultural thermidor, the betrayal of the authentic revolution. However, before accepting this judgment at face value, one should take a closer look at the ideological vision which sustained radical egalitarianism. We refer here again to so-called biocosmism. A good example here is the following passage by Trotsky. What is man? He is by no means a finished or harmonious being. No, he is still a highly awkward creature. Man, as an animal, has not evolved by plan but spontaneously, and has accumulated many contradictions. The question of how to educate and regulate, of how to improve and complete the physical and spiritual construction of man, is a colossal problem which can only be understood on the basis of socialism. To produce a new, improved version of man, that is the future task of communism. And for that we first have to find out everything about man, his anatomy, his physiology, and that part of his physiology which is called his psychology. Man must look at himself and see himself as a raw material, or at best as a semi-manufactured product, and say, at last, my dear Homo sapiens, I will work on you too. These were not just idiosyncratic theoretical principles, but expressions of a real mass movement in art, architecture, psychology, pedagogy, and organizational sciences, comprising hundreds of thousands of people. The officially supported cult of Taylorism, whose most radical exponent was Alexei Gastev, a Bolshevik engineer and poet who used the term biomechanics as early as 1922, explored the vision of society in which man and machine would merge. Gastev ran the Institute of Labor, which carried out experiments to train workers to act like machines. He saw the mechanization of man as the next step in evolution, envisaging a utopia where people would be replaced by proletarian units identified by ciphers such as ABC, or 325,075,0, and so on. A mechanized collectivism would take the place of the individual personality in the psychology of the proletariat. There would no longer be a need for emotions, and the human soul would no longer be measured by a shout or a smile but by a pressure gauge or a speedometer. 3. Is not this dream the first radical formulation of what, today, one usually calls biopolitics? Counterintuitive as this may sound, one can argue that this vision, had it really been imposed, would have been much more terrifying than Stalinism actually was. It was against this threat of full-scale modernist mechanization that Stalinist cultural politics reacted. It not only demanded a return to artistic forms that would be attractive to large crowds, but also, although it may appear cynical, the return to elementary traditional forms of morality. In the Stalinist show trials, the victims were held responsible for certain acts, forced to confess. In short, though it may appear obscene, and it was, they were treated as autonomous ethical subjects, not as objects of biopolitics. Against the utopia of mechanized collectivism, high Stalinism of the 1930s stood for the return of ethics at its most violent, as an extreme measure to counteract the threat that traditional moral categories would be rendered meaningless, where unacceptable behavior would not be perceived as involving the subject's guilt, but as a malfunctioning measured by a special pressure gauge or a speedometer. This is also why the imposition of socialist realism was sincerely welcomed by a large majority of people. It signaled that the regime had completely abandoned its commitment to the revolutionary idea of establishing a proletarian or Soviet form of culture that could be distinguished from the culture of the past. Contemporary writers like Akhmatova could not find a publisher, but the complete works of Pushkin and Turgenev, Chekhov, and Tolstoy, although not Dostoevsky, were issued in their millions as a new readership was introduced to them. 4. This return to classical culture reached its peak in 1937, the centenary of Pushkin's death, when the whole country was involved in festivities, small provincial theaters put on plays, schools organized special celebrations, young communists went on pilgrimages to places connected with the poet's life, factories organized study groups and clubs of Pushkinists, collective farms held Pushkin carnivals with figures dressed as characters from Pushkin's fairy tales. 5. These facts are worth mentioning because they bring us to another paradox, how the very resistance to Stalinism, marginal and oppressed as it was, followed this cultural trend. That is to say, although hypocritical and censured, this massive reintroduction of the classical Russian cultural heritage was more than just a measure for enlightening the half-illiterate masses. The universe of great classics such as Pushkin and Tolstoy contained an entire vision of culture, with its own ethics of social responsibility, of solidarity with the oppressed against autocratic power. Dissidents in the USSR represented truthfulness, unexpurgated reality, and ethical values as against the fantasy reality of socialist realism and the pervasive falseness of Soviet public discourse with its concerted negation of traditional morality, an explicitly stated, indeed fundamental, ingredient in the Soviet regime's forwarding of revolutionary development. 6. In this sense, Solzhenitsyn himself is the son of the Stalinist cultural politics of the 1930s. This is also why the private works of Shostakovich, full of melancholy, despair, and private anxieties, centered on his string quartets, are no less an organic part of the Stalinist culture than his great public works, centered in his officially celebrated symphonies, 5, 7, and 11. And this brings us to the third paradox. Wilhelm Furtwängler remarked apropos Stravinsky's Rite of Spring that it shows the limitation of Russian spirituality, it exults in brilliant mechanic rhythmic explosions, but it cannot reach the level of organic living unity that characterizes German spirituality. The first irony is that the very same composers to which Furtwängler referred were perceived by the Russian traditionalists as Western modernizers endangering the Russian organic heritage. However, in a way, Furtwängler was right. Many Western travelers to Russia in the 18th and 19th centuries went there in search of an organic society, a living social whole, as opposed to Western individualist societies which were held together by the external pressure of laws. They soon discovered that Russia was actually a vast chaotic empire, lacking precisely any inner organic form and therefore ruled by the iron hand of the brutal imperial autocracy. In other words, the notion of old Russia whose harmonious balance was disturbed by Western modernization was mythical. Violent modernism, the brutal imposition of a central order onto the chaotic texture of social life, is thus a key component of traditional Russian social identity. Stalin was correct to celebrate Ivan the Terrible as his precursor. Is, then, the conclusion of this that, with regret, one should endorse Stalinism as the defense against a much worse threat? What about applying here to Lacan's motto le pair ou pair, and take the risk of the choice of the worse? What if the effective result of choosing to pursue to the end the biopolitical dream would have been something unpredictable that would have shaken the very coordinates of this dream? A letter which did not reach its destination, and thereby perhaps saved the world. The Stalinist terror of the 1930s was a humanist terror. Its adherence to a humanist core was not what constrained its horror, it was what sustained it, it was its inherent condition of possibility. What if the legacy of the humanist tradition resuscitated by high Stalinism not only created the ideological presuppositions for dissident resistance, but also saved the world in a quite literal way, namely, prevented global nuclear catastrophe during the Cuban Missile Crisis? As far as one can reconstruct the events today, two things combined to facilitate the happy outcome. The first was polite tact, the rituals of polite feigned ignorance if one is to believe recent revelations. Kennedy's stroke of genius, which was crucial for the resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis, was to pretend that a key letter had not arrived at its destination, to act as if this letter did not exist, a stratagem which, of course, only worked because the sender, Khrushchev, participated in it. On Friday, October 26, 1962, a letter from Khrushchev to Kennedy confirms the offer previously made through intermediaries: the missiles would be removed if the U.S. issued a pledge not to invade Cuba. On Saturday, October 27, before a U.S. answer, another, harsher and more demanding, letter from Khrushchev arrived, adding the removal of U.S. missiles from Turkey as a condition, and signaling a possible political coup in the Soviet Union. At 8:05 p.m. the same day, Kennedy sent a response to Khrushchev, informing him that he was accepting the proposal of October 26, that is, acting as if the October 27 letter had never existed. On Sunday, October 28, Kennedy received a letter from Khrushchev in which he agreed to the deal. The lesson of this is that, in such moments of crisis where the fate of everything hangs in the balance, saving appearances, politeness, the awareness that one is playing a game, matters more than ever. One can also claim that what triggered the crisis was a symmetrical fact, a letter which also did not arrive at its addressee, but, this time, because it was never sent. Soviet missiles were stationed in Cuba as the result of the secret mutual security pact between Cuba and the USSR. Many observers, most notably Ted Sorensen, suggested that the U.S. reaction would have been much less offensive if the mutual security pact had been made public in advance, as Castro had wanted. Incidentally, it was the secrecy on which Soviets had insisted that made the U.S. believe that the missile emplacement could have no purpose other than to launch an attack upon the U.S. If the entire process of signing the pact and installing the missiles had been in the open and transparent, it would have been perceived as something much less threatening, not as the preparation of a real attack, but simply as demonstrative posturing which posed no real military threat. This lesson was not learned by the U.S. military establishment, which interpreted the peaceful resolution of the crisis in a quite different way. 7 Its opinion is best rendered by Raymond Garthoff, at the time an intelligence analyst in the State Department. If we have learned anything from this experience, it is that weakness, even only apparent weakness, invites Soviet transgression. At the same time, firmness in the last analysis will force the Soviets to back away from rash initiatives. 8. The crisis is thus perceived as the eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation of two players, a macho game of chicken, where the one with greater toughness, inflexibility, and resolve wins. This view, of course, does not fit reality. A whole series of details demonstrate Kennedy's flexibility and his concessions to the Soviet need to save face by way of salvaging something positive from the crisis. In order to buy some time and avoid a direct confrontation, he permitted on October 25 the Soviet tanker to proceed through the quarantine. On October 28, he ordered that no interview should be given and no statement made which would claim any kind of victory. Furthermore, he made an offer of removing U.S. missiles from Turkey, as well as a guarantee that the U.S. would not invade Cuba, in exchange for which the Soviets would withdraw their missiles from Cuba. The Soviet perception of the crisis was different. For them, it was not the threat of force that ended the crisis. The Soviet leadership believed the crisis had ended because both Soviet and US officials had realized they were at the brink and that the crisis was threatening to destroy humankind. They did not fear only for their immediate safety and were not worried merely about losing a battle in Cuba. Their fear was the fear of deciding the fate of millions of others, even of civilization itself. It was this fear, experienced by both sides at the peak of the crisis, which enabled them to reach a peaceful solution, and it was this fear which was at the very core of the famous exchange of letters between Khrushchev and Fidel Castro at the climax of the crisis. 9 In a letter to Khrushchev on October 26, Castro wrote that, "If the imperialists invade Cuba with the goal of occupying it, the danger that aggressive policy poses for humanity is so great that following that event the Soviet Union must never allow the circumstances in which the imperialists could launch the first nuclear strike against it. I tell you this because I believe that the imperialists' aggressiveness is extremely dangerous, and if they actually carry out the brutal act of invading Cuba in violation of international law and morality, that would be the moment to eliminate such danger forever through an act of clear legitimate defense, however harsh and terrible the solution would be, for there is no other." Khrushchev answered Castro on October 30. "In your cable of October 27 you proposed that we be the first to launch a nuclear strike against the territory of the enemy. You, of course, realize where that would have led. Rather than a simple strike, it would have been the start of a thermonuclear world war. Dear Comrade Fidel Castro, I consider this proposal of yours incorrect, although I understand your motivation. We have lived through the most serious moment when a nuclear world war could have broken out. Obviously, in that case, the United States would have sustained huge losses, but the Soviet Union and the whole socialist camp would have also suffered greatly. As far as Cuba is concerned, it would be difficult to say even in general terms what this would have meant for them. In the first place, Cuba would have been burned in the fire of war. There's no doubt that the Cuban people would have fought courageously or that they would have died heroically. But we are not struggling against imperialism in order to die, but to take advantage of all our possibilities, to lose less in the struggle and win more to overcome and achieve the victory of communism." The essence of Khrushchev's argument can be best summed up by Neil Kinnock's argument for unilateral disarmament, when he was the labor leader: "I am ready to die for my country, but I am not ready to let my country die for me." It is significant to note that, in spite of the totalitarian character of the Soviet regime, this fear was far more predominant in the Soviet leadership than in that of the US. So, perhaps, the time has come to rehabilitate Khrushchev, not Kennedy, as the real hero of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Castro answered Khrushchev on October 31. "I realized when I wrote them that the words contained in my letter could be misinterpreted by you, and that was what happened, perhaps because you didn't read them carefully, perhaps because of the translation, perhaps because I meant to say so much in too few lines. However, I didn't hesitate to do it. Do you believe, Comrade Khrushchev, that we were selfishly thinking of ourselves, of our generous people willing to sacrifice themselves, and not at all in an unconscious manner but fully assured of the risk they ran? No, Comrade Khrushchev. Few times in history, and it could even be said that never before, because no people had ever faced such a tremendous danger, was a people so willing to fight and die with such a universal sense of duty. We knew, and do not presume that we ignored it, that we would have been annihilated, as you insinuate in your letter, in the event of nuclear war. However, that didn't prompt us to ask you to withdraw the missiles, that didn't prompt us to ask you to yield. Do you believe that we wanted that war? But how could we prevent it if the invasion finally took place? And if war had broken out, what could we do with the insane people who unleashed the war? You yourself have said that under current conditions such a war would inevitably have escalated quickly into a nuclear war. I understand that once aggression is unleashed, one shouldn't concede to the aggressor the privilege of deciding, moreover, when to use nuclear weapons. The destructive power of this weaponry is so great and the speed of its delivery so great that the aggressor would have a considerable initial advantage. And I did not suggest to you, Comrade Khrushchev, that the USSR should be the aggressor, because that would be more than incorrect, it would be immoral and contemptible on my part. But from the instant the imperialists attack Cuba, and while there are Soviet armed forces stationed in Cuba to help in our defense in case of an attack from abroad, the imperialists would by this act become aggressors against Cuba and against the USSR, and we would respond with a strike that would annihilate them. I did not suggest, Comrade Khrushchev, that in the midst of this crisis the Soviet Union should attack, which is what your letter seems to say, rather, that following an imperialist attack, the USSR should act without vacillation and should never make the mistake of allowing circumstances to develop in which the enemy makes the first nuclear strike against the USSR. And in this sense, Comrade Khrushchev, I maintain my point of view, because I understand it to be a true and just evaluation of a specific situation. You may be able to convince me that I am wrong, but you can't tell me that I am wrong without convincing me. It is clear that it was Castro himself who, purposefully, misread Khrushchev here. Khrushchev understood very well what Castro wanted the USSR to do, not to attack the US out of nowhere, but, in the case of the US invasion of Cuba, still an act of conventional war, and a limited one, at that attacking a recent ally of the USSR, not the USSR itself, to retaliate with total nuclear counterattack. This is what the warning that the USSR should never make the mistake of allowing circumstances to develop in which the enemy makes the first nuclear strike against the USSR can only mean, that the USSR should be the first to deal a decisive nuclear strike once aggression is unleashed. One shouldn't concede to the aggressor the privilege of deciding, moreover, when to use nuclear weapons. To put it bluntly, Castro was demanding that Khrushchev choose the end of civilized life on Earth over the loss of Cuba. Point 10. So, again, what we witness here is a confrontation between Khrushchev's humanist considerations, ultimately, the legacy of traditional culture resuscitated by high Stalinism, and Castro's ruthless total wager, which echoes Mao Zedong's reflection on the possible annihilation of the human race. As we have noted earlier, Che Guevara approached the same line of thought when he praised the heroic readiness of the Cuban people to risk its own effacement. Kremlinology. Stalinism's role in saving the humanity of man is discernible at the most elementary level of language. If the language of the new post-human being was to have been a language of signals, no longer properly representing the subject, no wonder that Stalinist language is the most violent imaginable opposite. What characterizes human language, in contrast to the most complex signals of bees, is what Lacan called empty speech, speech whose denotative value, explicit content, is suspended on behalf of its function as an index of intersubjective relations between speaker and hearer, and this suspension is a key feature of Stalinist jargon, the object of the science of Kremlinology. Before the Soviet-era archives opened wide, foreign scholars trying to make out what had happened, and what might come to pass, took abuse for relying upon hearsay. So-and-so had heard from so-and-so, who in turn had heard from someone in the camps, who was sure that. Insert fantastic particulars here. Critics of such hearsay scholarship had a point. But what few people seem to realize, even now, is that the salient issue might not be the reliability in Stalin's Soviet Union of word of mouth and political divination, but its pervasiveness. Kremlinology arose not at Harvard, but in and around the Kremlin. This was how the entire regime operated, and it was what everyone in the Soviet Union did to a degree, the more so the higher up. Amid the interministerial warfare and Mobius strip intrigues, Stalinist life and death remained opaque, no matter where you stood or whom you knew. It was at the same time formulaic and indeterminate. In April 1939, the nominal head of Comintern Georgy Dimitrov frets over his sudden omission in Pravda's coverage of one honor presidium and in Izvestiya's of another. His agitation eases when he learns that his portraits were borne aloft at the May Day parade, which quieted the ominous chit-chat about him. But then it happened again. For the first time on International Women's Day I was not elected to the honor presidium, he records on March 8, 1941. That, of course, is no accident. Ah, but what did it mean? Dimitrov, who could scarcely have been closer to the Kremlin, was an inveterate Kremlinologist, studying mausoleum choreography, divining omens, drowning in rumors. 11. Another comical detail along these lines: the public prosecutor in the show trial against the United Trotskyite Zinoviev Center published a list of those that the center was planning to assassinate: Stalin, Kirov, Zdanov. This list became a bizarre honor since inclusion signified proximity to Stalin. 12. Although Molotov was on good personal terms with Stalin, he was shocked to discover that he was not on the list. What could this sign mean? Just a warning from Stalin, or an indication that soon it would be his turn to be arrested? Here indeed, the secrets of the Egyptians were secrets also for the Egyptians themselves. It was the Stalinist Soviet Union which was the true empire of signs. A story told by Soviet linguist Erich Honpira provides a perfect example of the total semantic saturation of this empire of signs, a saturation which, precisely, relied on the emptying of direct denotative meaning. For many years, when the Soviet media announced the funeral ceremonies of a member of the senior nomenklatura, it used a cliché formulation, buried on Red Square by the Kremlin wall. In the 1960s, however, because of the lack of space, most of the newly deceased dignitaries were cremated and urns with their ashes were placed in niches inside the wall itself, yet the same old formula was used in press statements. This incongruity compelled 15 members of the Russian Language Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences to write a letter to the Central Committee of the Communist Party, suggesting that the phrase be modified to fit the current reality. The urn with ashes was placed in the Kremlin wall. Several weeks later, a representative of the Central Committee phoned the Institute, informing them that the Central Committee had discussed their suggestion and decided to keep the old formulation. He gave no reasons for this decision. 13. According to the rules that regulate the Soviet Empire of Signs, the CC was right. The change would not have been perceived as simply registering the fact that dignitaries were now cremated and their ashes placed in the wall itself. Any deviation from the standard formula would have been interpreted as a sign, triggering frenzied interpretive activity. So, since there was no message to be delivered, why change things? One may oppose to this conclusion the possibility of a simple rational solution: why not change the formulation and add an explanation that it meant nothing, that it simply registered a new reality? Such a rational approach totally misses the logic of the Soviet Empire of Signs, since, in it, everything has some meaning, even and especially a denial of meaning. Such a denial would trigger an even more frantic interpretive activity. It would have been read not only as a meaningful sign within a given, well-established, semiotic space, but as a much stronger metasemantic indication that the very basic rules of this semiotic space were changing, thus causing total perplexity, panic even. Some Soviet leaders retained a sense of irony and displayed a dark sense of humor with regard to this total plasticity of facts, when, in early 1956, Anastas Mikoyan flew to Budapest to inform the Hungarian ultra-Stalinist leader Matthias Rákosi of Moscow's decision to depose him. He told Rákosi, "The Soviet leadership has decided you are ill. You will need treatment in Moscow." 14. It would be interesting to reread, from this perspective, the model post-World War II Soviet textbook on dialectical materialism, Mark Rosenthal's The Marxist Dialectical Method, whose first edition appeared in Moscow in 1951. In later reprints, long passages were omitted or rewritten. However, these changes had nothing whatsoever to do with the author's further reflections on imminent philosophical problems. They are all to be read strictly in Kremlinological terms, as signals of the shifts in the ideologico-political line. The book, of course, relies on Stalin's systematization of the four main features of dialectical method: the unity of all phenomena, the dynamic nature of reality, the permanent development of reality, the revolutionary nature of this development which proceeds through sudden jumps, not only through continuous gradual change, from which, significantly, the law of the negation is absent. See Stalin's On Dialectical and Historical Materialism. In the subsequent editions of Rosenthal's book, the description of these four main features subtly changes. At some point, the negation of the negation is silently readmitted, and so on and so forth. These changes are Kremlinological signals of the shifts in the ideologico-political constellation, the shifts of de-Stalinization which, paradoxically, began under Stalin himself at his instigation. See his two late essays on linguistics and the economy, which paved the way for recognizing the relative autonomy and independence from class struggle of some sciences. The fact that the negation of the negation is posited as a fundamental ontological feature of reality, has thus nothing to do with the cognition of the world and everything to do with shifts in the ideologico-political constellation. Is then Kremlinology not a kind of obscene double of Sovietology, the latter studying the Soviet regime objectively, through sociological data, statistics, power shifts, and so forth, the former as an obscure semiotic system? 15. From objective to subjective guilt. What kind of subjective position does such a universe imply? Let us take as our starting point Brecht's learning play Die Maßnahmen, The Measures Taken, in which a young revolutionary, part of a group of communist agitators sent to China to stimulate revolutionary activity, is killed by fellow communists because they consider him a security risk, and he dutifully assents to his execution. Although this play is often presented as a justification of the Stalinist show trials, there is a crucial distinction between the two. What separated Brecht's fictional agitators from Stalin's very real prosecutors like Vyshinsky and policemen like Beria was the latter's banal insistence that the defendants had really done this or that wicked, blood-soaked, conspiratorial deed rather than pursuing the idea of a paradoxical objective guilt transcending the actual facts. Brecht stacks the cards in such a way that we the audience are bound to embrace the executed hero. Brecht's critical interpreter Herbert Luthi admitted that no communist country or organization has ever staged the play 16 the party itself does not like so much candor. But failed to notice that Brecht's candor in exposing the ruthlessness of the party line is incompatible with subscribing to it. The true believers invariably kept their knowledge to themselves. Point 17. The problem with this reading is that it falsifies Brecht's position in two key ways. 1. Brecht does not justify the killing of the young comrade in terms of objective guilt, but in terms of pragmatic expediency. The young comrade had removed his mask and revealed his face, thus compromising them all. His killing was not a punishment. 2. For Brecht, the open exposition of the mechanism is not incompatible with subscribing to it. The great dramatic tension of the piece is that, while fully displaying the harshness of the measure taken, the way the unfortunate young comrade's life is ruthlessly sacrificed, he still condones it. Point 18. The true question is, why can the logic of objective guilt not be explicitly asserted? Why does it have to remain a kind of obscene secret, admitted only in a semi-private place? Why would its full public assertion be self-destructive? We encounter here the mystery of appearance at its purest, objective guilt, the fact that the more you are subjectively innocent, with regard to factual accusations, the more you are, objectively, guilty must not appear as such. The question is thus, what kind of ethics enables us to talk about objective guilt? Obviously, an immoral ethics. The philosopher of immoral ethics was Friedrich Nietzsche, and we should remember that the title of his masterpiece is The Genealogy of Morals. Morals, not ethics, the two are not the same. Morality is concerned with the symmetry of my relations with other human beings. Its zero-level rule is do not do to me what you do not want me to do to you. 19. Ethics, on the contrary, deals with my consistency with myself, my fidelity to my own desires. On the back flyleaf of a 1939 edition of Lenin's Materialism and Empiria Criticism, Stalin made the following note in red pencil. 1. Weakness. 2. Idleness. 3. Stupidity. These are the only things that can be called vices. Everything else, in the absence of the aforementioned, is undoubtedly virtue. N.B. If a man is 1. Strong, spiritually, 2. Active, 3. Clever, or capable, then he is good, regardless of any other vices. 1 plus 3, make 2. Point 20. This is as concise as ever a formulation of immoral ethics. In contrast to it, a weakling who obeys moral rules and worries about his guilt, stands for unethical morality, the target of Nietzsche's critique of ressentiment. There is, however, a limit to Stalinism, not that it is too immoral, but that it is secretly too moral, still relying on a figure of the big other. As we have seen, in what is arguably the most intelligent legitimization of Stalinist terror, Merleau-Ponty's Humanism and Terror from 1946, the terror is justified as a kind of wager on the future, almost in the mode of the theology of Pascal, who enjoins us to make a bet on God. If the final result of today's horror will be the bright communist future, then this outcome will retroactively redeem the terrible things a revolutionary has to do today. Along similar lines, even some Stalinists themselves, when, half privately, usually, they were forced to admit that many of the victims of the purges were innocent, accused and killed because the party needed their blood to fortify its unity, would look to the future moment of final victory in which all the necessary victims would at last be given their due and their innocence and highest sacrifice for the cause would be recognized. This is what Lacan, in his Ethics Seminar, refers to as the perspective of the Last Judgment, a perspective even more clearly discernible in one of the key terms of the Stalinist discourse, that of the objective guilt and objective meaning of your acts. While you can be an honest individual who acted with the most sincere intentions, you are nonetheless objectively guilty, if your acts serve reactionary forces, and it is, of course, the party which has the direct access to what your acts objectively mean. Here, again, we not only have the perspective of the Last Judgment, which formulates the objective meaning of your acts, but also the present agent who already has the unique ability to judge today's events and acts from this perspective. Point 21. We can see now why Lacan's motto "Il n'y a pas de grand autre," there is no big other, brings us to the very core of the ethical problematic. What it excludes is precisely this perspective of the Last Judgment, the idea that somewhere, even if only as a thoroughly virtual point of reference, even if we concede that we cannot ever occupy its place and pass the actual judgment, there must be a standard which allows us to take a measure of our acts and pronounce their true meaning, their true ethical status. Even Jacques Derrida's notion of deconstruction as justice seems to rely on a utopian hope which sustains the specter of infinite justice, forever postponed, always to come, but nonetheless here as the ultimate horizon of our activity. The harshness of Lacanian ethics is that it demands that we thoroughly relinquish this reference, and its further wager is that, not only does this abdication not leave us in the grip of an ethical insecurity or relativism, or even undermine the very foundations of ethical activity, but that renouncing the guarantee of some big other is the very condition of a truly autonomous ethics. Recall that the dream about Irma's injection that Freud used as the exemplary case to illustrate his procedure of analyzing dreams is a dream about responsibility, Freud's own responsibility for the failure of his treatment of Irma. This fact alone indicates that responsibility is a crucial Freudian notion. But how are we to conceive it? How are we to avoid the common misperception that the basic ethical message of psychoanalysis is, precisely, the one of relieving myself of my responsibility, of putting the blame on the other? Since the unconscious is the discourse of the other, I am not responsible for my unconscious formations, it is the big other who speaks through me, I am merely its instrument. Lacan himself pointed the way out of this deadlock by referring to Kant's philosophy as the crucial antecedent of psychoanalytic ethics. According to the Standard Critique, the limitation of the Kantian universalist ethic of the categorical imperative, the unconditional injunction to do our duty, resides in its formal indeterminacy. The moral law does not tell me what my duty is, it merely tells me that I should accomplish my duty, and so leaves the space open for empty voluntarism. Whatever I decide to be my duty is my duty. However, far from being a limitation, this very feature brings us to the core of Kantian ethical autonomy. It is not possible to derive the concrete norms I have to follow in my specific situation from the moral law itself, which means that it is the subject himself who has to assume the responsibility for translating the abstract injunction of the moral law into a series of concrete obligations. The full acceptance of this paradox compels us to reject any reference to duty as an excuse. I know this is heavy and can be painful, but what can I do? This is my duty. Kant's ethics of unconditional duty is often taken as justifying such an attitude. No wonder Adolf Eichmann himself referred to Kantian ethics when he tried to justify his role in planning and executing the Holocaust. He was just doing his duty and obeying the Führer's orders. However, the aim of Kant's emphasis on the subject's full moral autonomy and responsibility is precisely to prevent any such maneuver of shifting the blame onto some figure of the big other. So, let us return to Stalin. The commonplace condemnation of Stalin comprises two propositions. 1. He was a cynic who knew very well how things stood, that the accused at the show trials were really innocent, and so on, and, 2. He knew what he was doing, that is, he had full control over the events. Documents from the newly accessible archives rather point in the opposite direction. Stalin basically did believe, in the official ideology, in his role as an honest leader, in the guilt of the accused, and so on, and he did not really control the events. The actual results of his own measures and interventions often shocked him. Point 22. Lars Tlich proposed a distressing conclusion: the people of the Soviet Union would probably have been better off if Stalin had been more cynical than he was. 23. There is, however, a different way to read Stalin's belief. It is not that he personally believed, he wanted the big other to believe. Lich himself points in this direction when he condones Robert Tucker's amazement at how much pain and suffering went into the mass production of confessions during 1937. These confessions served no earthly purpose, they were promptly filed away and forgotten. Tucker speculates that Stalin insisted on these confessions as proof to posterity that his vision of a world filled with enemies was basically correct. Point 24. What if, however, we take the statement that the extorted confessions served no earthly purpose more literally? They were filed away and forgotten by actual people, because their addressee was not these actual people but the virtual big other, the same big other that can only account for the well-known incident concerning the Great Soviet Encyclopedia which occurred in 1954, immediately after the fall of Beria. When Soviet subscribers received the volume of the encyclopedia which contained the entries under the letter B, there was, of course, a double-page article on Beria, praising him as the great hero of the Soviet Union. After his fall and denunciation as a traitor and spy, all subscribers received from the publishing house a letter asking them to cut out and return the page on Beria. In exchange they were promptly sent a double-page entry, with photos, on the Bering Strait, so that, when they inserted it into the volume, its wholeness was re-established. There was no blank to bear witness to the sudden rewriting of history. The mystery here is, for whom was this semblance of wholeness maintained, if every subscriber knew about the manipulation, since he had to perform it himself? The only answer is, of course, for the innocent gaze of the big other. This is why the structure of Stalinism is inherently theological. This is why Stalinism so desperately strived to maintain proper appearances. Such a solution to the enigma also allows us to reject the dilemma: was Stalin a believer or a cynic? As a false one, he was both at the same time. Personally, he, of course, was often aware of the lie in the official discourse, so, personally, he was a cynic, but he was simultaneously quite sincere in his efforts to safeguard the innocence and sincerity of the big other. The modern name for this other who is supposed to believe in our stead is the people. When Golda Meir was asked whether she believed in God, she said, "I believe in the Jewish people, and the Jewish people believe in God." One should be very precise in interpreting this statement. It does not imply that the majority of the Jews believe in God. As a matter of fact, the state of Israel is arguably the most atheistic country in the world, the only one in which a clear majority of its citizens do not believe in God. What it implies is a certain fetishization of the people, even if, to go to the extreme, no individual Jewish citizen of Israel believes. Each of them presupposes that the people believes, and this presupposition is enough to make her act as if she believes. A Stalinist acts not on behalf of real individuals, but on account of the people, this virtual big other which believes even if no empirical individual believes. In this way, he can combine his individual cynicism with his objective sincerity. He does not have to believe in a cause, he only believes in the people supposed to believe. This brings us to the underlying subjective position of the Stalinist communist, the position of a pervert. A true Stalinist politician loves mankind, but nonetheless performs horrible purges and executions. His heart is breaking while he is doing it, but he cannot help it, it is his duty towards the progress of humanity. This is the perverse attitude of adopting the position of the pure instrument of the big other's will. It is not my responsibility, it is not me who is effectively doing it, I am merely an instrument of the higher historical necessity. As to the genesis of this perverse subjective position, it would be revealing to engage in a detailed account of how the Bolshevik movement related to medicine, to the doctors who took care of the leaders. 3 documents are crucial here. First, are Lenin's letters to Gorky from the fall of 191,325, in which, deeply disturbed by Gorky's support for the humanist ideology of God-building, Lenin implies that Gorky has succumbed to this deviation because of his bad nerves, and advises him to go to Switzerland and get the best medical treatment there. In one of the letters, after making it clear how he is shocked at Gorky's ideas. "Dear Alexei Maximovich, what are you doing, then? Really, it is terrible, simply terrible. Why are you doing this? It is terribly painful. Yours, V.I." Lenin adds a strange postscript. P.S. Take care of yourself more seriously, really, so that you will be able to travel in winter without catching cold. In winter, it is dangerous. Obviously, Lenin is worried that, apart from catching cold, Gorky will catch a much more serious ideological disease, as is clear from the subsequent letter, posted together with the previous one. Perhaps I don't understand you well? Perhaps you were joking when you wrote for the moment? Concerning the construction of God, perhaps you didn't write that seriously. Good heavens, take care of yourself a little bit better. Yours, Lenin. What should surprise us here is the way the root of ideological deviation is located in a bodily condition, overexcited nerves, that needs medical treatment. Is it not a bit of a supreme irony that, in Trotsky's dream from 1935, in which the dead Lenin appears to him, he gives him exactly the same advice? He was questioning me anxiously about my illness. "You seem to have accumulated nervous fatigue, you must rest." I answered that I had always recovered from fatigue quickly, thanks to my native Schwungkraft, but that this time the trouble seemed to lie in some deeper processes. "Then you should seriously," he emphasized the word, "consult the doctors, several names." 26. So, to bring this logic to its conclusion, one is tempted to imagine a scene between Lenin and Stalin in the last year of Lenin's life, after his stroke and collapse, when, with his last forces, he ferociously attacks Stalin, and Stalin answers him patronizingly, "Good heavens, Comrade Lenin, you seem to have accumulated nervous fatigue, you must rest. You should consult the doctors more seriously." Here, Lenin would have received his own message in its inverted true form, an appropriate punishment for his mistake. Second, there is Stalin's speech at Lenin's funeral, on the death of Lenin, delivered on January 26, 1924, which begins with, "Comrades, we communists are people of a special mold. We are made of a special stuff. We are those who form the army of the great proletarian strategist, the army of Comrade Lenin. There is nothing higher than the honor of belonging to this army. There is nothing higher than the title of member of the party whose founder and leader was Comrade Lenin. It is not given to everyone to be a member of such a party. It is not given to everyone to withstand the stresses and storms that accompany membership in such a party." 27. Lenin's obsession with the body of the revolutionary, which for him was merely an idiosyncrasy, is here, as it were, elevated into a concept. A Bolshevik cadre is perceived as the one who possesses a special body, not a body like others, which is why special care should be taken of it, and, eventually, the body deserves to be preserved in a mausoleum. Third, is the fact that Stalin's last paranoid obsession concerned the so-called doctor's plot, all the doctors who were treating him and the top Soviet leadership were arrested and tortured to make them confess that they were part of an international US Jewish conspiracy to kill the Soviet leadership. Point 28. Again, the continuity with the previous 2 points is clear. The doctor's crime was not merely killing their ordinary human patients, but killing the sacred bodies of revolutionary Qatars. So what is a Qatar? One is tempted to play the Heideggerian game for a brief moment, discerning in Qatar the ancient Greek tetragonos, as this word appears at the beginning of a poem by Simonides from the 5th century BC. It is arduous to be a truly able man, in hands and feet as well as in mind. Square tetragonos, without fault. The intermediary link between this Greek notion and the communist one is none other than Casimir Malevic's black square on white surface, the square figure against the nondescript background. So, to put it in Heideggerese, the essence of the Qatar is to provide a Qatar, square, frame, for the essence itself. Far from being a mere metaphor, this notion of the Qatar's special body is grounded in the logic of objective meaning shared by Lenin and Stalin. While ordinary individuals are caught in historical events which surpass them, blinded to their true meaning, so that their consciousness is false, a revolutionary Qatar has access to the true, objective, meaning of events, that is, his consciousness is the direct self-consciousness of historical necessity itself. It is this special position that allows him to criticize others in the well-known style of "your intentions may be good and your desire to help people sincere, but, nonetheless, objectively, what you claim means, in this precise moment of the struggle, support for the reactionary forces." In Hegeli's, what this position overlooks is how this objective meaning is already subjectively mediated. It is, for example, when the party decides to change its political line that the same politics can radically change its objective meaning. Up until the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939, fascism was the principal enemy, while if, after the pact, one continued to focus on the anti-fascist struggle, one objectively served imperialist reaction. And the Qatar's sublime body is the ethereal support of this direct self-consciousness of the historical absolute subject. There is nonetheless a crucial rupture here between Lenin and Stalin. While Lenin remained at this level, claiming access to the objective meaning of the events, Stalin took a fateful further step and resubjectivized this objective meaning. In the Stalinist universe, there are, paradoxically, ultimately no dupes. Everyone knows the objective meaning of their acts, so that, instead of illusory consciousness, we get direct hypocrisy and deceit. The objective meaning of your acts is what you really wanted, and your good intentions are merely a hypocritical mask. Furthermore, all of Lenin cannot be reduced to this subjective position of privileged access to objective meaning. There is another, much more open, subjective position at work in Lenin's writings, the position of total exposure to historical contingency. From this position, there is no true party line waiting to be discovered, no objective criteria to determine it. The party makes all possible mistakes, and the true party line emerges out of the zigzag of oscillations. That is, necessity is constituted in praxis, it emerges through the mutual interaction of subjective decisions. Historians who try to demonstrate the continuity between Lenin's politics and Stalinism like to focus on the figure of Felix Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka, later the GPU, NKVD, KGB, the Bolshevik secret police. As a rule, he is portrayed as what Deleuze would have called the dark precursor of Stalinism, in the precise sense of the term as defined by Ian Buchanan. Dark precursors are those moments in a text which must be read in reverse if we are not to mistake effects for causes. 29. In the context of the pre-Stalinist development of the Soviet Union in the first decade after the October Revolution, Dzerzhinsky has to be read in reverse, as a voyager who traveled back in time from the Stalinist future a decade ahead. Such a reading often acquires properly phantasmatic dimensions, as in those historians who emphasize Dzerzhinsky's cold blank gaze, allegedly a bodily expression of his ruthless mind, deprived of all human warmth and compassion. No wonder, then, that the West received with chilled surprise the news that the Putin government in Russia decided to return the Dzerzhinsky statue to the square in front of the infamous Lubyanka Palace, the seat of the dreaded KGB. There are, however, some surprises in store for those who cling to this received image. Leslie Chamberlain's The Philosophy Steamer, a book about the expulsion from the Soviet Union in 1921 of the group of most exposed non-Marxist intellectuals, a work which insists precisely on the straight path, if not direct continuity, between Leninism and Stalinism, has an appendix of short biographical notes on all the persons involved. Here is the entry on Dzerzhinsky. Felix Dzerzhinsky, 1877–1926, Polish-born head of the Cheka, later the GPU, oversaw the expulsions. Dzerzhinsky spent a quarter of his life, 11 years, in Tsarist prisons and Siberian exile, including 3 years of hard labor. His identification with, and championship of, the underprivileged and the oppressed, Legate 30, was unquestionable. Dzerzhinsky remains an enigmatic figure. 31. There are many further details which throw an unexpected light on this emblematic figure. However, the point is not primarily to emphasize how much softer, more human, the early Bolsheviks were. One should in no way cover up the harshness of their rule. The point is elsewhere, precisely when they resorted to terror, and they often did it, openly, calling the beast by its name, Red Terror. This terror was different from the Stalinist kind. Of course, many a historian, while ready to concede this point, would nonetheless insist that there was a deeper necessity which led from the first to the second, is the shift of ruthless revolutionary purity into corrupted terror, not a commonplace of the histories of revolutions. No doubt the early Bolsheviks would have been shocked at what the Soviet Union turned into in the 1930s, as many of them were, and were also ruthlessly exterminated in the Great Purges. However, their tragedy was that they were not able to perceive in the Stalinist terror the ultimate offspring of their own acts. What they needed was their own version of the old Oriental insight, Tatvamasi, thou art that. This accepted wisdom, which, let me state clearly, cannot be dismissed as cheap anti-communism, it has its own coherent logic, and it does acknowledge a tragic grandeur in the Bolshevik old guard, is what one should nonetheless render problematic. Here, the left should propose its own alternative to the now fashionable rightist what-if histories, the answer to the eternal leftist query, what would have happened if Lenin had survived 10 years longer with his health intact, and succeeded in deposing Stalin, is not as clear as it may appear. The liberal would answer, basically, nothing, that is to say, nothing really different, the same Stalinism, just deprived of its worst excesses, in spite of many good arguments on its behalf. Did Rosa Luxemburg herself not already back in 1918 foretell the rise of bureaucratic Stalinism? So, although it is clear how Stalinism emerged from the initial conditions of the October Revolution and its immediate aftermath, one should not a priori discount the possibility that, had Lenin stayed healthy for a couple of years and removed Stalin, something entirely different would have emerged. Not, of course, the utopia of democratic socialism, but nonetheless something substantially different from Stalinist socialism in one country, the result of a much more pragmatic and improvised series of political and economic decisions, fully aware of its own limitations. Lenin's desperate last struggle against reawakened Russian nationalism, his support for Georgian nationalists, his vision of a much more decentralized federation, and so forth, were not just tactical compromises, they implied a vision of state and society totally incompatible with the Stalinist perspective. Therein resides the importance of Trotsky. Although Trotskyism often functions as a kind of politico-theoretical obstacle, preventing the radical self-critical analysis needed by the contemporary left, the figure of Trotsky nonetheless remains crucial inasmuch as it stands for an element which disturbs the alternative, either social, democratic socialism or Stalinist totalitarianism. What we find in Trotsky, in his writings and his revolutionary practice in the early years of the Soviet Union, is revolutionary terror, party rule, and so forth, but in a different mode from that of Stalinism. One should thus, in order to remain faithful to Trotsky's real achievements, dispel the popular myths of a warm democratic Trotsky who favored psychoanalysis, mixed with surrealist artists and had an affair with Frida Kahlo. And, again, the conclusion even if Trotsky had won, the ultimate result would have been basically the same, or, even more, the claim that Trotsky is at the origin of Stalinism, namely, that, from the late 1920s onwards, Stalin merely applied and developed measures first envisaged by Trotsky in the years of war. Communism 32, is wrong. History is open, one cannot tell what would have happened if Trotsky had won. The problem lies elsewhere, in the fact that Trotsky's attitude made it impossible for his orientation to win in the struggle for state power. The shift from the Leninism of the 1920s to the Stalinism proper of the 1930s is discernible even at the level of humor in the inter-party debates. 33 A certain kind of humor was always part of Bolshevik debates. Lenin himself said at the 11th Party Congress in 1922 that a joke is a very good thing, we cannot make speeches without cracking a joke here and there. 34 This humor was sometimes rough, sarcastic, laced with glacial irony, but still part of a dialogue of party comrades. To quote Hamlet on the way to his mother in Act 3 of the play, I will speak daggers to her, but use none. Furthermore, humor and sarcasm in polemical exchanges were strictly symmetrical. Say, during the debate between the Leninist majority and the workers' opposition in 1921, both sides not only resorted to sarcastic and ironic remarks, but also replied in the same way to their opponents' remarks, by turning them around, extrapolating them to the point of ridicule, and so on. In the 1930s, however, a much more cruel form of sarcasm predominated, which the Soviet press itself called Victor's laughter, making fun of and laughing at the ridiculous excuses of the impotent and humiliated victims who tried to convince others of their honesty. Examples abound. Vyshinsky, the public prosecutor, shouted at Kamina and Zinoviev during the famous show trial, "Drop this clownish farce." When Smirnov, a defendant at the same trial, denied that he was a terrorist, he was told, "The pathetic attempt to wriggle free is quite comical." Along the same lines, the Kafkaesque quality of the eerie laughter that erupted amongst the public during Bukharin's last speech in front of the Central Committee on February 23, 1937 hinges on the radical discord between the speaker's utter seriousness, he is talking about his possible suicide, and why he would not commit it, since it could hurt the party, but would rather go on with the hunger strike till his death, and the reaction of the Central Committee members. Bukharin, "I won't shoot myself because then people will say that I killed myself so as to harm the party. But if I die, as it were, from an illness, then what will you lose by it?" Laughter. Voices, blackmailer. Voroshilov, you scoundrel. Keep your trap shut? How vile. How dare you speak like that? Bukharin, but you must understand it's very hard for me to go on living. Stalin, and it's easy for us. Voroshilov, did you hear that? I won't shoot myself, but I will die. Bukharin, it's easy for you to talk about me. What will you lose, after all? Look, if I am a saboteur, a son of a bitch, then why spare me? I make no claims to anything. I am just describing what's on my mind, what I am going through. If this in any way entails any political damage, however minute, then, no question about it, I'll do whatever you say. Laughter. Why are you laughing? There is absolutely nothing funny about any of this. Point 35. The same uncanny laughter also appeared in other places. Bukharin, whatever they are testifying against me is not true. Laughter, noise in the room. Why are you laughing? There is nothing funny in all this. 36. Do we not have here, enacted in real life, the uncanny logic of Joseph K.'s first interrogation in the trial? Well, then, said the examining magistrate, turning over the leaves and addressing K with an air of authority, you are a house painter. No, said K, I'm the junior manager of a large bank. This answer evoked such a hearty outburst of laughter from the right party that K had to laugh too. People doubled up with their hands on their knees and shook as if in spasms of coughing. 37. In such a universe, of course, there is no place for even the most formal and empty right of subjectivity, on which Bukharin continues to insist. Bukharin. I confess that from 1930 to 1932 I committed many political sins. I have come to understand this. But with the same forcefulness with which I confess my real guilt, with that same forcefulness I deny the guilt which is thrust upon me, and I shall deny it forever. And not because it has only personal significance, but because I believe that no one should under any circumstances take upon himself anything superfluous, especially when the party doesn't need it, when the country doesn't need it, when I don't need it. Noise in the room, laughter. The whole tragedy of my situation lies in this, that this Pyatakov and others like him so poisoned the atmosphere, such an atmosphere arose that no one believes human feelings, not emotions, not the impulses of the heart, not tears. Laughter. Many manifestations of human feeling, which had earlier represented a form of proof and there was nothing shameful in this, have today lost their validity and force. Kaganovich, you practice too much duplicity. Bukharin, comrades, let me say the following concerning what happened. Kleplyankin, it's time to throw you in prison. Bukharin, what? Kleplyankin, you should have been thrown in prison a long time ago. Bukharin, well, go on, throw me in prison. So you think the fact that you are yelling, throw him in prison, will make me talk differently? No, it won't. 38. It is easy to see how this shift in humor depends on the passage from the Leninist notion of the objective meaning of one's acts to its Stalinist resubjectivization, since, in the Stalinist universe, there are ultimately no dupes, and everyone knows the objective meaning of their acts. Disagreement with the official party line can only be the result of direct hypocrisy and deceit. What is more surprising is the readiness of Western communist observers to perceive this hypocrisy as a true psychological fact about the accused. In a letter to Benjamin from 1938, Adorno reports a conversation he had with Hans Eisler in New York. I listened with not a little patience to his feeble defense of the Moscow trials, and with considerable disgust to the joke he cracked about the murder of Bukharin. He claims to have known the latter in Moscow, telling me that Bukharin's conscience was already so bad that he could not even look him, Eisler, honestly in the eyes. 39. Eisler's psychological blindness is staggering here. He misreads Bukharin's terror, fearing contact with foreigners, knowing that he is under observation and close to arrest, as an inner feeling of guilt. Shostakovich in Casablanca. Although, of course, the perverse position of the instrument of the big other was reserved for the members of the nomenklatura, ordinary Soviet citizens were not reduced to the simple alternative of believers or non-believers. The split that characterized their predominant subjective position was of a different nature. Recall the debate about the true message of Shostakovich's work that raged in musicological circles until recently. Where did the composer truly stand with regard to his, obviously tortured, relationship to communism? The two opposed positions are that, in spite of all his, obvious, doubts and oscillations, Shostakovich was a faithful Soviet composer, or that in fact Shostakovich was a closet dissident whose music presents disguised or coded challenges to the very political system he pretended to endorse. In the second case, we get caught in the interpretive madness in which every feature can be interpreted as a sign of its opposite. Complain that the triumphant ending of the Leningrad Symphony was banal and you might get the response, ah, but it's meant to be banal. The message conveyed was what mattered. 40. It is thus only a thin line of reflexivity that separates the two readings. If banality is self-declaratory, if it is meant as such, then it cancels itself and reverts into irony. Where, then, does the truth reside? What I propose is a Hegelian synthesis of these opposed views, albeit a synthesis with an unexpected twist. What if what makes Shostakovich's music Stalinist, part of the Soviet universe, is his very distance towards it? What if a distance towards the official ideological universe, far from undermining it, was a key constituent of its functioning? Shostakovich's spontaneously intimate attitude towards politics is probably best expressed in his remark to a friend, "Do you not think that history is really a whore?" 41. This generalized distrust of all politics, which also grounds his distance towards dissidents such as Solzhenitsyn, made his survival much easier. 42 This crucial insight compels us to give a specific twist to the standard argument for Shostakovich's dissidence. Even the most official writers were, more often than not, privately skeptical about the Soviet regime and known to be within the dissident culture. It is, indeed, rare to find Russian writers under Soviet rule, however officially sanctioned or ostensibly conformist, who did not, at one time or other, voice a critical outlook on Soviet reality. Shostakovich was also uniquely active in forwarding dissident values in his work, an enterprise substantially protected by the deniability inherent in nonverbal dissidence. But he was in no sense alone in privately maintaining a dissenting outlook on Soviet life while at the same time necessarily giving a contrary public impression of conformism. 43. So why did Stalin not liquidate Shostakovich, and many other leading figures from Akhmatova to Pasternak whose views were transparently dissident? In the case of poets, Stalin's superstition seems to have played a part, but the main answer is that major figures could not be liquidated without causing foreign uproar. 44 It looks really bad for a line of reasoning which has go so far as to evoke Stalin's superstition. Is it not much easier and more logical to admit that the gap between public allegiance to the regime and private dissidence was part of the very identity of the Stalinist subject? If there is a lesson to be learned from the functioning of Stalinist ideology, it is that, public appearances matter, which is why one should reserve the category dissidents exclusively for the public discourse. Dissidents were only those who disturbed the smooth functioning of the public discourse, announcing publicly in one way or another what, privately, everybody already knew. Was, however, such a subjective position the only one possible, if one wanted to survive, of course? The fate of Sergei Prokofiev, the other great name of Soviet music, shows a radically different path. In his disputed memoirs, Dmitry Shostakovich dismissed Sergei Prokofiev, his great competitor, as refusing to take historical horror seriously, always playing the wise guy. However, to name just one supreme example, Prokofiev's First Violin Sonata, Opus 80, clearly demonstrates the obverse of Prokofiev's, in famous irony. Throughout its four movements, one senses a powerful undertow of struggle. Yet it is not the struggle of a work against something outside itself, but rather the struggle of something within the work, unmanifested, trying desperately to break out, and constantly finding its emergence blocked by the existing, outward form and language of the piece. This blocking of something within has to do with the frustration of a desire for cathartic release into some supremely positive state of being, where meaning musical and super-musical is transparent, unironizable, in short, a domain of spiritual purity. 45. It is here that Prokofiev pays the price for his ironic stance, and it is such passages that bear witness to his artistic integrity, far from signaling any kind of vain intellectual superiority. This ironic stance is just the falsely bright obverse of the failure of Prokofiev's constant struggle to bring the thing from inner space, the something within, out. The superficial playfulness of some of Prokofiev's works, such as his popular First Symphony, merely signals, in a negative way, the fact that Prokofiev is the ultimate anti-Mozart, a kind of Beethoven whose titanic struggle ended in disaster. If Mozart was the supreme musical genius, perhaps the last composer with whom the musical thing transposed itself into musical notes in a spontaneous flow, and if in Beethoven, a piece only achieved its definitive form after a long heroic struggle. With the musical material, Prokofiev's greatest pieces are monuments to the defeat of this struggle. 46. Shostakovich never reached the level of such an imminent failure. His piece, which can be compared to Prokofiev's First Violin Sonata in its exceptional subjectively engaged intensity, is, of course, his String Quartet No. 8, and the difference between the two pieces is striking. Whatever subjective anguish is detectable beneath the quartet, its musical expression flows unhindered, pouring out and generating an easily recognizable emotional impact. Shostakovich's life and subjective experience may have been thwarted, marked by depressions and terrible and debasing compromises, but this blockade does not affect his musical expression. In Prokofiev's Violin Sonata, on the contrary, we are dealing with a much more radical imminent blockage of musical expression itself. The tragic failure is here the failure of the form itself, and this failure accounts for the inner truth missing in Shostakovich. In the last decade and a half of his life, Prokofiev was caught up in the Stalinist superego at its purest. Whatever he did was wrong. When he stuck to his modernist roots, he was accused of anti-people formalism and bourgeois decadence. When, thereafter, he tried to do his best to bow to the pressure in his infamous cantata for the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution, using texts by Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, the cantata was again criticized for leftist deviation and vulgarity, that is, for dragging Marx and Lenin into it. Desperate to contribute anything to the 20th anniversary, Prokofiev quickly threw together a concoction of folk tunes and party sing-alongs entitled Songs of Our Days. The work was again dismissed as pale and lacking in individuality, which, of course, was true. Prokofiev must by now have been utterly bewildered. If he wrote like a simpleton, he was a depersonalized left deviationist. If he wrote like Prokofiev, he was a mercenary formalist. Individual, non-individual. There must have seemed no rhyme or reason to it, and, of course, none existed. 47. But there definitely was a rhyme and reason to it, the rhyme and reason of the Stalinist superego in the eyes of which one is always guilty. However, the problem was a deeper one. The paradox of Prokofiev's late style was that the logic of his imminent musical development, which led him away from expressionist pathos towards new simplicity, strangely reverberated with the official demands for the easy listening music accessible to ordinary Soviet people. In the case of Prokofiev as well as in that of Shostakovich, the reason why critics so desperately look for the ultimate proof of secret dissidence is to avoid a highly embarrassing truth. Their most popular works today in the West overlap to a surprising degree with the very works which got the greatest official, not only popular, support from the regime. Shostakovich's 5th, 7th, and 11th symphonies, Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf and the Romeo and Juliet ballet. Even among Shostakovich's chamber music, his piano quintet, which got the Stalin Prize in 1940, is his most popular piece. How can this be? Here enters the hermeneutics of dissidence, which shows the escape route. Shostakovich's 5th Symphony, the most often performed 20th century symphony also in the West. It has to be the case that the triumphant finale is really meant ironically, mocking the emptiness of Stalinist triumphalism. The enduring popularity of the 7th Symphony, the Leningrad. It has to be that the inexorable brutal marching progress in the first movement does not really refer to the German conquest of Russia in 1941, but to the communist conquest of Russia. Shostakovich's 11th Symphony, 1905, a hit? It has to be quickly confirmed that 1905 is just a pretext, that the revolutionary explosion really refers to Hungary in 1956. But what about the Shostakovich symphonies, which were effectively unacceptable for those in power, like the 13th, Babi Yar, and the last, the 15th? The answer is clear. In a supreme twist of irony, the 13th caused such a stir at its premiere precisely and only because of the political circumstances it functioned as a gesture of political defiance, not because of its artistic strength. These works are today respected and praised, but not really enjoyed. The publicity text for the new recording of Shostakovich's first violin concerto by Lila Joseph says that she pays homage to the struggles Shostakovich faced under Stalin's regime. The patent absurdity of this claim confirms Michael Tanner's thesis that there is almost no other composer for whom the life and works melange has achieved such orthodox status. 48 Tanner is fully justified in pointing out how the endless debates regarding how some symphony movements are to be read, with serious pathos or as ironic subversion, or regarding which victorious finales are meant to render the victories Pyrrhic, tell us, in fact, what the music itself fails to achieve. There is no greater monument to Shostakovich's artistic failure than the obsessive search for some private, extra-artistic, document that would definitely prove his intimate anti-communist stance. This is why, in the ambiguities in which this politically engaged background no longer resonates, Shostakovich's music is simply uninterestingly enigmatic. Like the references to Rossini and Wagner in the Last Symphony, there is no deeper meaning to be discovered here. The enigma is musically flat. The irony here is that the very search for the extra-musical smoking gun demonstrates the truth of the Stalinist accusation about the formalist character of Shostakovich's music, not, of course, in the sense in which it was intended by Zdanový consorts, but in the sense that his music is neutral with regard to social commitments, which is why one has to look for extra-musical signs to pin it down. So what if we read Shostakovich's popular symphonies along the lines of how we might read one of the great Hollywood classics? In the well-known brief scene 3/4 into Casablanca 49, Ilse Lund, Ingrid Bergman, comes to Rick Blaine's, Humphrey Bogart's, room to try to obtain the letters of transit that will allow her and her resistance leader husband Victor Laszlo to escape from Casablanca to Portugal and then to America. After Rick refuses to hand them over, she pulls a gun and threatens him. He tells her, "Go ahead and shoot, you'll be doing me a favor." She breaks down and tearfully starts to tell him the story of why she left him in Paris. By the time she says, "If you knew how much I loved you, how much I still love you," they are embracing in a close-up. The movie dissolves into a 3.5-second shot of the airport tower at night, its searchlight circling, and then dissolves back to a shot from outside the window of Rick's room, where he is standing, looking out and smoking a cigarette. He turns round and says, "And then?" She resumes her story. The question that immediately pops up here, of course, is, what happened in between? During the 3.5-second shot of the airport, did they do it or not? Maltby is right to emphasize that, as to this point, the film is not simply ambiguous, it rather generates two very clear, although mutually exclusive meanings: they did it, and they did not do it. That is, the film gives unambiguous signals that they did it, and simultaneously unambiguous signals that they cannot have done it. On the one hand, a series of codified features signal that they did do it, namely that the 3.5-second shot stands for a longer period of time. The dissolve of the couple passionately embracing usually signals the act after the fade out. The cigarette is also the standard sign of post-coital relaxation, up to the vulgar phallic connotation of the tower. On the other hand, a parallel series of features signals that they did not do it, namely that the 3.5-second shot of the airport tower corresponds to the real diegetic time, the bed in the background is undisturbed, the same conversation seems to go on without a break, and so on. Even when, in the final conversation between Rick and Laszlo at the airport, they directly touch on the events of this night, their words can be read in both ways. Rick, you said you knew about Ilse and me? Victor, yes. Rick, you didn't know she was at my place last night when you were. She came there for the letters of transit. Isn't that true, Ilse? Ilse, yes. Rick, she tried everything to get them and nothing worked. She did her best to convince me that she was still in love with me. That was all over long ago. For your sake she pretended it wasn't and I let her pretend. Victor, I understand. Well, I certainly do not understand. Is Rick saying to Victor that he made love to his wife or not? Maltby's solution is to insist that the scene provided an exemplary case of how Casablanca deliberately constructs itself in such a way as to offer distinct and alternative sources of pleasure to two people sitting next to each other in the same cinema, that is, that it could play to both innocent and sophisticated audiences alike. 50. While, at the level of its surface narrative line, the film can be constructed by the spectator as obeying the strictest moral codes, it simultaneously offers to the sophisticated enough clues to construct an alternative, sexually much more daring narrative line. This strategy is more complex than it may appear, precisely because you knew that you are as it were covered or absolved from guilty impulses. 51. By the official story line, you are allowed to indulge in dirty fantasies. You know that these fantasies are not serious, that they do not count in the eyes of the big other. So our only correction to Maltby would be that we do not need two spectators sitting next to each other, one and the same spectator, split in two, is sufficient. To put it in Lacanian terms, during the infamous 3.5 seconds, Ilse and Rick did not do it for the big other, the order of public appearance, but they did do it for our dirty phantasmatic imagination. This is the structure of inherent transgression at its purest, that is, Hollywood needs both levels in order to function. To put it in terms of the discourse theory elaborated by Oswald Ducrot, we have here the opposition between presupposition and surmise. The presupposition of a statement is directly endorsed by the big other, we are not responsible for it, while the responsibility for the surmise of a statement rests entirely on the readers, or spectators, shoulders. The author of the text can always claim it's not my responsibility if the spectators draw dirty conclusions from the texture of the film. And, to link this to psychoanalytic terms, this opposition is, of course, the opposition between symbolic law, the ego ideal, and the obscene superego. At the level of the public symbolic law, nothing happens, the text is clean, while, at another level, it bombards the spectator with the superego injunction: enjoy, that is, give way to your dirty imagination. To put it in yet another way, what we encounter here is a clear example of the fetishistic split, of the disavowal structure of je sais bien, mais quand me aim. The very awareness that they did not do it gives free rein to your dirty imagination. You can indulge in it, because you are absolved from the guilt by the fact that, for the big other, they definitely did not do it. And this double reading is not simply a compromise on the part of the law, in the sense that the symbolic law is interested only in keeping up appearances and leaves you free to exercise your fantasies, insofar as they do not encroach upon the public domain, namely insofar as they save the appearances. The law itself needs its obscene supplement, it is sustained by it, so it generates it. Maltby is thus right in emphasizing that the infamous Hollywood production code of the 1930s and 1940s was not simply a negative censorship code, but also a positive, productive, as Foucault would have put it, codification and regulation that generated the very excess whose direct depiction it hindered. Indicative is here the conversation between Joseph von Sternberg and Breen reported by Maltby, when Sternberg said at this point, the two principals have a brief romantic interlude. Breen interrupted him, what you're trying to say is that the two of them hopped into the hay. They fucked. The indignant Sternberg answered, Mr. Breen, you offend me. Breen, oh, for Christ's sake, will you stop the horseshit and face the issue? We can help you make a story about adultery, if you want, but not if you keep calling a good screwing match a romantic interlude. Now, what do these two people do? Kiss and go home? No, said Sternberg, they fuck. Good, yelped Breen, pounding the desk, now I can understand your story. The director completed his outline, and Breen told him how he could handle it in such a way as to get past the code. Point 52. So the very prohibition, in order to function properly, has to rely on a clear awareness about what really happened at the level of the prohibited narrative line. The production code did not simply prohibit some content, it rather codified its ciphered articulation. And, back to Shostakovich, what if exactly the same holds for his popular symphonies? What if they also operate at two levels simultaneously, one, public, intended for the ruling ideological gaze, and another which transgresses the public rules, but remains, as such, its inherent supplement? One can thus appreciate the ambiguity of these lines. Since the Stalinist assault against his music in 1936, Shostakovich had developed a sort of doublespeak in his musical language, using one idiom to please his masters in the Kremlin and another to satisfy his own moral conscience as an artist and a citizen. Outwardly he spoke in a triumphant voice. Yet beneath the ritual sounds of Soviet rejoicing there was a softer, more melancholic voice, the carefully concealed voice of satire and dissent only audible to those who had felt the suffering his music expressed. These two voices are clearly audible in Shostakovich's Fifth Symphony, which received a half-hour ovation of electrifying force when it was first performed. Beneath the endless fanfares trumpeting the triumph of the Soviet state in the finale, the audience must have felt its sadness. and they responded to the music as a spiritual release. 53. A strange hermeneutics, indeed, a carefully concealed voice which is nonetheless clearly understood by thousands. Were the official censors really so stupid as not to get it? So what if we read the fragile coexistence of these two idioms along the lines of the ambiguity inscribed into the night encounter scene from Casablanca? What if the Stalinist rejection of both Prokofiev's propagandistic and intimate works was right on its own terms? What if what they wanted from him was precisely the coexistence of two levels, propagandistic and intimate, while he was offering them either the first or the second? After World War II, Prokofiev withdrew increasingly to the intimate domain of chamber music, where he could find expression for his private sadness. Was this an act of silent defiance, writing music for the drawer, as Shostakovich would have put it? How is it then that the most moving and desperate of these works, his violin sonata in D major, whose haunting opening movement was meant to sound like the wind in a graveyard, was awarded the Stalin Prize in 1947? Orlando Figes claims that the award was meant ironically, but what kind of strange irony is this? 54. Let us return to Shostakovich. Can we really be so sure that the public bombast music is meant ironically, while the intimate confessional mood is meant sincerely? What if the irony is objective and we have to read this music in the same way Marx read the attitude of the Party of Order in the French Parliament after the 1848 revolution? Recall Marx's coruscating analysis of how this conservative Republican Party functioned as the coalition of the two branches of royalism, Orleanists and Legitimists, in the anonymous kingdom of the Republic. 55. The parliamentary deputies of the Party of Order perceived their republicanism as mockery. In parliamentary debates, they generated royalist slips of the tongue and ridiculed the Republic to let it be known that their true aim was to restore the king. What they were not aware of is that they themselves were duped as to the true social impact of their rule. They unknowingly established the conditions of the bourgeois republican order that they despised so much, by, for instance, guaranteeing private property. So it is not that they were royalists who were just wearing republican masks, although they thought of themselves as such. It was their inner royalist conviction which was the deceptive front masking their true social role. In short, far from being the hidden truth of their public republicanism, their sincere royalism was the phantasmatic support of their actual republicanism. It was what provided the passion for their activity. Is it not, then, that the deputies of the Party of Order were also feign to be republicans, to be what they really were in exactly the same way that Shostakovich was feign to be a faithful communist? Nonetheless, the subjective position of Prokofiev is here radically different from that of Shostakovich. One can propose the thesis that, in contrast to Shostakovich, Prokofiev was effectively not a Soviet composer, even if he wrote more than Shostakovich's share of official cantatas celebrating Stalin and his regime. Prokofiev adopted a kind of proto-psychotic position of internal exclusion towards Stalinism. He was not internally affected or bothered by it, that is, he treated it as just an external nuisance. There was effectively something childish in Prokofiev, like the refusal of a spoiled child to accept one's place in the social order of things. He returned to the Soviet Union in 1936, at the height of the Stalinist purges, drove around in his imported American car, dressed eccentrically in fancy clothes delivered from Paris, ordered books and food from the West, ignoring the madness and poverty around him. This is why, in contrast to Shostakovich, he never really got into the Stalinist superego double-talk idiom of combining external accommodation with inner bitterness and sadness. Even the melancholy and despair of his late violin sonata is not a reaction to Stalinist oppression. The same style and mood are there already in his pre-revolutionary works. The different reaction of the two composers to Zdanov's attacks in 1946-47 is exemplarily here. Prokofiev simply did not understand what the charges were about. He did not internalize the tension. When, in 1947, he was forced to attend a meeting of the Composers' Union and to listen to Zdanov's speech attacking him and other Soviet composers, he arrived drunk, made loud rude comments interrupting the speech, and then fell asleep on his chair in the midst of it. Miraculously, nothing happened, so accepted was his eccentricity. And Shostakovich? The popularity and public resonance of his music underwent a weird change. A couple of decades ago, the majority of critics dismissed him as a socialist realist out of touch with the proper development of modern music. However, today, the great musical modernists such as Schoenberg or Webern are perceived as a thing of the past, respectfully ignored, while Shostakovich has emerged as arguably the most popular serious composer of the 20th century. Dozens of volumes were written not only about his music, but also about his closet dissidents. What if, however, Shostakovich's popularity is the sign of a non-event, of the occultation of the true event of modern music broadly, a moment of the vast cultural counter-revolution whose political mark is the withdrawal from radical emancipatory politics, and the refocusing on human rights and the prevention of suffering? The Stalinist Carnival. What did the trauma of 1935, the public campaign against his Lady Macbeth triggered by the Pravda article muddle instead of music, do to his music? Perhaps the clearest indicator of the break is the change in the function of the scherzo in Shostakovich's work in the 1940s and early 1950s. Prior to 1935, his scherzos can still be perceived as the explosive expression of new aggressive and grotesque vitality and joie de vivre. There is something of the liberating force of the carnival in them, of the madness of the creative power that merrily sweeps away all obstacles and ignores all established rules and hierarchies. After 1935, however, his scherzos had clearly lost their innocence, their explosive energy acquires a brutal threatening quality, there is something mechanical in their energy, like the forced movements of a marionette. They either render the raw energy of social violence, of massacres of helpless victims, or, if they are meant as the explosion of the joy of life, this is clearly intended in a sarcastic way, or as an impotent maniacal outburst of the aggressivity of the helpless victim. The carnival is here no longer a liberating experience, but the flash of thwarted and repressed aggression. It is the carnival of racist pogroms and drunken gang rapes. The outstanding cases are the second and third movements of the Eighth Symphony, the famous second movement of the Tenth Symphony, Portrait of Stalin, and, among the string quartets, the third movement of Quartet No. 3, which, today, almost sounds like Hermann's score for Psycho, and the Furioso movement of Quartet No. 10, 56. Does this mean that, in a disturbing way, the traumatic experience of Stalinist condemnation helped Shostakovich to achieve his bitter maturity? Would he otherwise have remained a composer of the new Soviet joie de vivre, mixing jazz with aggressive rhythmic modernism? What if the mixture of melancholic oppressive drama and the destructive scherzo explosions is not the only way to reply to the experience of Stalinist terror, but, rather, a reply that fits in with Stalinist humanism, its reaffirmation of the old Russian tradition? What if there is a different way which is also already prefigured in another old Russian tradition, the overlapping of horror and humor as the sign of distinction of the specifically Russian grotesque whose first great representative was Gogol? What is The Nose, his most famous short story, about a low-level bureaucrat whose nose becomes detached and acquires a life of its own, other than a grotesque comedy or a horror story? Indicative is here the reception of Shostakovich's early absurdist short opera, 1930, based on this story. Although it is usually played as a satire or even a frenetic farce, Shostakovich himself called it a horror story. I tried not to make jokes in the nose. It's too cruel. So when the opera group which recently staged it called it, in their production leaflet, the funniest opera ever, an operatic version of Monty Python, this designation should remind us of the underlying nightmarish dimension of Monty Python's comedy. Such a mixture of horror and humor is a trademark of the concentration camp universe. This is how Primo Levi, in If This Is a Man, describes the dreadful Selekcja, the survival examination in the camp. The Blockal tester, the elder of the hut, has closed the connecting door and has opened the other two which lead from the dormitory and the Tejas Ram day room outside. Here, in front of the two doors, stands the arbiter of our fate, an SSD subaltern. On his right is the Blockal tester, on his left, the quartermaster of the hut. Each one of us, as he comes naked out of the Tejas Ram into the cold October air, has to run the few steps between the two doors, give the card to the SS man and enter the dormitory door. The SS man, in the fraction of a second between two successive crossings, with a glance at one's back and front, judges everyone's fate, and in turn gives the card to the man on his right or his left, and this is the life or death of each of us. In 3 or 4 minutes a hut of 200 men is done, as is the whole camp of 12,000 men in the course of the afternoon. 57. Right means survival, left means the gas chambers. Is there not something properly comic in this, the ridiculous spectacle of trying to appear strong and healthy, to attract for a brief moment the indifferent gaze of the Nazi administrator who presides over life and death? Here, comedy and horror coincide. Imagine the prisoners practicing their appearance, trying to hold their heads high and push their chests forward, walking briskly, pinching their lips to appear less pale, exchanging advice on how to impress the SS man. Imagine how a simple momentary confusion of cards or a lack of attention of the SS man can decide their fate. No wonder, then, that obscene humor is also a key indicator of the carnivalesque dimension of Stalinist terror. Recall the adventure of Shostakovich's interrogation by the KGB in 1937. I was given a security pass and went to the NKVD office. The investigator got up when I came in and greeted me. He was very friendly and asked me to sit down. He started asking questions about my health, my family, the work I was doing, all kinds of questions. He spoke in a very friendly, welcoming and polite way. Then suddenly he asked me, "So, tell me, do you know Tchaikevsky?" I said yes, and he said how. So then I said, at one of my concerts. After the concert, Tchaikevsky came backstage to congratulate me. He said he liked my music, that he was an admirer. He said he'd like to meet me when he came to Leningrad to talk about music. He said it would be a pleasure to discuss music with me. He said if I came to Moscow he'd be happy to see me. And how often did you meet? Only when Tchaikevsky came here. He usually invited me for dinner. Who else was at the table? Just his family. His family and relatives. And what did you discuss? Mostly music. Not politics? No, we never talked politics. I knew how things were. Dmitry Dmitrivich, this is very serious. You must remember. Today is Saturday. I'll sign your pass and you can go home. But on Monday noon, you must be here. Don't forget now. This is very serious, very important. I understood this was the end. Those 2 days until Monday were a nightmare. I told my wife I probably wouldn't return. She even prepared a bag for me, the kind prepared for people who were taken away. She put in warm underwear. She knew I wouldn't be back. I went back there at noon on Monday and reported to reception. There was a soldier there. I gave him my internal passport. I told him I'd been summoned. He looked for my name, first, second, third list. He said, "Who summoned you?" I said, "Inspector Zhukovsky." He said, "He won't be able to see you today. Go home. We'll notify you." He returned my passport and I went home. It was only later that evening that I learned that the inspector had been arrested. 58. If ever there was a carnival in which today you are a king and tomorrow a beggar, this was it. 59. A common sense reproach nonetheless imposes itself here. Is there not a rather obvious fundamental difference between the carnival proper and the Stalinist purges? In the first case, the entire social hierarchy is momentarily suspended, those who were up are cast down and vice versa, while, in the case of Stalinism, the unexpected and irrational changes of fortune affect only those who are subjected to power. Far from being threatened, far from its power being even symbolically suspended, the communist nomenclatura uses the irrational shifts of arbitrary terror to fortify its rule. There are, however, moments of paroxysm in which revolutionary terror effectively reaches carnivalesque dimensions, moments in which, like the proverbial snake, the ruling party starts to eat itself, gradually swallowing its own tail. The surprising fact that the most dangerous place to be was close to the centers of power clearly distinguishes Stalinism from fascist regimes. Here are the results of the mere 2 years of Yezhovshchina. 5 of Stalin's Politburo colleagues were killed, and 98 out of 139 Central Committee members. Of the Central Committee of the Ukraine Republic, only 3 out of 200 survived. 72 of the 93 members of the Komsomol organization's Central Committee perished. Out of 1,996 party leaders at the 17th Congress in 1934, 1,108 were imprisoned or murdered. In the provinces, 319 out of 385 regional party secretaries and 2,210 out of 2,750 district secretaries died. 60. In his analysis of the paranoia of the German Judgeschreiber, Freud reminds us that what we usually consider as madness, the paranoid scenario of the conspiracy against the subject, is effectively already an attempt at recovery. After the complete psychotic breakdown, the paranoid construct is an attempt by the subject to re-establish a kind of order in his universe, a frame of reference enabling him to acquire a form of cognitive mapping. Along the same lines, one is tempted to claim that, when, in late 1937, the Stalinist paranoid discourse reached its apogee and set in motion its own dissolution as a social link, the 1938 arrest and liquidation of Yezhov himself, Stalin's main executioner in 1937, was effectively the attempt at recovery, at stabilizing the uncontrolled fury of self-destruction that broke out in 1937. The purge of Yezhov was a kind of meta-purge. The purge to end all purges. He was accused precisely of killing thousands of innocent Bolsheviks on behalf of foreign powers, the irony being that the accusation was literally true. He did organize the killing of the thousands of innocent Bolsheviks. However, the crucial point is that, although we are here reaching the limits of the social, the level at which the social symbolic link itself approaches its self-destructive dissolution, this excess itself was nonetheless generated by a precise dynamic of social struggle, by a series of shifting alignments and realignments at the very top of the regime, Stalin and his narrow circle, the upper nomenklatura and the rank-and-file party members. Thus in 1933 and 1935 Stalin and the Politburo united with all levels of the nomenklatura elite to screen, or purge, a helpless rank and file. The regional leaders then used those purges to consolidate their machines and expel inconvenient people. This, in turn, brought about another alignment in 1936, in which Stalin and the Moscow nomenklatura sided with the rank and file, who complained of repression by the regional elites. In 1937 Stalin openly mobilized the party masses against the nomenklatura as a whole. This provided an important strand in the Great Terror's destruction of the elite. But in 1938 the Politburo changed alignments and reinforced the authority of the regional nomenklatura as part of an attempt to restore order in the party during the terror. 61. The situation thus exploded when Stalin made the risky move of directly appealing to the lower rank and file members themselves, soliciting them to articulate their complaint against the arbitrary rule of the local party bosses, a move similar to Mao's Cultural Revolution. Their fury at the regime, unable to express itself directly, exploded all the more viciously against the personalized substitute targets. Since the upper nomenklatura at the same time retained its executive power in the purges themselves, this set in motion a properly carnivalesque self-destructive vicious cycle in which virtually everyone was threatened. For example, of 82 district party secretaries, 79 were shot. Another aspect of the spiraling vicious cycle was the very fluctuations of the directives from the top as to the thoroughness of the purges. The top demanded harsh measures, while at the same time warning against excesses, so the executors were put in an untenable position. Ultimately, whatever they did was wrong. If they did not arrest a sufficient number of traitors and discover enough conspiracies, they were considered lenient and supportive of counter-revolution. So, under this pressure, in order to meet the quota, as it were, they had to fabricate evidence and invent plots, thereby exposing themselves to the criticism that they were themselves saboteurs, destroying thousands of honest communists on behalf of foreign powers. Stalin's strategy of addressing directly the party masses, Co-opting their anti-bureaucratic attitudes, was thus very risky. This not only threatened to open elite politics to public scrutiny but also risked discrediting the entire Bolshevik regime, of which Stalin himself was a part. Finally, in 1937, Stalin broke all the rules of the game, indeed, destroyed the game completely and unleashed a terror of all against all. 62. One can discern very precisely the superego dimension of these events. This very violence inflicted by the Communist Party on its own members bears witness to the radical self-contradiction of the regime, namely to the fact that, at the origins of the regime, there was an authentic revolutionary project. Incessant purges were necessary not only to erase the traces of the regime's own origins, but also as a kind of return of the repressed, a reminder of the radical negativity at the heart of the regime. The Stalinist purges of high party echelons relied on this fundamental betrayal. The accused were effectively guilty insofar as they, as the members of the new nomenklatura, betrayed the revolution. The Stalinist terror is thus not simply the betrayal of the revolution, that is the attempt to erase the traces of the authentic revolutionary past. It rather bears witness to a kind of imp of perversity which compels the post-revolutionary new order to inscribe its betrayal of the revolution within itself, to reflect it or remark it in the guise of arbitrary arrests and killings which threatened all members of the nomenklatura, as in psychoanalysis, the Stalinist confession of guilt conceals the true guilt. As is well known, Stalin wisely recruited into the NKVD people of lower social origins who were thus able to act out their hatred of the nomenklatura by arresting and torturing senior apparatchiks. This inherent tension between the stability of the rule of the new nomenklatura and the perverted return of the repressed in the guise of the repeated purges of the ranks of the nomenklatura is at the very heart of the Stalinist phenomenon. Purges are the very form in which the betrayed revolutionary heritage survives and haunts the regime. As already noted in the case of Mao, one should specify here the role of the leader. He was exempted from these shifts of fortune because he was not the traditional master, but the lord of misrule, the very agent of carnivalesque subversion. Because of this carnivalesque self-destructive dynamic, the Stalinist nomenklatura cannot yet be characterized as the new class, as Andrei Walicki noted. Paradoxically, the stabilization of nomenklatura into a new class is incompatible with true Stalinist totalitarianism. It was only in the Brezhnev years that this occurred. The consolidation of the Soviet nomenklatura, which for the first time in Soviet history succeeded in emancipating itself from the subservience to higher authorities, and constituted itself as a stable privileged stratum enjoying not only physical security, which it had obtained under Khrushchev, but also job security, regardless of performance, in effect a status similar to that of the new ruling class. The high water mark of totalitarianism was the period of the permanent purges, which aimed at the absolute elimination not only of all possible deviations, but also of stable interest groups whose very existence might endanger ideological purity and undermine the monolithic structure of power. 63. There are two further paradoxical conclusions to be drawn here. Due to the specific ideological nature of the Stalinist regime, its nominal commitment to the goal of an